And welcome, Skyfarers of all identities. You are here rising early with us for the group stages of Granblue Fantasy versus Rising here at the ARC World Tour Finals 2024.
Yeah, we are so excited to bring you guys that action. Once again, it's your boy J2 hanging out with Ebonic, playing the greatest of all talkers. We got the greatest of all gamers fighting for their lives here in these group stages to try and qualify out to that top 8.
Yes, you're going to look at the group draws right here. We found out who was getting that last spot in Group A yesterday during the LCQ, and it is going to be BPA. So Group A is considered to be the death group, but man, you look at all 4 of these groups, and there is no quarter and no respite for any one of these players.
Exactly. There is no easy group, but of course we're going to be taking you through that Group A action. Gamera, Monarch, Zerom, and BPA on this fine morning. Only 2 of these gamers on each group can make it out, so 2 of these gamers got to go home as well, and man, there are a lot of fan favorites just in this Group A.
Yes, and one of the best parts about this Group A, in my personal opinion, is the character diversity that we're going to be seeing here. So far, we have pretty much, I'm actually going to say more than 4 characters for 4 players, because most of these have secondaries, right?
Yep.
Zerom is the one that we expect to be Charlotta the whole time, but technically has an Anilla, I guess. I don't expect it to come out, but it's there. It exists.
Everyone's got a pocket Anilla, but of course Gamera with the Bersucia in the pocket, Monarch, probably just rocking the Matera. BPA, we've seen a couple of secondaries as well. But, all right, I'm excited to see it. Let's see this first video of our competitors headed up to the stage. All right, Monarch, our first gamer up here for the Group A stages, of course, tearing it up at Frosty Faustings 2025. But we got to find his opponent here for this first match of Group A.
That's right. It's going to be Conmei's Zerom up. And last year, they were the Nier Slayer. Every year, they are the Charlotta King. And now they're going to show you why. Up against Monarch for the first match of our group stages. This is it's Frosty Runback. It's a many other time run back as well.
Yeah, exactly. These players have run into each other at least a couple times before, but Zerom has run into Matera at least triple-digit times between Vanilla and Rising as well. It is a matchup that I'm sure he's used to. Matera a little bit faster in this patch on all of these arrows and the H normals as well.
Yes.
But still, a matchup that he's comfortable navigating just over time and time again.
Yeah, looking like a hot ticket character for this patch most definitely. Yes. And Monarch was playing it before the buffs and qualified before that as well.
Exactly.
Now, Zerom, again, no slouch like you were saying, has been playing at Charlotta since Vanilla, has run into these matchups multiple times. And Matera, at the end of Vanilla's lifespan, was literally everywhere. Yes. Online tournaments, offline tournaments, you could not get away from this matchup. So if somebody knows it, this is probably kind of the guy.
Exactly. He's got hours of experience on it. And now letting the intros rock for our first match of Group A.
And here we are, first round of ARC World Tour Finals, group stages for Granblue Fantasy versus Rising. Monarch there versus Zerom, already going to start it off. You know that pretty much every start versus Matera is going to be in Matera's favor due to the fact that she is just going to be able to toss that arrow first. Before you can do anything, then this is what happens. You try to navigate that. Zerom is in.
Yep. Trying to catch out the approach. A couple preemptive 5Ls as well, maybe to catch out a Charlotta ball and also the H arrows as well. Just waiting for the butterfly, but finally the swipe comes out for Zerom, the jump over.
Yeah, jump over, no roll to get away, but the ultimate skill is going to knock Zerom back into the corner. That jump over has now become to Zerom's detriment. Oh, the counter just barely missing.
Yeah, you made your way in, but losing a lot of tempo with the 5U. Thought we'd go for another H arrow instead. Looking for the 100 hands, nothing to be found. Zerom forced back out to the full screen.
Yeah, you can tell this is a masterclass for Monarch in terms of being able to pinpoint what normals to use, what arrows to put out, and now finally the BC once you recognize that you're actually in danger.
Yep.
Same thing for Zerom, and because it's a counter hit, hard knockdown, that allows you to get back in.
Right, back in off of the L-ball. Late tag, just holding down back. Monarch with a big health lead right now and has so much meter for the UDP. Hopefully wants to hold on so he can use the U arrow. The UDP anti-air straight out of the skies, back to full screen for you.
Yeah, that's a really big hit right there. But the counter for Zerom to try to make it happen. And wow, looks for the ultimate DP possibly.
Yep.
Maybe that was supposed to be ultimate skill, whatever the case may be. Not going to work out for Zerom as round number 1, beautifully played by Monarch.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of the 5U really early on from Zerom. I feel like a lot of times, we kind of represent that towards end of the set just to keep the opponent on the toes, but looking for something off the arrow, the fadeaway caught on the way back down by Zerom.
Yeah, that Zephyr jump unfortunately not working out for Monarch there, but beautifully for Zerom as the noble strategy is working. Now finally out of the corner though.
Yep. Starry Sky, ultimate arrow, makes our way back out of the corner, but all right, ultimate ball just buying a little bit of space here for the 50.
Yep, okay, so yeah, there was a change to that LDP.
Yes.
You got to remember, that right now is only negative, what is it, -4, -2?
I think so, definitely
It's,
safe. A good check in case they're taking to the skies. Maybe with the Zephyr, but instead holding on the ground with the ultimate arrow sniped out of the backdash.
Yep. So you're going to see that in guard strings maybe a little bit more often than you might.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's the jump over with the Zephyr and the butterfly saving Monarch because Zerom attempted to go for the anti-air, attempted to take the turn back, and is now going to have to deal with a lot more pressure as a result.
Yeah, early on into the round, immediately established the run under to catch you on the way back down, so I love the detonation. Now Monarch, one hit away, the 6XL!
Oh, just too far!
Strike, a little bit too far. It's okay, we got one more dash L in the tank.
And that was the adaptation right after, oh, Raging Strike miss, I'm going to just do EX Fireball this time. It's going to work this time, and I'm going to make sure I take that game. And that is going to be the first game here of the group stage for Monarchs. Remember, all of these are going to count.
Exactly. Yeah, so as a reminder of the rules, of course, the greatest set count, is the first qualifier to make it out of these group stages.
Yes.
But if we get a tie, a couple gamers that make it 2-1 out of their group stages, it goes down to that game win percentage. So the amount that you're winning over your opponent really matters.
Yeah, and I mean, this is probably a really strong idea. You didn't have the strongest of first games.
Yes.
Take a second,
Yep.
breathe, figure it out, right? What went wrong there? How do I have to change it up? We saw less of the 5U after the first round. Recognize that that wasn't as strong of a play, right? So maybe we have to implement something else. Now, the noble strategy was helpful at getting around.
Yeah.
So just got to pick and choose the right timing, right? That could be the key. Could be more crossover like this. Ooh.
Yeah, as you see it, the roll through, being a little bit conservative with a noble strategy because we've seen so many of those great falls, but now when Monarch is looking for that H arrow, Zerom finds his way in for such good damage.
Yep, and yeah, just as we mentioned the noble strategy, it's already starting the wave of offense for Zerom.
Yep.
As Monarch is now trying to fight their way out. Yeah, again, about -2 range for that situation, so you don't have to worry about your Dragon Punch getting punished.
Yeah.
That Holy Ladder is real nice now after the patch.
Yeah, just big chilling off of the LDP, just trying to scout any attempt to short hop out of the corner. Gradually, just waiting for that butterfly to make the approach.
And then BC's as soon as the butterfly is next to him, so it doesn't have to deal with that type of block streak. And honestly, I feel like that could have been one of the biggest key moments for that.
Yeah. All right, round over to Zerom here.
Yeah, much more conservative game, like you mentioned at the very beginning, and I think that was very, very helpful, right? When you play conservatively like that, you don't get as antsy because you're just picking and choosing spots rather than going, I gotta get in there. And
Exactly. Maybe a little bit antsy off the round start here, but thankfully didn't get a full confirm off the stray hit. Great fall now. Major way in, plus frames off of the dive kick. And still the whip on the 6XL. Zerom with a little delay makes his way to the corner.
Yeah, good whiff punish right there. You use your own 6XL to be able to catch theirs.
Yep.
And hey, that's the nice part about having a dash macro, right? Is you can react to that sort of thing now.
Exactly. Flash the 5U, but immediately Monarch takes advantage of the whip tempo.
Yeah, trying to use these crossovers and dodges as much as possible to be able to get around these projectiles. Got the overhead this time, and oh, caught the hit there. I'm not sure what Monarch wanted, but it is now going to pay off for Zerom real well.
Yeah, trying to match out after the Helmbreaker. Maybe thought that Zerom would be a little greedy with the plus frames, and Zerom ties it up 1-1.
Right back at you. That was quick and dirty. Another 2 rounds, very quick. And hey, look, that shows like sometimes you just have to take some time, reassess your mental notes, and it worked out really well for Zerom. And I mean, hey, look, when I talk about notes, one of the people that I know to have the most notes in general, and like literal physical notes, is Monarch. I've been commentating since the strength of BlazBlue days here, and for Monarch, and Monarch has the notepad with them at all times on players, characters, everything.
Exactly. Externalize the knowledge, so when you're finally in game, it's all a matter of recall. All right, Zerom trying to make his way in the short hop. Baited out on the BC here, so 1 BP down, and the 50 down the drain here off the U-ball.
And a huge conversion into the most damage possible off that. Combo limit is obviously going to cut that short because it started in the air, but double butterfly, and wow! I gotta give it to Zerom, finding the perfect time to get out of there, but Monarch taking it right back with the ultimate skill.
Yeah, tried to make your great escape, only to get UDP'd for it. Now Monarch looking at chip damage for a win con.
The win con is looking real possible right now, but there it is. Ultimate ball coming in, has the way, got the counter hit, and okay, BC, very smart. You're going to see a lot of BC here from Monarch just to get that health down for the chip like that. In those situations, BC becomes such a powerful defensive tool for your offense.
Exactly. Just trying to make sure that you can chip away safely. That U-butterfly, just having that tracking really forces out a response from Zerom as well as to the super jump. Still not able to save you. Monarch on set point, but the dive kick makes his way in for Zerom.
Yep, this is exactly what Zerom needs to start, because remember, the second Zerom got Monarch into the corner last time, it was all Zerom's game. Has such a strong ability to recognize and force people to press defensively.
Yeah, I thought we would go for the trigger on the butterfly, but instead just waiting it out off of the U-ball, finds a punish, and Monarch brings you all the way over to this other side.
Yeah, Monarch, such a strong grounded game, just keeping his opponent away. Pretty much never using Zephyr, pretty much never jumping. And I think that's why Zerom is recognizing ultimate balls a lot stronger now. Because there's no jumps. Oh, but the 2M! Stopping it in its tracks.
U-ball worked once, but it's not going to work twice. Again, not trying to be too preemptive with the 5 Ls that detonate on the butterfly is enough. Monarch takes it 2-1.
Yeah, unfortunate timing right there on the evade for Zerom. Is going to be hit by that ultimate butterfly, just like you're talking about. And the 2-1 right there, first match of the group stage, pretty close. And that is going to matter later on for the points differential. That doesn't mean Zerom's in the worst spot, simply due to the fact that he did get that one game.
Yeah, exactly. Again, that game win percentage could be so huge, making its way, out of these groups. We only have 6 matches for each of these groups as well, so every single game counts so much.
Yes, and I mean, hey, congrats to Zerom for the first game of the day being taken. That's a really nice spot to be in for the rest of your points, right? Yeah. And I mean, again, this is going to be one of the hardest groups we're going to see today. Yeah. And as a result, if you're able to go through that, your morale going into Sunday, if you qualify, has got to be pretty high, right? Yeah. Now, we're not there at qualifications yet, but if it continues to happen like this for Monarch, definitely got to have a high morale.
That's what I'm saying, man. And we're calling this the death group. Why are we calling it the death group? Because we have our next gamer headed up to the stand, Gamera, up next.
Aurora. Yes, that's right. Your Cygames 2025 Cup champion right there. Gamera, one of the most storied players in this game, probably has the most W's on the big stage out of anyone who's ever played. But that does not mean anything is going to go easy for Gamera, as their opponent is coming up.
And look at the smile on that lad's face. But for the promo, we got the smiles, but now we are locked in, facing off against Gamera. And, I ran into Beepaw a little bit after that last chance qualifier last night. He was like, I think I'm going to have the study session with Monarch real quick. One of the players that he studies in Japan, on that ferry, is a training partner for Gamera as well. So knowing that he studied from, someone that Gamera has so much experience against, just making sure to look through that VOD footage and see what kind of answers he can find from those VODs. Let's see if that training is going to be enough here.
Yeah, and I mean, one particular thing to note of that BPOM mentioned
Yeah.
that day was that Gamera beats up on that training.
Yes, yeah.
Is very, very well versed in the fairy. Now, BPOM doesn't just have the fairy, also has a Batera in
That's
the
correct,
pocket. So could be if the study didn't seem like it was strong enough, maybe he could pull that out. But I feel fairy in this, personally. I feel fairy's going to do it. But now, Gamera, we could see the Versusia like we're seeing here in this button check, or we could see the Beatrix, right? I mean, honestly, considering it's Gamera, we could see Catalina, we could see, like, you know what I mean? But I have to talk about Versusia right now because this is one of the newer characters in the game. Not the newest, as we have gotten Sandalphon recently, right? But when this character came out, I was calling this character a war crime, right? And it wasn't noticeable because we had some other top tiers that were maybe a little bit stronger than them at the time.
Yeah.
I think this character is now, like, and this character got away scot-free, didn't take any nerfs, got some buffs even, and is now even more crazy. Now, every Vegeta player is going to feel comfortable on Versusia because Versusia essentially does what Vegeta did pre-patch before her nerfs, in my personal opinion. So, you know, Gamera, the prolific Vegeta player, moved on over to this character. Like, you can see it.
And we're going to see that right now. Versusia versus Fairy heading on to our second match of Group A, Gamera versus Beepaw. And we're going to let these intros rock.
Oh, yes.
We got Fairy and the whole Ghost crew fighting against the big bad.
Ooh, a cosmic level threat, one of the destruction itself. Here we go. Game number 2 here in the group stages. Now you got to remember, Gamera is an EVO champion, having some of the most wins. Beepaw, though, going through an onslaught of warriors just to be able to make it through the LCQ, has got some of the strongest morale going into this, I would imagine, given that they were able to go through it. Gamera staying nice and patient, though, having to deal with these 5 Ls.
Yeah, just playing it slow. The threat of the EX Pillar is so scary, right? You don't want to go for an Aaron GG toss, but there we go. Spot dodge on the U Lariat. Beepaw's ready.
Yeah, really important to get those evades on the Lariat because a U Lariat is a ton for Gamera, whether it be corner carry or damage, right?
Making sure you don't get away with the refund on block as well. But going for the IVs, just making sure we get a little bit of extra meter here for Gamera to once again threaten that U-Lariat.
Oh, nice conversion right there from Beepaw. Is going to get the knockdown right into G, but knows the frames right there. Gamera knew that they could mash out, especially with Versusia's long normals.
Exactly. Long normals and high HP as well, right? This is a character that is not afraid to brawl and try and Abare out and bring you over to the corner off any of these mid-screen conversions.
Yeah, the risk reward for Versusia is so good, and now is able to shimmy you really good. A lot of people are going for that OS of being able to do crouch light piano directly into the
yeah, a little brave counter action, Raging Strike.
Raging Strike, thank you, sorry. My brain exploded there for a second.
All good.
2L into Raging Strike, and because of that, you know, was able to get the 2M and has now taken the game already back in the corner due to the back throw.
Okay, are we going to let the BC rock early? No, knows Gamera's looking out for it. Trying to be a little bit patient here with the whips.
More EX pillars, and again, just like you were mentioning, you have to watch out for EX pillar.
Yeah.
One of the scariest neutral tools because it is almost instantaneous.
Yeah. Nothing really found while that cooldown was on, but we had the meter for the U-Lariat, so you have to respect that as well, even though EX pillar isn't a factor for those few seconds.
Yeah, and you usually don't want to let her get a try. And there it is again.
Yep.
Another evade on it. You mentioned it on before. Doesn't even want to allow the refund of meter.
Exactly. All right, now up against the corner here, Beepaw still lost so much health just trying to escape.
He's going to be able to get that charge right back, though, off the 5U. It's going to stop GG in the tracks. Very smart usage of the projectile.
Yeah, exactly. Not able to aggress off of the plus frames with that 5U install. Instead, it's the BCL. Gamera, still so many diamonds to his name.
Yeah, no, having enough BC on this character in particular because, you know, having all that health and then the BC is already not, you know, ticking down your life bar.
Exactly. Yeah, it's nice off of the EX pillar as well. Refresh on the buff. Make sure you get the 100 off of the instant blocks. Beepaw finds the 6XL. You're still going to need a couple more good hits to make your way through Versusia's HP.
Yeah, that's why those 5 Ls. And there it is, the jump L instant overhead was not represented until just now. Gamera not ready for it. The combo limit, and there's the shimmy. You mentioned just needed a couple more hits, and Beepaw stoically finding the way. Oh my goodness, unfortunate drop right there. Then hold on. So the chip is possible, but it could be in Gamera's favor depending. There's the 2M.
Oh, no, you were so close. The drop on the Raging Strike was a heartbreaker, but you still had the life lead with 9 seconds left on the clock. I get the idea to spot dodge Solaria to make sure we're not threatening the chip to bring it back down to the wire, but sniped out at the end there. That has to be a heartbreaker for that first game.
Yeah, that really unfortunate moment, because again, games are going to count for these group stages, and BPaw had that one, or was at least so close to it. The nerves coming in, possibly.
Yeah.
We had not seen BPaw drop anything until literally that moment.
Exactly. The main character energy just keeping you alive, but run up dash block into the EX pillar. One less thing to worry about here. Now BPaw threatening with the 2Ms and far Ms.
Yes, and these can be converted due to the fact that there's 50 meter on deck.
Yep.
The ultimates are available now.
All right, send it with the L whip. EX pillar is back up, but the UDP instead for the Eularia, just trying to make sure Gamera has his back up against the corner.
Yeah, and now you not only don't allow the refund, but you also get the hard knockdown. Way better than using the evade to be able to get around that, right?
Yeah. All right, spot dodge off of the far M, tries to catch the startup, but instead, BPaw snipes you out with a 2M of his own.
Yep's going to get the GG set up for free thanks to the hard knockdown from Combo Limit.
Yep.
Well, not a hard knockdown, but it's still Combo Limit allows you to flip out, so it's perfect.
Yeah. Teched out in the corner, just trying to keep you locked down with the whips. Once again, the recall off the ultimate version.
Yeah, ultimate edition, but okay, the delay right there off the crouch L's is going to catch BPaw pressing buttons.
There we go. We have an SSBA to strip all the Brave points as well. Do we want to hold on and go for the U-Pillar refund? No, just send it and take the damage where we can.
Get that 999 hits.
Oh, yeah.
Mom is mad.
Ooh. The final boss bombo, max out that combo. BPaw.
Ooh.
Empty on the diamonds right now, has to stay alive.
Yeah, you have to go for throw right there due to the fact that it's 4 frames, right? It's your fastest option, and very smart. Gamera's going to use those Brave counters as much as possible. A little too early on the dodge.
Yeah. Caught out, baited out on the reaction. The late active frames just sniping out BPaw with the counter hit. Now Gamera on set point.
Yeah, that's the hardest part about dealing with Pillar, right? She doesn't have to do EX and have it be instantaneous.
Yep.
It could be the medium version and have it be slower.
Exactly. No, good assessment from Gamera as well, right? That BPaw's reactions have been so good, you have to use that against the player and make them slow down a little bit on that mental stack.
Yeah, and now the mental stack is enough that EX Pillar is starting to hit. It had not hit once up until this point.
Exactly. Back to layer 1. Sometimes that's all we need. Back to dash L. Here we go, straight into the ultimate pirouette. BPaw has you up against the corner with the GG set.
Yep, GG has been set. Oh, and this time it is going to be the low. Gamera was looking for the overhead. Hey, there's that overhead you were looking for this time.
Yep. I love the delay in the detonation as well. BPaw putting in the second 50-50 before Gamera even thought. He had to guess the spot dodge on the ultimate DP. BC out, a diamond down the drain for both sides.
No punish for Gamera right there is abysmal because that would have been corner pressure. BPaw has got to be thanking the lucky stars, especially considering this is full conversion here, and now has got a great situation. BP comes out, but it is -2 and forgot all about it.
There we go. We've been seeing so much confidence in the IBs on these GG detonations just to get the meter. Now we're seeing the nerves coming out from Gamera just trying to stay alive. Anyone mix could be it. The 2M keeps BPaw alive.
Yeah, and I mean, luckily for BPaw, Gamera with the input error got the jump L when was most likely trying to do pillar or something there instead. And BPaw capitalizing it, and it's just starting to capitalize off of so much as well.
Ooh, the deep run-in, but sniped out. That dash acceleration from Versusia is so tricky. Slow to start, but snipes you with the 2L.
Yeah, it reminds me of other Arxis games and other Arxis characters.
Yep.
But Susanoo is not present this time. It is Versusia.
Exactly. All right, but we're blazing blue with the ultimate pirouette. Now we got the 50-50, but instead we go for the close H. Gamera looking for a mash out, but instead brought back to the corner.
Yes, properly using that crossover to be able to get to the corner, properly using that 2M to be able to catch the run, because remember, there is run recovery in this game. You have to use evade or something else to be able to stop running. And that's going to be the hit. BPaw's going to take the game right back. This might be the group where we're... Oh.
Just taking a second to rehydrate.
I was the way the camera was like, I thought they were standing up. I was like, no, you didn't win. No, don't do it.
The second chunk, you know, BPaw did this for the LCQ. I really didn't think that he would kill the whole water bottle, but sometimes you just got to take your time to mentally reset before we head into game number 3. Again, like we mentioned, right, every single one of these games means so much when, you know, the difference between qualifying and not making it out of your group could be just one game.
Yes, yes. And I mean, this is starting to look like the group where it's all just going to be 2-1s or something.
Exactly,
I mean, hey, that's how we start. Let's
I'm not
see
trying
how
to
it
manifest it. I'm just saying, if there's a 3-way tie, we might have to bring it back to that first-to-1 round robin, but BPaw's not trying to make it that close. Game number 3.
Yes, no one wants that. Game number 3, the dive kick. Well, finally, first aggressive start here for BPaw. You know, normally it's a 2M, right? Normally it's a 5L.
Yeah.
But not the case this time. Gamera's going to be able to get in with a full conversion on this. And that's going to be great situation here for them as well.
Yeah, just dashing out of the gates, off to the races, has the 5U install as well.
Okay,
Waited out his plus frames off of any of these EX specials. Just barely at a range of the 2M as well.
Yeah, and that's happened twice now. You,
Yeah.
you can notice Gamera's really well versed in this matchup, like we were mentioning earlier. Has
Yeah.
the training partner versus Fairy.
Exactly.
Knows the distance, knows when to press the buttons.
Here we go. We send it off the far H. We have the U-Pillar refund ender if we so choose. And so much damage off of it as well. One more hit, one more throw.
Yep, it's going to go for the Lariat. Just get that chip damage in, right? No, so Chip Guts is still available. Unfortunate right there. Again, we saw that a minute ago. Gamera preying on the excellent reactions of Beepaw and using a slower version of the pillar.
All right, set point for Gamera. Once again, can Beepaw tie it back up? Looking for the 2M off the round start. It's not a punish off of the jump in, but still tapped with the JH.
Yeah, and there's that run startup. And wow, just calling it out there with the Gespenst is going to be able to push into the corner.
Mid Gespenster, but still gonna find our way out with the Lariat. Instead, swiped out with this far H Beepaw, keeping control of this corner with the up dog.
Yes, okay, got the counter hit again there. So that's actually going to stop the ultimate skill from coming out entirely and defeating the BC. That's really important stuff here for Beepaw to be able to take this round. Got to pull it all out now because this is last chances.
Yeah, just threatening with these pillars, not trying to use the EX version and put it on cooldown, just trying to put a threat and find any gap in the offense. The Raging Strike brings us all the way over to the other side.
Yeah, I was looking for the throw there, but was just a bit too far away. Gamera is going to be able to get the hit off the 6XL full conversion here. Combo limit is earlier because, it was already in the air, but got the 2L.
Picked up off of that airborne hit. You have 100 in the bank as long as you keep this combo going straight into the super. Gamera is going to take it 2-1 over Beepaw.
Yeah, routing directly into the Skybound art. So good there from Gamera, especially with the conversion off that 6XL that was required. Hey, the combo limit may have started that, or made that go a little shorter than intended, but didn't matter because the situation was good. Gamera, now, up there with the likes of Monarch in terms of points.
Exactly. Up in that 2-1 territory, but neither of these winners so far of the previous sets have made it out unscathed, still dropping a game to that other competitor again. That game win percentage might be the difference between making it out and getting disqualified after this Group A. But we've already seen our 4 players of this Group A, and speaking of, if you guys want to vote for your favorite PlayStation players, of course, you can stop on by arcsystemworks.jp/vote to vote for your PlayStation Player of the Day.
That's right, and we had one yesterday from the LCQ. It was Blue Sky Guy, but hey, these are dailies, so I want to hear who you guys are loving, and we will definitely be hearing that later on. Remember, just like J2 said, head on over to arcsystemworks.jp/vote.
Yeah, make sure to do your dailies as we do our due diligence heading into our next set. Beepaw is sticking around on the hot seat as Monarch makes his way back up, so this is the Zoner versus Zoner matchup.
Ooh, right here, yes, this is going to be a very stalwart matchup on this one. Yeah, so Monarch, previous match that we saw, plays a very strong ground game. Almost never seeing him Zephyr unless there's, an arrow behind it or some way to do it safely. Almost never jumping. It's on the ground. And that is so important as a Matera player. Because you need to make sure that all of your approaches, even if you're not approaching, you just need to make sure that you are stuck there and your opponent cannot get near you unless you want them to.
Yeah, exactly. And yesterday in the LCQ, we were seeing so much confidence from Beepaw. In that winner's interview, it was funny, right? Cola kind of called him out and said, you were real nervous, pacing around the stadium like that. He's like, okay, I had to walk off the nerves so I could lock in. But still, so much confidence in that LCQ. A lot of these round starts just being deep dashes into a 6XL or even a close H to try and catch out their opponent's nervousness. But heading into the group stages, playing it a little bit more conservative. Again, it's first and throughs this entire time to try and fight for your way out of this group.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we continuously call it the death group. We've seen the 4 players in this group, so it's going to be hard. But honestly, J2, and you might agree with me on this because, I mean, it's the level of competition in an ARC World Tour final, right? Every group might go down to the wire, if I'm being real. It seems like it's very possible.
It's a nice little nickname to call it the death group, but then you look at Group B, Group C, Group D, and you're like, if I wanted to make it to top 8, I actually don't know which one I'd choose. It'd be a difficult road either way.
Yeah, well, because then you have to choose, okay, who makes it out of winners, who makes it out of losers, and it's just... man,
one of the matchups I'm comfortable with, but speaking of matchups I'm comfortable with, again, the Notepad, like you mentioned, Monarch, one of these most studied gamers, just making sure that we can externalize all the knowledge that we have, so as soon as it's game time, all we need to do is go for the recall.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been watching both of these players, I think, since maybe some of their first tournaments.
Yeah.
So one of the big things for me is that I love seeing the evolution of these 2 players, and I've seen it a lot this week. I mean, Beepaw has always been that zoner player, right?
Yes.
Same thing with Monarch. They've always been this archetype of player. So watching them evolve in how they do their spacing, how they run under instead of anti-airing somebody as a means of anti-airing, right?
Exactly.
Or, you know, what have you, right? The growth is incredible, and that's why they're on the big stage here. That's why we are getting into game number 3 here at the ARC World Tour Finals.
Yep. And this round robin means even the homies, even the study partners and training partners themselves have to run into each other. And let's see who's going to be able to take the game differential here again. The Metera versus Fairy as we let these intros rock.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the game differential. Actually, that's really important because Beepaw lost that last set.
Yeah.
This could shake things up for Monarch.
Yeah, could we even it back up here on Beepaw's side, or do we take our lead even further? Now instead, playing it super slow off the H arrows, Beepaw waiting for that 50 to come up.
Yeah, and right there, was already ready for the dive kick. You know Beepaw has barely ever even used that all weekend, let alone today.
Exactly. We saw it maybe a couple times out of 3 games in that previous set, but now letting it rock immediately, and Monarch with that 2H just stopping you out of your tracks, sees the blue flash, but stopped out of the spot dodge with the ultimate arrow.
And that's somebody who uses training mode effectively, and you can tell because that was the exact maximum spacing to catch the 2M there.
Yes. Sniped out here. A quick first round to Monarch.
Yeah, just incredible play to start. And I mean, hey, look, we saw Beepaw in this position versus Gamador before, right? And starting to make the comeback. Beepaw just trying to take notes. Not every game can be gas, right? Sometimes it's note taking.
Yeah. Try and find a little bit of data here. The fade away from the air arrow. But now we're just waiting on the detonation of the butterfly. Run up for the throw.
I got thrown. I'm going to be honest with you.
I
definitely thought it was close age. I definitely thought it was close age.
Ooh, okay, the mash on the 2M, but still stopped by the Starry Sky.
That 2M is pivotal, to be honest, because it's given a little bit more room, right? It's going to give Beepaw a second to think about some more options.
Yeah. The nice thing, it goes under the high arrow, but the bad thing, it goes under the high arrow, right? So you might just get sniped out either way. But there we go, the U whip for the full ender, but full screen against another zoner, you are not as comfy as you'd like to be.
Yeah, you know, I would give the edge to Metera in that regard this game. But there it is, the 5Ls up close, was able to fight their way out of the GG situation. Beepaw is definitely going to have to rethink the approach here because Monarch seems to have the answer to all of it.
Yeah, just running away with it. You know, when you see these, not quite mirrors, but mirrors of the archetypes, right? Zoner versus zoner, naturally you think, okay, who is going to turn into the aggressor in this matchup? Of course, Fairy, you know, has the GG set, has the 50-50 or, you know, strike throw pressure once we're able to get that first knockdown. But again, like you're saying, Monarch has been doing such a good job. This retreating movement, just keeping Beepaw at bay. And when he finally tries to commit to a dive kick, to running up, going for a 6-6L, it stopped him every time.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take note of which arrow Monarch decides to use, which normal Monarch decides to use to zone out. They have been so well placed, it's insanity.
Ooh. All right, able to get a GG set, maybe a little bit of tempo from the full screen, and looking for the recall. There we go, close attack ender.
And that's going to push back into the corner. Great for Beepaw. Now the BC is coming out for Monarch. Yeah, wants to spot dodge that. And yeah, great fall. All the way back to the corner. It just completely changed the tide off of one anti-air.
Yup, from east to west coast, you want to be in that mid-best mid-screen, but finally the snipe out, the counter hit 2M straight into the pirouette, get to the corner once again.
Yep, back on the west coast on this one in the Grand Blue Zone. But yeah, again, with that life lead, it doesn't matter for Monarch to be in that corner, right?
Yeah.
You're like, you're in my position despite the fact that you think that you have the corner.
Exactly, back up against the wall, but with such a high health lead, and the meter as well, right? Lots to scramble out with now. Set point Monarch.
Yes. Now that was a bit better for Beepaw though. I mean, it did not look as hard. Oh no, that was a total accident right there from Monarch. And Beepaw's going to try to capitalize as best he can.
No!
Oh, went for the BC, but there wasn't no attack right there from Monarch. Is going to be able to get the full combo off of this now.
Exactly, the run up short hop, just baiting out the BC attempt. Now one diamond down, the hard knockdown off of the ultimate arrow, one butterfly, but it's passing through.
Yeah, I just realized ultimate lower arrow goes under 5H. I actually didn't know that. Oh, the 6-6Ls, the pressure right there from Monarch was insane. Remember, Monarch had played the zoning game the entire time, and then, like almost like Daigo-esque, like smelled blood in the water and started aggressing harder than ever.
Exactly. It's funny that as soon as I talk about, you know, maybe Fairy is the aggressor in this matchup, just running up, trying to take some space, all of a sudden Monarch turns that aggression on its head to 200%. Says, no, J2, watch this.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's actually something you mentioned in the previous set, right?
Yeah.
It's changing your opponent's mental stack so that they can't be ready for it. And that was exactly what that was. The entire game, Beepaw was trying to adapt to the zoning, couldn't do it, maybe had finally started doing doing it, but Monarch said, well, you've got like 30% life. It's over for you. I'm coming in.
Yeah, 30% life, 1 game down, but let's check this Group A graphic real quick and see where our players are at after these first few matches. And I don't know, man. After that 2-0 from Monarch, I mean, Beepon not looking, you know, maybe in a rough spot here to try and make his way back out of the group stages.
Yes, yeah, so it is going to be... It's going to be weird. Is it even possible mathematically? I'd have to do a little bit of checking here after this, but it is going to be very difficult for Beepaw, if anything, right? Gambada and Monarch obviously currently in the lead, with Monarch being in exceptional lead, because Gambada hasn't even played Zerom yet, which will be our next match. Zerom could, you know, make it so that Monarch has this on lock. Zerom might not be able to. It just really depends. And then we haven't even gotten to the territory of, like, Gambada playing Monarch, right?
Exactly. Yeah. All right, so a few more matches here to determine which 2 of these gamers are going to be making it out into that Sunday finals, that top 8. Like you mentioned, it's Gamera versus Zerom up next.
Yes, and so remember, we're going to have 1 person out in winners, 1 person out in losers, right? To generate our entire bracket. And so that means just because, you know, you're watching from Group B or whatever, and you're like, oh, I don't want Zerom to make it, right? If Zerom can still make it from losers, Zerom can still make it in winners depending on how this goes, right?
Exactly.
So it's like you're not safe because there's 2 people coming out of this group no matter what.
Exactly. Even if you make it out winners or losers side, still sharks in the water on either side. But let's make sure these buttons are all good before we head into that next match.
Yes, yes. So now, again, Gambada having the 2 characters, either Beatrix or Masushia, right? So it's really a matter of who are we going to see versus the Charlotta, right? Charlotta was a heavily played character for the Japanese back in vanilla due to the fact that there was just a lot of really strong Charlotta players back then. However, honestly, this character is basically almost only Zerom at this point, even worldwide. Now, don't get me wrong, there's absolutely other Charlottas, but when you think top-level Charlotta player, it's that one.
Exactly. He is the NA Charlotta rep. Of course, many following in his footsteps, but, you know, still fighting for his life. Now, I wonder, because we've seen the Versusia, like you mentioned, now we have the Beatrix on the button check, and now locking it in immediately. I was going to ask, do we want to play the Versusia where we can kind of brawl, maybe slow down the pace a little bit, and threaten with the EX pillar? It looks like we're trying to meet Zerom at his game. Meet him point blank and brawl with the Beatrix.
Yeah, so ever since vanilla, the way I've always seen the Charlotta matchup is that you actually don't slow her down. You just have to, like, you're essentially brought to her level regardless of what character you're playing.
Exactly.
So why do that and instead not just pick a character who can fight at that avenue, right? And I think that's kind of like probably Gamera's game plan here, is that you can't stop her from out crazying. I'm just going to be real. And so because you can't stop her from out crazying you want to go dumb? I'll go dumb with you. Mike Ross.
Trying to go balls to the wall. I mean, we have the Noble Strategy, we have the Thunderbird, we have Riding Free, and we have the Charlotta Ball. It's going to be difficult to keep track of where the other person is on the screen, but maybe you just want to be the first to move.
Well, I mean, that's the funniest part that you mentioned it too, because all those moves are very similar to each other, right? Thunderbird is almost the same as Noble Strategy, right? Riding Free, almost the same as the Charlotta Ball, yada yada. Like.
So it might just all be about the timing here as we head into our next set. Once again, Gamera versus Zerom.
Game number 1, this could mess with the group stages quite a bit here, or at least for Monarch.
All right, immediately the EX ball, trying to look for the dive kick off of the Noble Strategy, but Gamera spacing it out. Gamera looking real strong for keeping that, but okay, no full conversion. Now there's going to be a conversion off of this one, which means it's corner time for Zerom. Yeah, the whiff on the anti-air is so rough. You got brought a little bit too far forward off of the LDP, so instead, spending the 50 for the hard knockdown and the side swap this time.
Yep, but you want to speak a hard knockdown. When the BC gets a counter hit, it gets a hard knockdown. The -2 territory, And so Gamera probably being a little antsy on wanting to press after the Dragon Punch, despite it being negative, due to the fact that they could just Dragon Punch again.
Yeah, exactly. LDP, 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 MDP. Either way, a tricky situation. You don't want to have to scramble on, but finds the punish for Gamera. The H riding free, but it's not quite enough for a wall bounce.
And I don't think Gamera cares, because now the corner is in the corner situation is always going to be good no matter what fighting game you're playing. The Grand Blue Zone activated now.
There we go. Oh! Fireball! Okay, I was scared we were going to get caught by the Raging Strike that we baited, but that far L saves you on the startup. Gamera with 100 in the bank should kill with the super. Yeah,
the Skybound Dart. Beatrix known for that damage output, right? And those were optimal conditions as well, given the bait. First round here for Gambada. Zerom may have had the start of that round, but Gambada closed it out.
All right, now backing it up. L-ball. Once again, another far L to stop Gamera being a little greedy on those plus frames.
Yeah, I like it, right? If your opponent is not using your minus frames to their advantage, you may as well just keep checking them, right?
Exactly. Be a little greedy, but still the H Thunderbird to bring you into the corner. Lots of damage cashed out here for Gamera.
Got the combo limit on deck right now. Hasn't even needed Delta Clock whatsoever. No command grabs, nothing. And that makes you think, when does that command grab come out, right? Saving it for a rainy day. Oh, the dash L, but no full conversion there, unfortunately, for Gamera. I mean, Zeram's going to take that all the way to the bank, as they are the one to convert off their dash L.
Yeah, didn't believe in the hit. Not only left the corner carry on the table, has to fight your way back out of this West Coast side.
Okay, dash L, full conversion right there. And yeah, you're almost never going to get anything substantial off that, but you should still take what you can get. No BP on anyone's side. The Brave points are all gone. Full conversion here. Now, because it's Delta Clock, that's going to be the finish right there, especially because the BP was gone. Gamera with the first game.
Exactly. A lot of these reversals, which maybe were a little bit trickier to punish in the previous version, have been stabilized now. But especially when you know, okay, I have Delta Clock, I have SSBA, let me go for a far leg conversion. I know it's going to kill, and it's going to be impossible for me to drop.
Yeah, and on top of that, too, we're so close to when the patch had first dropped that some people are still forgetting to kind of press buttons after a -2 situation when the Brave counter is used, right?
Yeah,
some people are still going like, I don't know, I want to hold back. Or they're worried about the new situation of rock, paper, scissors, where the opponent might, they DPL minus, right?
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so neither player was close enough to go for throw, so they had to keep either using invincible options or their fastest option.
Exactly. Not too much damage taken off of it, though. Still scrambling for position in the mid-screen. Zerom finds the 100 hands.
Yes, trying to use that riding free to get into the corner. Zerom, though, at the proper spacing to be able to make sure that doesn't happen. Unfortunately, Noble Strategy is going to put them in the corner, but Gamera is content with blocking, so Zerom is right back into the mid-best.
Yeah, the down back row of our time. A couple IBs just to make sure we're at that 100-meter threshold.
There's the fireball.
The corner once again.
Yeah, this is going to be the pressure that you kind of have to know how to get around, right? Like an ultimate invincible option would be able to get around those fireballs, so Gamera's not trying to present it too much now.
Okay, stagger off the 6XLs, just put ourselves at space dot fireball, ultimate 100 hands.
Yeah, you don't want to deal with the mix-up afterwards. You may as well take it. And wow, the 6XL is actually going to go past. Is going to use as much of the resources as humanly possible to get as much damage, but I don't know. It's going to be close. There it is.
The basketball bombo, even after the H riding free, still in enough for one more U skill, but didn't even need it to put himself on set point.
Yeah, Fukunaga may not be here, but HNK lives on with the basketball for sure.
Exactly. No negative scaling to be seen, but taking to the skies. Instead, on your own terms, the EX Noble Strategy going right over the round start fireball.
Gets the dash L conversion off the wall bounce as well. No anti-air, but that's okay because you still hold full control of the corner here. Full control of the West Coast. Gamera getting hit.
Clean bounce here for Zerom. LDP Ender looking for the whiff on the sweep. No Brave counter baited out. Instead, it's the Ultimate Thunderbird.
Yeah, I mean, an Ultimate Thunderbird has been so strong since this character came out. I totally understand when using it. Delta Clock, okay, so that's going to come back a little bit later than Gamera might need.
But there we go. The hard knockdown gives us all the time in the world to refresh that Delta Clock timer.
Yeah, this is the character known for comebacks. It's still not over, especially the fact, remember, Zerom has no BP to his name. That is additional damage on the table for Beatrix here on every single hit. Look how much damage the throw did. Oh, the dodge! Excellent right there from Zerom. Said, you're not going to catch me sleeping.
Waiting for the reaction check. Saw you had no more diamonds, so you had to be ready for it. And of course, Zerom was still set point for Gamera.
Yes, Gamera looking to be on the Monarch zone, really, in terms of points for this group stage. Going to get the full conversion on this one. And now the overhead. Yeah, the triple attack hasn't exactly been presented so much in terms of offense.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, Zerom, of course, not ready for the overhead, right?
Exactly. One more thing to put on the mental stack. Now it's a shimmy, walk back, walk forward. One more hit's going to be enough, especially with that SBA in tow.
Oh, yeah, does not know what to do about these dashing L situations. Oh, no, that's going to do it. Gamera with a perfect to start it and a perfect to end it.
Alrighty.
Oh.
Couple games up here for Gamera. Let's see,
Yeah.
a quick little check here for Zerom.
It looks like Zerom may have had something wrong with the controller. I'm not sure, but regardless, unfortunately, that was one thing you got to check mid match, right? Or not mid match, but in between matches, right?
Yeah.
So Gamera is going to be defeating Zerom. So now we have 2 undefeated players here in the group. This is starting to look real good for those 2 players in terms of making it out on winners or losers side. But a lot of the players throughout the ARC World Tour Finals are looking very good, and you can vote for your favorite player over at the PlayStation Player of the Day. You go on and head over to arcsystemworks.jp/vote. We have seen a phenomenal slew of these players, and I mean, hey, Some of them can earn your vote. Head over to the website.
Yeah, whether they're the gamers that are making it out of these group stages or you just saw a play that was absolutely inspiring, even if they don't qualify, make sure to stop on by and cast your vote as we head into our next set. It looks like we're going to be seeing Gamera versus Monarch.
The undefeated right here. This is, I mean, okay, honestly, when the groups were put together, this is what everybody wanted to see, right?
Yes.
Everybody wanted to see this match for sure. And, well, we're finally getting it. So, Monarch is currently touted as one of the people who is working so hard to be able to pick this game up a little late into its lifespan, right? Yeah. I'm going to tell you the secret that he had been playing prior to that.
Exactly.
But he really only actually went hard prior to Frosty Faustings.
Exactly.
Right? And so because of that, he was able to take Frosty Faustings, and he is looking incredible during these group stages.
Yeah.
Gamera, one of the most storied players, one of the most winning players in terms of big stage matches. You know, he's got Cygames Cup 2025 as a W.
Yeah.
He's got Evo. He's got it all, right? So this is, if you're going to beat anybody to try to make it to grand finals, you want to beat Gamera, right?
Exactly. If Monarch is the winning son, Gamera is the winningest son. You know, just so many titles under his belt. But like you mentioned, right, you know, I was up in, where was it? Boston. Okay. Where, you know, Boston Blue Beats Beach episode was happening. Yes. And we saw that Monarch was entered not only in Blaze Blue, but also in Grand Blue. I was like, oh, you know, me, the clueless fella that I was like, oh, I guess he's picking up Rising for the first time. That's cool. He's checking out Grand Blue. Little did I know his vanilla experience, and little did I know he would take that tournament home. So I was like, oh, that's pretty sick. You know, a Blaze Blue player taking home this Grand Blue Regional. Little did I know it would be foreshadowing for Frosty Faustings coming up just that winter and qualifying through that second place. And now, here up against Gamera, trying to keep out the Beatrix Menace herself as we head into our next set.
Yeah, both of these players got a lot of story, a lot of history behind them, but history books are written by the winners, Jitsu. So because of that, only one of these two is about to put their name into it.
Exactly. We saw that notebook already. Monarch, a bit of a writer, an author himself. But is he going to be able to write himself into history as someone who was able to take a set over Gamera in this group stage?
So right into Beatrix, right with the main pick, if you will. Like exactly. I consider Versusia to be the counter pick character for Gamera. I consider Beatrix to be the main right now. And I mean, you know, it used to be Jita. There used to be some Catalina sprinkled in there, but now we have two different character picks. And because Gamera is so well versed in this game, switching characters does not seem to be a problem for him.
Yep. Couple ladies in red fighting for the mid-screen dominance. The whip on the L riding free finds a lane confirmed for Monarch, but not too much found. The slide from downtown.
Yeah, and I mean, slide is normally a move you do not see a lot considering how punishable it is and how bad it can be. But, you know, if you're a Matera player, you better know how to space that.
Exactly. Not trying to get punished off of that double-digit minus. Now it's the backdash off of the far L. Nothing baited. Monarch tries to challenge the shimmy.
Yeah, it's looking real good at holding Gamera back. He's losing some ground, right? Ooh. Oh, but a well-timed Zephyr is going to be able to get around that crossover, forcing the BP usage from Gamera. Oh, no.
There we go, the unforced error. The UDP flies high. Nothing to be found in Gamera. Looking to tie up this health lead. Cash out into the SSBA.
Yes, so despite the Super Skybound art being a long animation, that Delta Clock I'm not entirely sure is going to be fully back, but it's going to be back close enough that, like, yeah, exactly. It just freezes. So it's going to be close enough that one more hit could very well do it very soon. It's trying to catch the shimmy. Monarch tempted to stay stalwart, but finally bit and got hit counter hit.
Exactly. You had the time on the block string to wait it back out, and even in the middle of the combo, Delta Clock is inevitable. First round to Gamera.
Yes, yes. All things are susceptible to time, unfortunately. Full conversion there, the combo limit, because again, combo limit is shorter when the combo starts in the air.
Yep.
You got to remember that.
Not quite as big of a conversion as you can get, but Gamera, of course, rounding into the knockdown, aware, but trying to make his way in past these ultimate arrows.
Yeah, tripping Gamera up, which is allowing Monarch to get out of that corner, and already ready for the ultimate skill. So that's no longer going to be on deck for Gamera for a couple more seconds. Finally back, but found his way in with riding free. Yeah. Again, those are the strengths of not only a player like Gamera, but a character like Beatrix.
Exactly. So many ways to jump scare you from the full screen, so many ways to vary her approach. Keep you locked up in this corner. The SBA drains the BP and puts you in throw range.
Yeah, I mean, anything range at this point, a straight crouch L. But there's the overhead off the dash M, a move you rarely get to see for mix-up. And now Gamera pulling it out, eyebrow raised, and, well, so both of these players have lost at least one game, and now Monarch has lost two.
Yeah. both of these titans of the group have bled, and now taking a second at the rematch screen before we head on into it. And, you know, mentioning that 6-6M, right? We saw a little bit of the triple attack overhead from Gamera earlier, but specifically that 6-6M version is like double-digit minus. You are going to perish if your opponent stand blocks and is ready for the punish, but sometimes you got to put the, you know, highest risk, lowest reward on the table when you know it's going to be lethal. Now, game number 2.
Well, yeah. When was the last time you saw a Beatrix player use that, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
You're just not ready for it. I wonder if Monarch even knew that that was a thing,
Yeah,
right?
Not quite ready for it. Just thinking about every other thing that you could use to open you up, but double butterfly, we EX-DP through.
Yeah, and that's the nice part about Beatrix TP in particular. It does have a little bit of horizontal range,
yeah,
right? So that backdash may have stopped somebody else's Dragon Punch, but not Beatrix.
Exactly. Not going to stop me. Finds the L riding free off of the Sapphire Slash.
Yeah, just checking the fireballs whenever. Gamera's only pressing button when they're in that 5H range,
yes,
right? Yeah, that 4H, very, very important. The ultimate skill is going to be able to get through, but the throws are teched ASAP. Oh.
There we go, close out mash out from Monarch, just set up with the ultimate butterflies, and it's still tracking even after the stray 6XL.
Yep, and that -2 is going to stop Gamera from getting anything back, but the Delta Claw is going to help with damage, and so is this SSBA.
Yep. Find a little bit of the timer again. We have to wait for that Delta Clock, but it is inevitable. Next hit should be lethal for either side.
Remember, that 100% is available for Monarch. Ultimate skills abound, even a Super Skybound art confirmed, or if you use a Fireball in the wrong spot, one of these things could lead to Gamera's detriment, so he's got to choose correctly. Ooh. Oh, it's going to be a knockdown. Yeah.
Yeah, knockdown. Just caught with the late active frames of the butterfly detonate. That great fall just working out so well, waiting for the arrow, but no kill off the riding free. One more touch once again.
And you see these far 5Ls from Monarch because of that riding free. Oh, wow, just caught the Fireball activation. Ooh. And there it is. The low is going to hit the riding free. Monarch, despite being behind right there, makes the comeback.
Staying alive in the clutch, and yet these players are stone cold. They're ready for the next round.
Yeah, this is what everybody was looking for when they heard this matchup was going to be inevitable.
One of NA's greatest zoners across so many of these different games, trying to keep Gamera at bay while not giving up too much space. The 6XL.
Yeah, such a strong tool for Matera thanks to that far L being as far as it goes.
Yep.
And now the riding free is going to be able to get through. Gamera has pressure now, forcing the BC. And, you know, you're always going to get a guaranteed BC, but you're going to get guaranteed damage thanks to the anti-air. No, the butterfly was just too far away.
Yeah, that great fall, unfortunately, not going to get you the full confirmed. Gamera body blocking it by being part of the combo himself. Sends out the butterfly, only to get ultimate fireball, but UFB right back at you. The trade.
Yeah, the trade evidently in Monarch's favor because that 5L hit first the next time. Not full conversion, though. And another BC from Gamera. Oh, was trying to BC. Couldn't get it. Gamera had no BP left, and that allowed for Monarch to hit there.
Just a little bit shallow on the run-up. Ends up baiting out something we were not ready to confirm and ready to tie the set back up.
Yeah, I mean, if Gamera had the BB to counter, would have done it. But just luckily for... you know, Monarch in that situation didn't have the resources and was able to take the game off of it. One apiece here. Oh, yes.
Even the best of the best have these down-to-the-wire scrambles. Both of them need a second to recompose. Look, they're kind of matching on the poses, too. They're so in sync.
Is Gamera doing the copycat right now?
That's what I'm saying. The mimic?
Maybe that's how he gets in the zone to be able to defeat Monarch, right?
I need to understand my opponent.
Yeah.
A little method acting here. No, okay, we get the full confirm off of the butterfly. Clean rounding from Monarch.
Yeah, so double butterfly up on the EX right here. Riding free is still available to get away from this sort of situation, but now you notice Gamera very stalwart in this decision-making there defensively. Was able to make his way out, but not at a cost. Or with a cost, I should say.
A great cost. That 60% HP already down. Again, like you mentioned, you have to be careful about the spacing of the 2U, but of course Monarch's ready for it. So much of an HP lead here.
Yeah, the arrows are not going to find their way through that ultimate. Sapphire Slash without having, you know, maybe an ultimate of your own, was able to get through because that was not close enough.
Yep. Just waiting out that UDP. A great fall in HP, ties it up, and then some. We have the SBA to get that BP right back.
Yes, and you're also going to be able to take one of those away from Monarch. Monarch, anything will kill right now versus, and it's going to be the low. Was maybe trying to stand up for an instant overhead or something, but not going to be the case.
Right, that round so in Monarch's favor, but Gamera, again, just showing the power of Beatrix, right? This is a character you can never count out, especially with that Delta Clock in tow, but still calls out the butterfly clean with the 6XL.
Yeah, y'all better be getting ready to see a lot more Beatrix, because she's going to show up quite a bit.
Oops. All right, looking for the throw tech here. EX Fireball.
Ooh, mash out.
The snipe out, yeah.
Yeah, the Ambare.
Got to be careful of the butterfly behind you as well, so it takes another throw.
Yeah, I like that. Monarch was not deterred, right? The first throw got teched immediately, but was not deterred with the second throw, right? Just keep doing it. Nice dodge right there to make sure they got rid of the away from the ultimate riding free. Punish on the Thunderbird.
Oh, spooky situation there. All right, send it with the ultimate butterfly. Again, such a big health lead. The H riding free just a tiny bit short, waiting for that detonation to pull up Gamera. Just barely out of chip range. The H arrow stops him in his tracks.
And we are on final game, final round for the two undefeateds right now.
Oh my god, and especially after such a commanding first game, might be looking like a shutout, but Monarch brought it back. We have a set on our hands. That final round, the run-up past the butterfly.
Adaptations between these two is ridiculous. And they both got their mental notes or their physical notes,
Yep.
and we are seeing all of it get used right now. You may have wanted to save it for top 8, but you might not have the time.
Yeah. And look at all these IBs. Gamera, again, trying to threaten the U Fireball, that ultimate riding free that's been doing so much work in trying to aggress and bring these rounds back.
Yeah, and oh no. Okay, good thing that it's the ultimate Dragon Punch, though, because it is not counter hit state.
Yes.
The only one that was unchanged through the patch.
Yeah, exactly. So not quite in throw range just yet, but a couple more throws, some chip damage might put you right there. Monarch with 50, 80% meter, rapidly approaching 100.
And you can see that Monarch is prepping for that riding free with all these far Ls.
Yeah.
And prepping for it, but the Delta Clock will prep you for mad damage all the way to the corner here.
Yeah. All the way to the bank off of that ultimate Thunderbird, waiting for the Delta Clock to come back up. Despite the health difference, it's a one-touch situation on both sides. The Delta Clock, the SSPA is on the board, and we have the BP drain. This should be the kill for Gamera to take it 2-1.
That was overkill right there, and that is why we mentioned at the beginning of this set that Beatrix is the character that can absolutely make a comeback. You can never count her out, despite the light, because of that Delta Clock. And just like you mentioned, was paying attention to where that Delta Clock was to make sure that Riding Free was able to combo directly after. So Gamera is going to be the sole undefeated in this group.
There we go. And we can check the standings for this group as well, but even just seeing so many of these sets, like, we can tell Gamera is going to be making it to that Sunday finals for sure. But,
yes.
you know, let's see where the rest of these gamers are headed. I mean, you know, just thinking about it, Monarch still able to take games even in these losses, right? So I would imagine pretty high towards the top of those leaderboards.
Yes, most definitely. But, I mean, you know, we still have at least another match to see kind of where a couple of the things change up on the standings now.
Exactly.
Group A is very close to finishing with that as a result. But Gamera has got to be in high spirits, got to be ready for, you know, Sunday now. But, I mean, hey, considering that not only this group is not over, but we have more groups going, Gamera has to sit here, take as many notes as possible on the possible opponents. And, I mean, hey, we're going to see where we are in the score here just now. So this is going to be our group standings. Gamera with the 3-0, the sole undefeated, the strongest warrior here. Monarch just barely going to the 2-1, and then Zerom and Beepaw, they're going to be duking it out here for the final game. So yeah, you're going to see that game differential. It's I don't think we're going to have to worry about ties right now.
Yeah, exactly. So our last match is going to be Zerom versus Beepaw in this Group A side. So both of them out of that qualifying, you know, set count, but still fighting for a little bit more glory here. Let's see how good we can make that record in this final match.
Yeah, definitely. So this is going to be the one where we talked a little bit about Charlotta. You know, I mean, I mentioned it previously where I don't think you can slow her down. You just kind of have to play at her pace and beat her there.
Yeah.
And Beepaw is no stranger to a fast character running up on his own, right?
Exactly.
So I'm sure very well versed in that idea. But I mean, this is the Charlotta.
Yep. The NA Charlotta versus very strongest soldier heading on into it. Let's make sure our buttons are good before we do.
Yes, definitely on a stage like this, you never want a button issue to happen to you in the middle of one of your most important games.
Yeah. Yeah, button checking with the Matera, but of course, I'm sure we're going to be seeing that Fairy. And I mean, imagine, right? We have the noble strategy to make our way in. Of course, Charlotta, tricky with her jump arc as well. Yes, we have the up dog and the 2 H's maybe to try and police the skies a little bit, but they're very committal ways of trying to snipe out the skies that leave you so vulnerable to these grounded options. You know, the Charlotta ball, or even just running up and taking that space.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that in particular versus Monarch, right?
Yeah.
We saw what Zerom knew about the matchup in particular, and I mean, it looked kind of good in terms of what Matera could do. So it's not out of the range of the idea for Beepaw to go for that. But like, Fairy is absolutely warmed up right now. It was warmed up during the LCQ. It's warmed up during now. It seems like such a good pick in general, just because that is, I mean, that's That's Beepaw's character.
Yeah, exactly.
When you think Fairy, you think Beepaw. Like,
This is the first representative you think over here in NA. More folks, I think, picking her up by the day, but, you know, this is the OG.
yeah. So it does look like Fairy is locked in. Okay, cool.
Let's see it.
I did look away for a second, but, you know, thanks to the wonderful graphics that we have on stage. It's such a beautiful stage. It is. I love it.
Exactly. And now for our final match of Group A, Conmezone Zerom versus Paragon's Beepaw, duking it out.
That's right. Group A's final match here, and the 6XL already with the pressure here, thanks to the Noble Strategy. Thanks to the 6XM as well. Or sorry, that was the triple attack M, but...
Okay, mashing out 2 M's on both sides. Obviously, Zerom's quite a bit more stubby, so Beepaw just trying to leverage that range to escape the corner.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard to escape the corner because remember, it's really hard to just stop this character from exerting pressure. But yeah, once you stand up into that Noble Strategy, it does become minus, right?
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh,
Ready for the ball with the UDP?
Yeah, that whiff was almost catastrophic, but
Yeah.
it was able to cover it. Just recovered in time.
All right. Spooky work. There we get the wall bounce off of the ultimate hula hoop, or the EX rather, but we use it to set up the GG. The run up to you should be enough. We have that 100 in tow. Ponder my orb real quick with another triple attack to seal it out.
Yeah, you better be up pondering your orb, otherwise you are not going to be able to get any W's in this group.
Yep.
So Beepaw first round on this one. You know, in LCQ, he used Heinrichten a few times, so
Yeah,
I'm kind of
exactly.
wondering if it's going to come out.
I was surprised to see that install, something we really don't get to see too often, but the JL of that airborne hit, not going to get too much out of this corner.
Yeah, I mean, one of the coolest design supers, but it's not going to help you when Zerom is up in you like this right now.
Yeah, exactly. Reverse beat can't save you, but the reverse throw maybe can swap up the sides.
Ooh.
And off of the GG set, the close M anti-air works out perfectly for Beepaw.
That is a character specialist type anti-air right there, knowing that your close M has that vertical range for that.
Yeah.
Super good stuff right there. And then Beepaw converting off of it, keeping Zerom in the corner. It went like it was scary for Beepaw a moment ago, but that one anti-air has changed everything.
Yeah. And to believe that you can catch a tricky jump arc like Charlotta Super Jump, you know, it's something that you only get through that experience plus frames stopped in their tracks by UDP.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Forcing just ultimate Charlotta Ball to try to make it. Yeah, I mean, why
I've
not
seen
use
this
that Far L?
before, yeah.
Yeah, well, no, but the Far L is so good. Like,
Yeah.
it looks like it's trolling, but it's actually just incredible, right? What a conversion, though, right there from Zerom. And that's going to be a lot of damage. Can it finish off, though?
Thought we
There
were
it
trolling,
is.
but instead we're rolling on through to round number 3. Zerom brings it back.
That's right. Going to be a close one. I mean, we were expecting this group to be the close one. It is.
Yep.
And it feels like it's going to keep on going for the rest of the day.
There we go. Sniped out with the M up dog. Just waiting for the jump in from Zerom. Far L's and preemptive anti-airs.
Yep, was able to get around. Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, despite the change to the L Holy Ladder,
Yep.
it doesn't matter if it whiffs. You're not -2. You're negative a lot more.
Exactly. Just whipping like a ship in the night. Just trying to find some space off the block. EX ball. Put a GG between you and me. Stand on business.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to stand when you have to deal with these fairy normals, to be
That's
honest
what
with
I'm
you, though.
saying.
So they got to keep the jump. The jump arc is usually pretty good for this character, but that was the perfect jump arc for Beepaw to anti-air.
A couple really awkward ultimate skills. The detonation just going straight past that UDP, side swapping to the mid screen, and we are just dropping all the meter we can to try and get this first game. GG between you and me. I dare you to try and approach.
Oh, unblockable! Yeah, nice, good recognition right there from Beepaw that it was in the air because grounded normals are unblockable,
Yep.
and even for the proper hit on a ground bounce to get a full combo.
The AUB for Beepaw to take game number 1. That 6-6H was clean for the situational awareness. Game 2, Zerom. Let's see if we can tie it up.
And again, that Far L and those two in the 2M, it's going to be the hardest parts about trying to navigate this. If Zerom can figure out around that, he can definitely turn this game differential around.
And that drop on the whip recall is so rough because we found the jump and the punish for Zerom. Now, BC to escape the corner. A quick low with the 6-6M. The crouch under the ultimate up dog finds so much damage for Zerom.
Okay, wall bounce here, 6-6H, and that's just going to finish it off with the Holy Ladder. But the pressure afterwards is scary. We're back in the Grand Blue Zone now.
Yep.
Now,
All right,
you know,
plus range off the dive, tried to mash out, believed in the throw.
yeah, I was going to say that Fairy doesn't really have to deal with the Grand Blue Zone because that Far L is so good at just
Exactly.
pushing away.
All right, mash out off of the far end, trying to catch the landing. Can we Indiana Jones? But we still recover in time for that close L.
That covered 4 different things right there from
Yes.
Zerom. The landing, like you're talking about, the
Yep.
Indiana Jones is another, but also the dive kick, right?
Yeah.
And any other button press, if it was none of those, would probably get clipped by the Skybound Art as well.
Exactly.
Really
We
good
saw them take
recognition.
The sky. All right, sniped out here off of the up dog.
Okay, yeah, try to use the Beppo for the unblockable situation again, right? That's one of the scariest things when GG is on the ground is that anti-air situation and putting yourself in the unblockable. Beepaw got a lot of mileage that during the LCQ.
A lot of mileage off of this super neutral jump. Finds a punish. Maybe Beepaw looking for a throw or a mash out. Either way, whipping on the close Sam combo limit here in the corner.
Yeah, and again, there is that just a barre out from Beepaw to stay away from the corner. Normally, this is one of the scariest positions, but Beepaw is fighting out as if this is like, you know, the job, right?
Yeah.
This is the 9 to 5. I can get out of this corner, no problem.
Fighting out and finding out, trying to leverage anyway with this far L, this far M. Ooh, only to get caught up by that 2M on Zerom's side. The immediate confirm into the ultimate ball. This should be a kill with the Raging Strike, but not enough meter for the chain. But it's all good with the 6-6L.
Yeah, I maybe Beepaw wasn't ready and kind of forgot about it, got hit after the wake up, whatever the case may be. Yeah, no, it was not enough meter. And I mean, Zerom even tried to build a little bit of meter right before it, you know, went for the EX ball and tried to get the rest, but unfortunately still not enough there. Well, one apiece now.
Yeah, tried to be the optimization station, but still off of the scramble. You're up against the corner against Charlotta with 1 HP. What can you do? You can fight back in game number 3.
And fight back indeed as Zerom with the first hit to be able to push away all the way to the corner. Trying to keep that pressure up right now. But again, Beepaw just fights out of the corner as if they do this every day. Yeah. And I mean, they do, you know, life of the zoner, right?
Fighting for your life, the life as a zoner. Again, pushed back into the corner off of this ball.
Ooh, he's going for the sweep. Yeah, the sweep used to be the most common answer in vanilla for that kind of situation right there. But, you know, Fairy's got more than just the sweep in these situations.
Exactly. Decent amount of ways to escape. The hard knockdown into the super. Oh, and sniped up off of the L whip.
Yeah, it's going to be able to get the side switch, and there's the 50-50. But, hey, I didn't want to deal with the 50-50, and I knew you didn't want to deal with the 50-50.
All right, wait it out. Gets the up dog. Yeah, Raging Strike, Raging Chain wouldn't have killed, so just holding on to the meter for one more touch.
Ooh, was able to catch the EX Noble strategy right there. And oh no, real unfortunate there for Zerom. Got ultimate DP and then got sniped out of the ultimate.
Yeah, I like the idea, right? We're trying not to die to chip damage, so we're trying to UDP the extended hurt boxes and try and find a knockdown, but instead caught out by GG. Far L, he didn't think he'd do it a 5th time.
Hey, I mean, that's why we're saying it's not a meme. We look at it and you guys can see the application right there.
Yeah. It works, and also preempted to try and catch the ball, but I like the delay in timing from Zerom to try and catch that golden hour.
Yeah, these Beepaw, Beppo anti-airs have been insane, I gotta say.
Yeah, the 668 side swap as well, just waiting on the DP. Tries to go for a hula on the way back down, only to get sniped by that dive kick.
Yeah, that's gonna be full corner carry thanks to the ultimate skill, thanks to the EX as well. So now Zerom has another chance at this.
Oops. All right, walking back out off of the far M, just trying to see if Zerom scrambles his way back out again. Set point for Beepaw, and in the driver's seat with this corner.
Oh, wow, just close enough that the BC was actually in range. I think Beepaw was trying to avoid that, but not making it. No BP, that's going to be a kill. Yeah, that combo would normally not do nearly as much damage if there was not any Brave points there, but I mean, hey, there was no Brave points. Zerom recognized it, and we are in final game, final round here of Group A.
And that's the scary thing about trying to secure your lead when you're above in that HP, right? You spend your BCs because you're looking for a single last hit, but it gives your opponent so much opportunity to find that comeback. So in this final game, final round, let's see if Zerom can hold on.
Yeah, you wonder if Beepaw may think differently about the BCs now and allow Zerom some extra offensive pressure. Whatever the case may be, has got the 6-6M. Oh, he's got the extended hurt box catch like you mentioned previously.
Yep. Ooh, no, the UDP of your own trying to escape off the minus frames with Zerom. As soon as he finds his opportunity, the patience comes through. The link into the ultimate noble strategy. We are in throw range for the game.
Yes, it's not looking great, and the BP has to get expended right here. That's going to be the corner now. GG's out. Use the 50 meter. And okay, that was really important because you can actually mash out in that situation normally. So use the invincibility. Oh no!
Oh, what a way to get locked out. The whip on the BC up against the wall. Chip damage, and we run up for the holy ladder. Zerom takes the set.
Yeah, once that 100 hands had to get blocked on the Ultimate Edition, there's just too much chip there, and so Zerom's going to do it. Beepaw is going down here. So we now have set standings, no ties here. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, and 4 for this group.
And we'll see that in just a second, but what an amazing set of sets for this Group A to start off the morning. Absolutely no downtime here between all these amazing rounds.
Yes, no, I mean, every match so far has just been fantastic. I got to be honest with you guys.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is the first group.
Yeah.
Now, granted, we did say it was the death group, so we were all expecting really good matches here, and
Exactly.
especially Gambara versus Monarch delivering. Mwah. Can't wait to see more of that because, hey, it looks like they're going to be the winners and losers side people there. So who knows if Monarch is going to be able to make their way, or maybe Gambara might go to losers early. We
we'll
still
see.
don't have that information. We still don't know. Because if you had to ask me who I think is going to win this tournament, I can't give you a clear answer. I can give you maybe like a ranking.
Yeah. I think a lot of folks, you know, if we take the LCQ that we saw yesterday as any indicator of how chaotic it's going to be with the concentration of talent we have over here at the ARC World Tour Finals 2024, I mean, there were a lot of upsets, you know, some top seeds heading into losers and getting knocked out immediately. But let's check out these standings for Group A.
Yes, right there. So you will see that Gambara stands tall among heaven and earth. He alone is at the top, with Monarch there in second, Zerom taking third, and Beepaw fourth here. There was no easy fight throughout this whole thing. And I mean, you can see it. Just look at the names, look at the scores.
Yep.
Even Gambara, who technically went undefeated in sets, did not go undefeated in games.
Exactly. Yeah, so if that's the bloodbath we're seeing just in Group A, I'm sure the rest of these groups are going to be amazing as well. You guys are going to be so excited for the action, and we are as well.
Man. Yes, there are more groups to come here, and I can only imagine that we're going to be getting a lot of close matches, right?
Yeah.
Because that's just what it seems like it's going. But we are going to have to prepare those groups, get ready. So hang tight, sit here, maybe go check out the Cygames store over there. We got the QR code for you. You can get to one of these acrylic standees even. Very, very nice. I'm obviously very partial to the two in front of me. I'm a little biased. But yes, we're going to get those groups ready. So please stick around for the stream. We will be right back with Group B.
PlayStation 罪深き生体兵器ギアに滅びよ。
ギアとの聖戦により悲劇の時代は終わりました。
終わっていない。このままでは第二次聖戦が起きる。
君は一体。
我が名はユニカ。世界を救うために来た。
聖戦の英雄カイキスクがギアをめとるとは。
聖戦は終わりました。私たちも変わっていく必要があります。
殺戮兵器だ。何も変わりはしない。
生まれが全てではないでしょう。
強引なアプローチは嫌いじゃないぜ。
何が目的ですか。
ギアとの共存という過ちを正し人類を救う。あらゆるギアを根絶することで。
ボスの狙いか。
母さん。
全国民を敵に回すことになる。
うち結構強いから。
なんでこんなことすんだよ。
そこまでよ。
ここは任せろ。行け、援護しろ。
ほら、ユニカと話するの諦めないさ。何か理由があると思うんだ。
お前はそれでいい。
おぞましきギアに味方する者を許さない。
ユニカは単独犯ではない。
私たちで黒幕捉えちゃったり。情報を聞き出すまでが任務だから。
救える命も救えねえぞ。
貴様らがギアをかばうなら聖戦は必ず起きるだろう。
聖戦は俺が止める。
What's good, what's poppin', gamers? Welcome back to ARC World Tour Finals group stages here for Granblue Fantasy vs. Rising, presented by PlayStation Tournaments. And who better to bring you the action than myself, Jatsu, and the homie Zero. How we doing, brother?
Yes, I'm doing fantastic. It was a great opening set to start things off here for Group A. There's still plenty more action to come. A lot of great rivalries here, and plenty of stories to be told as we wind down to who will be qualifying to that final top 8.
Exactly. So we just saw Gamera and Monarch making it out of Group A. So now we're fighting it out to see which two gamers are making it out of Group B between Space, Tororo, Zane, and Zippy. And of course, we have Group C and Group D later on this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. And it's a strong lineup here. Space, Tororo, and Zane, as you said. Another Paragon competitor in this grouping here. And of course, we're going to have a couple more on the way, but this lineup is going to be fierce. It's going to be quite the interesting run-up between, in particular, I got my eye on Tororo and Zane here, simply because of like how they are going to be competing and considering their record and the practice. But Tororo going to be up first here alongside Space. Let's take a look at our competitor, Space.
Alright, so we got Space, our rep, coming in from the Netherlands. So we got EU, but we also have JP in this pool. Let's check out our other competitor, Tororo.
That's right, it's going to be Space up against Tororo here on the Beatrix from Space. And Tororo, you know, has some of that experience here in terms of facing off against Gamera in the past, and has some experience traveling a little bit as well. We'll see how this stacks up between these two as they line it up, because honestly, Tororo, with this Percival, will be an interesting pick. We're talking a lot of stoppage on this riding free coming from Space, and that's going to be a big factor in terms of the fireball play, and also that extended range poke from the far medium from Percival. There's going to be a couple key tools lining up, but hold on, Space might be switching up to this Cagliostro potentially.
Yeah, so doing a little bit of research on these EU reps, of course, reaching out to Viram, and what he told me was that Space is one of these competitors in this top 16 that is the most likely to pull out some of these secondaries. Of course, we know it's been tearing it up on the Beatrix, but even as recently as Kayane Cup has been tearing it up with the Cagliostro as well. So let's see it as we let these intros rock. The Tricky Alchemist versus the Lord of Flames himself.
I do like this character swap here for Cagliostro. Make things just as tricky for Percival to try to close the gap. These hexes are going to be very important to get the set play rolling. Of course, the strength of Percival is nothing to scoff at here. And, you know, despite seeing a lack of Cagliostro later on in the tour here, still a pretty potent character in terms of the zoning game.
Yeah, a character that has only gotten more tricky as time goes on. You know, reversal punishes notwithstanding, but still able to find a triple attack into the hula hoop to start things off.
That Spear able to get a single charge and tried to be very cautious to take out that low hex, but Space is one step ahead for that one here. 5H to keep you locked in. Don't you get caught. That additional low hex there. If it's a back throw, we try to push the spear. But the alt flame carpet gets a little bit of extra damage, and now we're pushing out.
Yeah, Abari flame carpet. I mean, we're trying to stay right at the range of far H, or maybe a little bit spaced out to catch out these extended hurt boxes. But when Tororo has that meter, that 50%, just trying to advance on the red carpet itself.
There we go. Alt hex. Nice little spot dodge. Getting away from the danger zone from Space, but a trade out.
There we go. Still gets the refund on the trade, so good for Tororo, but again, has still been fighting this entire round to get out of the corner, has not had any opportunity to build up these stocks.
There we go. quick DP to end up in the center of the screen. And how do we navigate around this alt hex here from Cagliostro? You're seeing that moment of pause. Space does not even have to be anywhere near that flame carpet, so it's a great stoppage against Tororo.
Yeah, spaced out here on space. Finally, another trade on the flame carpet again. That's a meter back, but no check on the jump in, but it is a check on the run-up throw. The backdash 2M for Tororo puts space in one touch.
I'm loving the expenditure here from space. Every single time it's that alt hex. Again, it's stopping that forward linear advancement from Percival, and we do get this high opener, Raging Strike, to finish the job here for space in round 1.
And already, this round number 1 almost down to the wire. 13 seconds left on the clock. I wonder if things are going to speed up now that we have a little bit more of a feel for how each other is playing the immediate 6XL from the start.
Nice, but let's not, throw caution to win here on this approach. Actually, a couple dash Ls, Toro getting in.
Nice. Waited out the single swipe on the hex.
Yeah, single swipe, a little bit of a spot dodge on the spear. Flame carpet's still there, and trying everything we can to extend the air time. We want to get Tororo to overextend here. It's not quite going to work out. Space taking their time to push out of that corner.
Yeah, just waited out off the Lord Strike low. Again, speaking of the low, we got the calculated the spear out of the ground and run up throw. Space just rotating so well here to bring Tororo to this East Coast side.
All right, and again, so this is smart. I talk about this all the time, right? With the flame carpet not being so willing to just jump out. And it puts you in a bad position sometimes. If you have the ability to do so, hang out for a little bit, deal your set plate damage because you're going to give up space. But in this case, space is looking a little rough on health.
Ooh. I like the spacing on the Lord Strike there. Catches up both of those seals, so a little bit less room for space to stand on business. Looking for the air stall like you mentioned, but again, these spot dodges from Tororo are stellar.
Tororo really finding the space between space.
Yeah. Playing the spacing game against Space himself as we tie it up in game number 1. Let's see, it's been a lot of aggressive round starts on Space, but now maybe just backing up a little bit, looking for the walkback 6XL.
Late tech here, we're still able to press the offense. Quick little charge, and again, these little pokes against low hexes here. Close, heavy, I love the stagger here from Space. It's going to be off-the-wall damage. Another hex setup.
There we go, TP, we set the seals.
So another one on the low, just to make sure you're staying honest in this corner, but the deck saves Tororo.
Yeah, the immediate challenge on the shimmy as well with that 2M only to get speared, bounced up off of the hex. Space takes game number 1.
It's going to be a lot of that, visual stimuli that's really going to catch you off guard here. We're seeing a lot of action coming from Tororo to close the gap against Space. We're worried about, hey, I want to take away the advantage you have from those low hexes, but at the same time, there's a small window between me taking that out and when Space decides to send out a spear behind me to launch me forward into a problematic situation.
Yeah, exactly. These tricky little micro delays thinking, oh, okay, you've set up the seals. I know what to look for in this moment. But you don't do it instantly. You give them a little bit of chance to doubt their read and then finally catch them when they decide to dash up.
There we go. Already got the low knockdown, 5 stocks ready to roll.
Yep. Okay, backdash on the 2M, finds another 6XL, that shoulder check to finally put Space up against this corner. This is one of the first round starts we've seen from Tororo that gets the advantage so early.
Yes, and this is huge. Keeping Space in the corner on top of the alt flame carpet, that's adding so much damage over time, and Tororo hardly had to do much to really solidify this round victory.
Bro, he's really holding Space with the flame carpet. Just sends it with a 2-2-6-U every time we can in honor of the DOT for Space, just losing so much HP just standing on top of that flame.
Again, you don't have to panic right away, but once your health starts to dwindle down to that 25-30% zone, you really need to start thinking about those next actions in Space. Couldn't find a way out. All right, low, taking away, dash L does smother the attempt from Tororo.
Yeah, we have a single stock on the board here for Tororo, just trying to make a little bit of headway in the mid-screen off of that flame carpet, but I like the use of the ult seal, just put a big stop sign here for Tororo.
And that's the spacing I was talking about in that first round. Once again, you had that ult seal in front of that flame carpet, and once again, this other seal, additional safety net for Space. If you decide to get frisky and go for that Lord Strike, you're going to get caught for this corner combo.
Exactly. The charge up on the rock isn't, flame carpet where you're getting plus frames and DOT, but it's forcing your opponent to think, do I want to try and challenge and give you this resource? Do I want to far age and go straight into the Seonraisen and right out of the corner?
Risky call there. The flame carpet came just in the nick of time for Tororo. Back in the mid screen. Let's get a little Fafnir.
All right, send it with the flame carpet. Again, the ultimate seal, the ultimate fireball, just waiting it out here.
Oh, gee, Tororo, what is these spot dodges? Absolutely insane.
Has been ready for the ultimate seal every single time, and the Lord Strike ties up the set.
Right. Much like in Group A, we're in for a long haul here. I am sure these players have been more than ready to go toe-to-toe against each other in these group stages.
Yeah.
They've been playing all weekend, getting practice in, really taking the notes.
Yep. We can see the quick flash of the other competitors in the group as well. Zippy and Zane watching with bated breaths, knowing they're going to have to run into both of these competitors as well in the rest of this round robin.
Here we go.
We're locked back in for game number 3. Who can take the first lead in this set? Walking back out off of the far H.
Yo, big swing, and it's going to connect here. Get out of this corner.
Yeah, big commits to when we're taking our turn now. You know, I think in that game number 1 and 2, maybe a little bit more frisky with it off the scramble, but finally lets the Golden Throne rock.
See, I've been wondering because there's been some hesitation from Totoro in terms of keeping that Oki or going for anti-air. And I've been waiting for that throne to come out here, and it's about time we got space, trusting in the reversal.
Yeah, spent the 54 right now. Both of these players, pretty low health situations, runs right past the flame carpet, but you got the knockdown for it.
Oh, what a backdash. Going to call out the whiff button press. Comes from Totoro. You do have enough resources to finish the job in space. We'll take that first round handily.
All right, 1 round away from this game differential. Toro, how do we respond? I mean, that game number 2, it seemed like we turned up the aggression to 200% and it was keeping space on the back foot. But like you said, now that we're showing a little bit more of that UDP, maybe leaving some more gaps in our pressure to try and scout that out.
Oh, geez. Back-to-back. Dash L here. Let's go for the EX DP. Extend our time. We have flame carpet down, but the BC, very important. Get me that space. Removes the carpet.
There we go. Far H, fireball, Far H, fireball. Send it with the 2M, but getting the patience from space, just trying to walk up behind this ultimate seal.
Oh, you see the 2H, but you're establishing a certain presence, and yet still space able to get out of the corner, side swapping with a massive combo, and able to lock you down with another Hex. Let's take charge here.
Sent off of the CR Ice, and once again, the H version sniped out of the ultimate startup, so that's a lot of meter lost for Totoro, a lot of HP lost for space off of this 6XL starter, and the shotgun of the 214H is enough.
They're just swinging for the fences here, round for round, hit for hit. As we start with this next one. A big chase from Totoro. Wait a minute, space looking for a little bit of a backdash, and yet still Totoro will not be deterred.
Yeah, final game, final round between these two. The first set of group number B, and already off to such a start. The second seal catches you out, but no confirmed into the close H. Whiff on the throw. We find the mash up from Totoro. Good awareness.
Dash L, and again, you're walking down space. It's important. Despite not getting the Dash L block stun, you still gain ground against space.
Yep. All right, able to walk out the flame carpet. Took the full duration of that DOT, though.
But look at the positioning there. We were right on top of the Hex. There's no way that Totoro could safely try to challenge that without getting caught themselves.
Yeah. But again, finds the challenge off the far normal. Still not enough with combo limit, just barely keeping you alive. Now that damage over time means so much. You have to act fast or else you're going to die at the hands of the flame carpet. Stand on the ultimate seal. How can we bring this back, space?
This is very important here. Honestly, you set up that ult seal, but all the better for Totoro because, as you said, no health to really kind of live throughout that sequence. You're running out of ground, and yet still the chase from Totoro to get the final strike. The Lord Strike will wrap it up.
Tried to bring it back for space off the ultimate seal, but Control Alt deleted off of the low. Now Totoro up 2-1 in the group stages.
Whew. And that is quite a set, and it's only a fraction of what you could expect throughout the rest of this group here because, my goodness, this is Group A, like you and Ebonic were saying earlier, Group A is very easy to say, well, that's the group of death. But literally every single group is cream of the crop, Granblue Fantasy versus Rising competition, and it's nothing short of spectacular for each round here. I'm going to see plenty more of it as we lead into our next players coming up here because, my goodness, it's going to be a wild ride, and you get to choose at home your PlayStation Player of the Day. So you can follow the link right below me here and vote for your Player of the Day. We're doing it every single day throughout the event, so you can choose your favorite moments and highlight your favorite competitors throughout the weekend.
Yeah, log in, do your dailies. I'm sure we've already made some fan favorites just off of that first set, but of course, a couple gamers headed up to the stand. Let's check out our next competitor. Up next, we got Zane. Yeah, and also make sure to vote. Also, again, you...
That's right, Paragon's own Zane stepping up to the plate here. Of course, primed and ready for this one with the Grimnir, who is apparently the terror of Granblue Fantasy versus Rising. But you know who else was a terror and still continues to be a terror? Zippy.
That's right, Railfire Legion Zippy starting off on the near, heading to the Lucilius, and if I'm not mistaken, has been trying out the newest character on the block, the Sandalphon here, heading up next.
Look at that, Private Sassy Legs out here himself with Sandalphon. This character is going to be interesting to play against. Of course, as you said, Zippy has been playing the Sandalphon throughout the release. It tends to kind of stick with it, especially with the changes to Lucilius, which honestly, Lucilius is still a fantastic character, but you're not as rewarded on block as you once were. So
Exactly.
some Lucilius players feel a little like, you know what, I want to try something different.
Yeah.
And Sandalphon is that character of choice for Zippy. Of course, a high risk, but even greater reward kind of character, especially when you're going for those stance changes.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how people's opinions on the stance have kind of changed over time. Of course, you know, day one Twitter clips we're seeing, oh man, the water orb unblockable. This is going to be crazy. You know, how viable is it to actually see in a match? And now a little bit of exploring on some of these other forms, whether it's, you know, Rock Slide to try and find some of this evil corner pressure on resetting, you know, off of these plus frames. But I think we've kind of come full circle to where a lot of folks are thinking the light form, you know, this base form, happens to be the safest because it doesn't have that damage penalty while still having 99% of the tools of these other versions.
Yeah, for me, playing a lot of Sandalphon, light form is generally my go-to around start just because I get, look, under the right circumstances, I'm still doing 10k damage off my corner combo. We're
Exactly.
good. If I want to make that far worse for my opponent, sure, I got Fire Stance.
Yeah.
If I want to try to navigate the screen space, depending upon the character, Wind Stance with that extra air dash. But there's that risk because, one, I might be faster, but boy, am I going to take some extra hits.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the fun about Sandalphon. If you've not tried out this character, I highly encourage you take Sandalphon to the lab. One, great character to look at, a really cool style for this character. I'm learning about Sandalphon for the first time through Granblue Fantasy versus Rising. It's no secret that every time Cygames drops a character in this game, like, I am learning about them for the first time.
Exactly.
So this is awesome. We'll see what stance we might see here. Light might be the go-to to start, but I do believe for Zippy, we might see a little bit of wind action try to contest against Grimnir. We'll see.
Yeah. I like what we're seeing immediately as soon as we see those seals set from Zane, just crouch blocking underneath the center two seals, making it so that TK air dash, you know, is just going to whiff right over. So we found the Z dash, we found the throw to put you back into the corner, but just mitigating that risk, I say, as we find the counter hit starter on Zane.
Man, that 5L is such a great button there for Sandalphon, but unfortunately not able to get the quick follow-up. And now what do you do in this corner here? You have to wait for the block, and Zane is not going to give it to you.
Yeah.
There it is, BC, it's still our turn. Late tech, I'm still doing a little bit of damage.
Yeah, chipping away because of that button tech, and now we need 3 good hits to even out the life lead. We have SSBA to try and make that a little bit faster of a journey, but still, one more DP could be enough for Zane.
Let's jump in, BC out. All right, with no opportunity for a mistake here. Yeah, running into it. Caught the dash startup here from Zane. Going to take that first round.
All right, how do we respond? No elemental changes from Zippy, but I mean, Grimnir is one of these characters that makes it so scary to try and, you know, sacrifice any of your tempo again to run up on the seals.
It was right there. I'm telling you, as I said yesterday, folks are really labbing out how to defend against Grimnir, and it's positional. It's always going to be that first and foremost. Open up low after the reset.
Yeah, you block the high, but not ready for the low afterwards. Expecting a fuzzy, and now we're back into it. The ultimate seals the off-screen.
You son of a gun! I knew it, Zane. I knew I'd see this setup here.
We knew this setup, but did we know what he would go for? No air dash to be seen. The low takes game number 1.
The moment Grimnir disappears off the screen, you start praying to whatever you need to pray to survive that next interaction. Oh.
Yeah, bro, I'm praying to Versusia that I guess right, but, you know, you can only be right so many times here as we head into game number 2.
Oh, yeah, the warp. You can warp through the fireball, but unfortunately mistimed, and you ran right into it.
Yep. Yeah, and again, the dash block on the seals. Mitigating the risk, but putting yourself right in range here. A lot of respect on Zane.
Dash L. Nice. Back special to push forward to mid-screen.
Yep.
Keep you locked down with Judgment Cut and ult for ult's sake.
Ooh, there we go. EXDP. Catch you trying to get to the skies and threaten an air dash.
See, we don't want to give up the resource, but you know what? If I walk back, that's going to be behind you. That's going to be the past problem, not my
Exactly.
current problem.
Yeah. Trying to stay out of range of the air dashes here, not trying to challenge because we're so far up, but now aggressing on the space, just standing on top of the steals, but standing on business. That far L to challenge Zippy. Not going to let you get away with it for free.
All right. Backing away to you and right into stance. It's great because you're going to hold the positive frames for yourself. Ooh, sniped!
There we go. Can't get away with the tornado just yet. The triple dash.
Oh, geez, the JM. Nice block here from Zayn. Gonna hold
Yep.
the guard button. Alt to get you off of me.
Yeah, because of the hard knockdown, we get the seal set once again. Committed to the down back, but sniped out of the throw.
Yeah.
Not gonna reach too linear on the approach. I wonder if SSBA would have worked, but either way, Zayn taking to the skies and now threatening set point.
But we can't forget, has a great DP. So
Yeah.
we could have done EXDP to try to snipe out against Zayn, but it's about that reaction timing. Relied on super rather than a special.
Yeah.
All right, good block.
Yeah, double dash. Didn't want to help to hold the plus frames off the TK dash. Now it's DP out like you mentioned, Zero.
Yeah, but it's going to be on that defensive end. Blocking 2H does with. I'm so, hey,
He
whatever
just
you want to
use
do.
all the seals. Be a little silly with it. Send it with the Mistfinder and send it with the 6-6L. Zippy finally has a corner situation now.
Oh, yep, combo limit, frame kill for that DP. Oh, we floating.
Yeah, jump over, EX special. Just a little air style action. We have a couple more seals.
All right, the stagger here. This is the first massive lead Zippy's gotten throughout the set.
Yeah.
And note, not a single element change whatsoever throughout the set.
Yeah. Just staying in the light form, doesn't want to take any more damage than we have to. We send it with the Mistfinder only to get sniped out by the super, but no cinematic to be seen.
The block on the BC there. Ult DP, it's my turn, but there's no break points inside of Zippy. So next touch, triple attack. The special will wrap things up, but also a back special. The Lariat coming from Zippy will take a round.
Yeah, we saw that micro step backwards. Maybe Zayn thinking, all right, I got to fight back here. If you're going to be a little too aggressive, let me try and take my turn, only to get sniped, but still Zayn on set point. The Wind Gale, the Mistfinder, just waiting for any way to aggress.
Ooh.
Okay,
We'll
caught
snipe
up.
you with the judgment cut. Okay.
Yeah, but barely took any damage for it. Look, it's just a sliver of the HP lost. Evened up with the counter at 6-6L, but still the jump in from Zippy is clean. Rated out. Ooh, preemptive spot dodge, maybe looking for an air dash. All right, send it. Hard knockdown off the ultimate fireball, just standing on business with these seals, and sends it once again. So pretty close to that 50-meter threshold to the 6-6L starter. One more touch here in the corner.
Stagger pressure to you continues. Keep you blocking.
Yep.
BC out. And again, another substantial lead for Zippy. Lots of work for Zayn to do. SSBA is certainly on the table, and I believe we spent just to get at least a break point back and strip one down. No, goes for reset. Believes in the mix.
Yep, the off screen. No BP to your name, so even the close L taps are enough. Raging Strike to tie it up for Zippy.
All right, this is a pretty big position to be in right now. 1-all in the set. Historically, these sets have gone in Zayn's favor here. Last time running into each other at CEO proper here.
Yeah.
And that was 3-2 grand finals in favor of Zayn. Or excuse me, actually 2-0 at CEO for Zippy. 3-1 grand finals at Risk.
Yeah, these gamers have run into each other quite some time over the Arc World Tour, and it shows they're playing the player matchup. But how ready are we for Sandalphon, really? All right, they're still off of the EX special. Still got 3 seals to consume here, so we're just going to send it off the EXDP.
Oh, Chase. Good snipe, though. Alt DP pushing away.
All right, throw tech. The backdash sniped out by the ultimate fireball. Ooh. Yeah, micro dash jump over, just gonna get caught by the counter hit. 2H, lots of HP immediately lost here by Zippy, advancing off of the seals. Still the mash out on the far L, so brave.
Up to you pick up. That'll carry here for another wall bounce. Combo limit is imminent there after that sequence.
Yep. All right. BC out, just trying to put you as far away from your seals as we can. Don't give him an opportunity to try and challenge. Spot dodge on the ultimate tornado, but still finds the escape with the 5-2.
And because you don't have any Brave points, unfortunately, that means you're down and out for this round.
Yep. Zane back on set point. Zippy, can we stay alive?
Dash L here. Good. Got the single button tech. Fireball out. Big 2H. What a call out here.
Yep. All right, the single dash just goes into the throw. So much respect gained off of, the threat of the air dash shields.
The fact that we've not anti-aired any of that approach from those seal scenarios means that Zane feels comfortable going for those empty jumps.
Yeah, exactly. We've shown so many of those Z dashes just in that first game that the respect was built up so quickly, but that health lead evaporating as Zippy with the shimmy 2M. Ooh. Only to get Psycho Crusher for your troubles. Back to the mid screen for you with 4 seals. Katsu sends it the slight delay, catches out the attempt to Brave counter, and now we have the SBA. It's the kill for Zane.
Zane maintaining that performance over Zippy here and still establishing a strong show with this Grimnir. Of course, Zippy on Sandolphin, showcasing, one, being able to change so quickly to a brand new character that some folks are still on the fence of where he belongs in terms of strength. And, I'm of the opinion that Sandolphin is a pretty sound character. Maybe not the most strongest character in the roster, but certainly holds his own above, a swath of the crowd here.
Yeah, this is a solid Shoto, right? But, how many ways are we going to have to try and bring down the God of Wind himself? I don't know. But the God of Wind, Zane, is still going to be sticking around on the stand, waiting for his next opponent in this round robin. It's Space.
Yes, Space, of course. We saw with the Cagliostro. Might be bringing back the Beatrix here.
Yeah.
We'll see. It is Grimnir on this one. So I could see the Cagliostro pick on this. Of course, we do have other characters. We've seen Space run a Charlotta once before, once upon a time. But we'll see if that comes up to play here, because with Cagliostro, you can kind of make things a little iffy with the aerial hexes against Grimnir on those dashes. But if we go Beatrix, of course, big damage. It's going to be about positioning here. That really helps you out. In terms of the neutral presence, that first 5H, of course, being that showstopper from Grimnir. And then, of course, the follow-up right after. That's a riding free opportunity there for Beatrix. So if we're feeling comfortable in spacing, maybe we do get B.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do we want to try and go toe-to-toe with the trickiness of the seals, of the hexes, and try and, pollute the screen as much as we can? Or, like you said, do you just want to cash out on the damage? Beatrix, not a character that lacks in mobility by any means. Like you mentioned, the riding free, the Thunderbird, maybe to catch you out of the skies, but all right, I'm seeing the Cagliostro right now coming out from Space.
Yeah, it might just be this button check here as they're starting to lock in. And, of course, it's still a sound pick, right? Because the last time Zane had faced off against Cagliostro, it's been a little bit here, but that's the thing. As I mentioned earlier, Cagliostro is one of those characters that just does not appear quite often anymore. And not for lack of strength, it's just there are other characters that really outshine her nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. Especially in NA, we don't really get to see her too much. We think of Space, we think of Shiro and some others as well overseas, but not a particularly popular pick these days. But hovering over it in the character select, was that just a button check, or are we really thinking about it to try and go toe-to-toe, sky for sky in this next match?
Ooh, pressure's on here, trying to establish that lead.
The tricky tactician. Looks like we're locking it in. The Grimnir versus Cagliostro for our next set.
All right, so last time these two faced off was at UFA, of course. It was 3-1 in Zane's favor in the winner's semis of top 8.
I mean, knowing that you're going to be running into this guy in your group, I'm sure you've had a decent amount of time to prep, but how many other Grimnirs have you had to get that experience? Footage is really all you have. So we let these intros rock for the next match.
I don't trust this Cagliostro.
Grimmy? We love a confident king.
I love Grimnir. Grimnir's so cool. Everyone's cool in Grand Blue. I can't get enough.
He's so cringe, he loops back around to being awesome. Alrighty. Zane versus Space for our next match, sending it immediately off of the Psycho Crusher. Catches out the walk back.
Ooh. Out of range of the spear. Clash. Tech, you got to hold on to that low hex, though.
Yep.
If you would have gotten a throw or a hit that would have removed it, you could have continued offensive pressure in that corner.
Ooh. Looking for the slide there, a little misspaced. I wonder if that was a misinput there from Zane. Send it off of the U-Tornado, but so many screen flashes back and forth. Ooh. Yeah, tried to be tricky with the respect of the seal, but instead it's the fuzzy mash out from Space. Clean.
Tech. Dash Shell to shut it down. Another good tech here. Massive lead for space and great positioning. Those seals are not going to be helpful until we got this push from Tornado.
Yeah.
That's the
Ooh.
thing that Zane notes a lot. It's like, tell me how I'm going to get out of corner. Once
Yeah.
you lock me down, what do I have?
Yeah, I imagine that TK seal is, you know, tricky. If we commit to the far edge, maybe it catches it out, but especially looking for something a little bit safer like the far medium, just going to go straight over and straight into the ultimate seal. Finds the run under here for space. Not going to be the kill without that 100-meter, but one more touch. Knows you're looking for the throw.
Zip, zoop, and on out of there. We do get one break point down, so that does mean we have, you know, a little bit of a benefit if we go for SBA. And we don't even need it here. This is going to be a round for Zane. Nice cleanup.
This dude hasn't gone for the high option in either of these sets so far, just threatening with the 2L, knowing that it kills as well.
Everyone wants to stand up. You
That's
see
true.
somebody zipping around in the sky like that, I got to stand up.
Trying to stand
Anything
up,
could happen.
stand proud, and stay alive, but first round here to Zane.
Yo, dash.
Okay, threaten the frame trap off the seal this time. Try and build some more respect.
Oh, I like the float there. That's interesting. I wonder how the hurt box would have landed on that spear. You
Yeah.
did gain that extra time for activating.
Yeah, I love the link. Tornado into the Psycho Crusher. Now wait out the BC. It's a throw to put you back into the corner.
All right, Gale dash. Oh, yeah, wanted to bait one of those out, but unfortunately too little too late.
Yeah.
Honestly, a fast reaction from space.
Yeah. All right, still got the seal set. Walk it out, the little shimmy off of the close H, trying to tech here. Oh, but you still don't build up the 100 off of this. Wait, no, combo limit saves you. One more throw.
Okay, there's still a chance here for Zane. We saw it okay, never mind.
We saw the second ultimate seal, and you really had to scramble to try and stay alive there, right? Especially with space. Having a decent HP lead, I understand the scramble.
I believe, though. I mean, we saw the last round. Zane did it. This time around, not going to happen.
Yeah, right.
Locked in, and there's the throw. Removes the seals, and now we continue offense for the corner. Oh, what a jab.
Ooh. Okay, the double dash. Had to end your turn with no seal set.
The throw. Back to the mid-screen, of course. Yo!
Yeah,
No
looking
follow-up.
for the throw tech. Ooh. Ultimate seal caught up in the startup by that ultimate fireball as well.
H. Oh, okay. Nice pickup. We're going to get that side swap here. Oh, no, dropped a little bit there.
Yeah, you hate to see it. That close H left a lot on the table.
And I love the ult in response from Zane, slowing things down for the space, who also spent an ult seal.
Yep. Spending that BP, one diamond apiece. Ooh.
That was install, though. That was install.
Yeah. Wrong SBA for the occasion. Now you're going to get wall bounce off of this ultimate hula hoop. Still not enough. Wait. Oh, combo limit just barely saves you. 50 chip damage is such a big factor. I know you're looking for the ultimate seal, but you gotta look behind you, then jump over with the 5 using up. Zane with a little bit of a shake of the head of his own. He's like,
Man, that was crazy. You dropped that, huh? Interesting. Imagine if you didn't drop that close heavy in that other sequence.
He said, curious. A confirmation fumble.
right,
But
this-
such is life. We take a deep breath. Take a second before game number 2.
This is important to take a deep breath in this scramble situation, post-scramble scenario. Even
Yeah.
if it was Zane, I would take that break too. Just,
Yeah.
hey, you know what? I almost dropped everything.
Exactly,
Let's
yeah.
reset, recoup.
And back into it we go. Game number 2.
All right, chase down begins. See the spot dodge, you're aware. Changed a little bit this patch, that 5H.
Yeah. A little bit more minus, a little slower, but still a decent poke here to try and set some of those seals to slide, but still the mash out on the 6-6 L from space.
All right, got the corner positioning away from seals, close heavy. Still gonna have to hold the block. Solid lead in health right now for space.
Yep.
Not gonna give up this Hex. That's a strong resource to hold until he gets scooped up.
Yeah, the double dash standing on the Hex is so smart unless your opponent is taking to the skies. But now the side swap coming out from space, the walkout. But now it's to predict the hard mash out on the 2L from Zane.
Take to the skies, combo limit achieved. Nice left-right block. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, tried to go for the JU, but instead landed right into the ultimate seal space, one step ahead. All right, all right.
got to be frustrating to deal with. You're still chipping away at all those hexes being played by Cagliostro, and yet still Space is taking note of that, going, hey, you're paying a little too much attention to these, and I'm finding these massive openings. Dash L corner.
All right. Far H, instant set on the seals. Ooh. Yeah, tricky on the slide, but Zain a believer in the mash out.
Hex, dash it. You had to keep advancing because of this Hex here, and unfortunately the tech not going to remove it. Zain took the chance that we needed to at least start the momentum. Takes the disguise one more time. We caught you crouch blocking, because how many times did we hit low?
Yep. Caught out of the air dash. Now one more set. Finally goes for the overhead option, but still it's the block from Space, only to get opened up right after. Yeah, we have Raging Strike to spend some time. Didn't build up the 100 though.
Still anyone's game, and this should wrap it up here. Space does take victory, tying it up.
There we go. Bring it to that game number 3. A deep breath once again. How do we reassess?
As I'm told, no surprises from Zain here. Going to be sticking with Grimnir throughout the bracket, of course.
Okay, walk it back, set the seals, only to get caught out by the spear. Really not a lot of damage taken, and able to find you your way back out.
A 5L interrupt, okay. You know, Cagliostro blessed with some spectacular buttons to really contest the mid-screen.
Yeah.
That
Okay,
5H.
made your way in with a whiff Beyblade, but still threatening the strike throw at least. No hexes to be seen, but the run-up throw bait works out clean.
All right, launch it, super.
Yep. 2H SBA, put him in the meat grinder. Now Space on set point.
This is looking rough right now for Zain, unless we can make a turnaround, but Space seems to be in complete control of the set.
Ooh. Yeah, a little far to pick up off of the Hex, but still gains so much space for it.
Keep dashing, pressure with 5H. There's not a whole lot that Zain could do to challenge out. We need to wait for this 50% from Grimnir to really have a shot, and Space going to take advantage with a massive health lead. Good luck trying to see the read right there, knowing the moment that Zain got 50% on meter, it meant that last desperate reversal would come through in Space, calling it out, achieving victory here and advancing with a victory in the group stage.
Yeah, Space just taking control of game number 3. Zain looking a little, I would say, uncharacteristically antsy, especially in that corner. Looking for some of these mash outs, biting on the throw tech baits, and especially that UDP. I mean, at that point, you had to try and fight for your life with the 50 you had, right?
It's such a coin toss scenario in that corner, right? Because you had your 50%, not quite close enough for BC, and Space knew it. That's why he kept seeing the dash L into 5H, because he had that natural spacing that would keep you away from the one universal option that Zain would have to get safely out, or at least attempt to. But beyond that, we took that chance with that 50% meter, and you know, good on Space, because you had to pay attention not only your own resources, but your opponents to make that next decision to sequence that offense. Space killed it with that final moment.
Exactly. And the run-up on that ultimate seal as well just puts so much pressure on Zain. You know, even if you're just eating a throw, it's going to be so much more damage when you're just waiting for that ultimate blue circle to disappear. You're like, please, let me make it out of here with my life. 5U has been doing such a good job, but sometimes you just got to bring it back to that layer 1 and keep them grounded. Such is life.
You know what? Honestly, that looks like a player of the day to me in Space. I don't know about you, and I don't know about you at home. Why don't you check it out? The link right below. You can vote for your PlayStation Player of the Day all weekend long. Every day we are crowning another Player of the Day, so definitely check out that link at arcsystemworks.jp/vote so you can choose and highlight some of your favorite players.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out BSG being our Grand Blue Player of the Day for yesterday, but of course we can crown a new POTD if you guys stop on by to vote.
Absolutely. Now, let's take a look at how the scores are lining up here in this Group B, because a lot of action has happened. You know, a lot of scores have been played. Everyone's fought at least once.
Yeah. I mean, these scores are looking so, you know, neck and neck, right? We already have a couple ties here. The 1-1s coming out from Zain in Space. Of course, still more matches to be played, but I don't know, man. Maybe might be looking at a tiebreaker. Of course, as a reminder, we take it by set and by game win percentage, and if it comes down to it, then maybe we have that first-to-one round robin just in case of a 3-way tie.
Absolutely, and honestly, I think a lot of eyes have been on Tororo
Yeah.
throughout this grouping. Of course, the one to beat, one of the individuals that doesn't get to travel too much as far as like crossing international competition. We did get to see Tororo at EVO, of course, but this competition is getting fierce because all eyes stateside, and especially from folks like Zane who have made comments about like I do believe I'm ready for this matchup here, but it's going to be about what Tororo brings to the table when I have to cross swords with him.
Yeah, it was so funny seeing the group draw show, and then we went up to Zane, and you asked him, oh, what group would you like to be in? He's like, let's make it fun. Let's make it interesting. I want to be in Group B, and then immediately after takes to Twitter and goes, guys, why did I do that? Like, it's going to be really fun.
Because that was my interview of just like, I hope I don't have to run into Tororo right away. And like, but Zane.
Me when I write my own destiny, such as life, you know? But hey, I mean, it just makes more for an interesting story. I mean, we also had the two EVO champs, you know, matching up against each other in, what is it? It's Group D?
Group D. That'll be a little bit later
so
today.
We'll be seeing that in a little bit too.
You know, sometimes it's better to take on, you know, rip the Band-Aid off early, right? Like, I want to take on the strongest challenge that I have, get it out of the way, and who knows, maybe you're pleasantly surprised, right? Maybe you're, you know, psyching yourself out like, you know, after all this time, maybe I'm not quite ready. And sure enough, we've seen a lot of players this weekend step up, especially during the LCQ. I mean, LCQ top 8 was just not what any of us expected here. So it was great to watch. If you missed out on yesterday's action, definitely rewatch that. It's not one you want to miss.
Yeah, that was a barn burner of an LCQ. I gotta tell you, so back and forth. And, you know, I'm not gonna spoil the ending. If you guys saw Group A, you know who made it in through that LCQ. But the storyline of how we got there, it was a stellar top 8. So make sure to check that out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a great run throughout the entire group series here. We still have 2 more groups ahead of us as we start to get these players set up. In just a moment, we were talking about Tororo. You can kind of see in the back here, already getting set up against Zippy as well, who is just clearly ready for vacation. This is a good time for Zippy.
I swear he was wearing a Hawaiian shirt yesterday.
Yes,
I'm sure
he
he just got
was.
the whole rotation in the wardrobe real quick. He's taking it like a vacation.
I mean, honestly, just celebrating a birthday. So happy birthday to Zippy. You know, coming out to compete at Arc World Tour Finals. Make sure it's a grand one here for Zippy folks at home. And I know he had a good time last night hanging out. Actually got a birthday cake, so that was cool.
Oh, it's his birthday today, right? They celebrated at midnight. That could be a day late, but happy birthday to the young king fighting for his life here in group stages. You get to play against Tororo as your gift. You get to, you know, run into the Lord of Flames himself, making a guest appearance at your birthday.
All right, so try to get this button check ready to go here. Sandalphon, of course, stepping up against Percival. Matchup that could be oh no, they're just going right into it here. Notes be darned. It is just live and action-packed here with Sandalphon up against Percival here. This is a still pretty new matchup. We're just about a month in for Sandalphon here, but still pretty resourceful character, like I said. But not seeing any form changes from Zippy, which is interesting. I did see Zippy really kind of experiment with the water form, which is great because you got that slow advancing water ball that helps out. And I think that will keep Percival at bay. I would expect to see that form potentially, but that's if Tororo gives the opportunity for Zippy to set that up.
Exactly. Well, you know, maybe we have the water versus fire type advantage, like you're saying, right? Each of these transformations into the elements takes a long time. You lose a lot of tempo if you're doing it neutral. You lose a little bit of Oki potentially as well if you're using that for your knockdown timing instead of setting up for a better situation. It's scary, man. But let's see if we're going to be able to hold on the master of all elements versus the Lord of Flames, Zippy versus Tororo.
Now, your natural go-to, if you want to change form, that back special is certainly going to be like an easy one because you can hit that 5U right after and quickly tap like the form you want to change to.
Exactly. Yeah, seeing a lot of the misfinders and fireballs just to try and play this spaced out game here, but gives Tororo a lot of space to stock up.
I mean, and this is going to be key, right? Because as I said, there's so many options that Sandalphon has to make that linear approach for Percival that much more difficult.
Yep. All right, run up, staggers off for the close L's. Lots of respect gained here, but still EX Fireball to fight back.
Right, that down special here, able to push away. Guard canceling, we've earned our corner.
Yep.
Spot dodging, expecting potential DP. Oh.
Yeah, tried to go for a fireball of your own, but instead the Flame Carpet buys us our way back out of the corner.
All right, good lead. Nice, got a throw. Lead is prepared, but now down to 1 Brave point. Tororo just needs to confirm, and it's a kill.
Yep.
Oh, especially with this Flame Carpet damage. Oh, no.
It's
oh,
tearing
no.
away. You were already below that 50, but now this close heavy starter, Tororo takes round 1.
Things are burning up here as you're sitting in that flame carpet, and
Yeah.
the panic starts to set in when you're sitting. The longer you're cooking, the hotter it gets from this pressure.
Exactly. The lower your HP, the more that mental risk builds up. But again, started out with the misfire, sent it with the fireball. But Tororo, again, taking these opportunities to farm these free stocks.
Corner position, let's stock up one more time. Nice, the stagger 5L. And one more combo here, we'll get the victory.
Any way to try and escape. Now you're standing on the flame carpet once again. BC out though. Ooh, a little bit late on the blue flash. Ends up losing so much meter for it. Ooh. Clean whip punish off of the far H. Immediate ultimate skill confirmed. Ooh, the first element change that we've seen all day. I mean, 20% damage doesn't matter when anything kills regardless.
Right.
Might as well give yourself a little bit more mobility. Let's see if the air dash can do enough. Tororo slowly walking his way back out of this corner.
Personally, I don't think it's the air dash. I think it's the fireball. Look how fast that thing is sniping out Tororo and still chipping away.
There we go. Need a little bit of that extra speed. We've been losing out on some of these interactions, but the ultimate fireball spot dodge.
Look how fast we're zooming!
The run-up EXTP, it's still not lethal, but the far L does it. The counter hit from Zippy. What a heart read off that DP.
It is that speed on the approach. It
Yeah.
becomes that much more nerve-wracking, and the fireball. Like, yes, the highlight of win form will be that air dash, but
Yeah.
lest we forget, there are other tools that change up here. Fire stance already activated. Fight fire with fire, as they say, off the wall. Oh, no, that's not what we're looking for here. The 5L not going to get that bounce that we're trying to convert that damage.
Yeah, went for the elemental release. Maybe thinking, all right, being the Prince of Flames against the Lord himself, losing. Perhaps, but standing on the flame carpet once again, Tororo just walks his way back out of the corner. The lariat, the walk up, and the close L.
Yep, you got to try to make that safe here. Unfortunately, unable to without a stance. All right, good block on the BC. Resource for resource.
Ooh. 6XL, we're tapping on the doors, but nothing found off of the shimmy. I was scared we were going to get 2M'd for it, but... Ooh. Again, Lariat just punished with the close L. As they ice it just to get a little bit more damage.
All right, flame on. Push away with that whole fireball.
Yeah, he's standing on the heated floors. Chilling out, or heating up rather, up against the corner. Tries to send with that ultimate fireball.
You're going to keep chipping away here. That is Tororo's plan, so you have to take an action. Ooh. Ship was imminent, tried to challenge the issue, and Zippy with a strong snipe, and we'll be able to finish the round.
Zippy ties it up. Okay, right before the flame carpet was about to put us in chip damage range, just had to bite the bullet eventually to fight back and caught that timing with that 6XL.
It's so interesting because sometimes you do want to take that action. You don't want to wait for your opponent to make an interaction happen with the flame carpet there, and that's kind of what Tororo was doing. One, recognizing the fact that, hey, we're almost out of health. I got chip. This is about to be guaranteed for me. But then also that brief moment of, wait, Zippy might be crazy and might press right here. Hold on.
It's balancing this tightrope of, I don't want to be too predictable in a negative situation for myself on when I'm trying to escape, versus I don't want to let them checkmate me because I freeze up in the moment.
All right, DP corner again. Nice throw, expecting the pressure because we've established we press meaty every single time. Flame carpet extends more damage. DP for even bigger damage.
Oh my god. Help, he's dying. All right, BC to escape, and we get the side swap off the super jump as well. Still so many hits just to tie up the life lead here for Zippy. Ooh, empty this spine. Okay, he said, all right, I dare you to challenge.
You're going to do what? You're just going to dash up like that?
Yeah, right?
I could have done anything.
A lot of confidence off that game one. I don't know, Zippy, if you have the health to, try and leverage that.
All right. Ooh. Hey, off the wall. You know what? It's Zippy's birthday. Let it happen. He
Exactly.
gets to do what he wants to.
Pull up with
That's
the
huge.
6XL, get that BP right back.
What I say earlier, that's 10K damage right there.
Yeah.
Let's catch up.
Paradise lost, but it's too early for a smile on your face. Still got to get through that extra half of the HP bar. Tororo with the late tech.
All right. Oh, you put yourself in danger. Wait a minute. Okay, start with the fireball. Misfighter comes through. Oh, that 5-inch. No shot.
Oh, and no confirm either off of the 2L. And sniped out by the Lord Strike. Round goes to Tororo.
See, this is what happens as you get older. You're not going to react to the low Lord Strike. That's Zippy's learning a harsh lesson right
Yeah,
now.
happy birthday. I'm seeing the MS reaction time dwindle as we speak. But pull up with the 6XL. Take initiative where you can, but again, another stock for Tororo.
Woo! Set with DP. Locked in. Judgment. Trying to keep Percival at bay, and he gets frustrated. Your
Yeah.
chip. Woo! Yeah, that's frustration right there. Pull out that EXDP. I want out.
He's
Now.
like, get me out of here, bro. All right. Threatening the free walk up off of the flame carpet with this Mistfinder doesn't do a lot of damage, but tries to stop the approach only for Totoro to dash his way in regardless.
Keep chipping away. Another dash L. Good slash.
Yep.
2U and extends a little bit further, taking the down special, and now we have corner.
Yeah.
Ah, pushed out every time.
All right. Send it with the DP. Nothing found off of that 50. Now Totoro so far away from another flame carpet. All right, you got the meter advantage, Zippy. How are we going to make the most of it? Totoro still mashing out, finds another U flame carpet. And now chip damage is a factor. Any blocked special is enough. But the jump over, no! One more throw. Zippy runs up with the UDP to tie up the rounds.
I gotta give it my all. This is the one shot that I have. We rip an alt DP to seize victory here. Zippy on match point for this group stage.
A brave young lad, the birthday boy himself, now on set point against Totoro. All right. But the Lord of Flames down but not out. A whip on the 6XL though. All right, trade for the old skills, waiting out post fireball. Oos, big far edge coming out from Totoro. Fights us back to the mid screen. Yeah, too many resets. Now it's counter hit off of the ultimate flame carpet.
Okay.
mash out?
Yeah, there's not much we can get out of that corner position, but the back throw, here we go. Oh, what an alt DP to finish the job.
And it finds lethal for the tie up as well. Zippy shaking it off.
All the pieces were there. That back throw was critical. We got the most that we could out of that corner. We could have spent for SSBA right out of that corner situation, which would have basically put yourself at even Stevens in terms of health.
Yep.
And it would have been one last neutral interaction to figure out who was going to win. It could have been victory for Zippy and moving on. But that back throw guarantees that wall splat if we went for back special there.
Yep.
Would have been able to cycle through our most consistent damaging routes and still get the SSBA. Unfortunately, that is not what unfolded there.
Yeah. I think we're threatening in a good way with these fireballs and with these Mistfinders again. They're not doing a ton of damage, but trying to stop the approach where, especially in game number 1, I think we're getting away with a lot of these free stocks. But speaking of, we charge up with the flames.
I guess this would not be a Group B match if it didn't end in a 2-1 score.
That's true. Keeping the record up. EX Fireball only to get sniped out here by the flame carpet.
Oh, quick 2L. Nice conversion. Just a light back special there.
Goose. There you go. Flame carpet takes away all that HP once again. Zippy's got 100, but how are we going to use it?
Stagger, just keeping you there. I'll poke with the far medium all day.
Yeah. Fine with taking the 2K off of down backing on the flame carpet. Still, so much meter to bring this back. Any hit into SSBA could be enough. Ooh, but swiped out of the skies. The airborne 6XL Totoro on set point. All right. Yeah, sniped off the 6XL. Early stocks here for Totoro.
Scooped up. Corner position again, but BC out. Oh, no. Well, everybody is on even playing field now after DP.
Exactly. That DP just melting away at the HP, the flame carpet accelerating. Finds a straight hit off of the Mistfinder, but the Saiyajin is enough. 2-1 for Totoro. Zippy so close to taking the set, but still able to make the Lord of Flames bleed.
Oh, and a hard-fought victory there for Totoro. Well-deserved here, and Zippy still making a strong case for Sandalphon. Honestly, I think we'll be the only Sandalphon we see throughout this group stage. I know some folks have been practicing a little bit, but the one feeling most comfortable playing the character so far, from my understanding, is Zippy, and still showing a strong case is why you might want to pick this character, why they can be so efficient, even against more practice characters in the cast.
Exactly. We're seeing a lot of good stuff from Zippy's Sandalphon, but, talking with, some other players as well, the decision for Zippy going into V2.0, thinking, all right, Lucilius used to be this character where, you can play things super slow, send out the specials in a way that safely builds up my blade gauge, and, I have so many BCs, I have so many ways to escape that it's hard to try and stop him, even if you're playing super aggro, from getting that level 5. Now that it's a little bit more difficult, you still get the same blade level on hit, but on whiff, on block, it's going to be such a slower climb to that level 5. Was swapping over to Sandalphon, who I think in most people's estimations may be a little bit better than Lucilius in this current version. But is the readjustment of the muscle memory going to be enough? We'll see as Zippy heads up into space for this next set.
Yes, indeed. Zippy versus Space. Space, of course, playing the Cagliostro throughout this group stage so far. Still potential for Beatrix there, of course. But honestly, if you're feeling comfortable with Cagliostro, maybe we just don't change, because you can still kind of contest a little bit with teleporting and the counter zoning against Sandalphon here.
Yeah.
But if I'm being honest, I'd go Beatrix on this.
We're warmed up on it, but I am also a Beatrix believer. I gotta be so for real. As much fun as I've been having watching Cagliostro, if you want a character to explode Sandalphon, especially with that extra 10% damage debuff, you know who to call.
All right, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, again, you're not wrong for going Cagliostro whatsoever. Rock will help with some of the projectile game that you're going to deal with here. And so far, Zippy not opting to change forms outside of the one round that we have with Totoro on the wind stance and fire, and even then didn't quite get the mileage that we were looking for.
Exactly.
Trying to open things up. And wind stance was just to keep sniping out projectiles over and over again.
Yes.
So we might see that here against Cagliostro, because you're rapid firing off, delaying rock opportunity, but spear is coming out in the blink of an eye if you're at full screen.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to let her get away with, charging up rock for free, setting up some of these hexes, but I wonder if we're just going to stay in the light form, try and go for some basic strike throw as we head on into it. Once again, Space versus Zippy.
Yes, indeed. Space versus Zippy stepping up to the plate. Dash L opener. Let's already get this corner position. Advantage for Space.
Yep. Content to take to the aggressive here. Saw the patience from Zippy in that previous set and says, all right, you're going to let me get away with the 6XL? Fine. Let's do it.
The Dash L. Here we go.
Yep. Misfinder between you and me. The ultimate fireball. Send the spear.
Spot dodge. And again, establishing that hard line. This is where you cannot come in.
4 for 4 on the spot dodges. No spear to be found, and Zippy makes his approach the clean confirm into the ultimate lariat.
All right, pressuring that 2U. Opts for fireball to keep Cagliostro locked in the corner. This will be a conversion off the low hex to the super. And, no changes. I mean, changes here, so you're not going to extend after.
Yeah, no confirm off of the super, but still puts you in throw range, and throw is what we see. Space for round 1.
Battle 2. Engage.
All right, backdash. No spot dodge on the spear, but still takes the opportunity to pull up with the 6XL. Okay, meaty misfiner. Ooh, snipes out that jump back too.
Level 2L, late tech, there we go.
Okay, a little backstep, misfiner catches out the approach, the far M.
Off the wall, here we go. H, corner position, another wall bounce.
Yep.
I'll gladly take that, please.
And I'll gladly take the round as well. Commanding fashion for Zippy to tie things up.
Man, I love Sandalphon combos, I'm telling you.
He's so sick. The base boost, the wall bounce, shaking the risers of the stage. And again, another slash out from Zippy. Not going to let you get away with the 6XL.
Ooh, nice little interrupt here.
Yep.
Space has to make this count, but unfortunately at the cost of a single break point.
Yeah, had to spend for the full confirm. You got the side swap only for Zippy to mash out with that close L.
Yeah, this was 5U ender off the down special here.
Yeah. It's a lot of dash in, backdash shimmy from Zippy, but I think his Group B competitors have started to catch on, not trying to get caught out here.
Oh, you thought the shot was, see the teleport?
Yep.
Slash.
Nothing personnel, teleports in front of you just to keep you locked down in the corner, but the 6XL challenge, nothing found up the airborne hit, but again, vying for space. Okay. Stalled above the misfiner. I thought we were going to get sniped out with a spot onto the ultimate seal. Put you in one touch, the whip on the close out, the late tech.
All right, here we go. Ultimate shot, low hex, one more time.
Scary business, no, but the 6XL, you were just a little bit too close, caught out by the late active frames. Now up against the wall, so far away from that SBA.
See, holding on to the ult. Ooh, I thought it was, I swear to God. I saw the animation, I thought it was throw. Like, oh, wait a minute. He doth taking the stance. Draw your sword.
Unafraid of the ultimate seal, knew it would take a second to detonate, believed in the shimmy, and the hard call out to game 1 to Zippy.
It was a warm-up round. What's interesting, though, is that there's a little bit more information out there for Space, right? If you want to try to study the matchup a little bit or understand the mindset of Space going into it. Granted, more recent footage is definitely going to be leaning towards that Beatrix play.
Yes.
But Zippy, you know, of course, has a lot of info here to kind of learn from, and a lot of players stateside to really kind of get this practice from. Now, you go back to Totoro set, and even just Percival alone, how often we run into Percival, and the last time we have, you know, stateside footage is really like outside of Kane. You know, we had Evo, and man, Percival just too few and far between.
Yeah, exactly. But like you said, a character that will be seeing quite a bit of the swap to Beatrix from Space here for game number 2.
Yes, definitely like this pick. You're going to go pound for pound in terms of damage output.
Yep.
Riding free is going to be your threat, of course, against the Fireball game.
Okay, whip on the 6XL, just vying for space again. The whip on the Lariat. DP on minus frames. We haven't been that aggressive just yet, but again, the backdash shimmy finally working out here for Zippy. Finds the far H.
All right, Crumple stayed there. Oh my goodness. Alt DP. Look, Zippy doesn't have to pay for health insurance yet, okay?
Exactly.
That's
Still on the parents' plan here, just spending their meter as we go. Get a little mail-in rebate off it too.
Big jump M.
All right, stick out the far L, EX Fireball. Scary off of that whip 6-6M, but so much time spent in the backdash. Now Zippy on set point.
Beautiful H-Ender at the down special here.
All right, now walking it out space. Scary, one round away from this loss.
That's
Again, that immediate DP on the riding free.
That would have been counter hit. You had to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, oh God, there is a Beatrix running at me.
like,
I need to get out. Ooh.
Now he needs to shimmy once again. These backdash far H's are doing wonders for Zippy. All right.
Counter hit. We're going to go for this corner carry here.
Yep.
Oh, no, dropped it! Dropped the 5L! That is critical! It was so important for Space to get the 5L corner carry. Would have been riding free there.
Yeah, now we're here in the corner, just barely out of throw range, but we also put ourselves into Delta Clock range. H riding free, SSBA. Now it's anybody's game.
Okay, with no break points on the side of Zippy, on the cusp of an SBA of our own. The 5L, you delayed a bit too much Space, and that's a round finish for Zippy. 2-0 over Space.
The masher, the full faith in the close L, Zippy. All right, a couple games under the belt here to put yourself a little bit higher on that ranking board.
I'd be frustrated too. It's the delay of the Oki there.
Yes.
Look, it's happened to me so many times. I've been there so many times where Space is. That 5L, that fraction of a frame that you missed to get the full conversion and riding free after the EX Star Chaser. That is a critical moment, especially the fact that you've already established like this. You're down a detriment in health, and you need to get back to the opposite side. Zippy taking great advantage. Plus, the delay on Oki that allowed for Zippy to go for that 5L. Whether it was a moment of hesitation, whether it was to see if a DP was going to come through, you delayed on purpose maybe just to see, hey, if that's DP, we're going in, and I'm going to get that counter hit. But Zippy, faster on the draw, 5L, and took advantage immediately, not afraid.
Yeah, maybe waiting for a DP, maybe trying to hard call out on the fuzzy mash as well. You know, such is life. But yeah, Zippy just getting a couple more games under that belt. Of course, that last match that we're going to be seeing in this Group B is Totoro versus Zain, which is, you know, I think maybe one of the more anticipated sets coming out of this Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, let's find out who our player of the day is, voted by you. PlayStation's player of the day, you can vote right at the link below me here. You can check it out. And of course, every single day we are voting on a player of the day.
Yeah. Do your dailies, gamers. Show some love to the gamers who have been giving you such amazing Grand Blue action throughout this weekend.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a spectacular weekend, a spectacular showcase of all of our favorite games here, brought to us by Arc System Works and PlayStation Tournaments. So thank you so much for everyone tuning in and hanging out with us on this glorious celebration. And man, as we said, we got another match pulling up here in just a moment, and this lineup has been insane. I mean, honestly, like, can we take a look at this Group B scoring here for a second? Like, that would be fantastic, because seriously, the way the points are going to be lining up, it's going to get a little tight here. Of course, Totoro certainly the one to beat, and we're going to have this one matchup here. The one that Zain has been kind of fixing for. Let's get it out of the way early with the Zain versus Totoro set. And of course, you know, Space unfortunately making that drop, and Zippy establishing at least one more game ahead here. But the way the points are going to lie, I believe, comes down to just Totoro if my mental is still keeping track correctly here. We'll get that final score in just a moment, though.
Honestly, I would imagine, you know, Zain and Zippy definitely in contention maybe for that loser side qualification spot. So this next set, you know, depending on if Zain is able to at least take a game, you know, maybe make Totoro bleed, or, you know, maybe go for, I don't even know if we can call it an upset, right? Because Zain has been tearing it up recently on the Grimnir. But let's check out these Group B standings.
This is important. I mean, of course, I think it's already pretty well established, right? So Totoro up 2-0 right now with Zain at 1-1. So scores being tied up for Zippy in Space. If we take this victory here and now, that does mean that Zain will qualify on the loser side. But if we end up going down, it's going to come down to those tiebreakers we mentioned earlier to try to figure out who makes it next.
Yeah, and Zippy with that 50% is going to be pretty difficult to challenge, right? If Zain loses 1-2, that puts him at 4-5, dropping under that 50%. So Zain has to win this, if I'm not mistaken, to qualify out.
Yes, that is going to be critical here. So still on the line, it's a tight race. And this is the one match that kind of gave Zain a moment of pause, right? Like, one, it's the announcement of, I hope you don't underestimate me. That was the key factor of the conversation to have with Zain. It's just Totoro might be looking out as like, maybe I'm, you know, the weaker link here. Maybe you expect me to kind of fall short. Let's not be mistaken. Zain has been on the grind talking to not only Koji Coco, but also Air Deback. Of course, Paragon, right? But also, both those competitors have gone up against Totoro in history past. Evo being that big stop, right? And of course, you know, we do have a little bit of a bracket demon on the side of Koji, but if you've ever had a conversation with Koji, you have to understand notes are being made for every single set. A plan has been played out here, and you can see those adjustments. We saw it especially at Frosty Fostings, going down to Monarch and then running it back one more time. Like, you know what? That was cool. Let me show you what I can do now.
Exactly. A student IRL and a student of the game. So being surrounded by these folks who are taking these notes and able to give you a little bit of perspective on the folks that you're going to be running into in your group. The person that is going to be your gateway on whether or not you qualify out of Group B. Let's see if the studying is going to be enough.
45-degree angle for me, chat. This is where I'm at right now. Watching this intense moment here between these two players.
I got the gamer lean right now. I'm locked in for this one.
Pulling out the Siegfried, and I was wondering when this would come out here, so this makes it a little bit tricky for aerial navigation for Grimnir because of that giant fireball. Of course, going for the medium version right now, so let's...
Yeah, the Bolt 6XL right after the firewall as well, right? Saw the end of the active frames and said, no, let me advance. Sending out the tornadoes as we go. Clean spot dodge, but all right, advances after the flame wall. Battle of the elements here. Ooh. There we go. It's a clean walk back, but the UDP on the minus.
Yep, trying to call it that 5L. Of course, some changes for Siegfried, but realistically, it's just route changes for the character. Still very potent. Just not able to confirm off that initial hit of, or second hit off 2U. Has to commit to the first.
Yeah. A little bit less scary as far as, you know, offensive damage potential, but still, as far as neutral goes, has some solid tools here. Pulls up behind the firewall. Again, another BC spent to keep this corner.
But you see how far we ran into that Siegfried there? Like, that was insane.
Yeah, the corpse run went crazy. All right, BC back out. Stand on business with the seals. 2 more throws could be enough.
Ooh, 2M, launch it. No corners, so that's still just going to be neutral positioning here for Totoro.
Walk it back out. The shimmy, the wiggle, 6XL, the SoCal Classic for round number 1. All right.
All right, tornado set up here. Just draw the line.
Yep. Standing on seals. Totoro not trying to be too greedy with the advance. Walk forward, down back. Walk forward, down back, and just wait out for the tornado. Ooh. There we go. Flames to go through the wind, only to get back thrown for all your trouble approaching.
All right. Here we go. BC away. Ooh. No anti-air, nothing.
Yeah, trying to bait out a 2H with all this tricky air movement, but Totoro is not biting.
Enough. 5H canceled early to get out of dodge. Ooh, nice dash in.
There we go. 667, run up, ultimate firewall, finds the confirm off of the wall bounce too.
All right, the tricky part, how does Zane get out of the corner against Siegfried? The delay, run up here with 5L. Should be around here for Totoro.
Knocking on the door, checking if anyone's home. The Raging Strike spins straight into the SBA. Like you said, it's a clean kill to tie it up.
Still ever closer here is Zane. A lot riding on this match. If we take a point down, it's pretty well sealed up.
Yeah.
Zippy will advance forward on loser's side here by scoring.
Exactly. All right, made it through the other side.
Ooh!
The walk back just barely putting you out of throw range there. Lots of tempo loss here from Zane. Same can be said of the space on the screen. Gradually getting backed up to this West Coast corner, but BC fights us back.
All right, 5L caught the pre-jump frames, missed the throw again.
Yeah, a little bit too early. Feeling a little bit of antsiness coming out from Zane. Now the LDP ender from Totoro to push you back into the corner.
A little bit of a shimmy. There's the medium ender there on the Orkin.
Yeah, send the parry, but no bite from Zane. Fine to 5U and air dash his way back out of the corner. Set the tornado, set the seals. Now we're back.
Dash away here. Man, just the patience from Totoro. Not going for these anti-airs against Grimnir. Good roll.
Oops. Yeah, straight through the tornado.
BC
Back on the other side, finds an opportunity to BC you back against the corner. The late active frames of the flame wall. Totoro takes game 1.
All right, full stop. Zane has to win.
Yeah.
That's it.
You have to boss up in these next 2 games or else you are out in the group stage.
Yes. And I was talking about how Zane was getting the practice and preparation for the matchup against Totoro.
Yeah.
Let's not forget, Totoro also has Zenith to help out
Yeah.
and really share information on this Grimnir matchup. And of course, even Zane has asked for some feedback from Zenith a little bit too, just to make sure that we could get these sets going.
Exactly. See what we can find. Thinking back over here on this character select screen as we take a deep breath, reassess. You need to be in top shape to get this reverse sweep. Send it with the far age. All right. Battle of the Fireballs here. The Flame Wall, again, allows the advance from Totoro. Jump over, look for the throw bait, but Totoro content to down back. U skill for U skill. UDP to escape.
Whoa! A little bit of a stand up there. Does get the low.
Yep. Oops. Once again, set the seals, goes for the overhead, but waits to block it out, and finally the UDP to escape. All right. Very active back and forth between these two, jumping as soon as we get the opportunity.
Oh, wants to maintain the corner. Ult for ult here. Trades out, but the max range of the 5H.
Yeah. Clash on the fireballs. Again, that far H getting a little bit nerfed in this match, but still such a good poke at that awkward mid-range.
Ooh. A good throw.
5U throw, no seals consumed. Totoro about to be in chip damage range, looking for the Psycho Crusher, but instead getting tossed up for your troubles. 100 meter to your name, only to get triple thrown.
Oh, no.
Now 1 round away from Totoro sealing Zane's fate.
All right, Dash L shuts down very early on the start of the fireball.
Yep.
Good air to air. 2M pickup even.
Yeah. Clean work coming out from Totoro, but tries to catch out a Fuzzy Mash instead. It's the immediate Abar from Zane. A 3rd whip throw in a row gives up so much tempo.
A couple 5L. Pushing away. 5H again. Locked down with the ZX Tornado. Good pickup.
Yep, tap with the 6XM, the overhead action. Ooh. How many dashes? Oh, on the other side, a guard button check where you least expected it. Zane stays alive.
Okay. Strong showing here for this round. Oh, tried to poke right into the fireball. Dash shell interrupts.
Oh,
That actually
strong.
takes away that fireball a little bit early there for Zain. Ooh. Ah.
There we go, the 2M poke out from Tororo. Clean tech, full committed to the throw, but okay, no pickup off the airborne 2M.
That was huge because we didn't have the Orkin special, but this one we do.
Yep. Ready for that ultimate firewall now. Ready to build up 50, didn't believe in the far L, run back, pull up for the throw. 2 more could be enough, knocking on the doors with this chip damage.
Careful the spot dodge though. All right, found one. Oh, but the 2M caught low, and that will finish the job. Zain goes down against Tororo.
Tororo securing these ranking spots. We'll see that in a little bit, but what a victory. Like you said, Zero has practiced against this Grimnir in his own region, a top player in his own right, securing his spot in that winner's side.
I mean, it was such a heartbreaker for Zain here, who put in so much work, and of course, it comes down to those points for the other competitors here, but Tororo coming out on top. Undefeated?
Oh yeah, undefeated
my
in his group, by
goodness.
the way. Did bleed a couple games
Right.
here and there, but when your set score is 4-0, or 3-0 rather, over the rest of your competitors in your group, you are uncontested in the winner's side.
Yes, indeed. So now it does break down to a matter of games, individual games here, and that's where it gets a little tricky, and I do believe, and we'll have the graphic up in a moment, that means that Zippy does advance, if I'm not mistaken. We'll get the double check.
Yeah, we
with the
can
full
double check. I'm
confirmation.
on the same page as you,
Yeah,
though. I'm
yeah.
pretty sure Zippy's smiling in the crowd. He's like, oh, that's my homie. That's my training partner. I don't want to see him fall. I want to see him give his best against this international competition, but only 2 of us can make it out, and we know who's coming out in that winner's side.
Oh,
so
for
it's
sure.
a battle for second.
Yeah, and it's going to be scary. Of course, if the points do line up into a situation where there's direct ties all the way through, there's that one head-to-head opportunity, but yeah, I mean, it's a close run, and what a great group to be watching here. Of course, direct competition, right? You know, Zain trying to make that call out against Tororo to get the hard stuff out of the way first and foremost to drop into this one here. And of course, Zippy, remember Zippy's choice, just like, gosh, like I'm screwed either way, no matter what.
He's like, I'll do it my best,
here
man.
we go. But man, even with Space's performance starting out strong with this Cagliostro, and yet still opting for that last switch into Beatrix, a strong pick against Sandolphin, and yet still, you know, Zippy putting in a lot of work with this brand new character, still pretty early on, and making a case for why Sandolphin has a right to stand within this top 8 finalist pick.
Yeah, I think there were, you know, a solid amount of maybe non-believers in the Sandy pick.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Sandy swap from the Lucilius, and to be honest with you, I might have been one of them thinking, man, I get it. Lucilius isn't as strong as he used to be, you know, by quite a mile in this most recent patch, but that muscle memory, swapping it up so close before the Arc World Tour Finals, I don't know if it's going to be worth it, you know, just swapping up how you view so many of these matchups and that muscle memory for Sandalphon as well. We saw a couple potentially crucial drops, but I mean, still proving to us that some of those fundamentals still shine through.
Absolutely. And you know what, that you bring up such a great point of just that uncertainty, right? We had some players really talking about like, hey, I'm jumping into this patch so quickly, maybe it's not time for me to swap out so soon. Yet Zippy taking the plunge, and here we are with the score for the final breakdown of Group B. This is how the players will fall.
All right, so of course, Tororo with that 3-0 set score, qualifying into the winner's side of Sunday Finals top 8. And Zain, after that last set, the game count tells it all, is not gonna make the qualification. Zippy takes that loser's side spot, and Zain and Space are eliminated.
My, oh my. And happy birthday to Zain for that one. You've done it. You've qualified for a top 8 position here
Happy
at
birthday,
Arc
Zippy.
World Tour.
Yep.
Cool.
And look, the even set and game count from Zain and Space, still such amazing competitors in their own right, but still fighting for their life. But that's only half of the group stage action that we got over here at Arc World Tour Finals 2024. Still 8 more players fighting for those final 4 spots in the top 8.
Yes, indeed. Still plenty more to come, and I am certainly looking forward to it here. Of course, we still have like the massive showdown happening in Group D, but that's not to sell short the showdown that we have in Group C. Still plenty more to come, as I said. Arc World Tour brought to you by PlayStation Tournaments will continue shortly after this break. Don't go away.
May the sky stay forever blue. We're done talking, Beelzebub. It's time for a reckoning! Belial, while you can still use that scheming tongue, any last words? On your toes! They won't let tragedy repeat itself! I'm not here for them. I'm here because I have a job to do. And a score to settle! I'll defend my vow at any cost! Paradise Lost! Are you watching? Lucifer.
Simple, but you always gotta press me when you run up in my face. I'm at the corner at the party feeling different. You sit near me pushing buttons, always thinking that you break. Spinning at me every single second that you kick. I've been trying to block you, it gets fuzzy with the stage rap. Patch it up, I bet you call me easier than needy, and then get greedy, run up, and it's just an L, man. You're so vanilla, it's like I wanted 3 out of 5. Skill issue and I'm throwing a strike. Danger, you feel anxious, I feel broken. You should thank me, glad I'm not who you remember. I ain't dead, so let me fly away. I know I'm supposed to be. Feel that lightning hit me twice. I'll let you fall in love for free. You can't lock me down again. Call me basic, call me cheap. They said danger, I was anxious. Now I just believe.
PlayStation tournaments are available for Guilty Gear Strive. Signing up is simple. Just head on over to the Guilty Gear Strive Game Hub on your PlayStation 5 and scroll through the upcoming tournaments carousel. You can also sign up directly in-game by clicking the PlayStation Tournaments button or by pressing triangle on the main menu. Tournaments are available all throughout the day, so it's really easy to find one that fits your schedule. Winning tournaments earns you special prizes like unique collectible PSN avatars that change every week. Keep an eye out for special events that offer greater rewards or qualifying spots for events like the Arc World Tour or even EVO. The MSI Claw handheld is a portable Windows PC powered by Intel. Take your game library with you on the go without having to worry about compatibility. Check out the Claw and MSI for all your PC hardware needs.
All right, welcome back, everybody, here at ARC World Tour Finals, brought to you by PlayStation Tournaments. We're getting into this Group C action, but before we do, I am Zero alongside Ebonic Plague, stepping up to the plate with me. It's been a far too long time since we've talked to each other
we have not
on
been
this game.
We have not been on the mic together in a hot minute, but the gods that be, the Skyfarers above, you know, they let us get on the mic right now, and we are going to get to talk about some incredible action, because the previous two groups here, well, I mean, we saw one crazy situation in Group B and one blowout in Group A.
Yes, yes, it was an insane set to behold, of course, both in Group A and Group B, but Group C here with Fitison, Koji Coco, Skill, and Elsa still have a lot to deliver here. And of course, let's not forget those rules. It's going to start with first to 2 sets. Obviously, we're going to go by set score first and foremost, but in case of ties, we'll break it down by game score to decide who runs it out here. And of course, the glorious competitors you'll be seeing in this group section here, Fitison and Koji Coco, Skill, and Elsa will start off the group block with both Fitison and Koji Coco in just a moment, but this is quite the spread in terms of travel. We're talking at least stateside, the most travel competitors here are both in this block. Number 1 being out of Koji Coco, and Elsa running a pretty close second, third in terms of U.S. representation across the globe. And of course, Fitison and Skill out of EU. But let's get to our first competitor, Fitison, stepping up to the stage.
They're going to show something for you.
That's right, Fitison, of course, a strong competitor on the Siegfried, and one making a statement out in the EU, one of the strongest, and of course, up against Fitison will be Koji Coco.
That's right, the opponent, Koji Coco right there. Yes, Koji Coco, we talk about the NA representation. Koji Coco is one of the most traveled, but hey, that travel doesn't just extend through NA. Koji Coco goes to Japan on the regular, is actually fluent in Japanese, and is easily one of those competitors that you look to do very well. Last year, Koji Coco made it all the way through the LCQ and then got second place at the ARC World Tour Finals.
Absolutely. Again, one of the standouts here at the ARC World Tour will be stepping up with this Beatrix this time. And then we got the intro of the glorious Belial, ever beloved, but looks like we'll be sticking with Beatrix throughout this set here. And going up against Siegfried, I think this is a fair matchup between the two. Not feeling quite as comfortable with Belial on these changes coming into 2.0. Although Belial still being fairly strong in his own right, Beatrix is far more consistent. Koji Coco certainly believes that with this character.
Yeah, fairly easy character to pick up while maintaining the level of strength that you're kind of looking for if you were a Belial player before, right? Different playstyle, absolutely. But regardless of that, Koji Coco, Fitison, all these other players here in the group stages, they're at that level they can pick up another character fairly quickly. So we're going to be seeing that as we get into the first game of Group C here.
I mean, coming into 2.0, of course, Fitison is one of those players that is kind of impacted by it. Has to change up some strategies for Siegfried. But I've noted, honestly, not a whole lot has changed for Fitison. They feel like they've already been showcasing all those changes before they became a reality. Not having an opportunity quite yet in this corner would have interrupt with the 2L though.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest changes to Siegfried is basically that he just can't accidentally oopsie-doopsie you into 50% of your life because they took away the ability to use Far L into 2-2X, right?
Yes.
So the fact that you can't do 2-2H off of Far L is very, very important for damage output.
Absolutely. So often looking for that 2M counter hit to convert. JU, let's block. It's not our turn quite yet.
Oh, right there with the reaction, but that has never changed. That has been one of the defining traits of Siegfried since that character came in. One of the only ones with a freeze frame super.
huge to maintain the offense, maintain corner. Good spot dodge here from Koji.
Oh, caught the riding free with the 2M right there. He's able to get the damage too. And now corner pressure is going to be able to get full. Yeah, thank goodness that was a crouching because the 2M was free there.
I was definitely nervous at that range after the Raging Strike. Like, wait a minute, you didn't spend the chain. Hold on. But we still got this here.
Yeah, so Fitison first round right there, looking really strong. You know, both of these players were qualified for Arc World Tour last year under different circumstances, of course. But, I mean, hey, you're seeing why they're back again this year.
Absolutely.
Ooh, the backdash right there to get away from the 6XL. Okay, yes, there it is. 2M, 2-2H still works. That never stopped working. They didn't take that away. And huge damage coming off of it. We're going to be able to take at least one break point away. So that means you're in throw range to be a loss on the first game. Oh, just a little more than throw range, actually. I'm sorry.
BC out. JH does get BC, but we got the block. Delta is still threatening here. Not enough to kill. We need 2 touches is what we're looking for inside of Beatrix. It's not going to happen. Now, look, we're already starting off pretty interestingly here because at Arc World Tour last year, these two cross paths. It was 3-2 in favor of Koji Coco in the winner's semis. So this is a start. A pattern could be happening here, but Fitison is probably looking to level up and advance without having to fear Koji Coco in the top 8 position.
Yeah, and I mean, last year it was on a completely different character for Koji Coco, right? It was on the Nier, and interestingly enough, despite the reign of terror that character went on, Fitison was one of the few people who looked like they had a handle on it, and that's why that 3-2 happened, right?
Yes.
Super good at that, but already locked in with the Belial. So this is the character that has obviously just been a terror since Granblue has started, right? Since the character came out in vanilla as DLC. And I mean, it's understandable. Very, very solid character. It's a lot like Siegfried was when he came out in this game. Has a very solid game plan, kind of plays like a Shoto, right?
Yeah.
It was just very, very contained and is able to control the pace of the match while still having the ability to switch it up from, you know, running away to being the aggressor.
Yes. And the changes coming into 2.0, personally, I feel like just kind of regulates the character a little better here. You know, doesn't get that constant plus pressure with the 2M going for Dash L. And you also have to be a little more cautious on the heavy Goetia as well, which we're seeing right here to pull it right back in, the medium edition.
Yeah, well, luckily they did not really mess with the ability to do it during combos, right? But the block strings are no longer scary. Oh, could have gone for an unblockable right there, but missed the opportunity.
All right, 5H, immediate spend for ult.
Yeah, was trying to get the height where you get the full combo, but now it's going to be able to dodge. Probably Fitison wanted a Brave counter instead of that, but I mean, hey, you know, that only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Hey, honestly, great reaction time for Koji Coco to go for the shimmy and go, hey, wait a minute, I see this dangerous position I'm in. Spot dodged away, but now side swap. One throw is all that Koji needs, so we can just chill out in the corner, down back. You have to show to be you're going to overhead.
Yeah, you're exactly right, because there's no reason to press a button unless you know it's perfectly in your favor due to that life lead, right? You can take a little bit of chip damage, not going to matter. Koji Coco did exactly that, got the proper 2L timing, and finished it off there.
Heck, I'm even willing to take some late text on there. Single button text, that's totally fine.
Yeah, late techs only do a little bit of damage. Sure, they give those plus frames right back to Fitison, but oh, yes, that's the change right there. 2 different changes in interaction. Siegfried no longer does the rest of the Dragon Punch if you're using the EX and it whips, and they're also counter hit.
A stack of pressure here. Doesn't fully commit quite on the Goetia. Ooh. Spot dodge to 2M. Maximum range here makes it a little tricky to press another one there. Dash L. You got to remember to change that hurt box ever so slightly for Siegfried.
Yeah, it's real nice for the character. But Koji Coco, okay, well, I was going to say playing around that beautifully regardless, but not going to matter there as Fitison got the knockdown here. Oh, what a whip punish. That was insanity.
Spot dodge there. Crossed under with the dash.
Yeah, I mean, Koji Coco is basically just looking for that, right? Because you can't use crossover to get around the fireball, but you can use the dodge. You can use the bait. Okay, a lot of plus frames here, and that's going to be, yeah, you're not really looking for the 2M much anymore due to the pushback like you were talking about before the game started. Oh, but the ultimate DP to catch what Fitison was going for there. Smart read from Koji Coco as we are now one apiece.
Empty jump into alt DP. I'm feeling the most confident right now about taking this round.
Okay,
nice.
Yeah, with Dash L is definitely hard to be able to punish.
No spot dot. Oh, the movement from Koji Coco.
Wow.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, full confirmed here, and then you got to deal with the setup is the big problem. Okay, tried to go for plus frames, but was there and ready for it. Not going to be able to get it. Siegfried, one of those characters that just deletes you off of an anti-air. And probably, yeah, well, luckily, because that was ultimate DP, not counter hit state, right?
Yeah.
If Siegfried catches you on a counter hit, you're most likely dead at half-life.
Could have been, I mean, I don't know if we're any better or worse off because we're still down around here. We just committed with the full set of Raging Chains.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, you got to use all those resources. It's not only the easiest combo for you to do, but in that situation, it's even the most optimal, right? Especially for Siegfried, who mid-screen damage can be lackluster depending on the hit. But, I mean, it's Siegfried, so he's always got that damage on deck.
Shimmy to wait for that DP, and it came just a little bit later than Koji was expecting here. It's interesting because if you look at his playstyle from Koji, this is a first-to-two mindset that we have right now. Taking some of the bigger risks because, hey, this might be my playmaker that I'm looking for.
Yeah, you are definitely trying to qualify for your top 8 on winner's side if you can help it. Oh, but that's going to be an ultimate DP, and again, no counter hit, but big punish regardless.
Took our time with that one here. Doesn't extend any further because we could have built 100. Still got it there, but the Orchid lets it rip.
Yeah, but that's not a combo starter attack, but this right here definitely is going to be able to get the whole thing all the way to the corner right there. Was looking for that throw tech situation. Siegfried's love to shimmy you in the corner. That is just that's just what we always look for.
I mean, it's that 5H range too. Look at the maximum range of the sword here. And now as we slowly try to walk our way in the 2M, not quite our turn here. Good interrupt from Fidison.
Yeah, and I mean, 2M is a great button to talk about because he's got those long dancer's legs. And hey, 2M is the name of the game for both of these characters. As Koji Coco is going to start this off at 2M and should be able to finish it off. It's going to be real close. Yep.
Round apiece as Koji Coco tries to seal with a victory. This is how close the competitors are in qualification here.
Yeah.
Every single group has at least had 2-to-1 sets straight through.
And this is also how close it was last year, like you mentioned before, and we are right back at the same situation. Different character for Koji Coco, same level of skill. As the control is proceeded here through the corner. Yeah, he's trying to find a way to keep Koji Coco there because, oh, there it is finally. And we had talked about it just a moment earlier. Siegfried's love this. Is going to be able to get the Skybound Art in there. It's got your BP back and it's going to take yours away. Not going to kill. It's going to be real close, though.
Tall order here. Once again, just like in game one, we are in a two-touch scenario for Koji Coco to really bring it back.
So you're noticing a lot of these evades right here. It's because Koji Coco knows they can't take much chip damage if they want to be able to make this comeback, right?
Yes, that's...
Oh, but the throw, and that's going to do it. Fidison is going to be taking it over Koji Coco. So that is 2-1 as the first match in the group stage. That's happened every first match of every group stage so far is 2-1.
Yeah, that is the way it's playing out here. New year, new me for Fidison to overcome Koji Coco, but we're not done yet. That doesn't mean that Koji Coco is long gone. There's strong potential that Koji still comes into this through loser side, but this changes things. Much like how the LCQ changed drastically last night for expectations for all of us here, and I'm sure plenty of you at home, expectations are definitely going to be tempered throughout these group stages because anything can happen in the first two scenario when we talk about these heavy damage characters. Opting to start with Beatrix, I think, was great, and then we opt for, going back to Belial because we had that more comfort character, maybe a little bit of consistency in lockdown, but man, Fidison seemed ready either way. And like you said, the one competitor able to take on Nier, Fidison, right? And using that once again against one of your stronger top tier characters, Fidison up against Beatrix, the same story once again.
Yes, and I want to hear your favorite stories because I want to hear your favorite player of the day. Yes, we have our PlayStation Player of the Day going on. You guys can head over to arcsystemworks.jp/vote to be able to vote for your PlayStation Player of the Day. It may not be one of the qualifications. Maybe you saw somebody during the LCQ. I know we had that with Blue Sky Guy,
Yeah.
But we still got a lot going, and I am very excited to hear who you guys pick.
Absolutely. There's a lot of great matches going on today, not only for Grand Blue, but later on we do have Guilty Gear Strive bracket group stage happening. And of course, Under Night and Birth 2 happening later today. It's going to be a strong series of events. But let's go on to our next competitors here as we look into another qualified player, Elsa.
That's right, Conmei's own Elsa right there. One of the leading competitors in previous portions of the Arc World Tour, and now, well, I mean, hey, showing you exactly why, right? We're up here. But Elsa is not without an obstacle, and it's going to be one that not a lot of people are ready for. Their opponent is Skill.
That final clip, it sells the entire story for Skill. I don't envy anybody that has to go up against Skill because that bullying in the corner from Kayane Cup was a force to be reckoned with. Does Elsa have what it takes to get out of these corners? Switching from the Catalina to Versusia.
Yes, Versusia, again, I mentioned this in the previous block that I got to commentate in. I think this character is a war crime. I thought this character was a war crime when she came out. It had nothing to do with buffs or nerfs recently. No, I thought it was there from the beginning. This is a boss character if you ever saw one. Now, it is going to be up against Soares. This is one of the least played characters in all of North America.
Yes.
And because of that, you have to wonder if Elsa is completely ready, right? Not only that, Skill has been prolific in a number of games prior to this.
That's so true. I mean, you have to think about once you had that, background and history of, growing those fundamentals and coming to a stage like this is critical. But also, the performance of Elsa is nothing to scoff at either. She's already back down in this corner. Will have to fight her way back out because this is not where you want to be against Soares. You're about to see exactly why.
Yeah, normally that's actually a great zone for Versusia, right? But unfortunately, because they're up against Soares in particular, Soares actually loves to be able to lariat in the same spot. And yeah, now Elsa recognizing when the lariat is going to come. Oh yeah, normally that's where I would lariat. We both got the same idea, so I'm going to counter it.
Yes. Right, trying to stop the forward momentum here. Nice pickup. Got the teleport, the far M to extend further. And that's the beautiful thing about Versusia. She converts off of darn near anything and will get that full combo sequence.
Yeah, she's very good at this. Elsa already showing that she knows how to do it with this character as well. Because, I mean, hey, you mentioned had to switch characters multiple times. Was near, then Catalina, now Versusia. And is ready to go at an Arc World Finals level with the character. Cool, the pillar right there. That is one of the hardest things you have to deal with versus this character. Because the EX one, the H one, yes, instantaneous almost. And as a result, if you allow them to catch you with that, that means it's their turn to do whatever they'd like. They can get a stock with their 5U. They can decide to lariat if they want to, get a meter refund and put some chip damage on you, etc., etc.
That is critical in this matchup because you're, again, trying to stop that forward momentum from Soares. Being able to have that EX pillar is critical. And of course, the position that Skill is in right now leaves no room for Elsa to be able to draw that out. So now we're in this corner. This is the pressure we saw from Kayane. This is the pressure you'll see from any Soares player once you start seeing the in competitive positions like this.
Yeah, I mean, back when we were vanilla, we saw a lot more Soares, but not now. So y'all are going to learn a thing or two right now. The Skill with the throw text on this has kept the pressure going despite the fact that they're back to the mid-screen, right? This is still Skill having the momentum advantage in there. Forgot about the armor or was already committed. Either way, that's going to be great for Skill as they take the round.
Round apiece.
Yeah, and I mean, Jane-Su and I talked about this during the first set of games, the first group. Yeah. Almost all of these groups are going down to the wire. I see no possibility of anything different.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said earlier, that is how close the competitors are here. And it's a rare opportunity for, international competition to happen for this game. So what it does is truly a spectacle, and we're certainly seeing it here at the start. Because Skill, really dominant this round, has all the resources we need to achieve victory, really.
Yeah, well, you got to achieve victory from the back order right now as you are already in the corner, and then the ultimate skill is going to connect. That is going to be a ton, and that is even going to be the victory for the first game. Skill taking that one right there.
It's so difficult. Every lariat pushes you ever closer to the corner with no hope for escape against Sora's here, and Skill is so strong and proficient at making sure the opponent does get pushed back in those spaces. Again, if you'll notice, like, just really has this drive to keep pressing no matter what, because Soras needs to be right in your face. So giving up any sort of room for a character like Versusia could be a death sentence for Soras.
Yeah, but I mean, hold on. There could be a character switch over to the Catalina. The Nier felt like a joke at first. I wasn't entirely sure if that was going to be the case, but we'll see.
I would like the Catalina on this, because then you're kind of countering against some of that neutral position. You're able to chase down with thrust if you need to. You still kind of have that corner carry with the 5U interactions, going for the light wall, although mitigated a little bit with this patch, but still pretty potent. Still sticking with Versusia, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, one big part about Versusia, right, is that she has such a high health. Right. So because she has such a high health, she can play the risk-reward game a lot. However, Soras is a character that we know for sure dishes out damage. And so that differential between health that normally exists versus Soras, it's kind of a non-factor. So when you try to play that risk-reward game as Versusia, it actually becomes a normal risk-reward game where it would have been more skewed in your favor in previous matchups. And that is going to show why. Look at the damage output here.
Absolutely. The ult forward special here activating for Skill, utilizing that as a throw bait, has had so much success out of utilizing. Honestly, it's an important tool to have in the kit of Soras.
Okay, yep, and that's one of the things you're always trying to look out for. The Lariat right there. It may not be round start, but it's going to be very close a lot of the time. The 6XL, also very, very good for skill. Dashing moves, and it's just going to allow you to stop Elsa from doing any Versusia stuff. Lock it. Oh, there it is, the armor on the 6XH!
Blasting right through the forward special from Elsa. Full combo conversion. Oh, dropped out a little bit early, a little low on the ground. Is scaling even to extent.
Yeah. Trying to use those extended normals to be able to push Soras back, but it feels like the spacing game from Skill is immaculate, right? Just knowing how to stay away from Versusia's strongest tools.
Oh, I thought it was going to be counter hit something. I thought Elsa, like, at least breathed.
Okay, yeah, trying to do the stagger, yeah, because it seems like the only way you're going to open up skill is with a proper stagger. The defense seems to be there completely for this guy.
Down special to stop the approach here, 2L. Nice. Try to open up with JU.
Okay, yeah, just takes your negative frames and walks away with that. Okay, BC is up. Oh, got the Lariat. It's going to be close enough to the wall that it's full conversion as well. Now, Super Skybound Art is on deck for the next hit. Oh, just going to convert this hit.
Yeah.
It's a ton. It's a ton.
You take that, you're shipping away the 2 Brave points, you're going to get the bonus damage on your next interaction, and you get one of your own just in case, because it's Soras. You're going to need this Brave point.
Yeah, trying to go for the overhead on this one is going to immediately BC, try to put you in chip range, right? Now, Soras is a chip lord, can chip you out a ton, so you have to try to dodge like Elsa did, but Skill was ready for that exact moment, called it out, and is going to be taking that 2-0.
It's a classic. It is a Skill classic. When it's down to the wire like that, if ult is available for Skill after that Lariat interaction, it will be that up kick. 100% of the time. Rewatch the set, the top 8s through Kayane Cup. That is the go-to for Skill, I promise you.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you didn't see why Skill is here, qualified in Kayane Cup, just like Zero's talking about, and it is a spectacle of an event to be able to watch what Skill did at that tournament, because, hey, even some of the people here in these group stages were there at Kayane Cup with Skill and could not do the deed against him.
And we'll see if our next opponent does get to do the deed against him, because it will be Fittis, and of course these two have crossed paths before. The record does show a little bit of a back and forth here and there, but for the most part, it is going to be, unfortunately, an EU matchup across the board.
Yep. I mean, hey, given that Skill is one of our most prolific players in EU across multiple games, I'm not just talking about here, right? That is one of those people that if you beat them, you have got to be on a high horse at that point, right? Because you know you have gone through a lot of raw, straight-up training that this person has gone through. Because you don't get that good at that many games without having sat down and done the work. And so that's Skill. Now, Fitizen, we know for sure, has sat down and done the work, and that's going to be Skill's next opponent here. We saw Fitizen just a moment ago with the group stage, took out one of the previous Nier players, you know, just like Skill did. So now the Nier Slayers are up the bat.
Yes, the Nier Slayers are up the bat here. Of course, these two, like I said, have cross paths, but honestly, it's the EU region in general, like they have risen up tremendously over the years, and still, you know, while having a hard time earlier on in the Arc World Tour trying to defend their own turf, I think that's very much a different story now. Granted, we only had a few of the competitors here stateside travel out to those other events, that being in Zippy, we had Zerom also travel, we had Koji Coco also,
Riazo, who's gonna be in the next group.
Yep.
One off of one of the Brazilian qualifiers.
That's right, Riazo doing the Battle Coliseum.
Correct.
Yeah,
so yeah, you had to travel, you had to experience other play styles and get ready for what the cream of the crop is here at the AWT 2024. Because if you did not, well, you might bust her out of groups. And yeah. That's one of the biggest things about this, and I love the point system plus the qualifiers, right, is because they were spread out through a number of countries. And so as a result, we get to see a lot of people that we wouldn't get to see before. You had specifically mentioned in EU. A long-standing problem with a lot of NA spectators is they really only look at North America and Japan. And then now we've got a ton of EU representation here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the regional spread for Arc World Tour has been fantastic. Of course, unfortunately, no representation here for it, but South America also a very strong region. You know, that is the stop that Riazo ended up going into, taking that Battle Coliseum. But man, even Middle East also having strong representation here, and that's the beauty of this Arc World Tour, is that it is truly a world tour, right? So having those opportunities to represent these players, and Europe certainly coming out in spades for this one here. I think about every single like substantial competitor out of the EU is here this weekend, whether it be through qualification or through LCQ. Like they are really showing up and showing out for those that couldn't really make it.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a handful that I can think of that are not here, but it's because Kayane Cup was a bloodbath to try to win in the first place. So, you know, I'm not too surprised. There can only be one champion at the end of AWT anyway. So, hey, you got to send the best, and the best are able to duke it out and make it. So here we go. Button check was underway, finished off. Soares, Siegfried. This will be a run back from said Kayane Cup.
Yes.
And we got to see what adaptations were made, honestly, right? Because Skill was the person to beat. And now another thing I do want to mention, though, was we did mention Battle Coliseum, so this is the perfect time to mention it because of that. Skill was also at Battle Coliseum with Riazo. Skill actually got 5th at that tournament.
Yeah.
Skill, or was it 4th? One of those two places. I have to double check. I'm sorry. But yeah, so Skill actually did travel more than just Kayane Cup. It wasn't like a oh, I hit an instant qualifier and I'm here. No, Skill worked for that.
Yeah. Skill definitely did not just sit at home out of the EU region, just go, you know what, let me farm the points here. Definitely went to go see world competition as well. But yeah, the score between these two, Fitizen and Skill. I mean, of course, at Kayane Cup, Skill with the 3-1 victory and top 8 winners semis. So
gonna see if that's still gonna go here in this match, as Fitizen starts with a strong offense. But again, I mean, we saw that previously versus Elsa, right? Started out in Elsa's favor, definitely didn't end that way.
Siegfried could be just as much of a bully as Soares, although Soares could be a little more aggressive about it. See the hard read on the one reversal that you have outside of BC.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you technically do have the invincible reversals and the H's and stuff, but because of the counter hit changes, you're much more averse to using those at this point. Ultimate skills are very good for that. You're not going to get counter hit change, like the counter hit change, and so you may as well try. So coming up, round number 2, Fitizen looking very strong. Oh, Lord in heaven! Look at the damage.
It's fine. It's fine.
30 your life bar just because you messed up once.
Good.
I love this character.
Dang, Raging Chain to follow through.
Yeah, so right there, and that's just gonna put Skill on such a back burner. Has to act so much more defensively than would before. Now, full damage on this. It's gonna be close, I don't know. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it kills. But chip damage there. Okay, one move chips this out.
All right, install. Let's make it happen, Captain.
Unfortunately, it's only 1 stack install, so it's not going to be as powerful as possible. Yeah, was even looking for that Dragon Punch. That's why the spot dodge came out there, you saw from Skill. But Fit isn't completely ready for that as an idea and just waited for a second.
Yeah, there's nothing more nerve-wracking when you end up putting yourself in that position of, oh, well, now I'm in chip. And literally anything I do, if I leave that moment of a gap, I know that reversal is going to come back to haunt me.
Yeah, this game may have that chip protection that you can hit, but unfortunately, once it's gone, you're at the mercy of your opponent. And there it is. That's 6XL starting things off for Skill. It's definitely the best fighting game button of the year, if you ask me.
I want that shirt, by the way.
I wonder if we can get that. Let's find out later.
We'll have a conversation with some side games folks about it.
Oh, the 2H off the jump right there. You know, a couple of jumps went unanswered from Skill, and now not allowing that to happen again. Goes for the empty jump low. Did that exact same setup versus Elsa, right? But has not represented the high option yet. So that is where the mental stack is going to start evolving.
One day. I feel like it's just a conditioning thing, right? Because you see someone take to the skies, and you have to assume, well, that's a jump in, right? I'm not going to open up for that. All right, just blocking. Actually pretty critical for this flurry of punches here from Skill.
Yeah, you gain a lot of meter from just defending a lot, and because meter is so important due to the ultimate skill's power level, you definitely want a few. And oh no, again, huge damage gonna about to be coming out, and this one's in the corner this time.
Well, full conversion, we're definitely sending the super.
Watch this health bar just disappear.
Did you make a mistake? By golly, that's such a shame.
Yeah, and remember, this is after the nerf too, so he can't do that off of far L. He used to be able to just do that to you off of far L.
Good spot dodge here. Trying to press forward. The H connects.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. That has been one of the best backdash catchers in the game for a long time, to be honest with you. Even in vanilla, it was catching people.
In.
Trying to find a way out of the corner. Not a lot of life left, and Skill knows that, smelling blood in the water. We are one apiece here. Group stages are never going to slow down. It is going to be close as possible.
This is exactly what I would expect to see, what I like to see out of these group stages, that they are playing at their absolute prime right now, fighting for that one coveted spot to be the champion of ARC World Tour.
Yeah, no, it's got to be earned here. Game number 3 here, final game. Yeah, caught it, showing that there's an answer at the very beginning, and now is going to be able to get the punish. So, due to the distance, that's actually the only punish that Fitison can get there. You may think, oh, why not get the gigantic counter hit punish? It's unfortunately just not available.
Yep. Good spot dodge. Oh, active defense here. Nice little 2L stagger.
Ooh, active defense. You're calling out the mid-beth. Sorry, it's a real term, and I'm an old man nowadays. Yeah, the pressure right now from Skill has put Fitison in a bad spot. Wow, and yeah, is able to get the dive kick. That's a true punish, too. It's going to use all the resources you can on this because you want to set them up to close enough to death. Not there yet, though. And Skill has no BP, and you know Siegfried's damage output. This could be potentially bad.
He used single touch, not able to get the wall bounce here, but certainly tried. And quite the 2-up. Hey, you know what? I got to put it out there.
I was about to have a heart attack for a second. That was real close, real scary. But yeah, you're right. The 2M finishing it off there.
You're locked in with the EX Fireball, say it with your chest, steal it back. Try to go for a back throw there, potentially. Just wants that corner.
Absolutely. I mean, took 2 stocks out of it, so it's not like it's the worst thing in the world that it got beat, but we'll take it for sure. And now just pushing towards with that Lariat, using a lot of the EX, but there's the ultimate, right? So that's going to allow for the save. Oh, caught the punish, but didn't have the skill available, I don't think. Could be wrong about that, though. Yeah, trying to go for that same situation as last time right there with the stand age. A lot of stand teching from Skill. All right, switch sides.
Back in the way here, wants you to open up for even more. 2H on the opposite side.
Yeah, right there, Fitison thought could punish the Dragon Punch, right? But not actually the case. Overhead is actually just going to go unanswered there with the... Oh, thought saw an animation was incorrect, and that is going to put Skill up. 2-1 there. So that has now probably messed up, it's probably going to mess up some people's predictions, honestly.
You know, that was either the most godliest of reads that you were about to make or, you know, one of the biggest blunders, and unfortunately it turned into the blunder side of things here. But Fitison, you know, as I said, has crossed paths several times with Skill. you know that these two are thinking several steps ahead of like, I've seen you do this before. I'm going to activate my super here because I know you're doing something fishy.
Yeah.
Sure enough.
I mean, as a Siegfried player myself, what I'm thinking that Fitizen was looking for was any animation that looked similar to an attack, right? And because Skill kind of did like a bit of a shimmy and then a down back right there, got confused by the animations, attempted to do the super there and was just wholly incorrect.
Yeah.
And as a result, Skill was able to take it. Now, I could be wrong about that. Remember, I am just speaking from my own personal experience. This, you could be very much just as correct, right? In regard to, we've played each other so many times, you usually do something there.
Yes, absolutely. But is that enough to make Skill your player of the day? You can actually vote right now at PlayStation Player of the Day. So that's arcsystemworks.jp/vote, so you can vote for your PlayStation Player of the Day.
Yes, we've had some interesting picks from Friday. You know, our PlayStation Player of the Day wasn't even somebody who qualified in the LCQ, so you can pick anybody here. You know, even if you saw in Group A, maybe your favorite win out, they're still in contention for Player of the Day. Make sure you head on over there. Again, that is arcsystemworks.jp/vote. Yes, so we are seeing quite a lot of strong matches here in this Group C right now, Zero. I'm very happy with it. I've been very happy with all of the pools so far.
Yes. You know what? I'm just trying to keep track mentally here, but folks, let's take a look at how the spread is looking for this Group C. Now, we've gone through everybody at least once, Skill with a score of 2-0 and looking mighty fine in game score as well with a 4-1 game count. Looking pretty well situated here to potentially advance, but we'll see where in the bracket, because honestly, we still have a few more sets to go through in this Group C.
Yeah, I mean, this is not even like finalized, right? Skill might not even make it out of winners depending on what goes on with the rest of these matches. We did see the weirdness that could go on in Group B. There's no telling if that happens here as well, right?
Yeah.
No one is out just yet. And so as a result of that, we are definitely looking high and mighty on this match. We need to see what goes on because this could change quite a bit in terms of the standings, and whoever has to, you know, go on to face Skill as well.
Yeah, this is, you know, almost a classic match between these two, of course. Several times have been at the same events. But, yeah, we'll see how it plays, because now we're, once again, both near players and have gone on completely separate paths of mentality in terms of the characters you pick after. Koji Coco opting for more big damage and consistency, either in Belial or Beatrix, whereas Elsa, she's been searching for more characters that kind of line up with that near playstyle.
Yeah, she wants to control, she wants to put you down and not let you get back up, right? And so Elsa's been great for that, and that's why I think Versusia is a great pick for her. And Koji Coco also, same thing. I feel like the characters that they picked, great for them. Now, Elsa out of Texas, trying to be, I think they're the last Texas rep left in the group. I could be wrong about that.
For Elsa?
Elsa.
Yeah. Yes, you'd be right on that.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, the pride and joy right now. So, but yeah, so Koji Coco also is going to be the obstacle you must overcome. Elsa versus Koji Coco here. Okay, so it's going to be Beatrix. Yep.
I completely agree with this pick. Honestly, the navigation for Beatrix against Versusia is going to be tricky for Versusia to stop a lot of what Beatrix can do. So, looking at down special is kind of null and void in the case of riding free, has spot positioning. The pillar is going to be that showstopper. We saw that earlier. We'll see if that does come into play here, but showstopper with that EX pillar is going to be important. If we're already way beyond it, that means Beatrix is going to open up a world of hurt against Versusia. So EX has to be the go-to for Elsa.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw in the Group A stages versus Versusia, one of the best ways that you can deal with that pillar is by dodging it at the right moment, right? But Versusia has a counter to that as well. She can do a slower pillar. She can wait a second, even if it's the same pillar, right? So you do have to be careful what you're changing your mental stack to be.
Absolutely right. Oh, wow. Goes for the ult. Star Chaser already pushing for corner. Counter hit ride free. That means a full conversion.
Yep, gets the wall bounce right here, and the setup is important. So we haven't seen a lot of the command grab from any of the Beatrix players so far. So, I mean, it could be coming out soon. Still just a regular grab here. No Delta Clock access early.
Shut down early with the 5L. There's that down special, able to push away for mid-screen.
Yeah, but the push away is not going to matter too much yet, just because the BCs are right back, and Koji Coco currently just having complete control of his corner, right? Has been able to see Elsa fight back and then respond in kind, stopping that movement, right? With the 6-6Ls, or maybe even a couple of 2Ms here. And you try to use the Thunderbird on this one to get back in. It's basically just forcing Elsa to use all BP.
Yep. And that's going to be even more dangerous as we're in this corner. This is exactly where Beatrix wants to be. The ult. Thunderbird here stripping the final break point for Elsa. It's not going to matter with this health point here, but you're one riding free away from victory. And we can still chip and make it.
Yep, speak of the devil. You were so right.
I mean, honestly, with that final touch there, I'm looking at Star Chaser, and then look, you've lost all health. Doesn't matter at this point. I either DP, I ride free. It's that final touch no matter what.
Yeah, you know, Beatrix does have a lot of active frame attacks, right? So really, really good at that chip situation. You think you can dodge, you think you can cross over, but there's so many active frames that you may not be able to.
Cool.
I think that's a great call out.
All right. Forward special to push back away, dash L to close the gap. Nice call out.
Yeah, and again, no counter hit due to the fact that it was the ultimate skill on this one, but it does not matter because Beatrix is going to take you all the way to the corner, is going to hit this Skybound art, and you are going to lose a chuck of life. And you got the shimmy right there off the jump. Usually people run up, then backdash. No, Koji Coco had jump into backdash.
All right. Excellent control. We did not even get to move outside of the west side of the screen here at all. Koji Coco is owning that position right now.
Yeah, definitely showing the West Coast everything. It's just like, hey, yeah, have you seen the Space Needle in Seattle? It's over here. Have you seen it?
Hey, I found this great spot that you should check out. Like, wait, I live here. Like,
yeah, well, you definitely live there with Koji Coco's pressure, let me tell you, as we are already running back in there with the riding free. But, okay, Elsa using the sweep to be able to get out of the corner this time.
Oh, wow. Ultimate. Yeah, ran into that down special there. DP, bet it all in the EX edition. Oh, yeah. Medium riding free, try to close the gap, get the punish.
Yeah, I mean, I had to use that BC to try to take the pressure back, right? I mean, I guess you don't have to, but it's a really good idea.
Yeah. Oh, off the wall, here we, dropped it, that's a shame.
Yeah, Michael Jackson didn't work out on that one with the off the wall, but we are still getting the pressure here with the dash Ls. And yeah, just trying to keep it nice and safe, right? Not trying to overcommit, because the second Versusia hits you, you're in the corner then, and she has also taken a third of your life.
If it was at max range, though, I'm pretty sure the way the hurt boxes lie, 2M could interrupt that 5L coming from Koji Coco, but not going to be a chance. Easier said than done. Actually, hold on now. Yeah, you could have sequenced one more, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah, the double-digit negative on that one. Yeah, we had talked about that in Group A, and because of that, Super Skybound Art is going to come out. 999 hits. You made Mom mad. Oh, and then there's the Lariat, completely invisible, not ready for it. And now you were in chip territory. You got to find the right time to riding free, but oh, there it is, the DP. That is not just a Dragon Punch function. That is also great as a spacing tool.
Absolutely. Beatrix a little bit too tall to make that approach. You're going to get clipped for that one. And honestly, I really think we had a Raging Strike available in that corner. Koji should have been able to win that last round if I'm...
Yeah, I definitely have to go back and look at it, right? Because if it started in the air, there was no shot Raging Strike would work because of the combo limit. But if it was on the ground, I can definitely see that for sure.
Oh, crushing the 2M here with our Thunderbird.
Yeah, Thunderbird luckily being such a strong low crush attack. And hey, nice conversion right there with the far L.
HBC away.
Yeah, we think of BC as a defensive tool, but Koji Coco 100% using it offensively. Oh, tried to buffer the super on that one. Full counter hit punish here. Great damage.
That's a beautiful change in this patch of the game, of course. Those supers now with that counter hit punish.
Yeah, and I mean, one more chance here for Elsa to be able to get out on this round. And it's looking real scary to do exactly that, but you're not out until you're done.
Absolutely. Tried to knock at the door, the light ride free.
Oh, and tried to set up a projectile of her own, but it was a little too slow. Koji Coco currently on set point now. This is looking scary for Elsa. Has to be able to do this to stay in contention, I would think.
Jesus!
That is the Beatrix class. You remember before the nerfs when that was just the normal thing they would do?
yeah. You know, I wasn't doing it, but good lord, y'all are braver than me.
Hey, I mean, H riding free, super strong normal. Right?
Yeah, sure.
Not
normal, huh?
It may as well be normal. I swear to goodness, she always has it. But yeah, there it is. The Thunderbird is going to counter hit. Full conversion here. Cycling those cooldowns as well. Tried to go for the throw, but Elsa ready for it. Such a defensive player, like in comparison to like Gambara, who we saw on Versusia earlier, right? Way more down backing.
Absolutely, and this will be the round here. Koji Coco setting themselves up for success with the 2-0 victory. That's going to be important in the scoring of the group, but also taking one step closer to trying to qualify out of this group block.
Yeah, especially considering we saw Koji Coco lose one of those games before, and now the tiebreakers or the second place setting is going to be a little bit more confusing up until this next game. Whatever happens in this next game is going to be honestly the most important for who's going to try to make it out in loser side, most likely.
Right. Yeah, I mean, as we get set up here, it'll be just a little spoiler, right? Fidison versus Elsa. But yeah, this is going to be interesting how it breaks down, because we might get another flashback of what happened with Group B, as you said. You know, it might come down to those game scorings here, and Koji Coco is certainly making a strong case to advance forward after that. So.
Yeah, I mean, if Elsa is able to beat Fidison here, that messes everything up, right? Just like when Space defeated Zayn, right? That messed like all the numbers up, and so it started to come down to the wire of certain wins and losses, and somebody who thought they weren't going to make it in ended up actually making it in, right? So, I mean, it's still a possibility for some of these players if Elsa is able to beat Fidison here.
Yes, yes. And you know what? It's going to be Elsa on this Versusia up against the Siegfried here from Fidison. And this matchup could be, you know, again, pretty interesting, because the aggression coming from Siegfried will be a little tricky to navigate, because Versusia has those extended range normals. Talking that 5M, the 2M, it will be able to stop Siegfried just short of being able to get in that comfort zone of trying to get in that dash L territory, but also that 5H, you know, from far range is such a strong button in this matchup. Again, the slow but forward advancing fireball from Siegfried will also really control a lot of space. In the game of zoning, like, honestly, Versusia does have a lot of great tools against Siege.
Like, I unfortunately, in my personal opinion, due to that, like, the slow-moving Siegfried fireball, that pillar destroys any attempts for him to use that to walk forward. When I played that matchup as many times as I have, I do not like it.
Except, no, I totally agree.
I do not like it. It feels like one of the only times Siegfried actually has to think.
Right.
So.
It's certainly one of those things where maybe you go for EX Fireball to contest with like the down special from Versusia, but Pillar is always going to be that showstopper for Siegfried in this matchup.
Yeah, and another thing is we talk about the far-reaching normals for Versusia. That is one of the hard things for Siegfried to get around, because his mid-range normal game is a little slow unless you're doing far L or 2M.
Yep.
Right? And so as a result of that, her faster normals are already there a lot of the time. Sometimes you're getting counter hit because you're on startup still. Or it's a lot easier for her to whip punish maybe, right?
Yeah, we'll see how it breaks down, because we saw how easy it was. Well, excuse me, it wasn't easy, but we saw how Fidison could navigate that space against skill to try to close the gap for Soares. Like, that is a critical aspect of winning this matchup against Versusia. If Fidison can overwhelm Elsa in the close range matchup, then we will certainly see success on the side of Fidison. But of course, the way that Elsa will like to interrupt and, again, like we mentioned, control the space with Versusia, that will also make things, you know, work well in her favor. Again, like, she does have all the tools on her side, but damage output, she does have that extra health, right? But Siegfried does have that extra damage behind him to continue.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Siegfried also having like pretty good health too on his own side, right? But like, no, I 100% agree with you in regards to what will dictate the pace of this match, and that is Elsa's level of control, Versusia's level of control. That is going to come up, and that could just be insanely problematic for Fidison, which could create the nightmare scenario of the group that we're talking about. But, you know, this is all conjecture, right? This is all on paper stuff. What it comes down to is these two players clashing it out with their 100%, right? They're going to bring it all. Doesn't matter what I think about this matchup, right? Fidison could just show me I was playing it wrong. No, I mean, seriously.
That's facts, that's facts. And that's the thing of it, too. Again, I was talking about earlier, just that preemptive transition to this version of Siegfried, where Fidison obviously doesn't have, unless you just got, you know, an inward line to Cygames and knew what the patch was going to be. But like, Fidison plays Siegfried so differently compared to what we see over here on stateside. Regionality is always a big factor in terms of how players interact with games, and the way that Fidison was approaching, like, you would hear a lot of like, oh, it's going to be dash L, far L into the heavy Orchid. where Fitison was like, actually, what if I did dash L2M, got the counter hit, and then I go for Orchid after? Really fishing for that 2M was such a change for Fitison and why they become so dominant in that neutral game. They approach it differently.
Yeah, you know, I actually gotta say, just to piggyback off that, like, European players do seem to tend way more towards the stagger of pressure style, right? Whereas, like, a North American player, you're gonna see a ton of 6XL. Dashing L, for sure. European player, you will see dashing L. Of course, it's the best move in the game. Right. But, like, you will then see a stagger more often than them just trying to take their turn back, right? Right. Or extending the pressure further. Exactly. And as a result of that, you know, that's why we saw Fitison counter hit skill with 5H like 6 times.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we are locked in with the Versusia. Looks like the button checks are over. One of them probably just going over their notes right now. I assume it's skill, considering he's not locked in, but there it is. Okay. So whatever notes you got on either player, you definitely got to bust out everything, because this could be your top 8 contention on the line.
It certainly could be. I mean, quite the run up here that we've had thus far. These two have not crossed paths before, so at least in a tournament setting.
Yes, yeah. But you know, one of the interesting things is if you play in a lot of North American online tournaments, you can definitely run into Siegfried quite a bit. Oh yes. But again, you mentioned it a second ago. There are differences between the North American and Europe playstyles, and then there's also differences playing online and offline. Like,
that's so true.
But there it is, starting out with the stagger pressure. Started with 6XL, stagger pressure. Elsa didn't bite, and now has found the perfect time to press a button.
Yeah, massive to regain that space. Oh, interesting. Going for the BC there, so you don't have to hold on to the frames from the shout of Versusia.
Yeah, and then that makes it so Versusia can't then just get another charge. Yeah. Interesting. I've not thought about that either. Okay, hey, you know. I love that's why it's great to watch the top level players, right? Because you don't know something, you will learn it real quick because they know.
I just kind of accepted my fate. If she wants to scream at me, I guess she gets to, you know? Like.
Oh, yeah, but there it is. Callisto Special, as we like to call it in North America. Europe probably just, you know, calling it a regular wake-up. Who knows? But, yeah, going for the throw. The tech is delayed, so that is going to be a little bit of extra damage. Elsa, though, with the perfect timing on the ultimate Dragon Punch to be able to get away. First round for Elsa.
Right, pretty intense opener here. But again, I actually called out that patience from Elsa, not opening up on those dash Ls. This is very important here. I mean, on the side of Nier, right, practicing back then with death is down, you're kind of waiting your turn for quite a bit of time. So maybe some of that coming to light here.
Yeah, you definitely get a learned skill out of that, right? And that's we're seeing that application of said learned skill. But oh wow,
huge.
Great crossover and great conversion off of it. That is one of those anti-Versusia knowledge checks.
Yes, and you know what? It's one thing I've mentioned before against Versusia. I don't see that enough, where players are rolling through that ball. And nice challenger with the super.
That'll be effervescent if you're playing Siegfried until they change that. He has a freeze frame super. He is going to be doing that. Demolished.
No. I'd be taken aback too. If I got pushed back that often, one, I got rolled through my down special, and you did super again on my down special. Like, wait.
Yeah, definitely a different game than the first one, right? Way more aggressive from Fitison, way less jumps, but now we see that jump again, and immediately it's answered. I think that was a huge help for Elsa in the previous round.
And another factor here, look at how active Fitison is. Every single time Elsa thinks she has an opportunity to charge up, Fitison is already on her like glue. It's just like, no, you don't get to activate your stance for free.
And wow, unfortunately for Fitison, that's going to allow Elsa to not only get out of the corner, but get a good amount of damage there. Up to not grab a charge off the 5U and instead opt to get the plus frames, right?
Yes, absolutely. Oh, got that scoop. 50% life lead now.
Yeah. The close H not doing his job there on that one, and also not biting on the 214H, right? That's one. That thing will catch back dashes, it catch jumps, right? It's very scary to press something at the mid range from Siegfried because of that move.
There's your install there, not going to run into it.
There it is again. Okay, yep. So it's very specifically trying to not let Versusia get that charge.
Get the charge, get the space. You don't want to be pushed away. You're staying in a very threatening range.
Yep, it's going to get your BP right back and put your opponent on 0. So you do get that bonus damage. It's going to be alive, though. Anything will do it. And chip damage is also going to be insane. It'll be hellacious.
All right, if we get to hit the... Ooh, Yeah, calling
6-6-7.
out. Yep, calling out the down special here from Elsa. Honestly, though, if we did get the touch against Fidison, would have been death. You're down to that 1 BP. It's very easy for Versusia to convert into that SSBA from that position of the screen.
Yeah. I mean, even if you couldn't convert into SSBA, ultimate skills are going to carry that character all the way to the corner, right? So there's just a myriad of ways that could have gone terrible for Fidison there. But Fidison still trying to keep the wins up in this group stage because remember, Elsa could change Fidison's group stage life here.
Yes.
Thinking about it, and yeah, you need to look at all the notes you possibly have, Elsa, and I commend that completely. A lot of people don't take the time to go back to character select screen, check your own notes, or even recompose yourself, right? My blood gets pumping when I'm on stage.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know about other people, but...
I mean, at this point, right, you probably are feeling a little nerve-wracked, right? Because you are so close to either ascending into this top 8 or just sitting in the stands to watch for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah. So now you have to start figuring out what can I do to stop Fidison, because he had changed up the game plan that I was beating him for in the first round, right?
Right.
Way less jumps. Like counter hit jump, the jump was not counter hit once. No, it was once in the final round. But after that, no jumps again. And so you have to think about that, right? What else can you do? You have to watch out for the dash 2M. You have to watch out for the possibility of that fireball coming in to be a wall. And so that pillar might come up a little bit more. Who knows? Just like you're mentioning.
All right. Deep breath here from Elsa. Fist bump into this final potential game if Fidison has his way.
Yeah, Fidison definitely wants that, but right now Elsa fighting for their life. Ooh, just a bit too late, it looks like, because, you know, it's kind of the right angle, but just not the spacing you're looking for.
Right.
Oh, yep, and because that's crouching, that's a free confirm into the 2M. That's going to be good damage here. Do you spend the Skybound just for it? Yep, because that's going to put you at 1 BP for the opponent. Meaning pretty much anything may kill, honestly, due to the bonus damage.
Yep. Yeah, next significant combo will finish the job. Heck, now even a throw.
Definitely a throw, yeah, and that's why the chip damage is getting laid on thick, right? Doesn't care if that actually hit, because you get the chip damage or you just get the W. Back throw there for Elsa, though. That's going to allow for some pressure. We rarely see Elsa on offense, and yeah, is even opting not to take it.
All we need is 1 hit for Elsa, but unfortunately, Fidison getting out of the corner kind of ruins that plan. All right, you can't take a touch. You are in chip victory.
Yeah, and so that means every spot dodge has to be immaculate because Fireball is back. So yeah, you see the whiff 5Ls? That's to bait the spot dodge.
Exactly.
Oh, is that going to whiff punish? It does! Big damage, but it's not enough. Hold on, and the pillar's going to do it! Caught it off the Fireball!
That was going to be the factor there, and we kept mentioning it here. You can't try to counter zone against Versusia. That pillar will chase you down.
That whip punish was critical for Elsa in that round.
What's even crazier is that I got to watch Elsa do a whip punish just like that last night.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, practice. That's the preparation you need for a group stage of Arc World Finals, right? Okay, but the ultimate, yeah, and that's going to stop any sort of run-up. Just because it's an ultimate skill doesn't always mean it's plus. Oh my goodness, these pillars are putting in work, and you know, we didn't see a lot of pillars before, so clearly that's one of the biggest changes necessary.
Talked about at the top of the set, like how important that was going to be to face off against Fidison here. Spot dodge, Lariat, where are you going? There's no escape for you, and that's a game up for Elsa.
Yeah, Elsa definitely finding the necessary adjustments on this one. Really thought about it, yeah. I mean, the whip punish, critical. Yes. The pillars, pivotal. Just great decisions all around right there. Now, Fidison, though, is definitely no slouch. I mean, we've seen enough 2-1s at this point to know that this does not mean anyone is down and out.
Not at all here. Nice run up, but still got the tech, the patience. BC out.
Yep, falter on this one. Another BC out. And yeah, the first BC is always free, right? Because you're not taking extra bonus damage until the second one. So
that's right.
You may as well use it.
2M. Oh, opting to dare you to press. If you fall into this, I get a crumple. That's a full corner carry.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why defensive players are so good at instant blocking is because they need that meter to be able to get right back out, right? So they need to be good at instant blocking.
Absolutely. All right, nice spot dodge on the ult fireball here.
Ooh, looks like Fidison forgot about the second hit of 5 or Far Age.
So quick after every Lariat where Fidison goes for that BC. Down on break points. Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, that's problematic. Honestly, both of them are going to take a ton of extra damage from anything at this point. Now, luckily not in the corner yet for that ultimate fireball to be able to connect, but there it is. Yes, this is one of the strongest portions of the matchup for Vesucia. Is her Skybound Art can absolutely stop a fireball.
That's her install. BC one final time.
Yeah, we're pretty much out except for Fitison. And there it is, the run forward. New pillar was coming from the previous interactions and has put Fitison on game point. Set point.
Opening interaction here. It wouldn't be a group stage set if it didn't go 2-1.
There's that spot lock situation one more time. It's going to get countered by the DP, but there it is. Huge damage abound on this one. Not going to be close enough to the corner, so Elsa's got to be thanking their lucky stars as they're going to get out with the BC. Jump over right there. No anti-air, but still going to be able to get conversion.
Carry over for corner here. Plenty of damage on the table. Fitison, victory is in sight right now as we lock Elsa into this corner position. 75% on the Skybound Art gauge.
Yeah, we've seen Elsa believe in victory before, and it has worked out beautifully, so it is definitely possible once more. It did not fall for the dive kick, and it had not been represented prior. Still getting the throw tech. Big hit for Fitison. That's going to finish it off as Fitison defeats Elsa 2-1.
Grueling set, and you know, taking that moment of pause really changed up the game for Elsa, earning her at least a game victory over Fitison and really brought it down to the wire, but still making those adjustments is Fitison to come out on top to really take down, you know, the original threats that were there on terms of playing Nier earlier this year.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Nier players, they're not all fallen yet, though. I mean, a lot of them have made the switches, and a lot of them have made the adaptations required. We still have another one here in Koji Coco, right?
Yes.
And who knows, maybe Koji Coco is your player of the day. Your PlayStation player of the day can be voted on by you. That's right, arcsystemworks.jp/vote is the URL you can head to vote for any sort of player of the day, right? PlayStation will acknowledge any of them.
Yes.
You know, maybe they didn't make it out of the LCQ. Doesn't matter. They're the best. Maybe they didn't make it out of their group stage. Doesn't matter. I love them.
You love them. Give your favorite player of the day their flowers with the player of the day voting. They'll greatly appreciate it. And, you know, it'll make them happy for, you know, seeing all the praise that they get from all of you.
Yes. So, I mean, we're still continuing on with these group brackets, but that match was going to be pivotal in terms of changing things if Elsa had changed it. But let's take a look at how it's gone as a result.
Yes, I mean, look at this lineup here. Skill still untouched with a 2-0 victory right now. A little bit of a spoiler right of just Koji Coco being the last competitor to really go up against Skill to see where the chips may fall. Does Koji jump up against Fitison, or is this going to be the lineup that we have with both European players sitting at first and second?
Yeah, definitely. Europe would be able to go home and talk their stuff for sure. But I mean, hey, we're not there yet, right?
Yes.
Koji Coco still has to fight Skill. Skill's not had every battle so far, right? And another changeup could be possible here due to this, right? Maybe Fitison could make it out of a winner's type deal. This is important for your tournament life. You know, you want 2 chances going into the finals tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. The finals are going to be a spectacular showcase of competition, and I'm certainly looking forward to see how this plays out because, man, none of this has gone as I expected coming into this at all, and that's awesome. I mean, seriously.
I mean, honestly, there's not a lot of people who could predict it 100% correctly, if anybody at all, right?
Yeah.
Because group stages are the breeding ground for chaos.
Oh, yeah.
And that's just one of those things that you cannot predict as chaos, right?
Yeah, and that's the fact of it, right? It's just you can look at the player's history and just see, you know, again, Koji Coco, in terms of tournament history, is, again, one of the most traveled, but also one of the most dominant, especially stateside, and has traveled and shown that dominance as well outside of the U.S., so it probably was on a lot of folks' bracket to see, you know, Koji Coco jump into this top 8 on a winner's side scenario, but there's a strong potential. It's just on the loser's side of things here.
Yeah, Koji Coco not out of it. Skill, I mean, those are the 3 we're looking for. Skill, Fitison, Koji Coco right now, because unfortunately, I just don't think it's possible for Elsa mathematically, regardless of what happens in the next few games, right? So we are going to be going into this. Button checks have been completed. Making sure you're checking that your technical inputs are on, your backdash macro is set, because you definitely do not want that to happen right when you could potentially make it to finals on Sunday.
Right.
But Yes, okay, Beatrix picked here for Koji Coco, not Belial. And yeah, Beatrix is pretty much the standardized pick. Belial will come out every now and then, but wow, what a whip punish to start!
My goodness, already has the EX riding free corner position here.
Yes, but already skill fighting out. The 6XL didn't matter too much. Soares is always so good at putting the pressure on after they've knocked you down, right? 6XL was not even a thing in vanilla, and Soares was already good at chasing you down previously thanks to that lariat.
We go Flurry here. BC just to maintain offensive corner. And an early 2L trying to bait out a reversal from Skill, who's not biting.
Yeah, trying to push the luck right there with Skill, trying to push those plus frames, and no dive as Koji Coco saw the run up, pressed the button, caught the shimmy, and is also going to get the round.
That 2M, nice victory here to call it out.
Okay. First round there from Koji Coco, and I feel like Skill has lost every first round, right? And then just won the set. Now that I think about it. Yeah, I think that's actually what's happened is he's lost every first round and then just won the set 2-0.
The comeback factor here, we just need to build up the momentum.
Yeah, okay, punish on this one, yep.
Can't be whipping buttons in front of Beatrix like that 5H. Traditionally though, like you could really win out against a neutral because the lingering hurt box from Beatrix, so it's tricky. But the timing was superb from Koji.
Yeah, Koji has shown that whip punish is on deck for them. They got the young man reactions, you know how it is. Okay, trying to use the ultimate, and yeah, you forget about the armor, didn't you? A lot of people forget about the ultimate skill armor on the lariat because they, and some of the time it's not even just that they forget about it, it's that they think that it's the H version.
Right.
But that's going to be Skill taking the second round off of such strong aggression despite the life deficit, turning it into the life lead very quickly.
Yeah, air-to-air is such a tricky gamble for Beatrix there. JM is usually kind of the go-to air button, but I think a JH had started out and Skill able to interrupt. Nice EX DP, and right back at you.
Yeah, one of the fastest response moves in Sora's kit. Actually, the fastest response move in Sora's kit. And it also goes horizontal, so no reason not to use it in such a fashion.
Oh my goodness. All right, alt DP away.
Yeah, it's able to take the corner right back thanks to the hard knockdown, but that's going to be full conversion right here from Soares. Use all of your resources because this should be able to finish it off here. And it does. Skill now up 1.
Oh my goodness.
Lose the first round, win the set. It's all I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Granted, we haven't reached that eventuality yet. You know, we haven't reached that timeline in the Versus universe, but
we'll see. Koji Coco taking a moment here to think through this situation against Skill, who is looking pretty on fire right now in terms of aggression, in terms of being able to close out these matches.
Yep, so game number 2 here, Koji Coco trying to make it happen for Maruka. Oh, caught the Thunderbird with an air throw immediately. I mean, look, if you think about it, Koji Coco has gone that quite a bit. Skill looking for it now.
The other fact of the matter is that how do you stop somebody who has shown time and time again that I have no fear? I'm going to take control of the situation no matter what.
That's such a good point. Yeah, you really have to rethink your entire offensive game plan if they don't have fear.
Woo!
Yeah, getting around the Thunderbird, but another. That has put on so much damage on the board for Skill. One ultimate lariat begets another, and one ultimate lariat takes off half of your life bar.
All right, potentially set point here for Skill. Dash L's around start. How do we stop this? Nice block on the riding free. Oh no!
Big hit, yeah, because that was a regular Dragon Punch, right? Not an ultimate.
Again? You know what? I'm gonna fight fire with fire. You're not gonna be afraid of me. I'm not afraid of you.
Showing no fear is one of the strongest things you can do at a top level, right? Because that means you cannot be conditioned.
Yes.
And conditioning is one of the reasons why top players are top players. Is they know you, and you think you know you.
So if we know each other, then
it cancels out, right? No. Oh, yeah, cut the backdash right there. Yep, and we talked about that previously. You know, Evervescent is one of the better backstab catchers in the entire game, even in vanilla. Caught another one right there. Koji Coco cannot seem to move around the screen as Skill takes another set, going completely undefeated.
And honestly, that sensory overload again, you're trying to, pump fake with those lows, the 2M. At the full screen distance, Koji's watching the animation, waiting for an opportunity to try to strike back, and that keeps you paying attention to the wrong thing, opening up a lariat opportunity. And that is what achieved victory here for Skill. My goodness, quite a group setting here we have right now.
Yeah, we did not know how it was going to go. Thought it was going to be a little bit closer, but Skill showing that just the dominant one, right? Looking almost like Gamera did in Group A. Remember that, right?
No.
So that was only like an hour ago, too. So it's looking like Gamera and Skill are the two people to beat so far. But,
Yeah.
you know, hey, we have more group action still. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings to see where we are at the moment.
And there it is, the final countdown here, 3-0 victory for Skill, undefeated, followed in by Fitison, a complete EU sweep here in Group C.
Yes, but the one thing we haven't seen so far the entire tournament that I do want to point out now that we're only in Group C, so this could change to Group D, is everybody has lost at least one game in these stages. Nobody's gone out completely free of these 2 out of 3,
Yes.
right? So Group D could be just a absolute toss-up, but yes, you're right. So on the winner's side, it should be Skill, and on the loser's side, it should be Fitison qualifying for tomorrow.
Wow.
NA has been rebuked.
This is crazy. Well, you know, it takes me back a little bit to vanilla era Granblue. Remember, every time international competition would travel to the US, we had the darndest time trying to defend our own turf in terms of tournaments, right? Ren was that dominant force time and time again.
I mean,
Won
Japan
SBO
beat
and
us,
EVO.
like,
Japan
yeah.
is, yeah. So, I mean, it is absolutely terrifying to see, but of course, that's, again, a testament to the skill of the EU crew, and there's still so much more to come. We do have one more block after this, but let's take a little bit of a break. More ARC World Tour action will be coming after you right after this.
What's good, what's poppin' gamers? Welcome back to the group stages over here at ARC World Tour Finals 2024 for Granblue Fantasy vs. Rising, presented by PlayStation Tournaments. We got 4 more players fighting for these last 2 slots over here in the Granblue Top 8. And who better to bring you that final qualifying action than myself, Jatsu, and the homie Ebonic Blake.
Yes, no, I'm super excited about this, especially considering the fact that all of these group stages that we had seen before have been confusing. Nobody had expected any of these, right? And the only person who looked truly unstoppable was Skill, which is not something that most people, check. They were like, yeah, 2-1 set, Skill, totally makes sense. 3-0 though? I mean, yeah, we've seen a couple of 3-0s here in the groups. Don't get me wrong with Tororo and Gamera, but they look like gods that could bleed.
Exactly. Yeah, so we have 2 representatives from each of these regions, NA, EU, and JP so far, and we gotta find our last 2 between Saki, Ryazo, Rookies, and Aaron Damac. And speaking of, we got Saki coming up in just a second. Look at these profiles.
Everybody showed out with their poses. Nobody skipped out. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Group D's the best group now.
We got the I want you, the peace sign, the force palm, and the don't worry about it coming out from Aaron Damac. But all right, we got our first competitor up on the stand. Let's hear it for Saki.
That's right. It's going to be Saki here up first. Another one of EU's finest, and we have seen EU put on a barn burner so far. So, I mean, there's a good chance that Saki is trying to continue that tradition, but has a bit of an obstacle in their way. NA is looking to stop them with Ryazo.
That's right, a multi-game master and a 6 legend himself pulling up to the stands here. Ryazo up first.
Yeah, Ryazo have got, had the pleasure of commentating their matches in previous Arc System Works games before this, so I definitely know the skill. But the same thing with Saki, actually. Is Saki has also been somebody I've watched in previous Arc System Works games as well. So this is really cool that we get to see that kind of like almost old school like NA versus EU type battle and how it comes to in terms of the Granblue Fantasy versus Rising skill set versus, the games that they came from.
Yeah, it's going to be cool to see. It's also a big clash of playstyles, right? Ryazo we kind of know as this wild child, this aggressive, wild card, pulling up with the 6, unafraid to, parry on minus frames, and really just keep it ambiguous on when your turn actually is. Meanwhile, on the other side, Saki playing it so defensive, so conservative, just waiting for the proper opportunity to strike, and not afraid to give up a few turns along the way if their opponent is playing to that 200% aggression.
Yeah, it's pretty much the exact mark of what a player would be if they played either of these characters, right? Definitely if you're playing Catalina, you're trying to play like that at a top level, right? Definitely if you're trying to play 6, you're playing like Ryazo, and that's one of the reasons why you're seeing these 2 here. We'll see another Japanese playstyle in 6. Maybe you can kind of compare notes between the 2 and see if you can fusion dance form the ultimate one, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah, we'll see it in just a second. We got the Vayne OST ready, the heroic beat for our first set. Once again, Saki versus Ryazo.
Yes, that's right. And it's going to be the first time we're seeing both of these characters show up here in the group stages at all, because we have not seen them. Last patch, Catalina's far more prevalent. And I mean, that's one of the reasons why Saki is on the character they're on. But hey, despite the patch, that doesn't mean this character's gone.
Exactly. Yeah, a couple nerfs to, a little bit of the routing, not quite able to get the mediums that we were used to off of the light wall, so a bit of a nerf to the corner carry, but still so potent in the mid-range. And 6, while volatile on the HP, has so many ways to try and keep it tricky. The empty hand, the feint, but nothing found just yet.
Yeah, I mean, even since Vanilla, too, Catalina was known for doing mad corner damage, right? So, like, if 6 gets hit in the corner, that character's gone, deleted.
Yeah, exactly. He will perish, but he will also run up with the dash throw. Right, MK for the bounce.
Yeah, matching in the air-to-air right there. Instead of an air throw, just goes for the jump medium, right?
Yep.
Now, Catalina has always had pretty good jump normals in terms of air-to-air. It's just not a situation you see in Granblue a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the tricky jump arc that we can have from Ryazo, whether it's just take to the skies, the empty jump cling, or just run up for the Rekka. Again, that jump scare. 4 close L's in a row, the shadow step, but nothing found. It's BC out.
Yeah, tried to fake the +1, right? And they actually ended up going for the projectile. So as a result, you know, Saki is able to get out of the corner here. Oh, pushing forward. He's got the ultimate skill. That's a free conversion.
Yeah.
No, just walks to the corner.
Yeah, we got the corpse run, but still, all that space just taken right back. No more brave points for another basketball bombo, so tumbled out of the combo limit there. One more touch here for Ryazo is all you need.
Oh, the light wall, but yeah, beautiful response, right? There was essentially nothing that Saki could do that would have helped them out in that situation once the light wall had been connected with a normal.
Yeah. So good awareness just to go for the ult Rekka. Slow things down. Make sure we catch that back step as well for round number 1.
And super strong spacing right there from Ryazo on the 6-6M. That made it so that there was no punish. And it's looking for the shimmy. Okay, so now we know Thunder Flash finally shown.
Yeah, wake up there. Ooh. Tried to go for the spot dodge, maybe a little bit too late. Finds the mash out.
Yep, full conversion here. Right into SBA, get that BP back and take away the second one. So now you have the bonus damage for any resulting combo, right?
Yeah, exactly. Only one more BP to your name for a BC, but you're betting it all when you know anything's one touch up against this corner.
So I like that because Ryazo actually went for a fake setup that allows the opponent to try to BC and then instead they get Raging Strike, but it actually didn't end up working out.
Yeah.
It would have been cool to see though.
I know. Waited out a little bit, didn't quite bite, waited for the opportunity to get the guaranteed BC. Now we have Ryazo up against the corner, the shadow step, the cross through off of the Rekka. That's game number 1.
Saki not ready for that, was just maybe thinking it was already happening. Yeah, Ryazo got away with murder on that.
Yeah.
Even lost the headset right there.
Oh my god, yeah, scary situation. You can see the cord getting stretched out a little bit there, but still. Happy to be 1 game up, Saki. Locking back in, taking a deep breath here at the rematch screen.
Yeah, no, I mean, what Saki has to do is make sure that moment didn't kind of ruin their mental for the rest of the game, right? Because sometimes you just get got by the Okidoke, and you know, normally that's not supposed to get you. Because it's kind of like a dumb move, but hey, look, sometimes you get got and you just have to recognize it, because you're not going to get got by that.
Exactly. Trying to stack the mental with everything that we got on the offense, but still ready for the spot dodge. That one's not going to catch us yet.
Oh yeah, these dash Ls are connecting left and right here from Ryazo.
Yeah.
We talked about this a bit earlier in the previous group stage. You know, the European playstyle a bit more frame trappy, whereas like America loves 6XL, right?
Exactly.
Like, it's not like Europe isn't going to use 6XL. It's just they're going to use it and then they're going to set something up.
And speaking of advancing, once again, the threat of that ultimate Rekka, just catching out that ultimate fireball startup here from Saki.
The jump to try to meet, but no air throw. Got the counter hit confirmed. Wow, nice. Oh, and then the whip punish on the sweep. Tried the Callisto special, and no dice.
The Saki fans going crazy in the crowd right now. 1 round up, 1 round closer to tying it back up as well.
No, I mean, EU has been completely behind their players this entire tournament. They have set up the whole section in the crowd.
Exactly.
Ooh, the jump over, yep, and because of Catalina, JU having such excellent hit stop, you know, was able to get the full conversion despite it being so high up.
Oos. Yeah, tried to go for the ultimate parry, but instead all we got was thrown for our troubles 50 meter down the drain. Ryazo at 1 touch, trying to keep the aggression up.
Yeah, and that's why you see the BC right there from Saki. Try to get the guard cancel as soon as possible, but 5-8 counter hit, trying to steal the plus frames, right?
Yeah, I didn't believe. All right, Rekka.
Oh, wow, caught out of the ultimate skill. It looked like ultimate fireball, but I don't know if that was intentional.
Yeah.
Okay, well, no matter the case, did it there, and it's going to take a ton of damage off of this one. The wall bounce is there, has super skybound art. There's no BP to Saki's name, so there is no round to Saki's name.
Exactly, no cinematic required, straight into set point for Ryazo.
Battle 3, engage.
All right, take it to the skies with a super jump. Nothing found off of the far end.
Yeah, you know, there's been a ton more jumping when it comes to 6 players than any other character in the game, right? Because he has the ability to change his air arc, and yeah, Thunder Flash also take those turns back.
Exactly. Heavy gate, you have the bounce with the end gate as well. So many ways to trick up that air momentum, but slipping and sliding across the screen. We got the light wall convergence to put you up against the wall. Spot dodge on the dive kick is clean from Saki.
Yeah, it's going to get the full damage on that one. Saves the EX right there, because one more hit would actually turn it into a kill instead.
Exactly. Stagger with the close L, no parry to be seen.
Oh, and there's that 6XL. Counter hit, but no conversion right there. Overhead's going to come out, and yeah, just BC felt forced. Oh, almost got the whip punish.
right, 100 meter here for Ryazo. We have ultimate Rekka, we have ultimate empty hand. Be careful of these fireballs, Sakia. No, you want to send it, but caught out of the dash.
Yeah, Ryazo trying to make it so that you have to play his game right there is going to immediately BC. Now, nothing left, so the chip damage is going to be hellacious, and there it is. The wall dive being projectile invulnerable. Ryazo absolutely elated with their victory. Woo.
We said it as soon as it happened. Be careful of that fireball, that 50 to slow down the screen, and ready as soon as it came out. Ryazo up the first set of this group. Of course, your battle is not over yet, but to start things off strong, I understand the pop-off.
Oh, most definitely. And also, I wonder if maybe Ryazo's going by statistics, because the person who won the first set in each group so far has gone 3-0. I'm just saying.
Okay. So there's a little bit of a historical precedent here, right? But if you guys have watched any of this LCQ, you know, we can't just believe the seeding. We can't just believe what's happened before. There is always room for a little bit of chaos, even in these group stages over here at the ARC World Tour Finals.
Yeah, no, we were definitely talking about that a little bit ago. But, you know, that chaos begets some of your favorite people to take a look at, because you can vote for your player of the day. Head on over to arcsystemworks.jp/vote to be able to vote for your player of the day. Maybe it's somebody who didn't even make it out of the group stages. Maybe it's one of the people who will be making it out of the group stages. Whatever the case may be, your voice will be heard, and you get to vote for that player of the day.
Yeah, whether it's the player you think had the best performance or just a single best play that inspired you and was so sick to see in the moment. There have been so many of these close sets where, you know, even between players that maybe have been disqualified and been eliminated through these group stages, still seeing the heart on display for these players has been so sick the entire day.
Yeah, and you can see the heart inspiring people from yesterday's player of the game, right? Blue Sky Guy did not win the LCQs, still made it as player of the day for PlayStation, right?
Yeah. So make sure to cast your votes. You get a new vote every single day. So stop in, do your dailies, and make sure to show some love to your favorite players.
Yeah, as Grand Blue players, we're no strangers to doing dailies all the time, for sure.
The classic. You got to log in and do what you got to do. All right. But we got to do what we got to do and send you guys on over to our next player up on the stand. We got Rookies.
That's right, Rookies, one of the EVO Japan qualifiers right here, had taken the tournament and is one of the lone Seahawkses left in what feels like the entire world. We saw Ryazo a minute ago with it, but, well, we're going to see another one, and let's definitely compare notes on this. However, big stopper here.
You already know what it is. It's Aaron Damac, your EVO 2024 champ, still putting up such consistent results at every tournament he goes through throughout Strive and Grand Blue, these consistent top 8 placements. But is that going to be enough to carry you through this group stage?
Yeah, I mean, and you think about it too, one of the group stages had Tororo seeing a 3-0, right? Tororo coming out of there on the winner's side for sure for tomorrow. Aaron Damac is someone who has put Tororo down multiple times due to the fact that Aaron Damac is our EVO champion.
Yeah. Exactly, so has a history of taking down some of the greats, has to make sure that we lock in for it today as well, wanting to put one more NA qualifier on that board for top 8 tomorrow.
Yes, but over there, we are looking at Rookies who was able to take down some of the best that Japan had to offer thanks to the EVO Japan bracket. Remember, they didn't have to travel for that one. They were full, ready, and primed over at EVO Japan when Rookies took everybody down. So you have to think that he's fighting the best of the best if you're Aaron Damac and you're running into this Seahawks.
Yeah. This is the battle of the EVO champions, which was so funny.
Oh my goodness,
in the group draw stages, they, you know, Aaron, of course, selected to put himself in the middle, you know, gives some time to see who was selected into which of those groups and then, you know, figure out which matchups he was comfortable with. But he looks at Zero and he goes, you know, I want it to be an EVO versus EVO championship. Let me go into Group D with all the confidence in the world here. So I am super excited to see it as we head into our next match, Rookies versus Aaron Damac.
And that's going to be our second match of Group D. So because of that, Evo versus Evo. Oh my goodness. And the craziest part, this might not even be the only time we see this matchup, depending on what happens with this group stage, right?
Exactly.
Maybe we see both of them tomorrow and it happens again.
Yeah, could be the run back of the run back real quick.
But yeah, you know, you want to know the champions of the champions? We're here to find out here at AWT 2024 as we get underway with our second match of Group D.
Exactly, an all-star battle. Let's see how it starts. Okay, pretty slow with the walk back here from Rookies. Nothing found off of the H-gate just yet.
Yes, but Empty Hand is going to be able to make his way through the Go H, and wow, that's going to be a punish counter. Not opting for the heavy on that one. Interesting.
Yeah, just going for the far L. I wonder what we were looking for there from Rookies. Just guarantee the damage where you can get it, but ultimate dive kick keeps the turn up.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played 6 since Vanilla, so honestly, that could just be the better routing. I definitely am not going to put it past Rookies to know what they're doing for sure, as it looks like they're trying to finish off this round right here, right now, and they do exactly that with optimal routing.
There we go. Had one more Raging Strike in the pocket in case we needed it, but a quick round 1 to Rookies.
Yes, no, looked exceptional on this one. Ooh, and yeah, already starting out offensively very strong as well. 166L fought another one, and it looks like Rookies beat him to the punch.
Yeah, shoulder check with these dash Ls, just waiting for you to tech back down. Take the throw. You got damage. You got health to spare.
Okay.
Let the DP rock.
To be able to get out, yep. But already, Rookie's not afraid, right? Just fighting back despite the plus frames.
Yep. Now, a little bit of chip damage, and the throw could be lethal here off of the clash. Okay, clean tech.
Oh, more clashes coming out right now, and neither of them pressing the button that gets them the most offensive pressure.
Yep.
That was crazy. Yeah, just too far away to go for throw, right? So you have to pick the next best option, and it's either invincible or fast. You gotta choose one, and 668 getting absolutely bodied as we see our boy Bob in the stands. Yes.
Looking for the shoulder check, but the referee's got no call on that one. It's a clean
It was completely
first
legal.
game. Yep.
Completely legal.
Said no foul.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, that's Bob. He's one of the NPCs in Grand Blue Fantasy, the original game. He's wearing the referee outfit today. Sometimes he's not, but you know,
Watching
wonderful
over the
cosplayer. We love Bob. We love Bob.
It's so sick.
Well, America calls him Bob.
I see.
Yeah. Japan has a different moniker for it, but yeah. No matter what, he's still the NPC, and the EX Visago is gonna catch the Thunder Flash.
There you go.
And yeah, another spot dodge on the Empty Hand, right? Oh no.
Yeah, caught out with that axe kick. Now we're going to the corner.
Okay, full combo limit here. Oh, trying to jump over it, uses the dive kick, and I think that was punishable by throw.
Yeah.
I could be wrong about that, but that looks like it was at the very least Aaron Damac's possibility of punishing.
Ended up letting it rock though. The EX Empty Hand. Close down to the spot. I was looking for something, but didn't believe in the hit. Ultimate Asmodeus, and now we're BCing out on the plus frames.
Yeah, I was trying to look for that guard crush situation that was there before, maybe. I don't know, but yeah, that has been since changed in the patch. And not going to matter here as the EX is going to connect again.
Here we go. Aaron around on the board.
Hey, not every round is all gas. Sometimes it's notes, you know? Aaron needed to get a little bit of information because has not yet played Rookies, right?
Yeah.
That I'm aware of anyway.
They use the play style at least. Stand block on the triple attack overhead. Now again, looking for these 6-6Ls, but we're getting so tricky with the Empty Hand that it's a little scary to send out the Goisha, but run up EXDP is the answer.
Yeah, I think that's why Aaron Damac felt comfortable doing the back H Goisha, is because then, you know, it'll actually meet the Empty Hand if they do it.
Yeah, exactly.
But no dice though from Rookies. Maybe starting to check the adaptations as much as humanly possible.
Just barely blocking in time for the ultimate Rekka, but still gets caught on the other side.
Yeah, everybody wants to use 6-6L, and most players know that, so they're trying to space just outside of it and get the whip punish.
Exactly.
Ooh. Oh, and there it is again. Yeah, okay, so that time we now see why Rookies had gone to that, is looking for that Brave counter situation.
Yeah. All right, gets a guaranteed Brave counter this time.
More plus frames
off
here.
The MDP.
Yeah, I was looking for Thunder Flash, otherwise would have pressed more buttons most likely.
Yep. LDP Ender, bring us over to the corner, just trying to wait out the flash, but the walk back immediately caught on here by Rookie's 2L.
Yeah, and that's going to be full resources used on this for Rookies, and Rookies is going to be able to make it happen using all of that. Again, optimization station.
There we go. All right, set point now for Rookies. Aaron, can we put one on the board? Shoulder check with the 6-6L.
Okay, yeah, and that's great conversion for Aaron because we really haven't seen a lot of an offensive start from Aaron. Normally it's Rookies with that, and then Aaron has to find the comeback, but Thunder Flash stopping.
Tried to mash out here, but caught out by the Asmodeus whiff. Just a bit of the ultimate parry, 50-meter down the drain, a scoop in the corner. Aaron running away with this round.
Yeah, I think Aaron had figured out, ascertained that that Rookies was looking for these 6XLs, right?
Yeah. All right, showing up for Protech post axe kick.
Yeah, BC guaranteed off of an empty hand, and there's the Dragon Punch at the right time. Aaron is looking in prime form, Evo champion form even.
Yep, BC for BC. We answer with the DP, and now it's 1-1 in the set.
I can't spell, I don't know what that means. Sorry.
It's a battle of acronyms over here on the Group D stage.
Most definitely, but I mean, that's how you kind of want to use the BCs at that point. Normally, it's supposed to be a defensive tool, but if you have such a life lead, it then becomes really difficult for the opponent if you have way more BC than they do, right?
Exactly,
because you can just do that back and forth. It doesn't matter if the -2 situation has changed. You just want a little bit of damage so they can get into that chip.
Yeah, you just want a little bit of space, but sent out the EX Fireball only to be met by the empty hand again. Rookies starting off strong in Game 3.
Yeah, no, the exact optimal situation too. Okay. Yeah, again, you know, the G-bagging is real strong at making your opponent not know what you're going to do off of the jump in.
Yeah, that's the classic. Just put a little bit of visual noise off of the jump in, and now these raging chains are cashing out here for Rookies.
Full conversion combo limits coming up. And it did not matter, knew exactly how much.
And the base damage of that raging strike does so much.
Yeah, it's a very important thing to be able to close out rounds. You know, it might look really easy, but it doesn't matter if it's easy as long as you got your W.
Exactly. Route into the tournament Bombo, now just waiting off of the Goisha.
Yep, ooh, the 6XL, and it was on crouching, so you know, you get that really easy confirm here for Aaron Damac. Recognizing that, it's going to take it all the way to its limit.
Yep, clean close M over here in the corner. LDP Ender, walk it out. No parry to be seen, but we still run up for the throw.
Yeah, UHK all bound on this one as we see the BC Wars coming back again. And are we done here with the BCs?
I don't know. We got a couple more diamonds in the bank.
There it is. Yeah, waiting for the special, right? So smart. Oh, like looking for the special means it's a guaranteed one. Whoa!
Okay.
I did not expect to see this in the group stages.
Agent action. There we go. All right, brings us over to the corner. We're still far away from killing Aaron Damac, but definitely kills some time here.
Oh my God, if you had made a bet for me if I would see that super in Arc World Tour Finals, I would have lost the bet. And there's the reset. No, another throw. And oh my goodness, Rookies is going to make it happen off the restand.
Oos. The install pop, the restand works. Rookies going to take it 2-0.
Wow, that was incredible. Yeah, no, I mean, well, we got our EVO champion versus... Oh my God, Rookies!
You can see how much it means to him.
Yeah,
man.
that meant a lot.
Yeah.
Wow!
And again, what a strong start here to Group D.
Yeah, no, EVO champion versus EVO champion. We now know what that is like. And I mean, that's what Aaron Damac wanted. Aaron Damac got the matchup, and it delivered, I would say.
Yeah, there still is absolutely the possibility for these two to run into each other if they're both able to qualify out of Group D. But again, we got to see the rest of these gamers as we head into our next set coming up in a little bit. We got Saki versus Rookies.
Yeah, Saki versus Rookie. So Rookie's going to remain on deck. Saki is going to be coming in with the Catalina. This Catalina was a character that all of Japan should have been very well versed in from back in the day,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
The question is are they versed in the current Catalina, right?
Yeah. Exactly, slipping and sliding with the light wall, being so tricky with the backstep, or trying to advance, you know, just thinking that, oh, okay, they're going to retreat and then maybe look for a far M or far H and catch me out, just not ready to pull up for a throw. Shall see.
Yeah, and honestly, they could be having troubles with Seahawks over in Europe, as for all I know, you know. I mean, yeah, shout-outs to the Wanted series. We do see Seahawks over there, to be honest. Kakateko is in the stands here today. Well, almost made it through on LCQs, but yeah.
I know,
so
yeah.
I do want to see how Saki represents a lot of those online tournaments that they do over in EU, and the matchup knowledge that they get from that. I really do want to see that because, I mean, Rookies is one of the people to beat this entire tournament, right? EVO champion, EVO Japan 2024.
Yep.
So everybody's got eyes on them.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be tricky. We were talking a little bit earlier, right? We have 2 6s in this Group D, but even just seeing a little bit of those playstyle differences, right? We were not expecting to see the install, you know, maybe a difference in frequency between empty hands. You know, we're seeing a lot of Ultimate Rekka coming out from Ryalza, right? Just to establish that 50-meter jump scare as well, where maybe we didn't quite see that as much from Rookies. So running into a bunch of 6s, I wonder if that practice is going to be enough here for Saki as he heads on into this next set.
Yeah, only time will tell at the level of this caliber between both players. There is so much that is an enigma due to the fact that just, I mean, hey, maybe they've been saving this for this player because they knew the group stages. They labbed it out once they set their group stages.
Yep.
And whatever I knew from before might be out the window now.
Exactly, yeah.
But
Got the
looks like
basis of the matchup down, but let's see if the player matchup is going to be a good fit. Heading on into Coliseum to make sure our buttons are all good before we get into the action.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we're offline now, guys. We don't have to play in Coliseum, is all I'm saying.
It's like on Uni, everyone's just so used to picking Park just
Park,
because it's the best net play stage, yeah.
I mean, you know, there's also you could be in NorCal and running into the Uni special because you're in NorCal. But you know, you guys will see that later when Under Night and Birth comes up tomorrow.
Exactly.
Because you definitely want to tune in tomorrow for Under Night and Birth and the rest of the games that are going to be coming up as well for tomorrow, because that is going to be our finals day for all the games.
You see the smiles on their faces. They're like, I'm actually not sure if my 6XL is working. Like, let me just check it 4 or 5 more
just keep
times.
testing backdash and 6XL.
Yeah, let me make sure. Wait, that's a sick confirm, no lie.
Yeah, you get to see
for a button check?
the trading mode combo in a button check. Okay, all right, okay.
Just showing that we got it like that. I think he's like, button's good, button's good.
I think I can 6XL. Do you think
entirely
you can 6XL?
I think I have my advancing plus rings. Okay. I'm like 99% sure. All right, heading back to the character select. Big chillin'. What's the palette that we got rocking for this next set?
Yeah, I think everybody's been sticking to their colors. You know, pretty much. I know, you know, if Dora Bang were still playing Arc System Works video games, I would imagine he'd be the only one we see just switching colors every game.
The random select character palette, yeah.
So Dora Bang's old strategy used to be that if you were playing a mirror match with him, he would steal your color. And then he'd play.
So would he RPS for player one side to make sure that he gets priority over the palette, or he would just like lock it in first?
He'd lock it in first because in old games there wasn't there wasn't a system like that.
It's whoever gets in first.
Yeah.
That's so sick. That's evil, but that is kind of sick in its own way, right?
He was an evildoer back in the day. We love Dora Bang.
Villains get to be cool, you know, once or twice.
Yes. So double checking those notes, making sure you're nice and hydrated, ready to go, is both Saki and Rookies here.
See it, pop the Senzu Bean before we head on into it, trying to make sure we are as ahead as possible in these Group D stages. Again, every single game matters. If you lose a single set, all of a sudden you're fighting for your life off a single game tiebreaker.
No, I mean, every match is going to matter all the way through this. And, well, this is going to be one of the more important ones for sure, given that these are the two defeated, right?
Exactly. Let's see who's going to be able to break the record. Let the intros rock.
Yeah, I'm feeling a sense of deja vu with this matchup. All right, there it is. Saki, Rookies. Here we go. We did see this matchup just a bit earlier, and we saw how one play style can do it. Now we got to see how the next one goes.
All right, pick up with the 6XL here. Not a ton of damage off of the starter, but again, just has you up against this corner, just farming meter.
Yeah, I mean, hey, farming meter is so important ever since they added ultimate skills into, you know, Rising over Vanilla, right? Meter has been just an incredible use of your resources for sure now.
Yeah.
And there it is. The Farlight confirmed.
I like the patience coming out from Saki as well. The respect that we had the Eureka just in case you were, you know, throwing out an Aaron Fireball, looking for something a little crazy that could have been caught by the U empty hand. But now with that meter down, Saki has a little bit more room to maneuver.
Yeah, maneuverability is going to be really important versus this character because you'll see stuff like this right there if you're directly in front of him.
Right, feint off of the empty hand and throw is lethal at the 1 BP. Rookies for round number 1.
He alley-oops to himself.
He does, yeah.
On a fadeaway jumper.
He's that fast, man. That dash speed is no joke.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, I mean, still with the fastest dash speed in the entire game, right? Due to the fact that Versuccio actually has dash startup.
Oh, that's true, that's true.
Yeah.
They said 6 would never be balling. Once again, stuck in the corner, but the mash out clean from Saki, Rookies.
And okay, yeah, I love that. Saki not pressing a button because of the threat of Thunder Flash on it, right? Or even just a button to counter hit.
Exactly.
But
ooh, EX for EX, catches out the Fireball.
Yep, and that's the best answer versus a Fireball if you're a 6 player, right?
Yep.
But BC's going to come out. Yeah, now they're even in that total. Next BC is no longer free. We are going to be taking bonus damage from anything after.
Exactly. 2 diamonds apiece, the double cross through.
Yeah, you were talking about slipping and sliding, you know, the Rookies wanted to join in and all that. He may not have a light wall, but he definitely has a crossover. And then he's also got the Fireball.
Yeah, we got the Rekka, the disengage just to get out of harm's way with that far M. gets
Okay.
the empty hand here. Now we
Oh,
got
cut the
Jerome
jump
against
out.
the corner. Airborne starter, but we have the SBA to confirm. Rookies with the super takes game 1.
Yeah, despite the reduced combo limit, Rookies knew that that was going to come up and immediately went into the Raging Strike, straight into SBA, just like you're talking about. Skybound Art, you don't have to care about combo limit as long as it connected.
Exactly. Get that guaranteed damage. Saki takes a second.
Oh, and I can hear Europe. Let's go, Saki. Yep, okay, Europe all behind Saki right now.
I had to like remove my headset to confirm. Rookies was like, yeah, cheer him on. It was like, wait, that's your opponent. You're telling the crowd to cheer on the player too.
I think Rookies maybe doesn't know because maybe they don't know
Oh,
English, right?
maybe, yeah.
I don't know.
Use the
I don't
two
know.
syllables.
I have no idea. I don't know. I have no idea.
He's like, oh, they must be cheering me on. It's like, yeah.
I just won, so of course. Oh, Raging Strike hitting Raw. But yeah, doesn't want to have to expend their resource, right, on the
Yeah.
follow-up.
Yeah, but saving the meter, maybe thinking that Rookies would try and go for the break immediately, but instead refreshing that BP straight into the super.
The jump in right now, not BC'd, that is due to the fact that so many BCs were used earlier. And I mean, even the accidental one is now coming back to haunt Saki because look at how much extra damage this combo has done.
All right, Rookies now a clean round, puts him on set point. All right, stand proud. Saki, how can we hold on?
Yeah, Saki definitely gonna have to pull out of the stops versus Rookies right now. They're like, otherwise it's gonna start looking like that that situation may come to pass.
Yeah. All right, playing a little bit more aggressive, showing the 6XL.
I don't know why, but my brain just realized that that Ryazo was the one who won the set, not Saki.
Oh,
and I
okay.
had earlier said that this is the battle of the undefeated. I'm so wrong. I'm sorry.
All good, all good. But now trying to put any of these dubs on the board.
Yeah. No, I mean that could change the whole tide of the entire group stage, right? We had talked about it before, but wow. It feels like Rookies just knows exactly when to mash out.
Yeah. I think confirmed to that 668 as well. Gets us so much damage straight into the SBA. Rookies with a 2-0 continues to be undefeated.
Yes, that's right. So our 6 players are starting to lead the Wolfpack. How fitting throughout this group stages.
Group D looking like the group of the 6 right now. I know it's going to be hard to dethrone these gamers, but look at the smile on this dude's face.
Posing. I don't know what it is. Japanese players are the kings of poses. That's
Yeah, right?
Every time they win, anytime they have to go through a like maybe a media shoot or something like that,
Exactly.
they know what they got to do. They're ready to go. They got it on deck. They've been thinking about it since birth, I swear.
Yeah. We even see the media day shoots. We saw Rookies with the impact palm earlier, so gotta have a little bit of personality on the pop-off.
Yeah, definitely. He showed that stop sign in game right there versus Saki. Saki felt like they could not get that maneuverability. They could not get around any of those empty hands. And yeah, absolutely had the pressure on deck at all times.
Yeah, it's funny that right before the set, I was like, oh yeah, Rookies is 6 doesn't really show as much of the Eureka. And then as soon as I said that round number 1, like every time we got 50 meter, we were just threatening it to make sure that we weren't just sending up Aaron fireballs, we weren't just putting out a preemptive far M or far H without risking getting counter hit on the recovery.
And I mean, that's the mark of one of the stronger players in the scene, right?
Yeah.
If you were going to be one of the stronger players in the scene, somebody's going to think, oh, you don't use this that much.
Yeah.
And it's actually, I do use it. I just use it in the matchup or a specific situation, right? So it doesn't come up and you're not ready for it.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to swap between those layers, especially, as I kind of hang around the players, walk around, they're like, oh, they don't use this tool that much, they don't do it that much. And then suddenly swapping it up is so important. But let's check out the standings for Group D.
Yes, the only thing we're swapping around is that Rookies is up 2-0 as Ryazo is going to be the other person looking like that they can try to catch up to him. However, we still have the potential of maybe Aaron Damac defeating Ryazo or something like that, right?
Yes, we have 3 more matches. Rookies in such a good position to take that winner's qualifying spot, but Ryazo and Aaron still fighting it out there in 2nd and 3rd place, respectively.
Yeah, I mean, and Ryazo is 2-0 on game count, right?
Yes.
Has not lost a game, which is not something that has happened at the end of any group stage so far.
Exactly.
Even the clinic that Skill put on was not undefeated in terms of games.
Yeah.
So if Ryazo can be the one person in all of the groups to do that, there's a target on your back tomorrow.
Exactly. It's seeming like all gods can bleed so far, but let's see if Ryazo is going to be able to keep up the momentum and come out of groups unscathed.
And so I can only imagine we're just going to get the 2 characters we're expecting, right? It doesn't seem like a character switch is going to be too prevalent here, especially with the changes to Blau, right? It would take a little bit for Aaron DeMac to have to learn a new character, I feel like.
Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit, I think, in Group B, right? Where Zippy, qualifying out in the loser side, was on the Lucilius for quite some time, played a little bit of the Nier as well in her strongest state, but now swapped over to the Sandalphon, and a lot of us were thinking, with only 2 weeks to prep for ARC World Tour Finals, I'm not sure if it's going to work out, but proved so many of us wrong with the fundamentals that kind of transfer over between these characters. Aaron kind of on the opposite side of that, thinking, all right, my character not quite as strong as in that previous version, but still has the tools that I need to make it work. So sticking around in the Belial. Riazo, of course, we've seen jump between character to character, but strong on the 6.
I mean, ever since 6 came out, it's basically been, we know that eventually they'll come back to 6, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe it's been a casuals match where they want to play a character for fun.
Yep.
Maybe it's some online replay where they're testing a matchup.
Exactly.
But all things return to Seahawks.
All roads lead the good old Wolf as we head on into our next set, Riazo versus Aaron DeMac.
Yes, that's right. Already the jump is represented, and you see Aaron DeMac rather using movement instead of anything else. But yes, super good call out on the 6XL, using the Thunder Flash follow-up where you get the dash instead of the attack.
Yeah, just going for the corner positioning here, just swapping it up and cashing out off of the quadruple close L.
Yeah, you want to get that combo limit. You want them as high as possible so you get the best safe jump.
Exactly. So much time to just wait things out. The double jump taken to the skies. Aaron's like, are you going to come back down anytime soon? Swiped out with the far M.
Yeah, and is able to get the highest conversion there to get the corner back. I mean, it was looking like it was all Riazo in terms of the pressure, but was able to change that up. And again, walked up. I don't know if that was input error or was maybe trying to trick them into a counter hit situation.
Yeah. The mash out works out so well, putting Riazo in that throw range, especially with the 6 HP pool. Walk up for the scoop. That's round number 1.
Yeah, very strong play right there from Aaron DeMac. You could tell that there was no fear on that because of the times that Aaron DeMac was willing to press buttons despite 6 being directly in your face. Normally people fold. Aaron DeMac is not.
Exactly. Holding on strong. EXDP Ender for a little extra damage. Feynman spending the cooldown. Spot dodge on the shadow step. Spot dodge on the empty hand.
Definitely want to be able to dodge those as much as humanly possible, right? Because if Seahawks teleports, you actually have advantage now.
Yeah, exactly. Caught out with the Rekka, goes for the gate, but still it's UDP for a clean knockdown.
Yeah. Clean knockdown, and it allows for the side switch as well, making Riazo want to do, the BC, but the Thunder Flash there to keep the pressure going.
Yeah, the double dip on the minus frames. I was scared. I really thought the spot dodge was going to get caught in the late active frames of the gate, but still chilling in the corner. Far H.
Late active frames of the gate are not going to help here, but the active frames of that Goetia is going to allow Aaron out of the corner as another BC is present. No more BP here for Riazo. Brave points are gone. Any hit could maybe do it, but wow, the 6XL, not a full conversion, however, because there was no BP.
Didn't believe. Probably OS into the B plus C, but didn't have any BP behind it. 100 meter on both sides.
Yeah, this is definitely territory of one possible hit right there. Yeah, you see that 6K. Oh, caught it! And it's going to be a full conversion. No! It's a bit too far away. Still alive as Riazo, but the Dragon Punch goes through the throw, and that's going to be it right there. Gods can bleed.
Jeez. It sniped him out of the stardom of the empty hand, which already had me poking out of my board. And then when it finally dropped, because we were spaced out on that confirm, I was like, no, not like this. But game 1 over to Aaron DeMac.
Yeah, gamers, it turns out empty hand does run out of invincibility. we
you can occasionally catch it, it's true. But that doesn't mean we're going to stop showing it again. The empty hand to keep you in the corner.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you stop showing that option, you've essentially conceded that you've lost Aaron DeMac, right?
Exactly.
And you haven't actually lost. Just because you've lost a game does not mean the set is over.
Exactly. Keep your head in the game, the jump back, threatening the H gate.
Yep, the 6XL is going to be able to catch out of the claw.
Yep. No rest to be seen. Still the grounded combo. So much corner carry off of this ultimate Goetia.
It was definitely a very strong additive to the tool set, but everything that everybody has in their tool set, a shimmy is one of them.
We were talking about the slip and slide with the light wall confirms, but of course we got the ice skates on the backdash 5H, and now it's the kill for Aaron DeMac. 1 round away from a 2-0.
Yeah, very offensively strong for Aaron DeMac, and he is looking like the EVO champion, let me tell you.
Yeah, exactly. Back into form. Let's see if Riazo can stop the bleeding. Again, a check with the 6XL.
Okay, yep, that was a very smart call out. A lot of 6 players use that to try to get in, to try to make you, double think that what the pressure is.
Exactly.
And Aaron DeMac said, I'm just not going to deal with that whatsoever.
Ooh. Yeah, no spot dodge. Maybe a call out on the feint of the empty hand, but ultimate DP straight through the H fireball.
Yeah, it's funny, if the H fireball was not the option, it would have been a safe jump, but now your life is going to be not an option. As big damage coming out straight into the corner. The throw is pulled out. And
Okay, waited out of the -2, just trying to make sure that we don't get caught by the parry. One more hit for Riazo. It's 2-0, Aaron Damac.
Okay, we have finally broken the mold.
Yes.
The first person to win in a group is no longer going to go out of that group 3-0.
We told you guys, chaos abounds here, whether it's the last chance qualifier or the group stages over here at ARC World Tour Finals 2024. The historical precedent, not enough to save Riazo in that set, but still, up a pretty good amount here on the leaderboard to try and secure that loser side qualification.
Yeah, and I mean, now we are still looking at 1 undefeated, though.
Yeah.
So it is going to be a hard-fought challenge to not get out of this group on the loser side if you're one of either Aaron Damac or Riazo, depending on what goes on with the rest of these matches.
Exactly.
Because for the second time today, Group B being the first, we're maybe about to have a pretty big toss-up.
Yeah, I know, it's getting scary. Some of the groups, you know, lining up pretty neatly into 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places, but I think this might be the closest that we're seeing to potentially making it to the 1st-to-1 tiebreaker. We'll see if we actually end up having to come down to it, but I don't know, the pieces might be falling into place.
Definitely feels like the pieces are falling into place, but yes, you're right. We do need to see what these players bring to the table, because it might just be a normal tale, right? Yeah. Nothing odd might happen here, although we are going to have Aaron Damac continue to sit down as they're going to face the final opponent of the group. It is going to be Saki versus Aaron Damac here.
Yeah. So Catalina versus Belial, right? You know, a couple characters that have, you know, Swiss Army knives of tool sets, right? Belial maybe could be a bit more aggressive, but I mean, between both of them having such good fireballs that can bait out, you know, the spot dodge timing, you know, try and advance with the space. Of course, Catalina, you know, poking out with the lunge if we decide to. Haven't really seen, you know, a ton of that from Saki, right? Again, trying to play a little bit slower, more passive, a little bit conservative to wait for a whiff punish instead of putting himself into harm's way. I'm excited to see it.
Yes, no, it's definitely going to be a good one, because like we always have these matches that we've seen maybe in like Evo pools or something like that. But you know, now that we're ARC World Tour Finals, they've been able to study each other a lot more.
Yeah.
And as a result, we're going to be seeing things that are specific to the matchup, right? Especially because everybody last patch was practicing versus these two characters.
Yes,
There's
exactly.
no question in my mind that they have to know how to fight them. Otherwise, I mean, what are you even doing?
Yeah, these were demons of the previous patch and definitely still, you know, heroes of 2.0, right? Fighting for their lives and still very strong tournament picks. So it's not going to be a battle of, oh, here's a knowledge check here, here's a knowledge check there. This is what do you know and how can we bring it out here in our next set. But let's make sure our buttons are all good first.
I did not once in my life think I would hear someone say Belial is now a hero. And honestly,
you know, I don't think many would agree.
People are not even going to say that now, even in his nerf state.
You're right. But know that there's always another final boss around the bend.
Oh, yes. I mean, we've seen 1 or 2 of them so far,
Exactly.
actually. So, yep. But, yeah, getting these button checks done, ready to go. Definitely don't want any mishaps happening when you, I mean, could be qualifying here in a second. It's definitely possible. Saki has a chance to shake up a lot for Aaron Damac here.
Just testing out his wave dash, making sure that his L and R buttons are all good. I think we're chilling off of the light wall. All right, back into it.
No surprises here. Yeah, exactly what we were expecting in terms of the matchup. We saw this matchup a little bit more often in vanilla, even after Catalina got nerfed in vanilla, because you know it's really funny too, because it's kind of a similar timeline for vanilla Granblue, where Catalina was like crazy at the beginning and then like got nerfed or whatever, right?
Exactly.
And almost same thing happened between last patch into 2.0 from here.
Yeah.
So.
It's like the Granblue timeline, you know, it's, oh, how far along are we in the game's life cycle? How good is Catalina? How good is Belial? You know, these are the benchmarks.
Well, so no, but the benchmark with Belial never changes. He was just the best forever.
Exactly, that's how you know,
now.
like, it doesn't matter.
Until now, he was just the best.
History can change.
All right, getting into the actual match right here. Peace and Quiet, gonna be playing again. I mean, Yusa's theme is just good, so.
It's solid. Firing off the fireballs just to start things off here in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely was looking for that light wall situation. Yeah, caught it. He's going to be able to get wall bounce here. Full conversion, no problem.
Yeah, that 6-6H, a little greedy from Aaron Damac, trying to find something, but Saki ready for the react. All right, lots of space lost off of the ultimate Goisha, but still chilling here, fighting it out in the mid-screen.
And this is where it becomes way more of that pensive game, right? The stoicism starts to show quite a bit because of the biggest things that you have to deal with at that moment are not the fireballs, but in fact the 6XLs.
Exactly.
Plus frames on this is trying to push forward. Yeah, is really trying to goad Aaron Damak into pressing something by getting at that. Vasago at its furthest point.
Yeah, far H Vasago catching you out of the backdash was not ready for that one on Saki's end.
Yeah, no, I mean, I didn't think that command grab was about to connect.
That's what I'm saying.
But okay, yeah, try to go for the plus frame situation, and immediately BC's out is Saki. Aaron Damak currently having it. Oh no, it was a punish. Maybe a throw, I couldn't see it.
Maybe, yeah, JU, my beloved, on the other side, the jump out of the corner. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these immediate BCs on the ultimate Asmodeus's, and I think we're especially going to see it from Saki, someone who is okay with saying, okay, I have a guaranteed Brave counter point. Yeah. Let me just reduce the mental stack, get myself out of this negative situation. It's fine if I take a little bit more damage afterwards. Let's reset to neutral where my character excels.
Yeah, and especially if it's the first Brave point that you have, you're kind of forfeiting yourself if you're not doing it, and you're about to forfeit a bit of that life bar right here due to the fact that that was counter hit.
Yeah, I wonder if we could have gotten a little bit more with the second close H, but either way, still a chunk of damage taken out of Aaron Damak's HP.
Okay, another throw right here. Honestly, I would just keep doing it.
Oh, but no one ever wants to go for 3. The deep dash into 2M. Quite a bit more pushback on that button, but still worth BCing off of the +1.
Yeah, immediate Brave counter right there. So yeah, and again, Aaron Damak has used his free Brave counter for the round, basically.
Yeah.
Throws seem to be, it's just forcing that left and right. Any one hit is going to finish it off, and it's going to be the 2L is that one hit.
There we go. Even the light confirm. When you're taking 150% damage, trust me, anything is lethal.
Yeah. You think normally that you're not going to die from a light confirm, you thought wrong. Okay, Fireball's going to be able to connect on this one. Was trying to go for a 6XL with Aaron Damak. Dragon punches out.
All right, spot dodge off of the far H. Double shoulder tackle with this 6XL.
Yeah, these dashing L's just game defining, you know. Oh, but yeah, another thing, Saki has shown this in multiple games. The meeting to air has been very good.
Yeah.
Saki's one of the few.
A lot of these JMs just not letting you get away with free. Escapes from the corner, the throw tech, baited by Saki, and a clean whip punish nets you a super confirm.
Yeah. Take away that BP that has been so strong for your opponent. Take away, put yourself in such a life lead, because I mean, look at that.
Yeah. All right, BC out. Once again, we get the side swap. Super jump, 100 meter for Aaron Damak, but needs it to try and even out this health lead. SSBA is on the board.
And another Brave counter immediately from Saki. Knows that this Brave counter is going to allow them to get closer and closer to that chip range, right? But wow, the whiff going unanswered?
Yeah. No check from Aaron Damak. Didn't react to the animation in time and didn't want to mash late and end up getting caught for it. The far L. Ultimate fireball. Saki takes game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that 6XL was represented so often and got the counter hit when we're finally ready for it. Saki, that was what they needed right there.
Slowing it down at the character select screen as well, just giving themselves a little bit of time to hydrate before the next game.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I could think of anybody who would, or any character that would be switched to in regards to that. But, you know, I was trying to go through my mental notes for a second because they were sitting on it. So, but, you know, going back to character select just for the breather is always a smart move. Not enough people will be doing it.
Yeah, take your time on the rematch screen or even the character select screen when you have it. And now, just trying to keep you at bay with these far L 6XL strings.
Okay. Yep, right back in there. Was pushed out by the fireball, but that 6L was helpful. Yeah. You know, okay. So that's like maybe what, the 4th time we've seen deep run into M, just like you mentioned previously.
Yeah, really just trying to catch out that fuzzy tech there. Instead, the deep JU on the other side. No catch on the side swap.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Saki because that's given Aaron Damak, our Evo champion, a chance to get out.
Exactly. Yeah, no catch on that jump out. Now your back's up against the wall. Probably going to have to spend a BC to try and escape, but instead it's the bold jump out.
And BC, after a couple of those jump outs, was still not attempting to anti-air whatsoever. And I mean, now we're even playing versus a character who cannot alter their jump arc, but still has a crazy jump in button with JU.
Exactly. So difficult to try and challenge unless you're preemptive about it. Again, another corner confirmed for Saki to bring that BP situation right back in your favor.
And not just the BP situation being in the favor, but you are basically in throw or chip territory almost at this point because you could BC right back and put them in chip range.
Yep.
And that's exactly what they're looking for. Saki coming in there. He's going to use the EX Fireball for this. Has still got quite a bit to go before Chip. I think it's Chip Gut still. Well, not going to matter.
Yeah, as soon as you stop seeing that blue glow on the HP, one more block special is lethal, but still finds the hit. Aaron trying to fight his way back out there, but now it's set point Saki.
Yeah, and Saki right here may just be the ender of Aaron Damac's group stage dreams due to this. I mean, if the loss is possible here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aaron Damac trying to find a way back in, and wow, that's not an option we've seen thus far from Aaron Damac. Came out intentionally this time, and Saki not ready to dodge it.
Yeah, 6-6L Raging Strike. Yes, it took away 2 of that BP to try and find the Brave counter, but now back up against the wall. Saki's gotcha.
Full conversion here, using the combo limit to its fullest. Another throw, and despite losing that extra BP right there, Saki's still in the lead even with this Dragon Punch.
Yeah, really put it on the EXDP. If that was blocked, it was lethal, but you have to fight to stay alive. Chip damage about to be a threat. Caught up by the ultimate fireball. Saki takes it 2-0.
Wow, what spacing on that one. Saki just outside of the 6-6L range again.
Yes.
That was not even the first time that Saki had done that to Aaron Damac.
Yeah. Really studied on the tape, saw so much of that 6-6L and just needed to look for the whiff punish any way he could. So another 2-0 on the board.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you're going to play either of these characters, if your spacing is not on point, especially with Catalina, honestly,
Yeah.
because she's got incredible normals for spacing and defeating people at proper spacings, right?
Yeah.
You have to have your spacing immaculate, and Saki showed exactly that.
Yeah, you got to come correct, or otherwise you're eating counter hit far M, far H, and all of a sudden the ultimate fireball, you see the blue flash of the screen, and you're like, all right, I'm watching a cutscene for the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, no, so super good stuff right there. And, you know, hey, you can tell us if that was enough to make Saki your PlayStation Player of the Day. Head on over to arcsystemworks.jp/vote. You too can decide who you think was the most inspiring, the best player, whatever it may be by your metric, the player of the day.
Yeah, throughout all these groups, whether those players ended up qualifying or not, who inspired you, who has been the most fun to watch for today. And again, you also have another vote for tomorrow, where we're going to be seeing the top 8 of each of these games. So make sure to stop on by arcsystemworks.jp/vote.
Yeah, you know, and thank you to the PlayStation for just bringing us this vote, right? Because now we get to see, you know, people get their extra prizes because they do some cool stuff on stream. Maybe they didn't make it out of the group stage, but that doesn't mean every one of these matches has not been awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Going toe-to-toe, all these competitors, all of these sets have been so sick. But we have one more coming up in just a second. It's the battle of the sixes here, Ryazo versus Rookies.
Yeah, so I mean, Rookies being the only undefeated in this group, right?
Yeah.
So because Rookies is the only undefeated in this group, Ryazo can turn things a little bit around for Aaron Damac, maybe.
Yeah.
I'd have to double check what the possibility of that is in terms of math, but this is looking like Rookies group.
Yeah,
At
Rookies, I think, definitely coming out on top so far, but it looks like a mad scramble for second place. You know, a lot of these players, you know, taking sets here and there, but who's going to be able to come out on top? I don't know. This might be our first tiebreaker.
Hey, all I'm saying is second place still gets you into Sunday finals, right?
That's true.
So, hey, if it's got to be second place, I'll take it.
Yeah, if we got to enter in through the loser side, yes, it's Shark-infested waters. Yes, we lose our second chance, but just to make it to Sunday, I think is already that honor, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, and no matter where you go, whether it be winners or losers, it's Shark-infected waters, right?
Yeah.
It's just you get a second chance in winners. So let's go ahead and take a look at the group points here.
All right, let's check it out. Rookies up there with the 2-0, and Ryazo with the 1-1. Now down in that bottom half, it's Aaron Damac and Saki with pretty matching records on the 1-2 set count.
Yeah, no, I mean, no one in this entire tournament has gone undefeated in regards to games. Maybe sets, but not games, right? But the point leaders in every group has been 3-0.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, this last set, if Ryazo loses 1-2, it's going to be a clean tie with Aaron Damac, which would go down to their head-to-head.
Oh my goodness.
Which would go in Aaron Damac's favor. So I don't know, there is a lot riding on the line here for this final set of Group D.
This actually matters just like the Group B situation did. And so you know that Ryazo needs to win this in his brain.
Yeah, it's not enough just to take a game. He has to win 2-1 to secure his spot in the loser side.
Yeah, oh my goodness. This is the kind of story I'd like to tell. Yes, yes!
Yeah. No pressure. It's not like you don't have your headphones on or anything and you can hear us bumping through the speakers, but you do have to win to stay alive for Sunday finals.
Why would you say that? Why would you do this?
Just
put a little bit of extra suspense on it.
Aww, Rookie's. Aww.
That's like, he's like, oh, it's okay. I made it on the small camera. It's okay.
Rookie's kid. Aww. My heart.
It's a real do it for them story.
Yeah, definitely. Rookie seems to be doing it for them. And I mean, hey, they are fighting for a really big set of prize.
Exactly.
So it's that kid's gonna go to college. Is all I'm saying.
Might be a top university type of fun there, as long as we're able to make it into the top 8. But let's make sure our buttons are all good before we head on into things.
Yes, and I mean, this, again, for Ryazo, this is make or break. So you definitely check your buttons on this no matter what.
Exactly. Rookies is chilling. Honestly, at this point, he is deciding who is going to be making it into the loser's side. Does he want to see Aaron Namak or Ryazo in that final bracket?
Yeah. Well, looks like they've got their buttons checked out, figured out, and now we are going to be seeing the 6 mirror. This is a matchup that I saw quite a bit in vanilla.
Yes.
Because when 6 came out, he was genuinely a terror. That's just how it was. This character was incredibly strong. A lot of people in America were playing him, and it was just a good idea to do so, whether you're playing in an online or an offline tournament. So it's just, this character used to come up a lot in that mirror match. However, things have changed quite a bit. Not with just the character, but also the game mechanics, right?
Yeah.
So the matchup in terms of mirror is going to be a little bit different. Although, no matter what, we're going to be looking out for each other's empty hands. That's just happening.
Yeah. Might be looking for the gate. All of a sudden, your fireball is getting eaten up by an empty hand. So 6, definitely one of these characters who has a lot of counterplay against himself, right? So it's going to be tricky. Do we want to turn it up to that 200% aggression, or do we want to wait it out and try and see what reaction we can find off of that EX flash?
However, the start, I imagine the start is going to be like bonkers. Like they're going to go nuts just to start.
So many mirrors on both sides. It's Iago versus Ibushigin. It's Ryazo versus Rookies. It's 6 versus 6 for our last match of Group D.
Yeah, the 12th match here. Okay, yep, already with the empty hand is able to catch. Already backdashing right there off the claws.
Yep.
So yeah, Ryazo just put on the back burner here, forced to BC out.
Yeah, so we got Ryazo rocking the light sticks, Rookies with the claws, both of them showing that H-gate, and of course that ultimate Rekka to try and catch you on the way back down.
Ooh, yeah, well the thing that did actually catch was the 6XL, as Ryazo has found the way in, has now found all the way to the corner.
Exactly, bring it back to basics, why not? I got you up in the corner, the shadow step, the jump out.
Oh yeah, the throw right here for Rookies. Throw again.
But no one ever wants to go for 3, it's the run up too well.
Oh, but the sweep Callisto special, okay. Right into SBA, excuse me.
Yep. Mid-screen super, get the damage where we can. Now Ryazo's got you in light confirmed lethal range.
Oh, was able to jab out right there. Did not fall for the throw bait. Ryazo.
The run-up believer in the 5L, round 1 to Ryazo.
Yeah, I mean, even in vanilla, Ryazo was playing this matchup quite a bit, this mirror match. So being able to fight 6 versus 6, probably kind of at home for Ryazo, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Feeling pretty comfortable in the mirror match, something that he's run into so many times, but now has the added benefit of the Brave counter, has the M gate to bounce over on the other side with this counter hit confirmed.
All the way to the corner. The throws are getting teched immediately. No extra damage off these throw techs are coming in. The empty hand is going to try to push away.
Yep.
And yeah, regain pressure there using your own empty hand right back. And
it's disengaged. Fireball for Fireball. Finally finds a 6XL. Goes for a reset. Run up. Close H. This should absolutely melt Rookie's HP. And now it's straight into the SBA for game 1.
Ryazo on game 1 is starting that miracle situation that we were looking for. Ryazo trying to make the story happen, and it looks like Rookie was doing a little bit of crying there.
He was like, oh man, wait, maybe I got a luck in. I'm having a little too much fun in the 6 mirror. But of course, it smiles on both sides. Ryazo fighting for his tournament life, and Rookie's just trying to, you know, pad up that ranking in the Group D stage.
Well, I mean, Ryazo needs this.
Yeah.
Like, it's basically this match being a 2-0 even, that's just solidifying.
Exactly. Again, Ryazo off to another good start. The ult Rekka Ender.
Yep, try to BC through with the Thunder Flash to take that turn right back. And throw. I don't think you can throw Rookies. Rookies only throws you.
Yeah, exactly. it is simply impossible. It's his passive skill.
He's got the passive skill.
He's got the close H as well. The SBA. Again, we've seen it once. We'll see it 1,000 more times. Ryazo now quickly putting himself on set point.
That was so fast. And I mean, that's how this character works, right?
Yes.
You know, it's just a character that is supposed to put you in the set play blender, and it's supposed to take these rounds really, really quickly.
All right. Now, Rookie's fighting back here, not trying to make it that easy for Ryazo to qualify into that loser's side. Feint on the empty hand.
Okay, another BC right back at you. They've both gotten rid of their free stock.
There we go. 2 diamonds apiece. Now it's BC out on the 6XL. We do not want to hold any of that pressure.
Wow, blocked a triple attack on that one, and then even whiffing the throw afterwards allowed Ryazo to get out of the corner.
Yep. There we go. We made the great escape. And to even out the BP situation again, we cash out to that SPA.
Yeah, give me my BP back, you take one away, and then I can maybe kill you fairly soon. Now, again, Six is a character who usually has to multi-touch you, but the 2H right there, no, didn't have the meter to be able to Raging Strike finish. Ryazo's gonna do it though! Ryazo's gonna win 2-0!
Ryazo qualifying into the loser side of top 8 for Sunday finals.
It looks like that it may not be possible, but Ryazo has changed fate, has changed history.
Ooh. Rookie's taking a second, still securing that winner's side qualification, but knowing that there's a demon who 2-0'd him in group side, potentially looking for that run back. I don't know, man.
So this whole group has changed the landscape of the tournament because
Yes.
every other person was 3-0 in all the other groups that won. Not the case anymore.
Yeah. We were scared when we saw that loss to Aaron Damac earlier, but Ryazo bringing it right back, taking down what kind of seems like that top seed of his pool, going into that final match and surviving for one more day.
Oh my goodness, I couldn't ask for a better story, especially considering what happened in Group B as well.
Yeah.
So we have got all this mixing coming in
I know.
that we didn't expect from pretty much every one of these groups. And, well, it's all culminating now. It is all finished.
Yeah, it's going to be a 6 Sunday finals tomorrow. So what is that? That's 3 NA reps, 3 JP reps, and 3 EU reps, or two EU reps, rather, heading into top 8 tomorrow. So 3, 3, and 2.
We were very close to a 30 EU rep. You know, I mean, Space was not exactly far out of being able to get qualified to that group, right?
Very close.
But yeah, so we have a wealth of regional diversity for the finals tomorrow, most definitely. And I feel like the characters that we're only seeing repeating are being like Six, Beatrix, and actually, is that it? Gonna have to double check, but
I think so, yeah. But the character variety, the region variety is gonna be so sick for tomorrow. So hopefully you guys are excited for all of that action.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be great. I mean, if you thought the group stages were crazy, if upsets were happening abound over there in this group, in Group B, whatever. Finals day, now they're all going to study each other. They're going to know exactly where they fall in each place of the bracket.
Yeah.
And so they're going to know who to study their first round opponents. Some of these people are going to be starting in winners. Some of these people are going to be starting in losers. Let's see who those people in Group D are going to be.
Yep, so once again, wait a
Ryazo
minute!
came over!
Because he won over Rookies in a 2-0, he actually is going to qualify into the winner's side over Rookies because of that game percentage. So Rookies qualifying into the loser's side actually and eliminating Aaron Damac and Saki. I didn't even think of this as a possibility. I should have realized in the back of my mind, but that does mean we have Gamera, Monarch, Tororo, Zippy, Skill, Fitizen, Ryazo, and Rookies for top 8 tomorrow.
Oh, I cannot wait. Despite the fact that Group C was supposed to be a European team kill, they both made it out.
Yes.
Despite the fact that, Group A was supposed to be the death bracket, Gamera still made it 3-0. And despite the fact that people were like, Skill plays Soares. Yeah. He still was 3-0.
Against all odds, Fate's episode gives us the most interesting conclusion possible. So hopefully you guys will be there. And of course, we can see that bracket as well. Gamera going to be going up against Ryazo, Tororo versus Skill, and down there in the loser side, it's Monarch versus Rookies, and Zippy versus Fitizen fighting it out.
That's right. If you've never seen a double elimination bracket before, what that means is everybody who starts in winners gets 2 chances. So because we played through the group stages, unfortunately, those with the lower score do not get that second chance.
Yeah.
And they cannot lose a single time if they want to take the ARC World Tour Finals 2024 for Granblue Fantasy versus Rising.
Yeah, we saw that absolute joy on Ryazo's face as well. I wonder if he was thinking, yes, I need to 2-0. I know I can secure that winner's side spot. You can see it right behind us as well. Absolutely overjoyed.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, some people, they fold if that's the pressure for them,
That's
but
true, that's true.
that felt like a power-up to Ryazo. Ryazo
Yeah,
just
exactly.
stopped rookies in their tracks completely.
Yeah. Knowing that the possibility was in the back of the mind, we saw that Zenkai boost, an amazing performance in that 6th mirror.
I have to make it happen.
I
I
gotta
must
do it.
believe in my friends.
I must change Fate's episode. I gotta take control of my destiny. I'm so excited to see that for tomorrow.
Yeah, no, and tomorrow, man, it's not gonna be an easy one. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for joining us for Granblue Fantasy vs. Rising group stages. Tomorrow will be the conclusion of this tournament. However, we are not done here on this stream today. Up next is going to be the group stages for Guilty Gear Strive. So for myself and Jatsu, you definitely need to stick around. We will be back with more Arc World Tour action.
It begins. Another battle.
Let's get this done.
It is time we settle this. Shadows surround you.
Let's go. No time to waste.
Feel the dragon's wrath! Tensatsuya Jinken! Let's end this!
The ultimate destination for premium, exclusive, and official Guilty Gear Strive merch? Check out the Art Shop US. Tenno, officially licensed FGC merch by FGC artists for FGC fans. Visit merch.tenno.gg.
in April, the flowers and trees smile with me. The tender passes tell me, man, you love me things, but I can't feel it. Cut it out! I threw I so that I could see everything. Yeah. Cut it out! I wasn't on the road. I had to stop. There is no up or down above the clouds, and I can't breathe. We are falling down slowly, like snow and bright from 50. Oh, he flies through the proud darkness, rather than the breathless vastness of the world. Yet she reaches the rising sun. She believes his king's eyes at night to see the sun of tomorrow. He never wanted that special day. He just wanted to be there like a wind, naturally, as a matter of course. He believes we won over Kane. She believes we won. Jocelyn City was called the years, the word of the guy who was hated by the god of failure. Jocelyn. No one here is taking protect you. It's what to fight for. You must know your place. Now it's time to feast. Bring it out, keep finding. Diving deep like cold steel. I won't face my doom, sayonara. Well done, how dare.
And welcome back to the ARC World Tour Finals presented by PlayStation Tournaments. Myself, Rich, along with Sajam in the building to start the Guilty Gear Strive group stage. And Poi is going to start with quite the group, Sajam.
Yeah, this group's pretty gnarly. There's going to be a lot of fireworks in this one. I think a lot of people are going to be dying. Despite their large health pools, a lot of characters are going to be dying in like 1 or 2 hits in this group. Pretty high damage, explosive action. I'm really excited to see it. And if you haven't seen all the groups so far, this is what they look like. So this is our Group A. Of course, we're going to be starting with Slash, Jonathan 10-8, Varix, and Red, who are playing some pretty explosive characters. We have Mei, Sol, Nago, and Gold Lewis.
My goodness, explosions everywhere, baby. I can't wait to get to the digital violence that is Group A. And you know that's going to continue with the rest of the groups as well, with Group B having the dangerous competitors of Daruino, Nitro, Zondo, and Toiwara, Golbo, Razzo, Rang 13, and Tiger Pop in Group C, and then Group D as well, Sajam.
Yeah, Tatuma, Sonicon, Poka, and Red Ditto. Ditto's Red Ditto, of course, who got into the LCQ. The 2 LCQ players in the bottoms of Group and A, of course, and this is what Group A is looking like up on the stage. The very first match. I got to imagine if Tene could choose like a first match he didn't want to play here, this has got to be high up on the list, of course. Him up against Slash, who's been playing a lot of Venom, not in this game, but in a different game lately, and then is now playing some more Guilty Gear. Of course, if you guys didn't see it for all of our games last year as well as this year, we have some awesome intro videos. So let's take a look at our very first competitor up on the stage.
Over time, most things fade away. Isn't that right?
I need to know if they told Slash that the video was going to be set to the Mei theme, because the contrast with his deadpan expressions and the Mei theme played in the background was too good.
Yeah, and you know, like he just gives you that small thumbs up, and that's like him just killing you from 80%. So let's take a look at who his opponent's going to be. Video. I'm sure he was like, my opponent played really well.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what he had to say. What an awesome situation I found myself in. Neat.
Definitely, that was the CEO Otaku Finals, if I'm not mistaken. That was definitely Jonathan Dene in his element. Tene with the good hair up against Slash. As you mentioned, I mean, these two have talked about the game with each other. I mean, maybe more than any other two people, you know? It's going to be very interesting to see this. I know Tene has coached Slash on different matchups, so I'm very interested to see how much he's going to know about Slash's game plan approaching Sol Badguy.
Yeah, and this is one of those things, you know, the interactions in the middle of the screen, these characters are both like high damage, good mid-range options, very well-rounded in lots of different ways, right? And so like how you choose to mash against both of their characters, right, is going to be so important, because so many of these situations, if you hit the button and you get counter hit, you're just dead, right? So choosing those opportunities wisely is a huge part about this. We see the early success confirmed. Wild Assault for the finisher, takes an early throw, and we'll see how many there's going to be here. Tene just stringing him up with that close slash. Immediate break on the wall.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to build up the positive bonus. Going to build up. He already has another Wild Assault if he wants it. Respecting Slash's game, though. Trying to backdash, but it's not an easy escape.
And the air jump kick actually looking for something. Jump the air to air. What a call out. Behind the back and didn't get the combo I think he was looking for there, unfortunately. Tene air block on the BR, so he gets pressure after in the dash in 2K and doesn't get the wall splat. Charge does, and then immediately just that 5H for the finish.
Yeah, just sending him down into the Fafnir, into the dust afterward. That was definitely a weird type sequence, right? Something that a lot of opponents are not going to be ready for in that moment. And Jonathan Tene, of course, is going to be looking to just bully with the Fafnir block strings for most of it. But Slash and Mei have good buttons to press afterwards.
Yeah, and I love how often we're seeing Jonathan's doing a lot of just, wow, nice confirm. You're seeing a lot of just dash blocking from him over and over. Then dash delayed button, then dash immediate button, right? He's changing the timings on his approach quite a bit, trying to make the neutral a little bit more awkward for Slash.
Yeah, it's something you got to do, right? You got to be pretty active up against Mei. Tene has talked about how difficult it is for his character to whip Punisher, but the mix off the Dolphin Hop, oh no, bro.
Oh, backdash BRC classic. Just gets out of there. Easy peasy hit confirm. No burst there because he was expecting Jonathan to react to it.
Yes, indeed. Could have RC the safety. Oh, bursting the YRC.
What?
And he actually confirmed the close S. Oh, my goodness. And Jonathan's talked about that, right? Now that you can throw DPs in this game, a lot of time he's going with fuzzy close S as a defensive option. Finds it there. My goodness.
And then the immediate confirm 5K 6S into that nice confirm right there afterwards. I mean, he was so ready for it, too. Just clean stuff. Slash trying to be tricky. Get out of there. Oh, that's bad. Rough start in the corner. Baits the burst.
That's exactly why Slash held back last round. Gives it to him, and you already know automatic wall splat off the Volcanic Viper.
Yeah, unfortunate there. And look, just dash in, block, wait for the meter to build up on the positive bonus. 50 now, which he's going to use to get the confirm. Should be the kill. Tene just really clinical in his decision-making and gameplay so far.
Love seeing it. He is definitely one of the most calculated players throughout all fighting games. So love seeing it at 6P afterwards. It's the Wild Assault. An automatic wall splat from that is so powerful.
Yeah, one of the things they made different about Soul in this version, right? So his combos are a little bit different, but he has so much control over when he wants to break because of stuff like that. And jump H whiff, gets to the corner. He can break the wall here, which he's going to do. And more positive bonus, more meter for him to build. He's going to have burst pretty quickly here as well. Although 2S loses right there to the far Slash. This is huge for Slash. Finally some momentum. He can break the wall here, which he chooses to do.
This is what you were talking about, right? One hit, you just explode in this whole group when it comes to these powerful characters. And Tene now back against the ropes, trying to BRC in, but actually gets punished afterwards.
Yeah, a little high on this. It's going to be the kill. Oh, it was a little too far for the 2H. Double meter spent, and now we'll see if he can get Slash off the burst. Not only off the burst, but it should have been off the life bar. Drop there from Tene. Goes all in on the BR, and that's the punish.
Oh, and now the composure. This is a big moment for Tene where he's got to bounce back. It could have been 2-0 in this group, and a drop combo gives Slash an opportunity at a win.
Cranking that risk. And he gets the 2K under as well, even on that block Fafner, so he gets to take a chance. And now Slash stuck in a bad spot here. No meter on defense. Gets hit by the second jump P, and that's going to be a wall splat immediate. Huge lead here for Tene.
Yeah, I love the way Tene played around the FD right there. Able to throw him the first time, try to switch it up. Slash stay disciplined, but then checks the Dolphin in the middle of it. Nice.
Oh, that was almost so bad. BRC, this is going to be a punish on the backdash. Easy peasy combo. Close Slash, doubled up 2HBB.
Beautiful read from Tene right there, recognizing the backdash tendency in that moment. That's getting the BRC drift forward to extend the recovery and truly go up 2-0.
Yeah, and he's one of the players who uses system mechanics in that way the best. He's one of the first to really start
100%.
using lots of backdash BRC, and then, you know, BRC raw in general forward to get confirms like that. Soul is so good at breaking from wherever he hits you that stuff like that is extra good. Spending all of his burst gauge there offensively on Wild Assaults to build the meter to get the pressure with the RCs.
Yeah, both of these characters are so good at structuring their offense, and when they have meter, most of the time the bursts get reacted to and RC'd anyway, right? So I don't blame him for going with the Wild Assault, but nonetheless, Slash finds some momentum.
Yeah, because you can use Wild Assault to string your opponent up, build the risk gauge, and then once you have high tension gauge, just use that to get the wall splat. You know, as soon as you get positive bonus, rebuild your resources, you're good to go.
Nice adjustment from Slash, but the DP wake up is represented for the first time for Tene, but doesn't lead to much. Slash, once again, we go to the wall just like that.
Yeah, Dolphin off jump H, easy peasy pickup afterwards. Slash on a huge lead here. Resources are coming back real quick here as well. He should be able to kill unless there's a burst. It's not enough though, a little bit. Didn't build that 50 for the super.
Yeah.
And a 5K check. All right, game on the board.
Real quick for the game on the board as well from Slash, right? Utilizing those lies, far S and whatnot. Definitely some buttons that are tough for Soul to outright whiff punish. Maybe we can find some more groove in the nooch.
Yeah, and every game is important here too, because even if Slash loses these sets, you know, in a small, like kind of weird group format like this, every game is really going to be impactful. So wall break that from so far away.
Yeah, precisely. The set count is obviously our determining factor for most of it, but any tiebreakers, anything that's close, we are going to go to game differential, so every game does indeed matter.
Yeah, I mean, with 4 people in a group too, it's very easy for those games to add up. That's immediate wall break here. Good spot for Tene. About to have 50 meter on the next block move, so.
Stays solid for the most part, but now up against the wall. He has under tension though. Jonathan Tene gonna bully out with the Bandit Bringer.
Yeah, with an empty jump mid on his. Oh, and not enough. Chips a problem. And the jump over is huge. Forces a burst, so that's a big win for Slash, even if he loses this round.
Nice, and yeah, it's going with the Bandit Revolver, looking to find it and put himself on set point. But as you mentioned, no burst, which means no wild assault, no deflect shield as well. And we talked about how good Tene is at utilizing the system mechanics. Now he's just looking to try to FD away.
Oh, jump D looking for it. And Tene's doing a good job of doing regular jumps instead of doing double jump Brandon Bringers like he did last time, right?
Yeah, we saw him get called out by Slash. Led to one of his heaviest hits that he's found in the set. So love the adjustment. Tene always conscious, never autopilot.
Oh, finds a 3K. This is going to be the corner immediately.
Yes, indeed. Already there, Slash going to be able to gain that positive bonus, send him to the wall. It's going to be big here, this post-wall break scenario. Both players not overzealous, but
a little too far. If Tene gets a hit and he doesn't have to spend gauge, I was just going to say he can string something up and then find an RC on a burst, but instead Slash finding a clean hit there. Stripping the burst gauge immediately too, by the way. There was no burst available for Tene because of the wild assault.
Very, very smart. And Tene now working on a full burst meter. Something he didn't have for the whole last game. We'll see how he utilizes it here. Stays in front, nasty mix-ups.
Yeah, and he's down a lot here. He has no resources to enforce. This is going to be a pretty tough game for Tene now. It's going to be wall break. Slash about to even up the meter here pretty quickly. Tene barely on 50 and no wild assaults available just yet.
Yeah, Slash playing a patient game as well. I had the PRC and just block because he was already active.
Wow, nice mix. Hard to see that one.
Most definitely the jab on the other side of the cross-up.
Playing feint. This is going to be a big pickup. It has 50 for the kill. Mix instead, and no block from Tene.
That was nasty from Slash. That little short dolphin to bait out the whiff and then whiff punish into the mix after the knockdown. That was some expert stuff.
Yeah, and the composure here is going to be very important. Slash looking very, very solid, making some good adjustments, I think. Oh, I like that too. Something he hasn't gone to as much. You know, he's feinted that a few times, but I like him committing and trying to catch Tene off guard.
Very, very smart. Tene off to the races early, though. Has another wild assault at his pleasure as well, but he's just really recognizing Slash willing to FD in the corner here and taking advantage of another FD thrown, and he's still committing to it. Had the S afterwards, knew he would stop and try to do something else.
Ooh, caught the backdash reset on hit there. Trying to beat a DP, does not find it. Oh, that's big. He has meter here for the extension. He squeezed out that extra bit of damage. Not enough, even with the OTG. She's Japanese.
Yes, indeed. The guns are powerful, but he commits to the Bandit Revolver. Shows him the bottom of the kicks. And back on set point, Tene goes.
Yeah, those Japanese guts kicking in, helping out, keeping Mei alive. And just feinting back that time and then trying to use the Dolphin to catch like a whiff punish maybe on a 6P or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, Tene's risk gauge already got cranked quite heavily just from that sequence, and now it's going to be even more damage than usual, especially with Yamada in tow.
Yeah, Yamada-san for the wall break. Good damage on this. Also helps Slash a lot with positioning and resources here. Gonna have 50 here. I love that little fuzzy jump timing from Jonathan. Gets out of there.
So smart, Jonathan. That's, the defense extremely calculated on his side. Better Revolver RC to keep the pressure going. Couldn't take advantage of the whiff, the PRC 6P.
Yeah, unfortunately 6P and a whole lot of not on regular hit there, so not that big of a swing actually for Slash, and now this is so scary. Yes. Meter available as well. Choosing whether to burst or not is so scary too because of the 50. RC on this, not enough to kill, and then the 2K after gets Jonathan Tene the first set in here in our Group A.
Yes, comes away with the biggest W, which is obviously the overall set victory, but Slash did major work to come back and force a final game there. So if it comes down to something close later on, he'll definitely be glad that he was able to get those 2 dubs.
Yeah, those 2 games might really matter depending on how the group goes, you know. So depends on his other like head-to-head matchups as well, obviously. So we'll have to see what his overall score is, but I think that could be a big factor. And a pretty scary first game. I think Slash looking like he was a little sleepy in the first couple of games, you know, maybe not playing as fast and as sharp as expected, but then he really cleaned things up there at the end.
Yeah, 100%. It felt like he was a little bit timid, and Slash is the best when he's free-flowing, you know?
Yeah.
Really forcing the people to scramble, post-Dolphin mix-up and stuff like that. So hopefully we get to see him a little bit more weight going forward, of course. But yes, indeed, you guys already know as well, there is voting available for PlayStation Player of the Day. Go to the link on your screen right now. Obviously, BSG Blue Sky Guy won day 1, which is an incredible performance in-game and out-of-game from him. So big ups, obviously. And day 2, can't wait to see who the winner is as well. But even more, what I'm looking forward to is this next match in our Group B.
Yeah, it's going to be even more fireworks, of course, as we mentioned. Some big dudes.
Oh. The big body battle indeed. Varix stepping up to the plate. And yeah, you know, my man Slayer got normalized a little bit. So he's been back on that Nagori Yuki. So
Right.
definitely going to be seeing a lot of big bodies. That's what I'm expecting to see at the very least. But he's going to be matched in the Haas fight by Red I Am Not.
There you have it, LCQ qualifier of course. And stuck in Group A here are the LCQ Gamer. Red Ditto is in Group D. So they're going to be at the beginning and the end of the blocks that we have here today. But yeah, you mentioned Slayer, a very, very popular character for a while there, right? A lot of people were on him. And then obviously that character got nerfed and changed quite a bit in some ways. Still a pretty scary character in capable hands, but I think there was a time where he was scary in everybody's hands.
Yeah,
and then that's what everybody was worried about it. And definitely a much more reasonable character now. So I expect to see him a lot less. Little button check action we have here. But these two characters, like, you know, have both been menaces basically since they've been in the game, right?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
Goldlewis since he got released as DLC in the first season, and then obviously Nago since I think basically the very first version of the game. And the big thing about this that I think is so interesting is like this Goldlewis man has changed many, many times, and so has Nago. These characters are pretty different than how they release, but their strengths are primarily still the same. And I think so much of what makes this matchup scary for Nago is he's a big dude, and it's very, very difficult for him to deal with a lot of the pressure that this character puts out. Where normally he has like extremely good life normals that he can like stick to and like kind of defend himself with well. I don't think it's very easy against Goldlewis's pressure.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And a big part about navigating Goldlewis is threading the needle, right? Finding those moments where you can really shoot the gap and get out of the corner pressure or the different sequencing. And yeah, Nagori Yuki can't really do that because of his big size and the lack of mobility. And the projectile as well, the satellite kind of bullies him up a little bit. He can't just get past that easily. So we're already seeing it in play here.
Yeah, and I like the patience on round start from Varix. Didn't swing. There was a 2K whiff from Goldlewis, and then he took advantage afterwards. It was pretty smart stuff. I think it could be a little scary to challenge Goldlewis around start. He has a lot of really good options. He has a good far slash and 5K, 2K, dash 2P, you know, jump D. He's got lots of scary options. So, wow, what the spacing on that from Varix was just immaculate. And this is where I think Goldlewis kind of struggles in the matchup. Like, this can be a problem for him. When you have high blood normals and you can chop them up with your 5Hs, your 2Hs, you know, 2S, 5H, things like that. I think when, you know, Goldlewis does this and knocks you down, this is where it's a problem for every single character in the game, including Nago.
Yeah, and Varix, I think, tends to be more passive at round start. Tried it this time after, you know, being passive in round one, but already back on the offensive. Got ready to have 9 in the corner. Traded, but not going to lead too much for either side.
Yeah, and I think it's fine to swing on round start with Nago in this matchup because if it gets you high blood early, and that's pretty good against Goldlewis. But if you just play passive, then you don't get the opportunity after. But look at how the matchup has changed now that these normals are on the screen. Like, he's so contained by comparison. That 2H is going to hit.
Oh, he just gets out of it.
Oh, he missed.
Yeah, didn't get the quite juggle property. He's going to let the security hit him and juggle afterwards.
He's gonna pop.
Burst. Oh my goodness, gets the guard break going, but it's still punished, of course. And that means Red taking the round.
Yeah, I think unfortunately there the burst was kind of off the table early because that pop was a threat. What a 6K to go over the 2K round start there from Red. And yeah, I think Varix maybe just assumed in the moment he wasn't going to quite make it to that high blood level.
Makes sense. I mean, Varix done a great job managing the blood in the moment. Oh, beautiful cancel right there into the second Behemoth, catching trying to whip punish.
They were like, you know, this 2B character in Grand Blue can whiff cancel. Why not give Goldlewis cancels Behemoth into Behemoth? You know, that sounds fun.
It's definitely been a good time for all the Goldlewis players. The opponents definitely lamenting a little bit in the cross-up coffin with the OTG kill. Red coming out hot in this group. And this is a big game, right? Because Varix is actually up lifetime up against Slash and Jonathan Tene, right? Yeah. So he's got to be confident going into this one, while Goldlewis has proved to be a problem for him in the past. So this is a big deciding match, I think, very early on in the group.
Yeah, not having a normal run means that it's so difficult for him to position himself, as you were mentioning earlier about Goldlewis. So there's just so many spots on the screen where Nago just feels a little stuck and he has to be kind of committal in like his choices, and that feels just so bad sometimes. So I kind of like this, a little bit more offense early in the round, and then get high blood and then chop him up with your big H normals, right? That's kind of, I think, a more stable game plan, but it's still scary for things like that. What a beautiful whip punish from Varix.
Yeah, great reaction on the late PRC. getting the block stream, the target combo as well to drain some blood, but oh, big Skyfish, always good.
Nice block on the low there as well, and then interrupt on that 5K, spaced out 2P interruption. One of the best like 2P interrupts in the game probably for that sense. Ooh, that's an important verse. Because he gets a hard knockdown every time. He can go for mix, he can go for like run up, oh, double overhead. He gets the OTG after. Getting 2P into 6A4 Behemoth into whatever he wants is like extremely powerful.
You can see the power on display there. Oh, doesn't go with the overhead on the Shizu, actually went low. So
pop.
looking forward.
My
clutchest command grab we've seen in the Arc World Tour Finals so far.
That's the champ right there. He's going to pop anyway, though, and Goldblue is whiffed on the coffin, so he didn't quite get the same punish he was looking for, but I think he's going to be dead anyway. Sheestem not even needed the double BT.
You are kidding me, brother. Blood pop into the TOD, call him up on speed dial. Red Eye, I'm not ready to take the most advantage of the situation.
Yeah, and just, he spent a little too much on the first situation, saved it with the command grab, and then I think he was like, all right, it's time to go, and then just spent so much blood on that interaction after, so.
Yeah, I can see, maybe we can find the balance in the third game, because I feel like the first 2 games he was looking for, right, that sweet spot of getting an early life lead and then maintaining the high blood when Red has to come to him, but already Red's off to a good start.
Yeah, scary gold burst here.
Oh my goodness, what a punish. Clean on the whips, and now just bullying him up with the Behemoth Typhoon. Great block with the overhead.
The fuzzies too, and
oh. Backdash the first Behemoth Typhoon just to lead it to a cancel to get you trying to take advantage.
Yeah, and he burst down 90% on a hard knockdown Behemoth when there wasn't going to be any more damage either, so pretty rough spot now for Variks.
Oh no.
Ah, winnable though, that's a huge jump. Chance to get in there, 50 meter for the mix-up, goes low.
Oh, trying to bait something out perhaps, but nothing came, and he actually does get the counter hit here. This is going to be big. Variks, can he get the kill? He does with the big 6H damage. And what a round to come back in.
Yeah, scary, but then he just believed in the burst, and that's how it goes, especially with a big damage character like this. Burst available from Red, he pops it, or they pop it a little bit later, right? Just on that second hit of the far slide.
And yeah, Variks, I mean, off the Shizu, a lot of the time, he's going to go into the Beyblade early, right? Because that's what costs blood. The overhead doesn't actually cost blood, but caught him.
Wow, that was a tough series of blocks to make it out of. And then Red was pretty smart there. They recognized, I think, the situation, but Variks was just a little too fast.
Indeed, and the Fukio just get in his face. Counter hit that time after throwing him beforehand to condition him up. And Variks not going quietly into the night here. Big super with the wall break damage. Think that's enough? Indeed.
Yeah, and like the thing is that Red's defensive choices so far have been really sharp. I think so. Variks is kind of like, I got to be a little bit more tricky, right? If I'm doing kind of standard stuff, not trying to steal turns, steal frames, you know, maybe I got to be a little bit more belligerent with some of this offense and try to catch you off guard. I think that's a good choice.
100%. Like the sequencing in this game, when you stick to layer 1, a lot of people have developed fuzzy timings and a rhythm to block out and just defend a lot of these sequences. So Variks getting unorthodox, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, beautiful whip punish right there for Variks as well. Fortunately, the drone makes it all the way in despite that. What a 5K interrupt. Trying to sneak in that Behemoth there.
Yes, indeed. Love what I'm seeing from Variks now. Has big adjusted, even aware of Behemoth Typhoon spacing. Trying to PRC to bully him up further, and the big normals are going to be in play now. Oh, long distance with the Beyblade, and he was already high blood, so that was a big risk. Paid off.
That feels so scary, too. When you see Nago is on, like, 2 blood, and he swings a normal, you're like, yeah, it's probably not going to be anything after, right? And then that Beyblade just comes out and smokes you, although lots of offense from Red here. Counter hit, nice confirm. Not going to be the wall break on this, but drones out. Keeps you stuck with the Behemoth, dashing overhead as well. Backdashes it this time.
Yeah, clean stuff right there. The extra involt for the big body. Now he's going to be able to lower. Does he actually work the command grab in? Is that going to catch? I believe it will indeed. Didn't break the glass with it, so Nago's alive.
Oh, and delay. Actually, the Behemoth didn't even come out there. Behemoth cancels trying to catch something in the overhead. Oh, man. Counterclockwise, clockwise, doesn't matter. Just ready for it. Jump, K, starter, and gets a combo off that, yeah.
And there's, oh my goodness, commit to the follow-up. Shizu actually gets the counter out of the air, but nothing big afterwards. Nonetheless, has kept control of the corner, and that is big. A command grab. Going to give him a whole lot of freedom to apply any pressure he wants.
Oh, I like the fuzzy. Just delay, jump back. Now take your turn. Now the blood is a little bit higher, but that's going to be the kill. A 2-piece on that late 6H with high blood there.
And man, it has been drama in this group early, baby. We see Slash coming back, forcing a game 5 up against Jonathan Tene, and now Variks, after falling in the first 2 matches, we are once again all tied up in our second fight.
Yeah, back to character select screen as well, just having a think perhaps about this, changing up the song.
I must change the tunes.
Yeah, I think the big difference too is the success on Variks' own offense, right? Like trying to, you have to find opportunities to play passive and neutral against this character, Goldlewis, because that's just kind of the nature of the beast. But I think his own pressure against Red has looked a lot more successful, where they were checking everything kind of consistently before. We were talking about like 2P into Behemoth stuff to just like check and deal with Fukios. So we'll have to see if there's a counter adjustment here from Red, or if they're just stuck looking for options.
Oh my God! Off the 6H, he's about to explode.
Oh, man.
I mean, the ambulance was on standby for that one. He had a burst to save his trip.
Oh, my. That backdash. That was huge. And look at this side swap. Oh, that's popping a half, though, on the wall.
Ah, he gets
and
more
the
off
combo.
this, though. Oh, to the fences. Otani in the building.
But that's him, officer. But the chip, and that's why I love the backdash on that to try to bait it in the beginning. And he dashed back into it. I think he was trying to space it out. Like, he did backdash into clone, into forward dash to try to, like, space out and make the meaty safe. But unfortunately, it was a little too close.
Just literally slightly miscalculated. What a throw out of that overhead Behemoth. Now it's about that time, bro. Going back to work. Variks had a whole lot of momentum in that last round, even though he lost. So he's carrying it over right now. And completely decimating this Goldlewis. Chop him up, put him on a red brand.
Yeah, and the water breathing technique on the wall. Unfortunate spot. Chip will do it at this point pretty quickly here, which is a problem in the sneaky overhead.
I like that. Variks has definitely been favoring the Beyblade follow-up off the Shizu as well, so Red Eye not probably looking towards that. Got clipped with the overhead.
Nice block. Oh, not that time, though, and that was about to be a Goldlewis round if I've ever seen one.
The Shizu follow-up again. We saw that work in the exact same way earlier. Variks has really caught on to Red's kind of post-burst decision-making.
Oh, my God. The damage on this, that's a big man.
It is. Looking like everybody else in the moment, though.
Oh, nice block. Oh, you got to block these Behemoths correctly. Backdash gets clipped. One guess away now. Oh, my God.
For both sides. Red Eye does have his burst available. YRC's going to offensively burst to keep it going. Deflection, get some space, but not for long. Backdash to survive for now. Beyblade low into the OTG. Variks completes the comeback.
The defense against the Behemoth was unreal. Like, just dealing with overheads and lows and plus frames and, the answers, right? Like backdashing Behemoths, throwing them. And, there's a lot of things you got to look out for in those situations. It's so stressful. And Variks just managed it very well. For a character that doesn't have a reversal even to challenge it, right? Like a lot of characters, oh, I blocked this normal. If there's a Behemoth cancel, if I'm in range, I can just go for DP or something like that. I'm going to be okay. Like, Nago's not doing that, right? Like, he didn't even reversal super, I don't think, in any of the instances that we saw. Just like backdashing, using faultless defense, using throw, using deflect shield as well, just successfully navigating that.
And it was really dope, too, because defensively, he didn't reach into the bag too deep until he had to, right? Like, we only saw, I think, one deflect shield, and it was towards the end of the entire set. So it was just really sick to see him cycle through all the different options, really call out the Behemoth Typhoons when he knew they were coming. I mean, he's the champ for a reason, right? A 3-game comeback and a character that he struggled against. Very impressive.
Yeah.
Now, this character and this player, he has not struggled against, right? Historically, Variks versus Slash goes heavily in the way of my man Nagoriyuki.
Yeah, this is definitely the problem for Slash. I mean, obviously, these two, we saw them last year in our World Tour Finals, right? Doing some gaming, of course, Variks the champ, as you mentioned. And this is the person that gave him the most trouble, I think, throughout the whole weekend. And this group in particular, I think if you're Slash, you really wanted those wins on Tene, and you really want a win against Red, right? Because this, I think, on paper, is an expected loss, basically, right? Because this is just someone he always struggles to deal with. So we'll have to see if that's actually the case once we get into it, but I kind of expect that to be the case.
Precisely, and he's got to feel extra motivated right now, right? Because as you said, he did lose to Tene, so he's got to get as many W's as he can under his belt, even with the 2-game comeback, which is great for the game differential aspect. But hey, our other first game also went the distance, right, to Game 5. So it's definitely looking very tied up, very close so far with just 2 games in. So Slash, of course, going to be looking to overcome one of his demons here. And I mean, Variks and Nagoriyuki, they're just so good at the post, like, Dolphin RPS game that it's very tough for Slash to scramble and bring his opponent into the mud like he's usually so good at.
Yeah, and he just has so much control over a lot of the screen space, right? Just there's so many dangerous ways for you to try to like make an approach, and Nago has good ways to deal with that. He's also really tanky, so you got to hit him a lot as well. He has great 6P, great 5P, 5K, 2K, lots of good options to kind of stuff in that like kind of box that she puts you in up close as well, where she wants to use her 5K or spaced out 5H or dash 5P or something like that. So pretty tough for him to like kind of punch through and make it in on this character.
Precisely. So I want to see how often Slash goes to the air as well, right? 2H is still good for Nago, but it's not the monster control button it once was. So I want to see if he's going to be willing to even do that.
Yeah, this kind of situation here, you can see Slash's experience in the matchup, right? Just IBs on IBFDs on those Nago strings immediately. There's all that blood back. Yeah, you gotta just be careful. 2Hs stringing you up, giving you tons of risk gauge on top of it, and the chip damage.
It is tough, man, and immediately gonna drain that blood again with the command grab. Shizu low, he blocks it. BRC, it's a close throw, but he get the OTG kill.
One hit will do it now, though. And the backdash on the throw, just no opportunity, and Slash had to spend a lot of meter defensively there because chip is going to be a problem since all these Nago normals chip as well. So just a lot of things to worry about, and hard to get your own offense going if that's the case.
Man, you can see establishing the throw early on in the last game, causing Slash to backdash there, punishing it perfectly. Varix already looking super sharp.
Yeah, you saw the 5P. As soon as there was any kind of air approach from Slash, wow, whip punish there, but hard to get anything going afterwards. He just has so many good checks in that range.
Yeah, look at this, just bullying with this, and even switching up to the jab once he realized Slash was going to get close, but PRC mix allows him some close quarters pressure, dodging the 2H.
Mix time, in the front. I think Varix looked like he was ready for it there, though.
Yeah, nice IBFD as well, getting some space. That's exactly what he's looking for, and wow, the PRC Beyblade once he knew that was going to whip. Finds a clean anti-air afterwards, another corner pressure, being careful about it with the high blood. Oh, 2S the goal.
Yeah, and gonna be carried to the corner, but unfortunate drop there, Slash. Now has to make it count. Scary, because Nago has so much meter.
It's indeed, bro. Oh, and just call it out. I love that. The Fukio going low, and then caught him with the Shizu overhead on wake up, but the scramble doesn't put Slash away just yet.
Oh my god, he was so far. Didn't hit the 6H after. Mix time, and the command grab for the kill.
Great job from Slash right there, because last time he did that mix right, he did catch Varix trying to move, open him up for a combo, so that time realized he would switch it up and took advantage of the grab.
Nice. Like what we're seeing so far. Not a break on the wall, but positioning after, and the worst feeling. This 3-piece by Nago feels so bad to get hit by.
Yeah. Worst value 3-piece since, the value meals we get nowadays, indeed. Oh.
This is the beginning, though. Slash has a mix-up, just empty jump, delay, close Slash. And stuffs the 6P right there with that late PRC.
Shizu again is going to go with the OTG 6H.
Oh my, what a call out immediately on the H-Dolphin on block.
Varix, what a way to take game one, brother. Knew they were going to be swinging afterwards. Burr still locked out. Hit him with the hilt of the sword.
Dang, they're battling right there, too?
So we get a stare down between two of our cosplayers.
I like how May's like, I'm just happy to be here. I'm just trying to game.
Oh my, wow, this on 99 seconds. I think first time Varix has represented it.
I think so. So far, it's been a lot of passive play on round start. Which Nago, he can do both. Like, he can fight you, just like man fight, just pull up round start, or he can chill, a whip punish, do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think he's got great round start, honestly. And now Slash has the corner. And look at that. Oh, that's what he wanted, right? The short dolphin bending out a button gets the trade of a lifetime. That was looking like Luca for AD.
Let's go. Off the backboard, that was brutal right there. Man, I hate that Luca moved here now. Everybody's like, yo, was that Luca? And I walk by, it's not good.
I'm so sorry, I had forgotten about that one.
It's, it happens.
Slash taking the round, though, off of the big momentum he gained off the early hits. See if he can bring this up to a tied set.
Yeah, this is good positioning. Not going to be a wall break scenario just quite yet. And mix for the command grab or not, that's the guess.
Oh, man, she's overhead, just pulling him up once again in the corner.
Love the delay timing here that Varix is putting in, trying to catch some kind of fuzzy from Slash.
100%. He definitely would have blew up a lot of players' timings, but the instant block into the back throw allows Slash a chance to reverse this round. Shizu overhead, he's been bullying him with it.
Oh, nice FD cancel from Slash there. Was actually in the middle of a button during that freeze. Oh,
the backdash, of course, the burst is dodge. May still one of the most difficult characters to burst in the entire game. And Slash awakens.
Yeah, he was so ready to just complete down bag, big chill. I knew he didn't have to go for the combo just yet.
Yeah, man, the different type of heights she can leave you at. I mean, so often just waited on out. We see Slash, he'll hard call you out with it as well.
Yeah, immediately, as soon as he got the burst back, because he lost a little bit because the Lava Salt just bursting right out of that. Doesn't want to give away the blood and also the wall positioning, potential break. Oh, whip on it.
This is the Slash I like to see. The movement right now, the pace, the tempo that he's forcing, this is huge. Battle Orca.
Take that break early, get the positioning and the resources back, which is a big deal, right? Your burst, you want to build up your super meter as well. Like, this is so important. Oh, man.
Indeed, at Merrick's, I mean, he's going to spin the burst now, right? He knows a couple of hits, he can bring it back real quick.
Yeah, he's been bursting while pretty low on life in a lot of these rounds and still winning at a pretty rough position, to be honest, although that was a tough one to navigate around successfully as we see Slash get that pickup that he tried in the other round.
And what a huge dub for Slash. He ended up closing out that with a W after Varric spin his burst on low life. This is definitely a moment where he can start going up in the set. Oh, the 6P.
Oh my. A little whiff on that. Didn't get a whip punish mix time, and no block on that. Oh my. Help me, please.
Yeah, the mix that May has access to now. Ridiculous. And then just baiting out the 6P, whip punishing it with a Dolphin. My man Slash is grooving right now.
Damn, that did so much damage, too.
Nago. Oh my goodness. Looking like a mortal in the face of the May damage. And like that, Slash on 2-1 here.
Yeah, and maybe, you have to assume with someone like Slash coming into a group like this, it's got to be the person that he put the most prep work into, right?
Has to be.
Thinking that this, he didn't know who else was going to be or anything. This is the match that he's like, all right, well, I got to worry about this one. It's going to be a dangerous opponent to deal with. So.
Yeah, absolutely. He talked about it. He wanted revenge, right? So Slash, he's one game away from getting it early. We'll see, of course, if they meet up in that top 8 bracket. But that 6P is represented with the perfect timing now.
Oh, a nice timing on that. No cancel on the 2D, and then immediate just finds the 2S. Found the spot to burst successfully as well. Love the patience from Slash. He just let the whiff happen and then ran in.
Yeah, absolutely. Slash are playing so well, switching up the offense. He tried to sneak in a dust, but Varric's ready.
Yeah, barely didn't have the 50 to get the cancel on that as well to keep it safe.
Very scary to YRC in that situation, but Varric's was committing to his next option. Finds the command grab. How are you going to survive this one, Slash? He just waits, doesn't even commit to the Shizu.
Oh my god, the jumps out successfully, but the wrist gauge is screaming right now.
Slash survives, the OTG's not enough though. Oh my goodness, the dust had enough range, even after the IBFD on the Dolphin.
IBF being meaty Dolphin and then still being in range of Tap Dust is brutal right there. Great defense from Varric and still gets clipped.
Wow, man, it's Slash one round away. Now gets the cross-up as well. The knockdown is so difficult to deal with this May mix.
Help me.
Oh my goodness, the backdash, avoiding the front after the double cross-up.
Nice, the timing on defense from Slash so far. So many fuzzy jumps and he's blocked the close slash. Challenges right there, has the hit on the 5K. Going for mix, catches the backdash. Gotta be careful about how you burst. Oh my god, that could have been it right there.
A life flash before my eyes. That 2H, Tony gets the closest follow-up. This is big, he does indeed burst though. Oh, the higher wall. He's going to go for the big swing, and it's enough damage. Varric once again not going quietly into the night.
Still has a chance. That's airborne hit, so the Wild Assault whiff, even on the charge Wild Assault.
Tough as Slash.
Yeah, that's a huge counter hit and a loss of resources without a lot to show for it.
With the sand now, Varric's. Oh, the more IBFDs even after the Dolphin hop, but gets close with the Fukyo. Goes as anti-air, drops it early, but 5-second rule, we pick it back up.
And now it's even worse for Slash, although the back throw. Oh my, this is such a huge opportunity here. Doesn't cancel anything, has the delayed PRC, which he does that time. Risk gauge high for Nago.
Oh my goodness, yeah, he tried to look for the 2S after the trade right there, Varric. Smelling the blood, and he gets a big counter hit. Trying to bait out a burst, but Slash too disciplined.
Wow, he hard waited to it. Now a chance, the whip punish. The discipline on the burst could be the reason here, and it's gonna be the kill. Slash cleans up the set, 3-1. The patience on that burst to not spend it.
Wow, incredible play from Slash right there. Talk about the defensive choices. I mean, that's something that really separates your top-tier competitive echelon players from everybody else. And we saw it on display from both of these players throughout the set. Varric, even in his set beforehand, right, incredible defensive choices. We saw it again. I thought he was going to clutch it out and bring us to a final game, but Slash proving to have the strongest defensive choice in the end, holding the burst, surviving, and succeeding.
in our first set in this group so far, the 3 that have not gone the full way, right? Which
Yeah.
could end up mattering now that everybody's scrappy in there. Of course, Varix is 1-1, Slash is 1-1, right? Our next match, of course, is going to be a good one that we have out here. This is going to be Tene up against Red, Gold Lewis versus Soul.
Yeah, this is super sick. And of course, with all the performances you've seen today, do not forget to vote for PlayStation Player of the Day. You can see the link on the bottom of your screen right now. We've already had some amazing performances, of course, in Grand Blue. We have our top 8 solidified for tomorrow, and this Guilty Gear is just getting started, and it's already delivering.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, the thing is, if Red beats Jonathan here, the whole group is going to be all messed up.
Yeah,
it's going to be completely open for anybody to take, especially with how close the game sets have been. And if this goes 3-1, it's like even just like what is happening. Like, everything's going to be so gnarly out there. So we're going to have some real mathematicians backstage to figure out who's going to make it. Of course, it's 2 per group, 1 winners, 1 losers, and there's 4 groups, and that will give us our top 8 for tomorrow.
100%, man. It's going to be great. We got 16 of the elite players, and we got to whittle it down, bro. We got to whittle it down to 8. It's going to be a great time throughout our groups. And, of course, if you're just tuning in, this is only Group A. We do still got Group B, C, and D all to come. All your favorites going to be here competing to get in that top 8 tomorrow. It's going to be scary, man. Of course, we'll have our double elim bracket for tomorrow. But like you said, the 4 people that qualified in the 2nd place position throughout the groups, they're going to start in losers. They're only going to have 1 life to live.
Yeah, which is such a big deal. I mean, these groups, they're so razor thin. By only being 4 people, like, it just makes the smallest of margins. Every game is like a huge impact, and it's so easy for there to be like head-to-head to tiebreakers and then game differential, and like things can just get so gnarly so quickly.
And you know, we just saw Slash get his revenge over Varix from the grand finals last time, and now another revenge match approaches our table, right? Of course, Red I Am Not was defeated by Jonathan Tene, I would say pretty handedly, over at CEO Otaku. So now we're going to get into another opportunity for Red to gain revenge and take down Jonathan. As you said, if that happens, this group wide open like Sexy Red, bro.
Yeah, and like the thing is, this matchup, historically, pretty whack, I think, for Soul, right? Like, I think a lot of Soul players really don't like playing this matchup, even though he has a reversal. Problem for him is he just gets spaced out and beaten up by Gold Lewis in mid-range from the jump, from, you know, like far slash range, 5K, raw behemoths, like all the stuff that he's doing in the air is very difficult for Soul to deal with. So that's part of why Jonathan popped off the way Jonathan did, because he was like, dude, I won this matchup. Like, I'm a freaking beast. Like, like, what's going on here? You're losing to me in this matchup? So
there ain't no way I take an L, or no way I get a W without outplaying you. That's basically what he said.
Yeah, in a much nicer way. Counter hit confirmed there. It was going to be into the 486 behemoth. That gives you the launch there, which is a really nice counter hit confirmed for Gold Lewis. And pulls all the way up.
I can't believe Soul had to deal with negative penalty in that round. That was wild. And Red, I mean, just runs over Jonathan here in round 1.
Yeah, and it was such an interesting starter. Just dashes in 2-4-8 starter. Just catches it, and then, you know, it's a weird thing to do because it loses you the corner, but the combo did so much damage.
Yeah.
Jonathan probably just not ready.
Actually, he ended up paying off, and now he's setting her low. We have the satellite behind as well. Oh my goodness, bro. This is looking over already in game 1. Red I Am Not barely taking a scratch and already putting the game on the board.
Yeah, and like, just smart decision making and how the pressure is structured, and just catching Jonathan and trying to escape it. It's very, very difficult to deal with. And they've just done a great job. Yeah, 2K round start's also really good. They've just done such a really good job so far of keeping the offense simple and catching the backdash with that 2S. 2S from Gold Lewis is a huge, really dangerous button to deal with. Hard to deal with the characters who want to approach standard like Soul.
Absolutely. It's also important to know that Red I Am Not, he was the 2nd qualifier to the LCQ, so he didn't pick this group. This group was forced upon him. And Tene right now to be able to get that instant wall splat into the wall break. This is big momentum.
Yeah, and I think the other pop too, that's a fuzzy, of course. Gold Lewis special, though, didn't get the combo. Cancels into the overhead behemoth. Good block from Tene, though. And it's a wall splat. It's enough.
The spooky hands catching the backdash. Got long reach on those bad boys.
Yeah, just that 6-4-2 behemoth, super far like that. Very, very useful for situations like that. And that's going to be instant splat and break even before the VV.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll swing in with that 2S. And one thing I liked is we see the counter hit confirms in the 2Ss. You can OS it as well. You 2S and you buffer 6-8-4, and then if it counter hits, you do 4-8-6.
Gotcha. Oh, and then the Banner Revolver just forces the mix-up, hits him overhead after it. And of course, you already know the wall splat. Going to X out on the burst. He's going to take the super wall break as well. Maintain some advantage after the stage transition.
Keeps it nice and simple. 2S5H Gunflame. BRC is in, doesn't quite reach. And that's huge. Yeah, just catches that timing where the Behemoth is coming out.
A big far ass. Tene really starting to catch him to the rhythm. Oh, just as I say that though, finds his own far ass.
Yeah, it can be very scary in this matchup too because Gold Lewis, you know, the air approach, the grounded Behemoth, nice backdash there for Jonathan. Wow, air hit. Doesn't quite get the double jump combo with Jump S, but I like the idea.
Yeah, very smart stuff from Jonathan. Gonna bully with the Fafnir again and backs up actually. The satellite was there to stop the revolver.
Nice, like the side swap. I was just gonna say I'm surprised in the side swap. What a block though from Tene as well. 5H, wonder if that was a Behemoth. Smile.
Oh, into the dust. Gonna be able to get another wall break if he wants it, and he does indeed. I'm not still sitting on his burst and full security levels as well.
Wow.
Just after the stage transition, just forcing him to mix up upon himself, and yeah, clips him. And like we talked about, with all the security levels, that pressure wasn't gonna stop anytime soon. Red Eye, I'm 2-0 on Jonathan Tene.
Yeah, and the problem there too with dealing with Gold Lewis combos is the combo was like 4 Behemoths.
Yeah.
Which means there was just no burst build until the very end when Tene was already stuck on the wall. It's very difficult to regain your burst against Gold Lewis because every hit is just a big chunky Behemoth and you don't build a lot.
And that's one of the great things about him, right? The combos being so short and so powerful really doesn't build the opponent a lot of resources at all. Now Tene headbutt of a gear.
Oh, that was a nice little stuff there on the Wake Up Super PRC.
And that's something that we saw Red really abuse yesterday to qualify into this group stage in the first place. So Jonathan really layering his offense to make sure he shuts down that option.
Yeah, I mean, one of his primary training partners, known Super PRC abuser, Apology Man.
Yes, indeed. Saw him in the building. Good to see Beneath. Oh, and again, cutting him off at the pass here. Tene looking to bounce back. We've already seen some comebacks in our first couple of games.
Oh, God, what a call out. And the cross-up Behemoth, nice block on that 6H interrupt. Beautiful stuff from Tene.
Yes, indeed. And all right, check the legs once again. Applied his pressure bandit revolver RC to continue going in. See Red not getting caught with the overhead this time, though.
I like that cancel choice instead of spending the RC on that as well. Does not go for a side swap, just takes a mix here with the drone. No combo, but still has pressure because of it. Delayed Behemoth to keep as many plus frames as you can. Running overhead, nicely blocked from Tene, but the air block and the air DP.
That was huge, right? Something Jonathan hadn't shown yet. Finally gets him out of a very bad position. Now corner pressured up. Oh, try the instant block, gets the wild throw. OTG not available.
Oh, no punish, of course, and that's so bad now for Tene. Got to deal with the drone and the throw. OTG not enough.
Oh, he barely lived, trying to empty for his life. Oh, but the whip on the second button created a very strange moment, and Tene got exposed during it.
Yeah, and the wherewithal in that. Why cross up IBFDs on that?
Nah, that's some definitely Jonathan Tene stuff right there. Beautiful backdash and a back throw, though. Called out the stagger pressure.
I love that mix of choices that they went for there. Unfortunately, the Behemoth OTG'd actually, so it didn't wall splat. Late hit on that DP, actually.
Wild Assault to force the pressure. Continuing to do it, just straight stabs him into the ground. Jonathan smothering him right now.
Wow, that meaty was a, I know you're not blocking meaty. Just run in 6H, Fafnir on the wall. That's the break, and that's the kill for Tene here.
Man, big clutch kill right there. I was fearing for his life if Gold Lewis survived through that one, but Tene puts a W on the board, and the comeback has begun.
Yeah, and I like the way that we've seen this Gold Lewis structured offense so far from Red. They're doing a good job of mixing up these kind of interactions and making decisions that make it hard for Tene to deal with it. Oh, love this choice on the break, right? RCing, jump H to keep it burst safe. Simple, effective stuff from Tene there. This is a combo.
Oh yeah, Tene recognized it as well. Immediately going to be worth spinning the burst. Counter hit on the satellite, but didn't get the follow-up.
Nice. Caught the backdash, didn't get the hit with the jump P, and that's a big jump out. No punish.
That was huge, man. Jonathan Tene definitely could have lost the round off that if it was punished. Right now, Red wants to get off the fuzzy, just going to town.
Ooh, 2S. And what a whip punish, too. Gets the Fafnir knockdown for a huge corner carry, and that's going to be a burst force. As soon as this drone is gone, Tene's going to do something in RC to force the mix and try to get that last bit. The fuzzy again!
Well, that's why Red did that, right? He forced him to block something right before the satellite went away, take advantage and make Tene make a big defensive choice before he got the chance to take advantage.
Ooh, nice 6V. Wow, the spacing on that from Tene.
Another headbutt. Get this knockdown going. Assault to continue to just oppress in the corner here. Throws him out of the move. Oh, empty jump close S. Catches Red trying to press something.
Yeah, this is a very good position from Tene, but you know how Gold Lewis is. One interaction, that's going to be an RC into the finish here for Tene.
Oh, man, yeah. That's exactly the case, though. You can never feel comfortable going up against Gold Lewis. No matter what your lead may be, can evaporate in an instant. And now Red's still on set point here. And again, responding to these satellites with 6H. Jonathan Tene's reactions very on point.
Yeah, slow behemoths or going for drone cancels like that, very useful for Soul in this matchup. That 6H is a huge, fast, heavy button and a huge starter as well.
Oh,
Wall break on this, huge damage. What a combo.
Yeah, indeed. Able to lock him out as well. 50 tension, burst, all kinds of security levels. Red Eye Knot's going to need all the resources possible to come back here, and he's going to put the super out.
Yeah, air blocks it so the mix-up is less effective on the ground, but does put you in the corner.
Man, Gold Lewis, he ain't scared there, but Aguirre gets the counter hit. Didn't have super available, didn't quite build it yet until after the wall break.
BRC forward, I love the choice from Tene, and it's so much meter. Just, there was, you got Oki'd on your own wall break there, right? Just immediate BRCs forward, takes advantage of it. NorCal in the building, of course.
You already know it. Man, that was one of the few times those short, powerful combos from Gold Lewis backfired, right? He just needed one more hit to build to the 50% tension. The super might have put Soul away, but he couldn't quite get there. And now we're at a game 5 once again. Beautiful whip punish into the Wild Assault follow-up.
Oh, caught the backdash in the air, hit on that. Excellent confirm, although the dust whiffing right there. Just doesn't even commit to the meter.
Yeah.
Oh, the belligerence.
He had conditioned Red, right? Every single revolver up until that point had been RC'd. That's what Red was expecting it again. Jonathan Tene stealing a turn in a clutch moment.
Oh, what a backdash on the Behemoth. Beautiful pressure. Although that is a counter hit confirmed. They've been so consistent about that so far now. Drones out, overhead combo on this. Wall break, not with the super though, so no hard knockdown. It's going to be a BRC forward again.
Yes, indeed. Tene, when he's sitting on that tension, that's exactly what he's looking for. He bursts offensively. Doesn't want to take his turn off the YRC. The burst is available. Back for Red Eye. Not presses RCs and puts himself back on set point and quiets the NorCal contingent for now.
Well, I'm not sure about that. NorCal is loud. I feel like no matter what, next time in the front. And beautiful backdash timing again there from Tene on the overhead. Oh, cross up, counter hit Banditbringer.
Yes, indeed. And opens him up low. Stagger pressure with the 2Ks. Oh, and the 5H commitment does catch him pressing that time. Another throw.
Oh, Tene is like one good hit away here on the wall with the clean hit. Tyrant Rainbow, the far slash. No burst available. Behind the back to the corner.
Yeah. Just like that, man. We're pretty much at an even game.
One away.
Oh my goodness, the RC into the DP to beat the 6B.
One hit for Tene, now catches the low. Burst available, doesn't spend it though, and now there's RC available for Tene as well. Backdash BRC on the minus frames. The tap dust. Fafnir slightly minus, backdash BRC to take the turn back, get the mix afterwards. Final game, final round between these two.
An incredible set so far. And again, we talked about the game differential matters so much. These players have done their due diligence that way, but the W matters more.
Look at that space forced off by the drone now. Tene in the corner against Gold Lewis, swinging the coffin. The escape, so sound, just waited it out. And now, big chance for Tene. Fuzzy timing, accidental gunflame feint. The backdash gets clipped.
Indeed, here tries to the drone out. Oh, he gets the timing on the 6B. Tene did not RC that time. What a backdash on the Typhoon. And the 6S counter hit opens the door for some pressure. RC low opens him up. And once again, the instant wall splat sends him straight through.
One final guess here. Tene about to have meter. And the 50-50, here's the guess. And that's the game. Tene 3-2 on the comeback once again, defeating Red.
Man, oh man. Group A, maximum drama throughout every single set so far. Now Jonathan Tene, who is down 2-0 to Red Eye, I'm not on the verge of the CEO Otaku revenge.
Not again. The same camera shot.
Let him know. Tene with the good hair says, I can beat Gold Lewis any day of the week.
It's like, the meme of like NorCal be popping off like crazy and they get 33rd. Not today. Not today. Jonathan Tene, of course, now 2-0 in the group. Looking good, of course. So NorCal could be excited about that one. You love to see it. And that means that Tene is, I think, making it out of this group basically being 2-0 here, right? So that, it's just whether it's winners or losers and how things shake out. And I also think that probably sinks the ship for Red as well to be 0-2 in the group.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken, just like that. So next up is going to be a very important set, of course. Slash versus Red. Slash is 1-1 in the group after defeating Varix. So if this goes to 2-1 Slash, then we have that final set of Varix versus Tene.
Yeah.
And then we'll get to see that on that. Yeah, quick maps real quick as we can see here. Very, very close. Look at the middle of this group, though.
Yeah,
like, this
dude,
Varix Slash
like-
situation is going to be a scrappy one.
Honestly, even Red I Am Not, right? If Red I Am Not can take the next game 2-0 and Varix ends up dropping like 3-0, and then Varix ends up struggling in his next match, we could see a switch there. But of course, Slash would have to do so as well. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, man. It's very close coming down to the wire. Tenay's got to feel good, of course, about getting that extra W, but it still feels like anybody's game.
Yeah, these groups are pretty gross because they're so small.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't ever really feel that safe, and like the game differential is going to probably be a big factor here for everything. So every game really, really, really counts. And winning 3-1 instead of 3-2 is such a big factor here.
100%. Like, if you're Red here, you got to come into it aggressive as possible in terms of trying to take every single game, right? You cannot afford to even drop a single game up against Slash. Obviously, Slash being able to take down Varix, huge redemption arc for him. And now he's got the opportunity to really set himself up to make it out of this group as well.
Yeah, I guess it's possible, right? If like Red,
a lot of stuff would have to go wild.
If Red like 3-0 Slash,
yeah,
and then Varix loses to Tenay,
yeah, exactly. Like
then there's 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, and Tenay's 3-0.
Yeah, it comes down to game differential at that point. That's why we were talking about how important it is for Red to honestly get a 3-0 here. Because if he gets a 3-0, that's going to be 7-6 as game differential, right? So that's going to be a pretty powerful game differential to have. But again, that's all contingent on the fact that he 3-0 Slash, which, I mean, man, 3-0 and Slash, like, good luck for anybody in the world with that one.
Yeah, Goldlewis fights some May. I think this is like probably a matchup that Slash is less sad about than fighting Nago, though.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if that's actually the case or not. But I'm very interested to see this, of course. I think this is a matchup where there's a lot of good preemptive options from Goldlewis. 2Ps and 5Ks especially. Very annoying for her to deal with. And then fadeaway, jump Ds, fadeaway Behemoths, good against like running up and doing buttons or dolphins and stuff like that. So there's a lot of counterplay back and forth here.
All right, just to see how this exactly goes, how our counterplay starts. You already know how it usually starts. Dolphin on in, Red spin and burst early, trying to forward slash to the corner, which he's done successfully, but wow, that anchor, he is a big body. I guess that's the cons of it.
Yeah, being a big dude like that, them size 44 jeans, you just get clipped by things like that and it's just downhill.
Yeah, that is being a big body, fam. Ooh. And now open up once again. You can see the PRC mix from Slash after that. That's been so successful. The Battle Orca, War Torn, stage down.
Yeah. There it is, Super PRC trying to catch some kind of backdash and then a little link on the 2K2P.
Yeah, Red has been very consistent with that. As the defensive option yesterday, we haven't seen it that much today. And now Slash, we're going to try and close out this first round. Oh, Red, great 2B press back. And he actually got the burst out on Slash. So that's at least a dub for the next round.
Getting the burst, that's huge. That's such a big one because, again, you build burst really slow against this character, Goldlewis, because all the combos are Behemoth, Behemoth, Behemoth.
Yeah, it's like 4 hits that do 60%.
Yeah, so it's very, very scary when you lose a burst like that. Jump over behind the back low. I mean, look at her life and look at the burst. Look at the burst gauge. Like,
yeah, it's going nowhere, fam. Just stuck there. Finally gets a little bit of a chunk as we reach, 5-6 hits. But it's too late at that point. As Red I Am Not going to be able to finish this round with a perfect.
Pretty rough one. And Slash barely on a burst here in like one more hit. So Wild Assault whip though, round start. Good evasion there from Slash.
Yeah, great call out from Slash at the round start. Like we said, Red hasn't been abusing that too much, but obviously going to be a popular round start anytime Goldlewis is there. Sends him through.
Yeah, and they didn't have a lot of agency after the break there, so I kind of like the challenge from Slash. I think Goldlewis is really good at round start, but like that wall break positioning is a little bit more awkward. Yeah, it's right at the tip range of that Behemoth, and if that whiffs, you get a huge opportunity like this. It's going to be the burst at the last second, but very well scouted by Slash.
Yeah, this man Slash, nigh impossible to burst on, it feels like. A lot of players end up opting to using Wild Assault or Deflect Shield because, man, he shuts down burst any chance the opponent gets to do it.
Yeah, he's just so ready for it. Just, waiting for that moment and seeing and reacting to burst with RCs like that, very, very strong. And something you see a lot for, like, mid-dispensers in this game who can, like, route around things like that, like this character in Soul in particular, talked about a lot for this group.
Definitely two very dangerous characters at doing so. And Slash already once again onto the race. Oh my goodness, bro. The spacing on his normals has been immaculate. Really taking advantage of the big body of Goldlewis.
Yeah, and so far it feels like Red, they've just not been able to like wrestle any control over the mid-range so far, where Slash has been evasive and attacked well first.
Yeah, Slash did a great job. He's doing corner to make his way out, but I might have spoke too soon. There it is. Wake up, Battle Orca to get himself out indeed. Hops on in, checks Red. I don't know if that was supposed to be 2P. Trying to anti-air in that moment, but it gets shut down regardless.
Yeah, I think Red just assumed like the jump wasn't going to make it in time, so anti-air 2P was an option. Doesn't work out, and went for the cross up there. Actually lost the corner, which could be a factor here. Evading, running away from the drone.
Oh my goodness, and the timing on that, right? Just the dolphin on in as it dissipates. Perfectly timed from Slash once more, and just a post RPS right here going the way of Slash, just jabbing him up.
Yeah, it's a little awkward spacing for Goldlewis to challenge with anything there, honestly, and Slash taking full advantage.
Just shuts down the air approach as well. This Anchor has proven the superior weapon so far.
Oh, big 2P mash out. No burst immediately from Slash, though, just blocks it out successfully. Supers through, and no clash or anything to get out of there. Oh my bait, what the hop from Slash, although 2S at the end actually, and burst. Oh wow, the delay on the OTG there just in case.
I like that. Red definitely covered all his bases right there. We saw Slash with the hard sit on the burst, instead using the Wild Assault here to try to push him to the corner and get an opening early. Finally, once again, finding the rhythm, but not much off of it.
Oh my, that trade. Okay, got far Slash instead of close Slash though, so the combo didn't work. Otherwise, Slash might be almost dead right now.
Yeah, that would have been a disaster. Deflection waits it out. And speaking of disasters, your life bar is completely deleted after it getting baited out.
Real, you're probably wondering how I ended up here, Moment. Just frozen, the deflect shield going off, easy peasy punish.
Oh man, no deflecting right there. Only left upon you is self-reflection for that choice. Now we got Slash and Red, one up here going into game 3.
Yeah, mixed time, empty command grab, like that choice a lot. Something to represent early, get the wall break on that.
You see, oh, the satellite, yeah. I mean, Red, he's been trying to put out that satellite, but it's been honestly just thwarted by Slash, whether hit on startup or just backdash till it dissipates.
Yeah, I love that we've seen so consistently just answers to things like that in Nuclear Wow 5H. Probably a behemoth attempt, but we take those.
Yeah, most definitely. Especially with the way the round's been going, right? Fighting against May, you can take any accidental hit and call it on purpose, but Slash, once again, puts away another round.
Yeah, easy to get them on accident, too, because of the directions on the behemoth that needed to hit it at the end. Basically, every Goldlewis player gets the wrong behemoth or like a missed behemoth every game. Like, it's just a fact of playing the character. This is how things go.
Yeah, something you got to embrace at this point, get used to, right? And then as you get used to it, the quicker you can make good off of something that you didn't plan on. But Slash, once again, bro, the spacing. This time clean 5K into the follow-up.
It made the combo hard to burst, too, there with lots of, like, buttons, wait buttons, like, trying to look for some kind of bait. Double Wild Assault feels so bad there that it doesn't work out. And maybe just feeling out of options here, too. Slash making the game feel simple, yet, like, there's nothing you can do almost, right? Like, just simplifying the game in a way that's like, oh, it's a couple of options, I'm just going to represent this, and that's it. And, yeah, it just feels like a lot of the doors are closing.
And again, maybe you just tuned into the set and you're like, man, why didn't he burst when he was so low on life right there? Didn't you want to hold it for something like that? Slash is pretty much unburstable. Like, it's very hard to get a successful burst on. We saw Barracks get one, I think, in the entire set. So, man, Red is thinking about switching to the Potemkin in this moment. He's thought about it, but not committing to it. The Goldlewis is going to be the one that gets it done.
Yeah, there's some evil doers out there playing Potemkin. Nubenheimer.
Yeah.
Just out here to prove.
What's your problem, Nubenheimer?
Just to prove to the world. Just shows up ripped playing Potemkin for no reason. I don't know what's your problem.
Oh, man. So here we go. Slash up 2-1 now. And again, putting himself in prime position to make it out of this group along with Jonathan Tene. But of course, we're going to have to take a look at the graphic going into one of our final matches to see it truly.
Oh, my. Flash cancel, double 6B knock, but no one's home. Oh, my God. Stack. Help! Help!
No, that was sick, though. The 3 instant blocks off that.
Yeah, and the combo confirmed. It's funny that the IVs didn't do anything. Yeah. Just boom, 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 boom. Just kept going.
Oh, man. The Wild Assault. Slash has played it around it so well, honestly. Rarely ever getting clipped by it. Once again, opened up early and blocked on the burst. Wait a minute.
What a beautiful spacing. Recognizing the whip, getting the slide on this. Gonna be the confirmed second RC. Easy peasy for Slash there. That was like textbook.
This man Slash shooting down UAVs left and right, brother. He's used to this.
You know, you just hear fear / Nito, and then he just gets the kill. Like, he knows what to do. This guy's a professional.
100%. It is super sick right now. Red, of course, getting an opportunity now. We got the corner, and it's going to be wall splat through to the other side. Positive bundles in tow. Oh, man, and then calling out that forward slash with the 6P.
Love that. That was very, very smart right there. Hasn't seen that option as something to represent after the wall break, so I think that's a very smart one. Again, calling out the wall assault.
We've been so consistent with that, honestly. Like slashes, avoidance, punishment, everything on the wall assault has been A1.
A little short of 50 there for the RC on the tap dust, but I like the idea from Slash. Again, you got to watch the slide here. A little.
What timing? Are you serious?
Yeah, it's just, the awareness in this matchup is just spectacular.
Bro, the satellite wasn't even off screen yet. It just, he knew when the hitbox was gone.
Yeah, and that RC, this should be the kill here. 50 meter on deck Slash. Keep it simple, spends it, and that is that. 2-1 in the group, just like that. Slash got to be feeling very good about his spot.
Well done from Slash, bruh. Taking down Gold Lewis and Red Eye. I'm not taking down Varix as well. Going to the end with Jonathan Tene. He did all he really could to make it out of his group, so it's going to be a good position for him to be in, of course. We got one more match, if I'm not mistaken, coming up in this group. And, of course, that's going to be Jonathan Tene and Varix, but an amazing showing from Slash, as well as Red Eye am not.
Yeah, and this last match is really impactful for standings. We'll have to see what game differentials look like, but Slash actually cements himself in a very good position to potentially even make it out of first if Varix defeats Tene, and the score is convincing and game differential is a factor here. So very, very convincing and good from him. We'll have to see here. This is going to be our last match of the group. Very excited to see this, and it's still up to all three of them. Like, all three of them, I think, are in contention still for this group.
Oh, yeah.
Varix, Tene, and Slash, right? So
most definitely. And you at home can also vote for any one of those players for the PlayStation Player of the Day. Do not forget about that as well, right? All of these players have been putting on amazing performances in addition to our Grand Blue versus groups that happened earlier as well. Tremendous, tremendous day of fighting games. And Strive is only getting started, so make sure you get your votes in now, but we still got plenty of action for you to witness as well. And I'm very excited, as you mentioned, for this last match, because not only is it one that I'm very much looking forward to because of the players, but major implications on the rest of the group as well.
yeah, and it's got to feel very scary, too, if you're 2-0 at this point as Tene, and you still could maybe not even make it out of the group, right? Like, that's just a really spooky spot to be in. One player going 0-3 in the group means that it's like the other three could be in a very scary kind of three-way tie tension scenario in terms of points. So always scary stuff. We'll have an idea about what that looks like in a second, but yeah, the arithmetic on it's going to be quite important.
Absolutely. Now, I think historically, Varix is up on Jonathan Tene in tournament sets, right? So because of that as well, it's even scarier for Tene, but he's done a great job. And we talk about him being one of the players that puts the most research into games in general, and not only into games, but his opponents, his player habits. I think he's very strong in an environment like this, right? A tournament where he knows the players that he's going to be facing, ones that's on a shorter list than an open bracket tournament, obviously. Still a whole lot of players to prepare for, but now when he got the group stage, he even had even more time to hone in and focus on the few characters that he's going to have to face against.
Yeah, and I think, like, looking at the group, I felt this way about his group last year, but like looking at Tene's group, got to imagine it's like if he could choose who not to play.
Yeah.
It looks a lot like this group, to be honest, which is why it's pretty impressive that he's 2-0 already in this. I think he's like quite a studious player and good at figuring out and solving problems anyway.
Yeah.
But it is pretty funny that it's like just you could just choose evildoers. He said not the LCQ player and not Gold Lewis was top of his list, and it's just like the LCQ Gold Lewis player in the group is just really, you know.
Yeah, and it took him to the finals, right? It literally took him to the final game. Definitely was making Jonathan Tene sweat. And we talked about the game differential. That still could come back to matter. Him going 5 games, even getting that W, but going to 5 games still could result in him not quite making it out of the group. That's what makes stuff like this so stressful. So again, we're going to get that up in a little bit. But yeah, this is going to be the conclusion of Group A afterwards as well. And we're going to have, obviously, Group B, C, and D still to come throughout the day as well, which has everybody's favorite players, right? Gobo still to come, Taiwara, Nitro, Razzo, still so many star-studded Guilty Gear Strive participants to see.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be, like, I think pretty awesome matches, especially I think that Gold Lewis group is going to be just fireworks. Like that, the Rang Gobo group, because I expect Gobo to play some Gold Lewis, right? So
yeah,
I think that group is going to be pretty spicy, to say the least. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I can pull up the arithmetic. I could maybe check myself, because I can tell you what is probably updated right now is good old Incross's resource on Liquipedia.
Shout out to Incross forever, brother.
Me just 2 weeks ago, just looking at a group stage doing arithmetic, so I'll update that and take a look.
How they do it now, right? This is the one, right?
Is that how they do the heart? Yeah.
The new gen?
No, Vicala does the heart in Grand Blue.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Shout out to Incross, bro.
The GOAT, actually. Just, you know, the official website for every single everything. Just the best.
But yeah, man, this is obviously our World Tour Finals presented by PlayStation Tournaments. You guys know what it is. Still got a whole bunch of groups to go, and this match is going to have major implications, right? So I think we're making sure everything is prim and proper on the technical end, on the setup, as well as trying to do the math, try to get you guys a definitive answer right before this finals, because there's a bunch of ways it can play out, right? Obviously, still with Jonathan Tene being 2-0, but Variks being 1-1, Slash being 2-1, the game differential so close between so many players in the group, still very scary, and this game is going to have a lot to say about who makes it out. I mean, Slash still, even with a 2-1, yeah, I mean, he's probably out in winners or losers, but it's going to be tough, man. But it looks like we have it. Let's check out our group graphic right now to see who's actually in the lead when it comes to the math, right? Slash 8-5, so that is definitely a good look here. Variks at 4-5. So yeah, so Jonathan Tene, I can't do it all in my head immediately, but I think if Tene, even if he loses here to Variks, as long as he's able to put some dubs on the board, he should be okay.
Yeah, unless Variks wins like 3-0.
Yeah. If Variks wins 3-0, then it's 100% he's making it out over Jonathan Tene. Jonathan Tene, if he gets 2 wins and loses the set, he will still make it out. Because he'll be like 8-6 to Variks' what, like 7-7 or so. Yeah, 7-7. So yeah, he will make it out if that is the case, right? So it's all about how many dubs you can put on the board. If he wins 1 game, I think that might be a 7-7 for him. And then Variks might have the W over. I'm not 100% sure, but I am sure that the button checks are over. The technical issues have been solved, even if there was any. And we're going to get into our last game of Group A. Jonathan Tene versus Variks. Let's see who makes it out.
Yeah, this is the deciding factor of the group, and Slash's overall win-loss looks so good here. I think unless there's a 3-0 from Tene or something, or like, you know, unless Tene wins and he's 3-0 in the group, rather, it's going to be pretty difficult for either of them to catch him 8 wins a lot.
Yeah, 100%, man. But Tene, gets stabbed on the throw attempt already. And Variks off to a very hot start here, still maintaining control, even post-burst. And we already know that's going to be 1 round in the books.
Yeah, easy peasy catching that. That close slash hitting your airborne, it's a nightmare. Like every time it hits you, just like it just feels like immediate. You know that you're dead.
Yeah, 100% here. Try to jab him up. Good discipline from Variks there. Not pressing too early.
Challenge actually on the Fafnir there. I wonder what the button was from Jonathan. And that blood is going to go down a ton here. Nice save. Jonathan very sneaky to make it past them, and then unfortunately Variks is too ready with the RC.
Yeah, incredible timing on that. That 6H response, but this gets punished outright by Variks. It's going to be a privilege that Nagoriyuki has.
Oh, love that. Very, very clean on the dash 2K. And now Variks on defense here. He's got some life here to absorb this, though. He's got a bit of time before this is a problem.
Yeah, he definitely has the health affordable to take some throws in the instance, especially with Jonathan being less than 50% tension. That quick spell disaster. That's why Variks is going to burst out. Panda brings it nonetheless.
So hard to get out of there in the air hit on that. What a confirm from Tene. Doesn't take the wall break, and that will be it instead. I think deciding maybe it wasn't going to kill, or if not, it wasn't going to be that good of a position. I like that decision.
Yeah, precisely. If you're not going to kill right there, going back to neutral with the Nagoriyuki is going to be a dangerous situation. So unlike Jonathan maintaining the corner control, trying to wait for something. The Beyblade eventually came, but not in the position to punish.
Yeah, and then IBFD on the second hit. That's a rough starter to eat. Oh my god, the damage on this. Super at the end on the wall here.
That hurts. Man, so Jonathan Tene going to be at disadvantage here after the wall break as well. Has burst, has 50% tension. He's going to need all the resources possible to defend himself.
Immediate DP there, right? Just as it just got punished a second ago. So yeah, I'm down to do it again. What a block from Variks on the low. How many 3 close slashes, stringing up that burst gauge. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That started with a jump light, but because of how much his wrist gauge got cranked, it was still big damage. But once again, Variks has made such good decisions on the PRC cross-up. Catches Jonathan upon the landing again, trying to commit to an option, and he'll take the first game.
Extremely clean, too. You know, the defensive decision-making, very solid from Variks. And then finding those moments in neutral where he is vulnerable and kind of patching them up with RCs like that just means that it feels like every door just gets shut, right? You have very few opportunities to find these whiffs and openings, and then it just immediately stops him from being a factor.
Messiah now Tene get a little bit more frisky with the DPs. Trying to make Variks second guess on some of his pressures. Whiff punish with a success.
Yeah, very, very nice. you know, this character is very whiff punishable. Soul has really good whiff punish in the mid-range. It's just hard. You have to force the whiff out from Nago. Wow, what a punish on the landing frames there. Varix, very unfortunate.
Yeah, and as the blood goes up, the longer the buttons get right, so difficult and more difficult to actually whiff punish. Big anti-air, but not for much. PRC both sides. Varix gets the air throw out of it, and one more command throw for good measure. Jonathan willing to spin the burst here, though.
Yeah, that burst meant a little, it felt a little feral maybe, just like, I got to get back in there and scrap.
Yeah.
Winnable though.
Yeah, maybe want to take advantage of the low blood as well. Trying to know that he won't get bullied outright, back into the neutral.
Nice. Wow, back that 3 sensitive position, finds a whip punish, double hit on that H, and this is going to be the wall slide. That's going to be the kill.
A huge burst decision from Jonathan Tene, and he made the most of it. Very clutch in the moment.
Yeah, that could have been very expensive. If he burst and immediately got hit, it would have felt super awful.
Right now, bleed into the corner very quickly. Varix even poking with the 2Ks as well. Once he sees he has the breathing room to dash. Oh my. All right, let's go to the next round, fam. One more again.
No meter even needed to be spent there either on the super, just 6H. Easy peasy. Just like that, you feel like all these decisions go well for you. What a whip punish at round start there. Very smart from Varix, just playing it nice and passive.
Yeah, he's so good at round start, man. Oh, with the 5H, the counter hit right at Jonathan. Maybe a 6S, maybe something to try to make Varix block immediately.
Bottom jumping, runs all the way in to try to take some space. I like the idea, but Varix just finding these clean options on all these opportunities. That's a chance for Jonathan, though.
So he's going to put the Volcanic Viper on him. Varix holding on to the burst for now. Does click the backdash as well. Tries to stagger up the pressure, doesn't fall for any of it.
Man, his defenses on that high-low have been like perfect so far.
Oh, tripped up again. These max rank 2Ks and a big backdash. Varix's backdash all day, every day, with the big body invo extra frame. Man, he makes the most of it.
Yeah, very unfortunate now suddenly for Tene. He's going to need to get some games on board. 3-0 would be brutal for him here.
Yeah, we went over it, right? I do believe 3-0 for Varix means he would make it out of the group over Jonathan Tene, and it'd be Varix and Slash. So Tene back against the wall here. Needs dubs and needs them now.
Finding the overhead. And so far the defense, you know, FDing out in situations like that, making the 2D whip, finding hits like that, and blocks the burst.
Huge.
We saw that routing around that earlier. It's going to be the break with the VV on the wall. Fafner for the clean hit. Nice stuff there from Tene.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting the burst out as well, nice and early. Ooh, again, showed him off the DP as he tried to throw. Varix put the super on it. I like that. So you obviously can't take tension into the next round anyway. That's going to give him some more time to build some more burst gauge. And who knows, maybe he brings it back in its entirety.
Wow, what a block. And still safe there. BRC made it not a factor, and suddenly the hit. Tene goes for the DP again. And gets the burst now. This is a winnable round, not only that, but like getting the burst is so huge there from Varix.
100%. Like, as you mentioned, it was realistic at that point to bring it back. But getting the burst out alone is going to be huge for him in this next round. Not only, obviously, is Tene not going to have that option, but it could just affect how he plays in general. Right now, though, he's found the hit nice and early, and the wall break to follow.
Yeah, huge damage on that, too. Love the confirm. Finding that little dash in, far/2H, scoop him up with the vortex. Wow, the air movement, the patience from Tene.
Oh my! Dodging the Shizu follow-up right there. That was expert stuff.
Oh, and catches the timing on that. Should be a wall break on this for the kill. Game on the board now for Tene.
Oh my goodness, Tene gets the dub. And I mean, I'm pretty sure the math we were talking about is correct. If Tene wins the next game, I'm pretty sure he makes it out over Varix. So this is one that's going to decide everything right now.
Yeah, oh, wow, 2K2D spacing on that. Empty whip, jump key into the throw. So far, really like the changes in his offense. You know, these Gunflame fans, you know, using Bandit Bringer to go over stuff, and then when you're trying to worry about Bandit Bringer running in for 2Ks or like far slashes like that or close slashes. Love the changes that we've seen from Jonathan in the air movement and the approach on his offense. Just let him whip, run in with the 6S after, let him whip. You know, it's like changing up the approach in a way that's really making Varix, I think, quite uncomfortable here.
100%. You can tell Varix is searching for answers right now, and he cannot find them. Great defense from Jonathan right there as well. Jump out, and that 6S counter hit is big. Not too much damage, though. Didn't have the meter or the wild assault to follow up. Finds the hit regardless.
Love the offense. Jonathan ran in. There's 100 tension for Nago. He just waited.
Yeah.
He's like, you're going to super RC or something? I should just play it safe. Then he got his hit afterwards, and that's the one that counted. Wow, that's a lot of blood for Varix there, and he didn't get a lot off of it, although that's a big pickup to get a lot of the blood back, and a beautiful counter hit. This really, really, really swings things back. Varix, high blood, didn't have a big lead, and now suddenly his blood situation is all kinds of solved. Huge lead in the round.
I know, guys. I know this is 1-2, so even with this next match, if Jonathan Tene wins, the set won't be over. But if Jonathan Tene wins this match, he's making it out. Oh, and Varix is going to shut it down. Now Varix one round away from not only taking the set, but qualifying out into the top 8.
Oh, the delay timing on that and forces an early burst. High blood. So Tene waiting outside the range. Now there's a chance to go in for this kind of pressure. Is there a mash out? Varix just blocks it out, and the gunflame feints have been so important so far in this change of offense. Does not spend any kind of resources. He just barely built 50 there. Mix again goes low.
And Jonathan Tene here has the corner. Wow. The backdash. He backdashed his own one. Knew the throw was going to come after. He locks him out of the burst, but Varix holding on for dear life.
A pinch of blood in the dash 2K. Jonathan Tene should be out of the group now, I think, because of that.
Yeah, and you can hear NorCal celebrating, and I'm thinking it's not just because he's still in this set. We will, of course, find out by the end of this, but we are 2 up here. Wow. And, man, you obviously know Varix going to be a little bit heartbroken on that one, but he's still got Jonathan Tene to deal with.
Immediate wall break there, too. The nice thing about being able to do that, VV is just like that. Oh, my God, what a backdash. And this is huge now. Oh, 6P, that's probably a command grab attempt. So he just canceled with the backsway instead, which is a really, really nice timing on that. The close slash. I don't know if that was a close slash, but a close slash nonetheless.
100% right there. Now Tene, the Volcanic Viper once again. The Banner Revolver Mix finally finds him overhead, right? Varix's defense has been so good against that. Confirms into the Wild Assault, which lets him get that wall splat for the super follow-up. Tene, 1 round away from closing out the set and going 3-0 in his group.
Yeah, which is so huge here. Get that top seed, being winner's side top 8 for tomorrow.
The headbutt once again here. That's a great point to bring up. God, it's always one winner, one loser side. And Tene is on the verge of making that winner's side burn. And they get, once again, another Tyrant Rave.
Yeah, huge damage. Command grab will kill him now. Regular throw puts him close. A really rough spot, and he just pulls all the way up. The fist bump already out. Jonathan Tene out of the group in winner's side.
Not only did this man go 3-0 in the group, 2 of the sets were 3-game straight comebacks. He was down 2-0 and brought them all back. What a performance from Jonathan Tene.
The clutch from this guy, and especially these matchups, you know, I don't think he wanted to play any of these.
No.
Honest. I think he didn't want to fight any of these characters. It was like the Sinister Six was put against him. You know, he's just like out here fighting against the row of evildoers, and he got the thing done. Very impressive stuff.
100%. Like, Soul is so good at scrapping and whatnot, you know what I mean? But against the characters like Gold Lewis, Mei, and Nagoriyuki, those are not the characters you want to scrap against. But Tene made magic happen regardless. Didn't drop a single set. Amazing stuff. NorCal challenge, of course, ringing out throughout the Shrine Auditorium as well.
Yeah, not surprising, of course. I heard someone screaming yesterday like Tom and Jerry for a set with 2 GB in it. Not surprised, of course, to hear NorCal getting excited. Somewhere Hanzo Gogs was popping champagne. I'm sure just excited about that. But it's cool to see NorCal out here, of course, representing Jonathan Tene. Very, very successful run here so far. Not only all year long, but, you know, in this group, 3-0 means he'll be out on winner's side, and I believe Slash is our person out in the loser side of the group. It's a really good run from him after a pretty, you know, kind of close set there with Tene to kick things off in the group.
Yeah, 100%, man. And we figured that one was going to be close just because those players, they played each other a lot. They've studied together a lot. Like, we talked about how Tene has had coaching sessions with Slash. So we expected a close one. We got it. And, man, Slash was really able to bounce back, overcome 2 of the big bodies, these characters that definitely have tools to kind of scrap with Mei. Just like how Soul doesn't really want to scrap with those characters. Mei doesn't really want to scrap with Nago and Gold Lewis. But these 2 dudes have done their homework. They've done their due diligence. And they're out in the group.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, if your first loss is to him and then they go 3-0 in the group, like, you can't feel too bad about that. So, of course, we can take a look at the final standings of everything here in our group to see how it shook out. Of course, Tene 3-0/2-1 in the group with an 8-5 record overall. And it would have come down, I guess, to head-to-head if it had come to that, which would have been good for Tene either way. So, very successful run from him. Played really well, 3-0 in the group, and then Slash can be making out on the loser side. Our returning champion barely not making it out of the group after being up 3-0. We saw our 2-0 earlier, potentially 3-0ing Tene. Now Varix not making it out. A very successful attempt at this group, but couldn't quite get all the way out.
Yeah, man, amazing stuff from Jonathan Tene Slash. And of course, Varix and Red Eye have not as well, putting on a hell of a show. All the matches were great, right? Really no blowouts throughout all of Group A, which is what we expected when we saw this group completely stacked to the gills. And of course, only adding an LCQ member made it only more dangerous. So yeah, incredible performance from everybody so far.
Yeah, and I mean, even though Red went 0-3 in the group, it was 2-3. You know, 1-3, 2-3, I remember in the set. Oh, it's up there, yeah.
Yeah, precisely.
So all the sets were like pretty close despite that, right? So yeah, definitely a really, really good group to watch. And hopefully everybody enjoyed it. This has been the Group A of Guilty Gear Strive here for the ARC World Tour presented by PlayStation Tournaments. Hopefully you've been enjoying all the action. We'll be back with Group B right after this.
おいおい、一体どうしちまったんだ俺は。ここに至るまでの記憶が全くねえ。こりゃ少々飲みすぎたか。遠く深淵から感じるあのおっかねえ気配の正体、それを探らねえと。何、一度死んだ身だ。誰が来ようと怖いもんなんざありゃしねえよ。我が名は王、万機の頂に立つ帰国の王。黄泉より湧き立つ正気、命立つ死神の剣。そのまま落ちていくといい。鬼どもの待つ地獄へとな。とっておきのやつ行かせてもらうぜ。集え、闇なる力、万物打ち砕く破壊の王のもとへと。この拳受けてもらおうじゃねえか。帰国の王人違いだ。その男なら死んだよもう。
just as bad as if I did right for seeker. I write this. Find it, something unseen. Play back to history, answers within. Does meaning have meaning? The beginning and the end are all the same. It can be true. Who said you won? I wish and influence share like this. I'm super divine, true seeker, and rising.
Welcome back to the Arc World Tour Finals here, presented by PlayStation Tournaments Group A. Honestly, some drama top to bottom. NorCal coming through crazy. Slash being able to, essentially a pirate in real life at this point. But now we are leading ourselves into Group B. My name is Proxy. Ringe on the other side. Good to see you as always. And it's time to get, as we said, our second group started.
Yes, indeed. Group B is here, and it's not on the horizon any longer, right? Stacked to the gills, just like every other group, and it's going to be super sick to see, of course. So I am excited to get this one going. As you mentioned, Group A, dramatic meter all the way filled throughout, and now our Group B is looking to follow that up with some tremendous names in front of you. Daru Ino, Nitro, Zando, and Taiwara, all in the building. I don't even know if we're supposed to say Chuara or Taiwara. He's been going by Taiwara for so long now, I just say it. But yes, of course, he's going to be bringing this in, and most likely the Kai as well to our matches. But yeah, man, it's going to be a great one. I know fan favorites in here stacked as well with Daru, Nitro, Zando, and Taiwara in his own right. Definitely everybody that players want to see succeed, but only two can make it into our top 8.
Absolutely, as well as one of the groups that is the most diverse when it comes to the countries represented as well. We have Korea, Japan, Israel, and the United States.
Wow.
So a very international affair across the board. Some extremely interesting storylines to get into as we get into the character selects in terms of what's going to be selected, who's going to be playing what. Definitely a lot to touch on too. But I feel like the number one thing here, Nitro, the EVO champion here, coming in as Seed 1, was able to, in the selection stages, get, honestly, the best choosing he could possibly have. And then this is where he's ended up. So Let's see if that #1 seed, if fighting it out to be on the top coming into Arc World Tour, if it's going to be able to pay off the way that it should.
Absolutely. Nitro, he's got kind of a dual-pronged assault as well with the Jacko and the Geo, of course, both ending with Theos. But I did manage to talk to him a little bit before his groups when they were decided previously on Thursday. I was able to talk to him on Friday. And I was like, is there going to be any Geo? Is it all going to be Jacko? And he said, I think for the group, it's all going to be Jacko. So, yeah, I'm very interested to see how he goes about it, right? I think he's looking to exploit some of the lack of matchup experience and knowledge, right? Because, I mean, Nitro's one of those players where he's got a Jacko that's on a caliber of its own.
Agreed.
So if you don't have a lot of matchup experience against Nitro himself, he's going to have the advantage more times than not, and that's exactly what he's going to be looking for. As you said, a very international affair here. He's got no other Americans in his group. He could have a good shot.
Definitely agreed. I mean, we have to have that exact same conversation for our Korean contender in the first slot as well, Daru Ino. How often do you get practice against this high level against the Witch herself? It's just so difficult, and it's a matchup where, honestly and truly, you can kind of just get splattered against the wall. Depending on how it goes, if you don't know where the gaps are in the Vortex, if you don't know how to FD and where to push block, there's a lot of intricacies that go into it.
Let's take a look at our introduction to Daru Ino. Daru coming in the building, always repping the Ino, no matter the Guilty Gear game, which is quite impressive to me because Guilty Gear games change quite a bit from game to game, and this man will transition his skills from character to character constantly. But of course, he has a tall order to deal with as the EVO champion sits across from him. Let's take a look at Nitro.
As you said, Nitro, the reigning EVO champion, looking to take another one of the big ones down this weekend. High potential for this guy, as you said. And we talked a lot, again, about these two players and these two characters and the potential matchups and the discretions in terms of preparedness for them. We're going to have to answer those questions immediately here. And as you said, and the correct information from the man himself, it is going to be that Jacko locking us straight in to game 1 of Group B.
Yes, indeed. That's what Nigel told me, right? He took a look at his group. He was like, I think it's going to be primarily a Jacko day. And that's exactly how we're going to start this one up against Daru. But as you mentioned, both of these players, very dangerous, very lethal on both sides. We're going to see, and Nitro looks very prepared early, right? You can see already reacting quickly to the hover dash with the jab and putting those minions out as well. That's why that horizontal chemical love is going to be so important for Daru.
Yeah, absolutely. HCL, a massive tool in this matchup for sure. But if you can be full stretch screen, a lot of times you can freely get those minions out. But now you can see this is where the pressure mounts with no meter, no reversal. Daru just has to block it out.
Oh, man, it's going to be tough, right? Oh, it does fine and shoots the gap as he's wont to do. That's the thing about Daru, right? He's had so much experience on Ino. His defense has leveled up over time because often she doesn't have a way out that's that easy to access.
Oh, burst do come off the table here. Pixel of life remaining now. Just barely catches. The Note is able to interrupt as well, but the 2D, nice low profile.
And that's another thing that Daru has really become an expert in, as well as that Note usage. You saw him immediately stuff it, and of course, the stroke, the big tree to dodge the 5K at round start. Always something that I like to see.
Yeah, I love using that. A Wild Assault as well to be able to go through after the just block. Good on reaction. 2 minions, but unfortunately they get caught behind, and we get all of them completely deleted after the stroke.
Yeah, this is great stuff. You see Nitro not going to get bullied by the MLA, though. Definitely willing to take his turn back. Show him that Daru is not going to get these free pressure, but oh, the backdash gets clipped off that, and that's always a juicy starter for Ino, as you see before your eyes.
Yeah, as long as you can get into a 6H when you get to the corner here, a lot of times it's pretty easy to stabilize, but what an answer!
Yeah, you saw the starter for the MLA that time. He was like, no, I don't like that format. I didn't go to college.
Psycho Crusher comes through as well. HCL into the 6H once again. A pixel of life left. and is able to break the wall and take the finish.
Beautiful stuff already. We can tell, we talked about it, it's going to be a close set. I mean, most of these are here at the finals of the Arc World Tour presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
Second minion set up here. Straight in with the attack command. Great counter poked over the burst to maintain momentum here to throw. What's next?
Random all the way to Diaz. That was disgusting. Fuzzy setup right there. You saw Nitro hitting that instant overhead after he made Daru block. The animation stay and standing. And then actually poking him out of the follow-up on MLA as well. What in the...
Oh, good fall through here. Sensei just blocked for the punish. Very, very nice. And any questions we had about the matchup, inexperience, have been answered right there on that piece of defense.
Nitro looks very prepared, fam.
Yes.
Like, he looks like he is ready for all the things that Ino wants to do to kind of abuse you defensively. And man, he is not letting it happen. Pressing, not letting her take turns for free. Daru's really gonna have to go to pressure that's a bit tighter, which means not as much of a reward for Ino, right?
No, absolutely agreed, especially here, having just that hover dash. One thing we haven't covered too much is the movement option from her can be quite limited, considering the fact that she does have to leave the ground in these jumps. But again, Daru Ino makes the character look mobile and easy in these moments. Again, HCL in a great corner carry.
Yes, indeed. I mean, for this round right here, close to already being in the books, Nitro's going to have to deal with this as well. Offensive advantage, backdash BRC to get out of the situation, but sniped across the screen.
Top of the dome with the HCL. Great spacing on that one there. And tries to go for the S-stroke again. S-stroke has been well scouted at 99, but a good back throw to answer.
Yeah, we saw it, I think, work once against the 5K at round start, right? And then after that, Nitro was like, all right, no more. We're not going to even risk that situation at round start. I don't think the reward's high enough for him to justify keep doing it, right?
No.
Compared to what Daru gets off of it.
Yeah, 1000% agreed. I mean, he does come through to actually stop the hover dash there. Good reuse, but again, HCL just pokes out at the perfect. The timings from Daru Ino have been fantastic, and what a great answer, game for a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Daru really took that intel from game one where Nitro was making his defensive choices, how accurate they were. He really switched up the rhythm, switched up the way he structured his offense. Incredible stuff. And honestly, he didn't let him get a minion going the whole time in that game as well. Look at this. And again, deleted instantly, and MLA so active, Jacko still had to deal with it as well.
Which is extra crazy because it feels like a majority of Nitro's hits are either 2D in neutral or getting his offense started around the core of that fuzzy that we saw in the earlier games. Those two options have not been on the table.
Yeah, once again, look at this. And Daru had the RC, so even with the instant block off of the stroke, he still maintains pressure and takes another round. Man, this snowball is getting out of control.
Oh, this time we scouted the 2D, trying to go for the preemptive answer to the stroke there. Not going to work out. And Daru finds another knockdown, even on the counter poke.
Listen, yeah, Nitro, he just needs some room to breathe, right? His button presses have been good, but Daru just been keeping the strings extremely tight. Deflection as well, the 2D and the stroke to go under the minion as well has been a primary strat.
Back to the corner now, not much else to do. Finds the overhead, burst is available, has to hold it for one more touch though.
Oh, and he actually gets the back throw? That's huge for Nitro. Gonna be able to apply this pressure now as well, setting up minions on top of minions. Gets the wall break, but how much magic you got in this pixel, Daru?
Oh, BRC! And just chops him in the knees. I like that. The knife edge stops him from being able to get the jump away.
That's where my Achilles is, bro. Ino out for the rest of the regular season.
Listen, cut off the IR, looking good here. Unfortunately, a bit closer to the corner now as the minions continue to stifle the attempts of the movement here.
Nitro, and this is the thing about Nitro and Jacko. All the deflection, baited out and punished, is that his combos and his pressure can snowball so quickly himself. So you can see, I mean, with 15 seconds past, Daru's already fighting to survive in this match.
Yeah, and as we get that punish there on the attempt to stop the landing, I'm so glad you mentioned that too, because Jacko is especially good at that, and Nitro, both of them, the character and the player themselves, both exceptional in that category, doing so much good work there, but Daru Ino, a bit of a think on this one. Obviously, no character select to come.
Absolutely, and yeah, it's in the name, right? It's in the namesake. We're never really going to see him switch. He's just putting it on himself to adjust the game plan and figure it out. But yeah, ever since Nitro picked up Jacko, like I love that you bring that up, it has been a match made in heaven, right? He really found his character to really amplify his play style in Strive. And it has been success after success. Obviously, the reigning, defending EVO champion.
On the knockdown one more time. Side switch, super important. Not much for the mix-up, more for the positioning here. Finally answers that delayed overhead and is able to get the throw.
Yeah, it's Nitro. He's starting to catch on to what Daru wants to do as well. stuffing all attempts at getting out when the minions are on him in the corner. Ooh, big damage. Okay, with the wall break, he's still gonna be alive, but we got plus frames for Nitro. The meter advantage is on his side as well. Tries the dust, but we're gonna R-City keep it going. Minion out as well, but a beautiful snipe. Daru has a chance.
ATL continues to find the mark, tries to go for the note, but a good jump over. Barely avoids the fireball here, and is able to get the block.
Ooh, the deflect shield actually successful that time. It's been baited out and punished more often than not, and Nitro, the belief in the lights, once again coming through during the scramble.
You see, he's like, nah, I like that. Good energy here on the stage. Gets the poke though, and is able to get the follow-up. Nice confirm on the counter hit.
Yeah, and Daru now bouncing back. Obviously, this is Nitro on set point. He cannot afford to drop around here.
6P, massive in the moment, gets the RC. Gonna hold on to the burst here. Definitely the correct decision. Getting the break and putting up a perfect on the board. A round apiece now, a must-win for Daruino.
Exactly, man. And remember, every game matters here in this group stage as well. The game differential is what we go towards after we get the set, so he needs at least a game 5, if obviously aiming for a full 7. The 6P gets shut down. The minion landed low enough on her hurt box to interrupt that, and Nitro taking full advantage, as he always does.
Elysium Driver sets up for the hard knockdown here. 50 meter on the side of Daruino, though. Goes for the double jump and just dives out of trouble. Minion is coming!
Wow, completely deleting the note that time as well. Oh, baits out the deflection one more time. It's time to go to therapy, brother. No more deflecting. You gotta solve your answers yourself. Nitro taking it 3-1.
Oh, and obviously too early to call much, but both players look incredibly strong. Nitro, that's a big win for you to start to get your momentum. Getting that first win, especially after being able to get off the stage now, get to a little bit of a reset as we get our next 2 players up.
Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, Nitro can be able to take a break here. That was only our first match of Group B, and man, the reigning defending EVO champion showing exactly why he's got that on his mantle in the first place.
And it's so scary too. I mean, Daruino, the final player who qualified via points, qualified in 15th. So it was just barely squeaking. And to be in that type of position and be able to still put up these types of numbers and be able to put up this type of fight, I'm so excited to see the rest of this group, dude. Daruino, so sick with it. This has been ridiculous.
100%. And so many players have been ridiculous today. And you can vote for the player of the day, the PlayStation player of the day, excuse me, at the link on your screen below. So remember, the Granblue versus groups already in the books. We have our top 8 solidified. So many sick performances there as well. Group A, maximum drama for Guilty Gear Strive. Just getting started with Strive in Group B as well. So many more sick matches to come. So remember to get that vote in by the end of the day.
Absolutely. But for now, as you're getting your votes in, we do have something to show you here. Take a look at our first player in our next match. As you can see, Zondo, I mean, the graphic did better than we ever could. Tossing the book, Oscar away on that chip.
Yeah, that was good stuff right there. Oh, there was some movie magic back there where they had some like fall mats for that stuff. Like, it looked like some fragile material that could have definitely gotten messed up. But of course, Zondo looking to mess his opponent up. And let's see who he's gonna face right now with our next video. Taiwara looking as fierce as ever, bringing his skills to the table here up against Zondo. Here you mentioned Zondo tossing the Oscar away, right? The chip Xanathus was going to be brought to the table here. If I'm not mistaken, Zondo actually started this game as a chip player, actually moved on to Ram fairly quickly, and then obviously he's been working on Oscar since the Oscar had come out. But this isn't his first rodeo on chip, so I think maybe some people aren't familiar with that just because he really came to notoriety on the Ram Lethal. But this man has been repping the president for a long time.
Absolutely. Qualifying with the book, tossing it away. But on the other side, we did see in the package, obviously, there is that Kai Kisuke that could potentially come out, but it is going to be Sin, the young man, to lead off.
Yeah, Tyrara always likes starting on the Sin. Often it doesn't go that great, and then he goes into the Kai. So we'll see how it goes today, of course. Always love seeing the Sin, but right now, he's going to get an offensive burst. I shouldn't say that, because he was getting comboed up, but burst to try to keep Zando in the corner here, but we're already out into the mid-screen, and after the super, you're going to be the one cornered, fam.
Absolutely. I love this decision-making from Zando as well. Got to be quick, got to be fast. A lot of the times, Tyrara puts people in these positions, high-paced decision-making with good reads to follow is a lot of the times what carries the positions for him. So Zando needs to either match that pace or just kind of stifle it. With Chip, it's way easier to match.
100% right. Any type of pace that your opponent can present, Chip will definitely match and even outdo sometimes. He instant locked into the DP right there. I thought he'd be close enough because of that, but no, just outside the range.
Yeah, good punish from the Beta Blade. I love going straight into the overdrive too, lock out that burst. It was unlikely that Zando was going to spend it in that moment, but don't give him the opportunity.
Yeah, don't let him start these rope games, bro. Trust me, your life will disappear very quickly. And just in general, if he's able to make you block something off that, he can have massive advantage. Wow.
My God, the Sun Dipper catches the legs just barely again into the Tyrant Barrel, though. Hard knockdown and potentially one more guess, but look at the meter for Zando. And of course we DP.
Yeah, the Beta Blade, he was willing to risk it all right there. He didn't even have burst available, honestly, so that could have gone extremely wrong. He was just so confident. He tried to mix him up with the rope. DP back at you. Oh, PRC manages get back into the neutral. Big catches the backdash on that one. So far on the air normal. Try to slow him down, but he already had the D out, it looked like.
Oh no, and immediately sends the bonsai, tries to beat the burst there, or maybe just a reset. Either way, Tyrara, one more chance against the legs, there's the burst!
And yes, Zando, he had a burst there to hold on to it, and the backdash gets clipped, but he couldn't convert for a full kill. Does so after the backdash, causing Tyrara to whiff, and that's what we talked about, the speed of Chip. Always there for the punish.
Wow, and a good call out there at the round start, but again, that DP, dude, back and forth between the two, neither can be trained at this point.
That's just how it be at the moment. Ooh, and love that. No flinching from Zando right there on the double close sesh. Try to get him to open up.
Great punish from the mid-space beat driver there. Gets the cross up off the rope, and as you said, that normal jump height. Dude, Chip is too good in the moment.
Ridiculous, man. Extremely hard to anti off of that as well. Sees the button come out. Beta blades it. Oh my God, running right back. 2 times, twice as nice.
Snack in the moment too. 2K2D finds the knockdown. What a cross-up!
Oh my, that was disgusting. And just taking the throw afterward. And he finally finds the timing on Zando's buttons. Remember, Zando has shown incredible discipline before, just blocking out the staggered pressure. He tried to switch it up, thinking that there'd be some type of big gap that Tyrara would take to take advantage of that, but instead just keeps it tight and stuffs the button.
And the burst out very early here. As you can see, he catches the legs once again. That's what forced the burst. This time it's going to be the Wild Assault and a little bit of a bite. No, a little snack, get something.
Exactly. Always got to keep healthy. Exactly what Tyrara is looking for. And after that first game, you know, he's going to feel so good. It's like we talked about. Sometimes the Sin doesn't go as planned. Right now, this is the character he wants to play, so he's gelling.
Oh, and that actually might just be enough. Not quite close up to the corner, but it doesn't matter. Gets the follow through.
Long distance on that one. He's going overhead. And then you're going to be able to trip up early, but yeah, that cross off the rope has paid huge dividends, but a combo drop. Now Tyrara has a chance.
Lowest Kato, this is going to be big. Wild Assault as well. Keep him locked out of the burst here. Tyrant Barrel for the one time. Hard knockdown and a big guess.
Damn it, Chip, you always know, always bleed it. Whoa, it's interesting. A little bit of setup, maybe trying to bait Zando into something. Oh, Bar-esque will always put a stop to a lot of what the opponent wants to do.
Oh, Calico looking good! Beta Blade went for the dash, actually tried to bait it there. That big delay goes massive for Zando.
You see the big rope normals, bro, just bullying Tyrara. Big throw as well. Doesn't actually put the rope up. Instead goes for the cross up on the Alpha Blade. So smart from Zando. Hadn't shown that one yet. That's a big way to end a round.
Throwing the PRC down was ridiculous, bro.
Yeah. Oh, deflect shield. Yeah, he wanted that, right? He's like, I'm tired of these rope mix-ups. Let me do something to try to nullify it, and that was successful.
Okay. Some damage. Obviously, you know, Half-Life, casual.
Yeah, casual Half-Life. That's just how it be on Chip. Every combo is casual Half-Life.
Past the Alpha. Looking good after the 5K. Just Ball comes through. Has to wire C, though.
Yeah, I think Taiwan was expecting another cross-up and reacted at the last moment to it being on the same side here. Ooh, even with the wall break damage, not enough. Zando, he built his burst back as well, but he's not going to get a chance to use it. Aims for the ankles, tears out the Achilles, and Taiwara up 2-0. Remember, every game matters here. Winning 3-0 is huge in these group stages.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that can be the deciding factor, as we've already seen earlier today. Immediately, the legs get blessed again. That's just 1,000 for 1,000 right now.
The ankles, they are unprotected, fam. Oh, he's running away from the staff, bro. The rope is so sick.
No, I love that. Using that to cancel. Good routing, though, to get to the wall. 50-meter available.
So here we go. Oh, interrupts. Oh, goes back to the same side with Taiwara. He's been able to block the same side mix-ups. Zando's been 100% on the cross-ups. We'll see if he goes back to it.
You can see he's delaying, trying to give as much respect as possible. Full calories and full meter, but unfortunately too much respect gives us a lot of room to roam, and the young man's going to do a massive chunk.
And the positive bonus to follow as well, right? And again, just coming through, hitting him low every time, stuffing Zando's escape attempts.
I mean, that's one of the weaknesses of a mobile character like Chip. The low crush is massive.
Yeah, Taiwara is feeling himself right now. Set up the rope, trying to bait him into something, not even taking advantage of it. See, Zando is really trying to show him different looks. Even that time, he's seen that he's been FDing a lot, and he could be FDing, so just tries to get the throw in and does so successfully. Now we cook it.
Absolutely. Training for the barrage here. Oh, down to the orange. A lot of decisions to be made. Max Calorie gets the DP immediately. That looked like a blown timing on the setup there.
Oh, yes, indeed. And we'll see that goes back to haunt him. Taiwara right now, not going to be able to finish it off just yet. But still, Zando on life support. He's got to be tired of being in this position. Taiwara, ooh, got the backdash clipped. And now finally the same side mix hits, but Taiwara gets counter hit on the 2D. Zando not quietly into the night just yet.
Oh, I like the idea too to spend the burst to try and keep the momentum up, keep that pressure on. Unfortunately not going your way, but you will build another one.
Yeah, 100%. Taiwara already landed the first hit, which means Zando feels like he's got to surrender the burst to stop this momentum. But Taiwara finds it anyway, goes with that big low, standing style.
Oh, and just like this, Zando is down to a final guess here in this set.
Oh, he tried to go with the close S to blow up his tech. Oh, and he faked the overhead into the low, nasty stuff. The Sin Kisuke on full display.
Oh, and as you said, a lot of the times we kind of get we get into sticky situations and the Kai has to come and save the day, but no, it's going to be the Sin straight through. Incredible showing from the young man.
Yeah, absolutely, bruh. Having the Sin go to work, and we've talked about it, right? Not only do these sets obviously matter, but the game differential, it's huge. It can come down to determine who actually makes it out. So Taiwara, that is the ideal way to start your group. 3-0, not even dropping a game. And now Zando, if you're Zando, you're in a hole, right? You gotta get these 2 dubs coming up next, not only because you've dropped one, but because you haven't gotten a game yet.
No, absolutely agreed. It comes down to the differentials. We saw it again earlier in Grand Blue today. It was very, very close in a lot of those situations. And even to the point where it kind of flipped winners and losers, because people, those 2-1 situations goes down to the wire. You got to, it's the best way you can say it is, don't leave it to the judges.
No, exactly. You cannot leave it to that. You got to control your own fate 100%. And yeah, it was the Riazo Cookies match, right?
Yes.
Or the Rookies, excuse me. Yeah, where we all thought Rookies was going to make it out. Riazo was up 2-0ing him, which helped him leapfrog in the game differential and managed to put him out at winners. So this is all important. And unfortunately, Zando has the rough draw, right, of staying on the station after that match. Gonna have to go up against Daru, but that could work to his benefit as well, right? Sometimes you want to stay on. Sometimes you want to play after a frustrating loss like that and perhaps use those emotions to your advantage and bounce back. It's gonna be tough to do so up against Daru, but we'll see if Zando's got it in him.
No, I definitely agree. I feel like that is, for most average players, a lot of times riding the wave, especially off of a loss, can be near impossible, but these are not average players. And obviously Zando is in this type of position and definitely has been in this type of position before. If you are a top level player, you have been in the spot where you lost and like, you want to play again? It's like, yeah, I'll do it. So we'll see if, as you said, can keep that momentum and can answer the pressure that Daru Ino is able to put out here. the war of trying to stay on the rope versus HCL is going to be huge.
Absolutely, absolutely. And shouts to my man Tasty Steve, the one more king. And no matter how many else, he's like one more all day, every day. Zando is going to get that opportunity, right, to kind of change the narrative of this group and bounce back from that first loss. But Daru's looking for his first win as well, right? Both of these players are scrapping for survival.
Double 5K was definitely good in that moment. Gets the 2D. 6P in response, though. I like that. Use it aggressive and use it early.
So they came up just short on the bonsai. I love that the backdash actually made Daru's butt whiff, and Zando was able to take advantage after. Oh, man, the purple stuff, though, had him locked down. Now you got to make sure you respect this format.
Yeah, puts us in an extremely tight position. The classic Guilty Gear combo. JP, PP, PPP, all the way back down to the ground. Great answer in that moment.
Ooh, the 6P as well. Let me see something. He's trying to run the mix on him from the top row, but yeah, Daru's managed to avoid it for now, but Zando's going to have that pressure in the corner regardless. Trying to FD to get his distance back, and man, Stroke just barely missed.
Came on through with the Rekkas. Decent damage coming up. A hard knockdown here. Ino does have the flex shield. One thing to look for sure. Instead, it's just going to be the FD, and it's going to try and weather the storm here.
He's doing his best. PRC able to jab, but no conversion afterwards. Zando left some damage on the table, but he's finding it now. Oh, the pixel. Gonna be tough for Daru, and Zando has a full life bar. Good luck, fam. He's got the rope up as well. BRC to apply some pressure, and a quick Alpha Blade cross up.
Yeah, coming through with the perfect, extremely strong answer here. Burst on the table for both players, and we're able to go straight in for the stroke. Unfortunately, again, the purple stuff comes through.
The purple stuff has been doing major damage.
Throws it out again, tries to go in for the overhead. BRC for the slowdown. Gold burst!
I can't imagine that's what he wanted. Yeah, I have to imagine that was an input error of some sort. But nonetheless here, Daru who's not looking to surrender that advantage. And if he can close out this round, it would be like it never happened in the first place. But he cannot afford to get put on the defensive. The 6P through the node. Oh my goodness, now you don't have a burst right. Oh, but it's not gonna matter. Stroke the big tree, finding the hit, finding the mark. And Daru, another W on the board.
Yeah, securing the air-to-air, getting through it. Extremely strong showing there. And as you said, Eric Goldberg, I think maybe just plinked JD into something else.
Yeah.
But still okay, looking good. Straight in the 6P. The reactions from Zando have been extremely on point.
So what you gotta do, right? Can't let Ino get the bullying going. Make her, bait out your buttons. Use some type of altered air trajectory. Otherwise, Zando is gonna be on point to make sure it stuffs it.
Okay, after the break, gets the cross up. You saw the FD flash, but Daru not ready. Ankle's in trouble here. Gets the overhead. Wow, what a round.
Indeed, Zando starting to roar back a little bit. Had the perfect on deck. Oh my goodness, Daru trying to get the 5H round start, really expecting the approach on the ground. It's the thing with Chip, right? As effective as approaching from the air as the ground.
Okay, Stroke almost gets the punish. We already saw the interaction once. Zando better with the timings now. Gets it this time in the mid-range.
Zando, the way he's switching up the approach. You see the dash and the back dash. He's baiting out the Stroke the big tree now. Some major adjustments have been made.
Okay, Guardian's pretty decent here. Pressure in the corner. Good jump away and a better BRC down.
Yeah, absolutely. Super clean to take advantage of Daru's gambit in the corner. Had to slow down. Didn't want to just escape, but take his turn.
Oh, wow. Way to drive the note. But unfortunately, again, the 6Ps have been it's been a masterclass of 6Ps from Zando.
Yeah, a lot of the time during the air block, right, like the opponent or the person that makes the opponent air block feels comfortable applying pressure afterwards, right? The fact that Zando was able to identify that spacing and was like, nah, that head and bull of 6P will get me out of this dash pressure to follow up. Very, very clean.
Oh, another good interaction there. Doing such a great job of nullifying these nodes here. A couple 2K checks coming out from Daru, but the trades continue to make him lose the positional war until we get that wild assault.
Yeah, Zando tried to switch it up and really commit to a full dash there, thinking he had conditioned Daru a little bit to be backing up and respecting. But nah, Daru sticking offensively and staying persistent. Wild assault conversion as well. Ooh, the BRC, great block, but you can only block for so long. The throw solves all of that.
Yeah, I mean, we see a very controlled style from Daru, but people forget this character can just go high-low mania on you in those messy situations in the corner. But forget about that. Zando with a quick wall break.
Trying to look for his own offense to make him start guessing. We got the throw as well.
2K finding the mark, straight into the super one more time, gonna loop this pressure. Has the clone and is gonna have a BRC. Big opportunity for Zondo to get back in this.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see Daru, he's looking for FDs early, but that's the thing about trying to FD Chip, right? He's got so many forward advancing moves, whether it be the specials, whether it be the Rekka follow-ups, big buttons as well with stuff like the Far S. He's able to close that gap very quickly. Oh, but the Beta Blade does get baited out, and we know what that means. Huge damage for Daru, built to the super, and he's gonna use it. Zondo in desperate straits right now.
Okay. Gets the overhead as well. Burst is available. Does on Stroke. Very nice situation, but Stroke hits again.
Yeah. Strokes, it's great up against a lot of those buttons that Zondo's going to be looking for on the ground, right? Whether it be the dash up 5K, the dash up Far S, even stuff like the 5H. All of that is going to be dunked under, I believe, by the Stroke the Big Tree. So yes. Daru, very, very smart.
Oh, love that follow-up after the throw. Bravery. For the 2D, and now just pressuring with the Rekkas, beats the reversal timing, gets the burst out.
Oh man, yeah, this is so good from Daru, man. Putting out the notes, following it up with Stroke. From this range, he's been so good, but there you go from Zondo. Backdash, makes the MLA whip that immediately whip punishes. That was Chef's kiss.
Yeah, it's hard to keep her on the ground, but when you can, it's going to be dominant situations for Zondo again and again. Chip is so good at winning on the ground, as you've seen. Oh.
Yeah, back against the wall here for Zondo, right? Can't afford to drop another game. Oh my, the last active frames of the guitar smash. That hurts, man. Zondo definitely saw that, went to whip punish, it just got counter hit by it. Unfortunate.
Push back into the corner after the stroke, time and time again. Oh no, Daruino, the high-low comes through with a pixel of life. There's no chance to fight out of that one. A round apiece once again, but survival point for Zondo.
Yes, indeed. And Zondo, okay, I like that. Doing a micro dash into the close S to catch the back dash attempt. Daru not going to escape for free. Remember, every game matters here. Even if Zondo goes down, he needs to force a game 5.
Double back dash, definitely like an idea. Trying to buy some room for himself. Nice block, but unfortunately 5P whiffs.
Oh, it busts out the command grab, something we haven't seen yet. There to the PRC. Oh, he's trying to whip punish. That's unfortunate.
Oh, it always hurts to be correct, but unfortunately have the timing or the spacing just a hair off. So now Daruino, another big advantage, but look at the meter.
Indeed, yeah. Zondo, he's got 100% tension down, but oh, he got locked down. Nonetheless, here now, he's waiting for it. He's trying to make burst safe routes. Daru's not giving it to him. He YRCs instead and just walks up and throws for the set victory. Beautiful stuff from Daru, taking it 3-1 here. That is the type of dub he needs after his first set in Group B.
Absolutely, as you said, game differential, a massive proponent in these round robin stages here. Daruino, it's the best way to keep yourself afloat. A good situation coming up for them at 1-1 now.
Yeah, indeed. And we saw that, I mean, valiant effort from Zondo at the end right there, really trying to go for a burst safe route, right? We saw a couple of close slash juggles so he can quickly jump cancel if the burst were to come out. There's such good discipline from Daru not to give it to him in that moment, instead making him earn it. YRCing first even to make sure that he has other resources off the table before that. Just immaculately played. And hey, if you think it's so immaculate, maybe you should vote for him for PlayStation Player of the Day. You can find the link right there at the bottom of your screen. And of course, there's been amazing performances all throughout the day. We saw Granblue Fantasy Versus. We saw Jonathan Tene go 3-0 in Group A as well, as definitely earned his right. And 2 of those victories were 3-0 comebacks. So, you know, he's got to be one of the favorites for Player of the Day as well from PlayStation.
Absolutely, as well as, I mean, obviously, here at the Shrine, a massive crowd in favor of the California players. But,
yeah. Definitely. The Shrine Auditorium, one of the legendary venues of Los Angeles. Back in the day, I heard security talking about how the Oscars used to be held here. Back in the day, he was like, yeah, I worked at the Oscars, all kinds of stuff, telling everybody what they need to know. But yeah, this is a great venue. A lot of people are definitely digging it. Obviously, you can see just from this shot alone, it looks fire. So definitely big ups to everybody behind this ARC World Tour Finals. Again, presented by PlayStation Tournaments, of course. We got a couple of our games in the books, but we still got a whole long ways to go with Group B. And of course, we got Group C and D to follow. So Strive ain't stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, a lot more stories to be told for sure. But after Strive today, we are going to have tomorrow the finals. All 3 games consecutively going to be finishing things off. What a way to cap off an incredible season of anime games top to bottom here, starting with Uni and ending the night off with Guilty Gear Strive tomorrow for Finals Day. That's just going to be incredible.
100%, man. Yeah, the top 8s are going to deliver like nobody's business. Obviously, the LCQs were phenomenal. The groups have been filled with drama throughout the day already, so you know it's just going to continue to deliver and get better. And of course, that's going to continue at first with our next match. It's going to be Nitro versus Taiwara, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's going to be a banger for sure. Super excited to get to see. I feel like the biggest question for me is which character do we see on the other side? I feel like there's upsides to both when it comes to Sin or Kai coming into it. I would personally prefer the Sin, but you know, it could go either way. I feel like Jiraiya's obviously strong enough with either character to be able to make it work, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, 100%, man. It is going to be interesting to see, to say the least. I want to take a look at the Group B standings as well when we get the chance, as we do now. So Taiwara, again, coming out the gates hot, right? 3-0 over Zando, 100% game differential. Nitro also had a very impressive showing with that 3-1. So like that last match where we had the battle of two players scrapping for survival, both had lost their first match. Naru able to bounce back, even out his game differential as well because of the 3-1 victory. That's huge. Now we get the battle of the people at the top, right? Taiwara and Nitro looking to duke it out. And this game has major implications as both of these players, whoever wins, is going to set themselves up nicely to make it out of the group.
Absolutely. And as you said, because it matters so much, even if they can keep it close, because they both had such good game differentials in their first sets, still a lot to be won. I feel like that's the most fun about the round robin, is that every single second counts so much. But it is going to be the Sin here. We're going to lock that in, facing off against the Jacko. As you said, Jacko all the way expected for Nitro here through this Group B.
Yeah, and Nitro plays Jacko and Gio both very differently than a lot of the Japanese players, right?
Agreed.
So even when you have the matchup experience against like a very high-level Jacko, the regionality matters. And Nitro might present some things that Taiwara is not used to. But we're going to see the Sin, like you said, and I think it's going to be a lot. He has those forward advancing specials, right? As long as he has the calories, he's going to be able to kind of bully the minions out of the way and then make Jacko deal with them. So that's perhaps the game plan here. What a 2S right there. Just out-duel Nitro in the neutral.
Yeah, I mean, that is something across Guilty Gears that we always see. Long range, normal, 6P, beat driver, things like that, being able to clear minions. So effective to be able to pressure the minions and Jacko herself. But unfortunately, the throw goes a bit astray. A good situation here from Nitro and stay same side. A very nice sequence coming up here as we get another throw into the corner.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that was nasty stuff from Nitro. First, the same side when you're cornered like that, most of the time players are going to expect a cross-up attempt just to take the corner for yourself. Oh, and he tried to chase down the fadeaway, but Taiwara able to pick it up himself and take the round off of it. Beautiful way to turn the expectations of Nitro on their head.
Love the decision making too to go for the wild assault just to make sure that we didn't have burst that ending situation. But with a 2D, a quick DP response, we're back to the mid screen.
Oh man, the double up right there to actually low crush the attempts from Nitro. Beautiful block this time on the mix-up attempt.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that fuzzy right there is the crux of the offense coming up from Nitro. That needs to work to open up the other doors. So seeing that block this early is a huge win for Jiraiya.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Oh, and again, though, the minions from this screen. Oh, we can see, that's what we talked about. Dealing with the minions, having the activity to cover Jacko's approach afterwards as well. That's going to be key in this matchup. Oh, what a throw tech right there for Taiwara. He does get punished on the attempt to kill the minion. He at least does that.
Oh, that jump away, 6P to avoid. Attack command still comes through. Great mash, and it should be able to finish. Incredible patience there to know where the gap is. And as you said, shooting the gap, brother, 2P.
Does exactly that, and man, yeah, he had built the 50% tension just in time. He had Wild Assault available, so I think kind of he was a plethora of choices at the end, the way he wanted to extend that. So great stuff from Taiwara, taking the first game. And man, he hasn't dropped the game yet in groups. I forgot about that. He's 4-0 currently.
That's actually been ridiculous here, and it really has been off the back of the Sun Dipper doing so good. Finally, somebody's starting to check it at that mid-range, though.
Nitro was like, okay, I see what your game plan is, right? Obviously trying to nullify the minions. He has different ways to advance on Jacko afterwards, starting to shut down one approach. But just as we talk about that, Taiwara, oh my goodness, has turned this round on its head and has now had advantage once again.
Ian used the FD, very nice. That was a weakness of Nitro in some of the earlier tournaments. You saw that he didn't go for FD early a lot of times. It would be reactive and he would end up getting thrown, but here in the corner, not gonna matter much.
Indeed, the instant block from Nitro, that was huge. to actually get the punish off. Didn't get pushed back out of it, but the DP comes through, doesn't put him away, but of course covers his approach with the PRC and finds the backdash punish.
Round start, trying to go for the low crush there. They're trying to play on layer 5 right now. I like that. Looking for the answer to the slide.
Really sick stuff from both players here. Oh, you can see, when you get that deep into the layers, right, it's a lot of respect shown, and Taiwara obviously knows he's dealing with an EVO champion. Nitro knows Taiwara is no slouch as well, especially after that first game victory. So both of these players looking to unlock new gears.
Oh, tried incredibly hard to finesse there. You see that little shimmy walk back forward. 2D ends up finding the mark though. RTL, just like my dad.
Let him know. Let him know the genes I represent. Oh, the insta block again, but he was already committed to the next follow-up, so Nitro just smartly blocking it out and finds the same side, right? That's the second time Nitro, when he's cornered, goes through that same side mix-up, and it's caught Taiwara.
But the YRC clearing the minions, setting us up for the throw here while the solid stomp in the yard, trying to find the low.
Man, that risk gauge is getting cranked as well. You're about to step into the wrong neighborhood. Oh, DP on the other side, and then the overhead blowing up. Nitro's defensive timings, my goodness gracious. Trying to fake one there, goes into the overhead and punish outright. It's a big opportunity for Nitro.
Yeah, max meter as well. Woo! Just runs out, I like that.
What an air throw right there to stuff it. He's living on a pixel. He's got the magic necessary to bring this back. Nitro takes a horn for himself here and forces a round 3 in game 2.
Staying alive here, trying to be the first one to make sure Aura look human, to be honest. Things have been a bit messy so far here. Tries to go for the low. We're already adjusting well. Good IBFD on the follow-up as well.
That was huge, man. Built the space that gave him the opportunity to jump out. Managed to take advantage after that because Taiwara went for throw. Oh, DP'd out of the pressure though. It's got such a high, straight verticality to it, right? Yeah. It's very hard to jump over even at point blank.
Love that 5P, get your minions out, close the distance as well. The win condition potentially complete here. Unfortunately, both of them out of the way, but we still get that secondary hit, the wall break, and the meter's back here for Chirara.
The breakdance fighting right there. Taiwara trying to take his turn back. Nitro waited for the burst right there. He didn't give it to him. Very good defense, but there it is. He had to give it or else he was going to die. And now we got the chance to keep it going for Taiwara. Couple of throws. Nitro's built his burst back, though.
Oh, winnable situation for both players. What an anti-air!
And the PRC slowing down the approach from Nitro and then just jabbing him out of it. Oh, he outspaced the 2D to get the punish. That's forcing the burst out. But, oh, speaking of which, just outspacing the low special to get the whip punish of his own.
Yeah, it was a great idea, but as you said, just a hair out of the distance there. So Nitro, first one to be able to get on the board here. Did a great job at 99 seconds. Loses a decent amount of screen positioning here, but the DP straight out of the pressure. No minions can handle it.
Yeah, 100%, right? It's really revolving a lot around 2D and the Sun Dipper, as yourself and King Java like to call it. Both of these things have been so dominant on the ground as approaching difficult hitboxes to deal with.
Trade. Wow, DP's you and your boy.
Straight up. Everybody can get it, best believe.
Oh no, after the wall break here, max meter though. Nitro, how do you spend it? BRC forward, that's step 1.
Yeah, just to lock him down here for the minion pressure afterwards. Oh my good, kicks one at him. But for Taiwara's sake, yeah, oh my goodness, you see the trades from long distance. Both of these players, oh my, he just confirmed it up the 2S. Taiwara, that was ridiculous, bro.
The one-touch overdrive, not what I was expecting, but certainly, you know, a welcome addition. Great whip punish on the 2D, that's massive.
He's so conscious of it right now. He's like, I know exactly where your bread is buttered, dog. You have to go dry.
Oh, that's 50% of your life on that one. Great. Hits the underground bunker with the 2D on that one, though. Really smart.
Legit, bro. Oh, and just supering the dust attempt. Get off me, dog. Once again, that's going to be a great corner carry as well. Wall to wall like that. Backdash clip. You cannot do it when the button is already out. Tries to super it, but he gets the burst out in time.
Wild Assault was a great idea. It was a touch too far away, though. 6P on the minion, trying to answer them as best we can with 2D answers.
Exactly. I think Taiwara tried to cancel afterwards, but he finds the air approach. He's going to get the wall break, and he's going to get the dub. 2-1 lead, just like that.
I mean, if we get a 3-1 victory here, this might be a runaway lead that's it's not catchable.
Yeah, for real, though. Like, it's going to be real tough. Like, Taiwara going into that final game at, what, 6-1? Like, it's
yes.
Yeah, that'd be ridiculous.
Nitro not ready to go quietly into the night yet. Great tech though. Teching with no meter in a situation like that is such a big risk, but a great close slash punish on the DP.
Yeah, outspacing the DP that time. The reverse or whatever that one was also shut down by Nitro. We'll be able to get the super wall break here, maintain that advantage, have that positive bonus. This is looking all Nitro in this round.
BRC just for the slowdown, taps the dust, DP in response. You think I'm gonna hold that?
Yeah, the BRC like delayed the wake up so the dust just whiffed. That was a very funky setup. But oh, speaking of funky, Ride the Lightning going the wrong way.
Wow, catches the landing! Unfortunately, he gets away though. Nitro, on second lease on life, gets thrown in the corner though. This is bad.
Yo, the aggression from Taiwara right now. He found his opening. He's like, bro, this is all the life I need to make this comeback. Wild as hell to nullify that IBFD. Oh my.
You might have to burst here. You might have to burst, yeah?
Wow. He gets up under it. He's gonna get the wall splat off this. Taiwara completes the comeback. Puts himself on set point up against Nitro.
Unbelievable show of patience and restraint in the moment there. Gets the trade at 99 as well. Good 2D though. Nitro has been in these situations before.
Yes, indeed. Back against the wall. This is the defending, reigning EVO champion we're talking about here. But Taiwara, he's not letting that affect him. He has been playing his game to an immaculate level. Wall break for the advantage once again.
Ride the Lightning, riding the wave. For the dash in. Great tech. Situation might come up here with the minion. Try to go for the beat driver and catches the legs. This is down to one more guess for Nitro.
Legit, man. I don't know if Nitro's going to be able to survive this one. He's got meter, tension, burst, all that. Oh, and finally has to use it as soon as Taiwara opens him up. Man.
Wow, the double overhead after the RC finds the mark and a 3-1. A massive advantage in Group B here coming out for Terrara. Wow.
Man, oh man. Taiwara, bruh. In charge of the minions like he was Gru in that set, brother. Like, holy smokes. Not letting any of them get through. He even points to the back. Let them know who is dominating the group right now. That is 2-0 and a 6-1 game differential. I think that might be the biggest gap we've had in Strive so far. Granted, there's only been 1.5 groups, but man, nobody is looking like, throughout I think Grand Blue as well, this type of game differential heading into their final game.
Absolutely. Superhuman performance so far. Again, from Terrara and the Kid Wonder, sticking it out all on Sin. A lot of my studying I did was on the Kai because obviously we played both characters when it came to qualifying, but in the end, I feel like Sin is probably a character that's better to just brute force in this patch. And I feel like Terrara's winning game plan is overwhelming people with choices and having great just player-to-player reads to follow up.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And yeah, I mean, I don't blame you for studying the Kai.
Right?
Like often, like Taiwara, he likes to play the Sin. That's obviously his preferred character to play. But the business handler is often Pops. It's often Kai Kisuke. So I don't blame you. But today, Taiwara is on one with the Sin. He's been able to dissect his opponents very well. Been able to use the kit of Sin to his utmost ability as well. Obviously, like we talked about the forward advancing specials, the calorie cancels, all of that have been very on point. And I'm probably most impressed with his normal spacing, his choice, like the way he's been able to pinpoint beat his opponents via the 2S and whatever it may be. It's been very, very impressive. Now he's gonna have to go up against Daru Ino. 2S is gonna be less effective unless there's a lot of strokes, right? That's obviously gonna be a big button to deal with a lot of the stroke games that might come out from Daru as well.
No, you hit the nail exactly on the head. The 2S has been the most impressive thing for sure. All these low follow-ups have been the deciders, but that hover dash is going to be a big difference maker for sure, as well as I guess like the interactions between all of these low approach attempts facing off against these mid-range HCL. So a lot of questions to be answered for sure. Daru Ino, though, more than capable of the adjustments, a veteran of the series as well as Strive itself. You know, one of the finest Guilty Gear players across the land.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be very, very impressive. It's already been an impressive showing from Terrara. Now we got to go up against Daru, who's looking to climb back into the potential to make it out of the groups, right? Like, it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, he's going to need the dub. Rock, paper, scissors. Oh, no.
Hey.
Just a dab. That's the power dab to start.
I like that. Mutual respect. Sitting it down, though. Get it out before the game because there's going to be no respect once we see the Eagle, brother.
That's for sure.
Again, character selection, not too much of a surprise here. Daru Ino, can you be the one to prevent the 3-0 of the group? Only one game dropped so far from the Boy Wonder here from Churara, who has been absolutely dominant in the footsies. Daru Ino, a lot of questions to be answered.
Yeah, man, he's got to climb back from this tough position that he's found himself in, right? So we're going to see. He obviously did a great job being able to take a 3-1 victory in his previous set. So he's evened out his game differential, but this is going to have massive implications going forward if he's going to be able to make it out of the group at all.
What a sight. Arc World Tour, man. Actually incredible. This dude. He's doing the intro. Daru Ino, brother. What can you say? Showman showing up. Time for game one here. Churara looking to potentially go undefeated in the groups. An early burst has to come through. A great 6P to answer the attempt there. And a good start coming out so far. But use that peak driver to break on through. Burst off the table for both players now.
Yes, indeed. Already gonna stuff him, try to keep him locked in the score. That's gonna be so important, right? Just being able to tame Daru Ino. That is the name of the game that he tried to poke out, but a beautiful flight. He was so high above that it was gonna be tough for Sid to actually land that P. And now we're gonna be able to break the wall and maintain this advantage. Oh boy, it's exactly where you wanna be. Oh, and a back dash, that's never gonna be an easy way out. Oh, speaking of no easy way out, no easy way to apply the pressure either. Daru willing to spin the reversal super.
Yeah, and what a statement situation there, because that is something that's going to come up a ton. But again, another amazingly placed 6P there to answer the hover dash attempt.
Yes, indeed. Oh, once again, trying to open him up. Oh, he tried. Can't believe the stroke actually beat. That looked like the 2P right there. Not quite low enough, and that is the name of the game when it comes to stroke. And we're going to get the wall break into the advantage.
Rise on up. YRC is going to be the choice here. Overhead is dealt with well.
Oh, he tried to 6P his own, but he was like, I got my own low advancing special move as well, bro. Best believe the 6P is not going to be your answer.
Oh, and that second note, interesting. Tried to kind of go for an anti-air there, that or just kind of mispositioned it, but either way, ends up getting offense afterwards and is able to bait the throw attempt. Another incredibly strong showing, secures the wall break, secures the victory. Game one in the books. Daru Ino setting the pace here.
Yes, indeed, Daru. This is exactly what he needs, right? Being able to take a game early here, this is going to have massive implications. And Churara feels necessary to burst, and so does Daru, right? Neither opponent wants to give themselves the other opponent the advantage, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, the type of offense both these characters put out, there's just no reason to put yourself in a position to block. Half the life off the table. Daru Ino back to neutral here. Straight in for stroke, straight in for the 2K.
And now the knockdown here, that's going to be it. I think he's got the super, most definitely. Daru continuing to roll.
Still not quite enough, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got surprised. Surprise lives on a pixel right there, but it's okay. There's going to be a massive comeback necessary for Churara in that moment.
Tap on top of the dome. Still good. Nice block on the low. Spreading back and forth, but the spacing again has been masterful.
Oh, and we have, once again, a burst to keep the corner. Not let Daru get that space that he was craving back, and with the 50% tension, you know what it is. Churara may be able to maintain the advantage here. And he took a little bit of that burst away in the process with the MLA.
Yeah, getting the charge follow-up as well. HCL catches him standing. Awkward situation. Ends up going way out in the left field, unfortunately, there. Daru Ino scooping it up easy.
Indeed. Oh, it's just a stroke with the no follow-up. Are you kidding me, Daru? Layering the offense to get a full combo off that. And Churara back against the ropes. I'm not sure what happened. You can see Daru even taking it back a little bit, like did not expect him to just eat the jump heavy. But whatever attempt came out, I don't know if it was like supposed to be an IBFD that was mistimed or what it would have been. But either way, Daru here up 2-0 on Churara. This is huge.
Dad's home. We're switching to Kai Kisuke. So that's going to be the choice here. We'll see if it goes a little bit better. Obviously a character with massive control, great 6P, obviously a very good DP, as well as an immaculate strike throw game using that heavy stun edge on these knockdown situations.
Oh my goodness, already finding the crossover. Yeah, like we talked about it, right? Pops is the business handler. He's like, bro, you can't just pick on my son like this. Best believe he'll come out and try to do the business himself. And wow, what recognition right there. Knowing the sword was going to be able to go through the note.
Yeah, and Max Distance already showing that TK Fireball, which is definitely a big part of the matchup here. Backdash, but no punish on the Stun Dipper.
Yeah, here we go. You're going to be able to get the wall break, get this positive bonus going.
Oh, Tough gets to come. Try to go for the standing slash. Almost worked out in the end there. Slides on past. Both of them with the PRCs. In the end, we get the block though.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? These characters like kind of hold their air momentum and have an advantage of those PRC wars, but Chuara doesn't fall for the bait, finds his own hit and rides the lightning all the way to a round victory.
Yeah, and maybe again, maybe Big Pops is the answer here. 6P into the staggered. I love that. Get your, get the shock state applied, get the wild assault, everything coming up Kakisuke right now.
Yeah, this is looking great for Chuara. Now we're gonna apply some more pressure. Wow, the deflection towards the end right there really pushed him away. I like that option from Daru.
Okay, YRC.
He's lucky that Daru actually got clipped by that. It looked like he was blocking just before that moment.
Oh no, and that's the party starter. That's one of the best starts you can get. Unfortunately, doesn't get the kill.
Yeah, surprised honestly. Couldn't find a wall splat route. I don't know if it was just the decision or the type of starter it was. The double jump to avoid the air throw was immaculate, but you can't avoid the Fudre arc. Kakisuke already putting a dub on the board for Chuara.
Yeah, I mean, again, having a little bit safer of normals in these situations to be able to poke, stopping notes, stopping the hover dashes, everything coming up so well. And again, 5S has been the name of the game.
Yeah, consistently, man. Maestro, oh my goodness, the back dash just barely avoiding the dash away.
See though, already 2S and stroke, starting to get dialed up a little bit more often to try and answer this. Fakes the high to go high again. It's so dangerous.
Yeah, it is. And man, it's tough for Kai too because the Vapor Thrust is a bit slower startup than a lot of the other DPs. So maybe that's why he hasn't really shown that as a defensive option yet.
Yes! This is what I was waiting for! We transform into the best character in the game. It's time.
The install is here, bro. Oh, he's just trying to stagger him up with the 5K. He found it early, but couldn't confirm it. The flex shield getting the space back, but immediately the stroke gonna nullify that space. Granted, messed up his approach though, and that opens the door for Chuara. Oh, YRC blocked. He didn't get the punish though.
Look at that push away. Has to deal with the node. Jumped over the HCL as well. Flip kick saving that situation. Continues to grind the health bar.
It's my turn forever, but the Chemical Love actually gets beaten out. Stun Dipper, the original, amazing stuff.
Listen, you can win with Dragon installed. There's your proof, AWT, let's get it.
That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly where we wanted to see it shown off at. Oh, again, the wall splat again. Oh, first hit didn't connect, but it's okay. As long as we get that plus frames on the other side, that's all we want. Burst available once again for Chuara, but with this deficit, I think he's saving it for the next round. As we get Daru Ino on set point.
Yeah, don't be a hero. It's a tough situation you're coming into for sure, but don't overextend. 5S finds the mark once again as the starter.
CB here, the shock stage, trying to make something out. Ooh, very nice. Chuara open him up. I guess that wall splat with the in-vapor does so much damage done there. My goodness.
Oh, 5S finds the mark, actually beats the 5K. Oh, fast RC though.
So he only tried to hit him before the note actually clipped, but Daru sped up the note. That was so good, bro.
Oh my God, both of them connect as well. Unfortunately, no big follow-up.
Yeah, have to respect that. And then as he lands, finds the dust, of course. Such quick processing speed from Chuara right there to recognize he only needed that last hit. Dust from a landing in the air, damn near impossible to block, right? Rarely does anybody block overheads as they land from blocking something in the air. So very, very sick stuff for Chuara to bring himself back into this and force a game 5.
6P not falling for the stagger this time, very good. Gets the stroke as well to beat the 6P adjustments coming through from Daru.
Oh man, tripped him up on the back dash attempt. Now you're locked down in this corner. Nothing to defend yourself with either, just your decision making. The flex shield not available, YRC not available. And now the positive bonus is coming through for Daru as well. Oh no! Just walked into the stroke the big tree, pressed something into it, I should say.
Gotta survive another set point here. We're still on the table for Daru. Deep piece to the note though, very sick.
this.
Oh, threading at the right spacings, but Stroke has been so good as an adjustment here. 6P into the follow-up. Super's going to generate a hard knockdown and a big guess coming through. Does have burst and 50 meters.
He gets clipped again by the jump H. We saw startup of something, and Chuara, he had to spend all his meter, but he finds the advantage. See how long he can keep it. That was another shock state, but he planned for it. Couldn't quite get the Vapor Thrust. But that's a beautiful way to stop the deflect shield defense.
Oh, walks up with a throw. Things looking dire here. Tries to throw again and gets connected. Oh, and there you go. The super comes through, and Daru Ino is able to cement the spot, looking great as the answer. And finally, someone's able to take down Churara.
Yeah, man, Churara has been just off to the races. Like we said, coming into his final game at a 6-1 game differential, put 2 more games on the board after switching to Kai, right, forcing the game 5. That's pretty much, I think, going to solidify him making it out. We'll take a look at the rest of the groups when we get the chance to make sure, excuse me, the rest of the people in the group when we get a chance to make sure how it all plays out from there. But man, a very intense set.
Yes, absolutely. And as we said, we alluded to it in the earlier sets, the Sin was handling business, but once Dad comes home, he's clocked in. Dude, Kai Kisuke, definitely one of the characters to watch out for. That dual threat, it's so similar but so different between the two, between son and father. It's a ridiculous spread to have to deal with.
100%, man. So that was another incredible performance. And remember, do not forget, you can vote for the PlayStation Player of the Day over at the link you see on your screen below, over that way, of course. And we've already had, you can vote for the Granblue Fantasy Versus players as well as the Guilty Gear Strive players throughout the group stages of today. We crowned Blue Sky Guy after an amazing run yesterday. BSG fell short of the qualifier, but nonetheless had one of the greatest performances we've seen in-game and out of game, where he was able to earn that prize. We'll see who gets to be PlayStation Player of the Day by the end of this day as well.
Absolutely. As you said, voting's going to be open for quite a bit. And, you know, just have it open on the second monitor. You're all good to go. You can stay locked in here for the group stage action as we continue through Group B. Still 2 more to go after this. A lot more Guilty Gear to be played and a lot more of this bracket to kind of find our space in.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's definitely still, I think this last match has some implications. I think Zondo back against the ropes. I'm not seeing him make it out, but I believe Nitro still has a chance. That is going to be our 2 competitors, right? Nitro and Y moving up against Zondo. And yeah, man, that's one of the things that's so stressful about these groups, right? Often it comes down to that very last match to see who's going to make it out. All the pressure has been put upon these players' shoulders.
Absolutely. But we can take a look at the group standings here as we get our players ready and on to the stage. As you can see, as we said, Churara pretty much at this point in terms of game differential has locked themselves in. It's up to Nitro. Nitro needs to win and needs to win big to be in a position to get this victory. This is because, I mean, if it comes down to even everything, the head-to-head does go to Daru Ino. It needs to be a big victory.
Yeah, the fact that Daru defeated Nitro, right, that definitely means if, he ends up getting a 3-2 victory, that's going to be both of them 7-6, right? Goes to the head-to-head at that point, so Daru would advance. So Nitro needs to win in a 3-1 or a 3-2, or excuse me, a 3-1 at worst, or a 3-0 at best to make it out. My goodness, that's going to be scary.
Oh, man, a tight situation coming up here. Big victory is required. Both players looking ready, though. The fist bump comes through, and the deciding game. A lot rides on this. The top 8 structure of the bracket could change in a heartbeat in front of us in this final set.
That's what's so sick about this, right? The dub is not all that matters. How you get the dub is going to be big. Nitro needs that 3-0 or that 3-1. If Zondo puts 2 dubs on the board, that means it is going to be Churara advancing, as well as, of course, our other player.
Flip on pass, trying to go for the overhead, looked for the connection. He gets to jump over. That was a crazy Hurtbox chip in a world of pain right now. Has the life lead, but for how long? Oh my God!
I'm melting. Chip Zandiff right before our very eyes. Went from a man to a mortal.
Oh, you hate to see it. Oh, wow, the BRC was perfect, though.
I cannot believe the spin. It just straight up defeated it. And what a combo, what recognition from Zondo to convert into the overdrive. And that means the first round in the books after it almost slipped through his fingers.
Super coming up perfection there. Of the 5K at the start. Nice little step back with the minion in your hands. Zondo's trying so aggressively to interrupt these situations with the stop signs. The preemptive buttons from Nitro have been godlike.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Nitro, that's one of his greatest aspects and characteristics as a player, right? Really being able to recognize rhythm and put a stop sign in front of the opponent.
Yes.
Whether it be with the 2D, the minion pulls, however he does it, he'll do it effectively. And Zondo confirms it to the super. I like that a lot. Obviously, Chip's so good with positive bonus, builds his meter tremendously quickly, and is just able to put mix-up upon mix-up on you afterwards.
YRC timing was extremely good, but 2D's even better.
Oh, it gets out, and Zondo willing to spin the burst here. Try to hold on to that round, but it's not gonna happen.
The 2K just going a hair astray. It's a heartbreaker way for the round to end, but a great poke there to stop the minion. Be disrespectful, pulling him right there in my face.
Indeed. Get out there, just putting the minions in the route. Try to make Chip deal with it, but what a fadeaway kick to beat the minion, and then one of the big Chip buttons on the way in to stuff Jacko's approach. That's exactly how you're gonna play this matchup, and my goodness, styling on the rope walk into the overdrive once more, plus frames on the other side. Oh, the RC to get the kill off? What in the world?
Oh, we ended up in Narnia mid-screen.
Yeah.
Actually, crazy situation does come up. 2 minions available. It's hard, but it's winnable.
It is, honestly, with Zondo not having any defensive, but it's okay. Again, finding his way in, I think it was via the Rekka low, just to stay to the ground as he advanced and then finding the 2K.
And again, as we said, it needs to be a big win for Nitro here. Zondo could play spoiler. Good IBFD to buy some room with a dash up 5K, working wonders.
Oh, yeah, he tried to take his turn after the first Rekka. Didn't think Zondo would commit to it afterwards, but I think it would have built him the tension. He obviously has it now.
Ooh. Attack command working beautifully. Tried to go for the whip punish. Good timing, but unfortunately a little bit misspaced.
Oh, the BRC. Beautiful right as you land, or about to land, I should say. Take advantage of the anti-air attempt. Man, speed it out of that one. Hit the NOS to get out of the corner, but it's not going to save you from this Chip again. Rope walk combos, my God.
The new B&Bs are too clean, bro.
Yeah.
Actually, ridiculous work coming out from Zondo once again. Big attempt at the start there. Couldn't quite find the mark. Soccer kick puts us in a tough position, though.
And remember, Nitro, he needs to win this 3-0 or 3-1. Zondo is essentially a tournament-ruining point for Nitro right now. That's why you see him responding so aggressively. Knows his back against the wall.
First time we've seen the install as well. Love the decision there.
Oh, he beta-bladed the dust for the minions. Had Jacko's back. Puts it into it and saves Nitro for now.
Oh, the flex shield working well. Oh no, he kicks the minion! The breakdance is crazy!
I love that, right? That was such a great way to nullify the deflect shield pushback. But now Zondo representing the Beta Blade up against the dust again, and this time the minions could not save Jacko for long. Him to throw it to the rope. Wow, why does this do so much damage?
Bro, what a round brawl to wall, coast to coast! A wall break comes through, and Zondo's massive!
What in the world? And he chases down the minion again. Zondo's gonna confirm it to the super. Oh my goodness, Nitro. He's barely alive. You gotta make this comeback, fam. Oh!
No! The Shuriken!
The Shuriken comes out. Fakes the point approach, essentially puts out the projectile, and that I do believe means Nitro is not going to advance. Chuara and Daru are gonna make it out of this one, but nonetheless, we still got business to handle, and Zondo is looking to go out with a moral victory and a 3-0.
Yeah, strong showing here. Bashed up with the clone. Sequence is coming up well. Great burst for momentum and taps the dust on him. I love it.
Yes, indeed, able to break the wall here, and Zondo showing no mercy right now. Picking up right where he left off, spacing out the 2D. Gets the whip punish after, and then once again, the low Rekka follow-up. You already know, get past everything and anything. On set point, he goes.
Oh man, this would be a massive victory here for Zondo, trying to get out of this one in a hurry. J2K looking good. First time we've really seen it in such an aggressive manner.
Yeah, again, it's Zondo. Look at this, man. 9-5 on this corner. This brother is working for Avon Barksdale at this point.
Oh no, gets caught on the backdash.
Damn, so look at the damage. Yeah, just going up and down. Let him know, working the pole.
Oh, flip up pass to Pixel Vibe. Burst is blocked, and Zondo's going to be able to close that one. 3 games straight for Chip Zhanif.
Man, that's the thing, right? Winning a big tournament like EVO means you have a gigantic target on your back. I believe Nitro not going to advance into the top 8, just like Aaron the Mag didn't advance into the top 8. Both are reigning, defending EVO champions. They qualified for the event, but these players came prepared for them if they came prepared for anybody.
Absolutely, and I mean, even in the group stage, when we were talking about it, Zondo said, when I asked him, I said, why this group? One of his reasons, he said, why wouldn't I want to play the EVO champ?
Straight up, right? Hey, man, this is the guy he was ready for, right? Zondo ended up getting that final dub at the end right there. Fell to the other participants in the group, in Chuara and Daru, but that's definitely a nice moral victory to go out on top of. And we're going to get the group graphic finalized here in a minute and get it to you guys. But, man, incredible showing once again from Group B, right? I think Chuara's got to be the most impressive performance, right? Especially because we expected Kai to do a lot of the heavy lifting, and it was really the Sin that brought him to the promised land. So, man, incredible stuff. And Daru, of course, one of the global fan favorites. Always beautiful to see him making it out as well.
Absolutely. And speaking to Chuara's victories, I will say the most interesting part about it is we see Daru, as we said, a crowd favorite for sure, qualifying out guaranteed. See both of our qualifiers sitting down.
Yeah, remember, they had the power dap. They had the power dap to start their set, so obviously a good relationship between Daru and Chuara, and I believe our graphic is ready when it comes to the Group B standings. So there it is right there, right? Chuara with the 8-4, incredible game differential on the set 2-1. Daru with the 7-6. That's what we talked about, right? Nitro needed to get a over or a better game differential than 7-6. It had to be at least 7-5 to make it over. That's why you see Daru celebrating and breathing that sigh of relief after that set. He was living and dying with that one. He did not control his own destiny, but even beyond that, he'll still make it into the loser's bracket.
It's so incredible to get to see 2 very different styles being successful. The character specialist to the point of having it in your namesake versus the dual threat. It is so cool to see both styles being successful in the moment here in Group B. Incredible, incredible performance from all of our players.
100%, man. Really well done to our Group B and, of course, our Group A and all of our Granblue Fantasy versus players that we saw earlier on in the day. But the action is not done. We still got Group C and Group D, and we'll be back with more Guilty Gear Strive before you know it.
PlayStation 罪深き生体兵器ギアに滅びよ。
ギアとの聖戦により悲劇の時代は終わりました。
終わっていない。このままでは第二次聖戦が起きる。
君は一体。
我が名はユニカ。世界を救うために来た。
聖戦の英雄カイキスクがギアをめとるとは。
聖戦は終わりました。私たちも変わっていく必要があります。
殺戮兵器だ。何も変わりはしない。
生まれが全てではないでしょう。
強引なアプローチは嫌いじゃないぜ。
何が目的ですか。
ギアとの共存という過ちを正し人類を救う。あらゆるギアを根絶することだ。
暴走は狙いか。
母さん。
全国民を敵に回すことになる。
うち結構強いから。
なんでこんなことすんだよ。
そこまでよ。
ここは任せろ。行け、援護する。
ほら、ユニカと話するの諦めないさ。何か理由があると思うんだ。
お前はそれでいい。
おぞましきギアに味方する者を許さない。
ユニカは単独犯ではない。
私たちで黒幕捉えちゃったり。情報を聞き出すまでが任務だから。
救える命も救えねえぞ。
貴様らがギアをかばうなら聖戦は必ず起きるだろう。
聖戦は俺が
止める。
fury and a will. Get up in the region. Makes me hungry, I knew all about it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ARC World Tour Finals here, presented by PlayStation Tournaments. We've got some great action so far. Group A and Group B are finished. We'll have those up there for you gamers for our top 8. And now it's time for Group C. And I think this group is just like full of explosiveness. It's characters that all just want to rip each other's heads off. And it's going to be an absolute slobber knocker from top to bottom.
Absolutely agreed. As you can see, the group's coming up here. And the most important thing here, obviously, the set count is important. Your game differential matters a massive amount, as well as we saw coming up and mattering a ton earlier in Granblue, as well as Group B almost had a tight situation coming to it for it.
Right.
But yeah, as you can see, Group C, the next one coming up, and as you said, one of the most explosive groups, and another great international affair with 4 different countries represented once again.
Yeah, which is really cool. We have players from all over the world, obviously, which you'd love to see. You know, it's a world tour like that. There's offline events all over the world for this game all year long, and also Granblue and Uni as well, which is really awesome to see. And our winners for Group A and Group B, right? We have Jonathan Tene and Shurara, of course, and then Slash and Daru Ino in our loser side of the bracket. So those are going to be the ones, and a bunch of different characters as well. We have Sol, Mei, Sin / Kai, and then Ino for our characters, which is really cool to see. And this is our group on stage. First one going to be Razo versus Gobo. Again, this group is going to be fireworks. From top to bottom, just lots of explosive actions. The characters on the screen want to murder each other, especially in a group with 2 Gold Lewis players. It's always going to be dangerous.
Definitely agreed. But with our matchup already set, let's take a look into our first player.
Professional aura farmer, if I had to describe him in any kind of way. That's the showman you have on stage, of course. Very, very nice to see him here. He plays a bunch of characters. Obviously, he's played Zato at one point at Gold Lewis and played some ABBA, played some Asuka.
Yes.
So, you know, very familiar with lots of characters in this game, obviously, and executionally. And, you know, I think the way his decision-making is formed is really interesting and unique to him.
Yeah, definitely agreed. And interestingly enough, the only other player in this ARC World Tour that I would say that has as wide of a character spread is our second player.
Let's take a look.
So Razo, obviously, she has an incredible pool of characters at her own disposal. Slayer is the expected pick, but I mean, ABBA does have the Leo Whitefang as well. We saw the Sin at one point. It definitely has a wide arrangement. And as well, if you watch that seeding show on Thursday, explicitly said the reason this group was chosen, I want Gobo.
Yeah.
Specifically called it out.
And that's the opponent, round 1 to kick off the group, which is going to be a good one. And I think for character matchup-wise, it makes a lot of sense to select the character we're seeing on the screen here. I think we're going to see this locked and loaded, but we'll have to see. You know, we can see what they're picking up there right now, which is the hover on Gold Lewis and Leo Whitefang. Leo's been a character I think that deals with a lot of the stuff Gold Lewis wants to deal pretty well.
Yep.
Has big normals that contest the airspace that Gold Lewis jumps into a lot of the times. And obviously on defense, like, he's a big dude with not a lot of ways out of stuff. So, you know, you kind of just get mixed when you put on your back. But it is scary, you know, in this version of the game. Gold Lewis doesn't matter. He's a really strong character. He's been good in every single version of the game he's been in.
Agreed.
And in this version, it's, you know, no different. He is an absolutely ferocious character.
No, agreed. I mean, he's the type of character where you can only describe him as, if his kit is working as intended, he is a viable character, and if it's not, then he's not. And he has been working as intended the entirety of the life of the game for sure. We'll see how we interact with back turn stance, as well as potentially using that that guard point stance. A lot of questions to be answered in neutral here, but 99 seconds to begin. Round 1, game 1, and it's White Wild Assault right off the rip.
And I love the dash throw immediately from Razo. Went for the offense there, and the back dash on the overhead as well. Neutral jump, overhead behemoth, DP trade there, flash kick versus that. And guard point, always difficult to deal with in this matchup as well. Goldlewis lows are a little questionable for tagging him from far away, which is often a problem. So a lot of the things that Leo just presents naturally in neutral, I think a little difficult for this character to contest with sometimes.
Definitely agree, but a great tech and a better Behemoth consuming the security gauge, getting that pineapple, holding down the neutral, does find the knockdown, and blocks the DP. If we don't burst, that's the round, but a drop.
Trying to keep a burst safe combo right there. That's the idea behind doing that string for Goldlewis. Oh, and interrupted and no burst there. You do close slash jump K, late Behemoth or land and then hit a button, and it keeps you pretty safe to burst. Just a slight miss there from Gobo. Picked it up.
Oi, Great Foot is coming out though. He's able to get the whip punish, take it back to mid-screen. A gold burst in response though, and the Behemoth connects.
Behemoth again, and with 2P, I think maybe looking for some kind of DP here. Spaced out Behemoths like this, difficult to deal with even with flash kick. Oh, I love the 2P whip in the backdash, very smart.
Potential incident coming out here, gets the axe kick, which puts us on our back. Overdrive to break the wall, a hard knockdown, the potential for a run through. Max security on the other side though.
Yeah, save string, doesn't want to overcommit on offense. 5K whip, tap does whip, 5P to string it up, keep it safe, hit the plus range. And the backdashes on the overhead have been really excellent so far.
Oh, tries to read the backdash and catches the throw. Burst is available though. Burst during the Behemoth, a very good timing.
2P checks, runs in, goes for the cross up there. Not enough to kill, but the mix on the other side. Classic. And Gobo popping it off just for no reason. Game one.
I like that. No I like that. Bring that energy, bro.
Yeah. Just air dash forward, 268 Behemoth on the other side. Clips, catches you. It's super hard to block. This character, you know, he has excellent mix-ups. The Behemoth are very difficult to deal with. And the air and ground ones are different, and they have different, like, sweet spots that they can hit on. So, you know, there's a lot of creative, interesting ways that you can play this character. Or you can be a barbarian. You know, Goldlewis got a lot going on. And a bit of both, I think, is pretty viable.
You definitely can access the warrior spirit for sure. But and especially with in a situation like that where flash kick hasn't been super successful yet, but we're going to go opt into back turn early. Unfortunately, not enough to get through the pineapple, so the drone's going to knock down, and another flash kick is blocked.
Yeah, went for that jump H afterwards, try to be slightly safer. And BT whip BT, we've seen a few times from Gobo trying to protect preemptively. Air dash back BT, I like it too. And then this is a hard knockdown into safe jump scenarios, into strings up, into throw. Lots of bad stuff for Razo to deal with here. Next it's going to win. I love the BRC. Fuzzy is blocked correctly. Overhead BT chip is a problem now too. 5K, very active, you have to be careful of it, and Razo respected it.
But unfortunately the Meteor Vampire taking things away! That little stagger into the dash again, the 2K, that was amazing! Way to put Razo on skates in that moment.
Yeah, I like what Gobo's doing, just a lot of like put you in block zone from the Guard Crush of Behemoth with the 2P and then use that Guard Crush for mix, right? So it's a pretty smart idea on how to utilize these plus frames and unique to what a lot of the other Goldlewis pressure looks like.
Razo is going to be able to generate that hard knockdown though. Does have access to the Wild Assault. Beats the reversal timing. Oh, Nova runs into the Behemoth!
6H was a huge find right there. That was very, very smart from Gobo. Like, you know, I think a lot of people might have given up or taken a far Behemoth as an answer, but I love that. Wow, so tough to block that though.
Yeah, unfortunately. No, but maybe we have to parry. No, unfortunately. Is able to cut through. Knockdown situation, just a little bit of life left. The BRC for the slowdown and a big punish.
Nice. That's going to be the kill. No burst available until that last hit, just a pixel away. So good recognition there from Razo. And man, even the running overhead Behemoth from Gobo as well. That's very difficult to do. Not a lot of people can do that very easily without buffers or some kind of trick. It's really, really difficult.
Round a piece, burst back on the table for both players. Now Gold burst attempted, but is easily punished at that point. Looks for the fireball, but an easy JD over. Skyfish, I love how much we're fishing for that.
Yeah, just very clean to try to deal with the fireball. Love this pickup. 2K, 6K, super through the wall. Keep it simple, solid stuff. And the 2H! What kind of barbarian was Gobo on Wake Up? Just swinging there, getting clipped, and this should be the wall break and the kill.
Wow, put the pillar down, a tough spot to be in. 2H, I wonder what the... I'm so interested on both sides of that.
Yeah, I mean, pull up 2H as immediate is pretty funny. Like, just the counter hit like that. I mean, you want to make life simple for Razo, I think. Works out one apiece. Very swingy matchup. That's kind of the problem I think Goldlewis has is like the defense in this matchup. It's a lot of just your own decision making and system mechanic stuff. You know, he doesn't have a reversal to deal with Leo, so you know, just how successful you are relies a lot on your own choices.
No, agreed. And oh, what a parry though. Hold that thought. Tries to go for the overhead, nice block.
Wow.
Oh, big body backdash as well. And gets a side swap with the Behemoth. Amazing routing and a better use of the overdrive for the hard knockdown. The 720 is going to get a grip of damage.
Yeah, 1080 McTwist over the helicopter, and now we'll have to see what the pressure's going to be. Just that late jump D, and the whiff runs in, looking for more pressure afterwards, and I love these whiffs again. Yeah, Razo was in a tough spot there. YRCs, but still a very difficult round to win. OTG, or yeah, that'll do it either. Just keep churning on that behemoth.
Yeah, whether it was PRC or another behemoth, we had plenty more locked and loaded as well. And now we're starting to go for the 2K, starting to be a little more preemptive when it comes to these round start situations. And we're rewarded with 75% of her life.
Yeah, one of the biggest strengths of this character for sure. Oh wow, what a 5P there from Razo. Was early and ready for it, and just gets clipped immediately again there. Oh, too many bullets, drones, things to worry about. Oh, 6P trade works out for Razo here. Tap dust. Should be the wall break. No, goes for the mix instead.
Yeah, back to the mid screen. As you said, struggling on defense here. Same side with the low. Looking good. The overdrive, I don't think we're quite close enough. Yeah, it's going to have one more guess.
Super very scary right now, too. PRC for the mix. Overhead, fuzzy or not, the low. And forces the burst.
Oh, what an air there. Double behemoth. Just checking them.
2K nothing, and the cross of, I love 2K, wait, 2K. Dude, berserker.
I like that, especially with how aggressive our options have been. Just sprinkling in that patience is incredible in the moment. Finds the flash kick, finds the run through, and now the blend begins.
Oh, didn't quite make it on that. Oh my god, wow, this all time. Clash cancel from both of them. Very smart with the FT there. Love the whiff, and knock, but no one's home. Razo, excellent defense there. Wow, that is so tough to block.
Oh no, the fall throughs are coming ridiculous. Goes for the dash cancel after the close slash here. And chooses to retreat a little bit, but no, sends it in the end, and the 6P is an easy answer.
Uh-oh, in the front. This is going to be very close. Yeah, it's going to be wall break now. Yeah. Razo in a very good spot here. There's burst and super available for Gobo. And wake up 2P Behemoth. There's going to be no burst on the table. 1080, is this going to kill? It's a tanky character, but I think alive.
Oh, just barely able to live it, and now max resources on the other side. White Wild Assault!
Oh my god, Chip is a problem, super right through, and the drone! The fan fiction move just completely making it through. It sounds like a little kid made it up. What if I had a move that keeps going on the screen, and even if you go through it, it stays on block, and then it just does all that? You're like, bro, that can't be real. No to make a move like that.
Oh, man, but listen, leave it to the Secretary of Absolute Defense to have all the gizmos, all the gadgets, and now Razo, a big choice ahead. Having a wide character pool, it's a double-edged sword. The what if can get to you sometimes here, but Razo has been in this type of position before, and it looks like she's just going to opt straight back into the rematch.
Yeah, I like this. I don't think it's an issue with character selection here either. It's just some weird scrambles at the end. I mean, just missing a beating, get hitting by 2P and stuff like that, and having to respect so many options there on Gobo's Wake Up with both super PRC and the threat, obviously, of having a burst on Wake Up. But we've seen a lot of gold bursts from Gobo.
As you said, this string of offense coming off of how difficult it is, especially for an aerial Gold Lewis to deal with the guard point stance. So here we go. 2S pushes away, ends the turn, but just goes straight back in with a 5P.
Mix time, gets hit airborne and a bit of a confirm, but no wall break off of it. Kind of a short combo. Tap dust, and that's an easy peasy pickup. Again, this is how it can look for this character. I think lots of winning opportunities in neutral, and then very difficult on defense for Gold Lewis.
Oh my god, rare double aerial approach at the round start there. Does end up finding the JP, but a great place flash kick. Beats out the reversal timing, and a wild assault to get us to the West Coast corner.
Yeah, very nice. Knowing that the gap in 2K2D there from Gold Lewis, and this is going to be a punish here for Razo. Yep. The real question is, where's the burst? Yeah, Gobo had to find the right timing for it.
We've seen this back turn stance approach a couple times. Skyfish not going to work out, dodging everything so far. But again, backdashes on these overheads have been critical. Unfortunately here, it's an OTG overdrive.
Yeah, and excellent damage on that. It's the kill. Really good recognition from Razo there. That every time back turn S is blocked, Gobo's just autopiloting the backdash. So just back turn S, dash back turn S, right, to catch the backdash airborne. I like that decision.
Oh, and now we're going to consider the character select on the other side as well. As we pointed out, these of the players qualified for the ARC World Tour across all of the games, these are the two widest character pools colliding right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of characters available in the back pocket of Gobo here. Could just also be having to think, honestly.
Of course.
Yeah, just like thinking about the matchup and like some of the decisions to be made. ABBA is the hover. Uh-oh. And the smile from both of them, of course. I mean, we'll see if this is actually locked in. We'll see. Headphones off, hats coming back on.
Nice.
The crowd excited, I think, for the ABBA. And that ABBA.
The crowd is extremely excited for the ABBA.
Yeah. I'd love to see it, yeah.
Yeah. We are
it
gonna
is
lock it
locked in. So Abba, obviously, again, same problem on defense a lot of times in this matchup. But you can be a bit feral yourself, especially when you have jealousy. Like, I mean, you know, jealousy is feral. That's how it works. So you can just like pull up on this character, and your neutral is so explosive and scary. It's just really about managing that gauge and getting opportunities against this character.
Agreed. And not to say that Razo has a lack of understanding of the Gold Lewis matchup, but being an ABBA player herself might have a little bit more insight into some of the finer points when it comes to this. So kind of a scary swap, but I'm very excited to see how the game 5 goes.
Yeah, and you can just kind of be a goblin sometime RPSing and neutral with this character ABBA. So some things can get scrambly and weird, and then you get hit, and then you get knocked down, and then you dash, beta DP, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh god. See the round start. 5K, swinging on that 5H after. Knockdown, jealousy, and again the dash, bait something out, and then immediate burst.
Yeah, you kind of have to there. Get rid of the, make some of that jealousy gauge go away, and use the guard point stance. Burst comes through, and we unstance.
0 meter. This is a rough spot. BRC's in, tries to find something. I love the patience from Razo. You can kind of just wait this character out when she has no meter like this. She has to make something happen to get the gauge back. It doesn't come back passively over time. So really, you can just sit there and be like, have fun over there. Oh, key on block. This is huge now. Jealousy available. Jump in, and a backdash BRC gets Razo out, and that jealousy gauge is slowly draining here. I love the string up, and overhead works.
That's going to be the overdrive once again. Still not quite enough to kill. We are going to get a little bit of a look here because of the unstance on the wake up, though. So a little bit of a freeze frame coming up.
And the backdash gets clipped. No combo on that, though, but the tap dust cleans up very nicely for Razo here. Again, problem with this character, she's very feast or famine.
And this is going to leave us down to what could be the final game. Set point, survival point coming up here. Already into the back turn and already getting the wall on. Wall break coming through. Positive bonus and 50% life left. Razo might be able to do it here, and a great backdash.
Oh, and I think that was an attempted bait, but not quite out of the burst range. Oh my, cross-up jump H, an immediate burst from Razo. She's not trying to see that. The clashes, and just out of range now, and no more jealousy gauge. Super available at the end of this for Razo. Can cash out, but instead goes for the mix.
YRC trying to close the distance, love the FD and just trying to back away, trying to escape it now. Like you said, you can just kind of play it low and slow, but a jump in finds the mark.
Oh, that's very scary. Activates, runs in for the Donzai air block, and trying to bait something out there. Whiff on the 2H and not a clean punish. Gonna be out of gauge real soon here.
Oh no, and this is a heartbreaker. Gets the 2K, finds the flash kick, and that's gonna be a victory in set 1 for Razo. All Leo White Fang.
Yeah, and a scary couple of sets. That one was really, really dangerous. Just couldn't get that offense going with ABBA. A lot of dancing. And the problem is, if you have to try to bait your opponent's reversals, then you're losing your opportunity to run offense. And then the gauge runs down when you're on defense, and then you're just, you know, stuck in a bad spot. So, you know, having to do that and having to bait stuff like that just means that, you know, you're going to be down resources in situations like that. So well played there from Razo to take advantage of it. Not rip the flash kicks on those baits, and then she just got clean interactions in neutral afterwards.
And to speak to Gobo as well, I mean, keeping the set close, obviously it's a heartbreaker to lose in your first set, but getting those 2 games is crucial, as we've seen across the day. So still being able to put something up on the board is incredibly important in this round robin format, to be able to fight for your life in these later sets, to be able to advocate for your future self with those 2 on the board.
Yeah, those 2 games might really matter, because we've seen a lot of the groups so far, like game differential being a pretty large factor. So obviously Gobo not out of this group just yet, just 1 set, and same thing for Razo on the other side. 1 win is not enough in these like very tight groups. You know, if you go 3-0, obviously you're out, but like the 2-1 scenarios we're going to see probably all day long in this group, and Group D are going to be pretty impactful, as our next 2 players are coming up here. Of course, by the way, if you haven't been doing so in the chat room, if you're seeing all this action, you'd like some of the players, vote for your player of the day, the PlayStation player of the day, of course. You can do it in the chat to get your vote out there and say who you think is the coolest after watching all the matches all day long. And thanks to Sony and PlayStation, of course, for helping support this event, and all of you for voting for your favorite players out there and watching all the action.
No, definitely. It's good to be able to recap and highlight and show off some of the most exciting moments. Grand Blue, the full wrap-up was incredible, and that bracket is a shake-up if you follow the game. Hopefully, Strive is able to continue to deliver the same way as we said, our next 2 players getting ready to go. It looks like we might be about ready to get to see player 1 in our second set here. say. Just got to say, huge shouts to the media team for these packages. They are showing off the personality of the players incredibly, but Brazil's finest, rank 13, an incredibly aggressive Gold Lewis player who has brute forced their way to this position. I'm extremely excited to get to see the potential clashes in the future for how far Rank can go.
Yeah, and their opponent, someone who's been here before. If you watch the ARC World Tour Finals, let's find out who it is. Increasing the probabilities, of course, with that Joker card. Absolutely impressive stuff. And, you know, the interesting thing about this group, I was asking Tiger Pop from the UK who he was going to play in these matchups, because obviously there's 2 Gold Lewis players in this group, and then Slayer / ABBA / you know, Leo / whatever choice we see from Razzo.
Yeah.
And he was kind of like, I don't know. Like, against Gold Lewis, he can play either of his characters. He can play Happy Chaos, which is what we saw in that, or he can play ABBA. It really just depends on what he's more comfortable playing at the time, I think. So, really cool to see this. Rang, as someone, you know, as someone who's played Gold Lewis a long time, I remember seeing replays of this player a long time ago. Brazil's like, dude, we have this sick Gold Lewis player. You got to check him out. South America, this guy's awesome. And I watched his replays. I was like, this guy's a beast. If he travels to tournaments, I'm sure he can make it out. And here you are. You see him here. Rang playing very, very well. Of course, and Tiger Pop, who's been here before on the ABBA, the Denim ABBA.
I respect that.
Dabba.
Oh, okay, hold on.
I'm a fan.
Oh,
there you go. We got Dabba. Oh, what a backdash.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those, you have to be brave for Mother in this matchup, right? Especially against, you have to know where the gaps are. You've got to be able to get around these behemoths. Trading out the burst meter between both of them. Finally, a behemoth lands. Rang is going to get aggressive in the corner here.
Yeah, and the problem is you spend a lot of this matchup in block stun, as like any character when you fight Gold Lewis, and that means that it's so hard for her to get out of a situation like this. This is such a problem for her in the matchup. Love not breaking the wall there, thinking it wasn't going to kill, and perfect super right there. Oh, to try to make it, but it wasn't in time. The drone, it be your own sometimes.
Oh no, puts us in a unique spot, and now you can just wait for security, try and Skyfish potentially. Yeah, just looking to snipe a bit at a time.
Yeah, and she's not building any jealousy. She is going to get chipped very soon here. The backdash escape knockdown time. Little bit of meter, but still needs something like a key grab or 2F. Wait, chance. Install time.
Oh, winnable all of a sudden.
Overhead.
Nice block on the first sequence. How do you get away? Spends the burst.
Oh, Anya dropped the hammer. I don't even know if there's going to be a way out. Chip. Gotta have the FD, the behemoth. Hold on to the key for dear life, but it's not enough. No more room on the door, Jack. I'm sorry, just holding on to it, trying to survive.
Oh, wow, what a way to start maximum jealousy. Time to get started.
Oh, time to guess. This is such a bad spot that, yeah, suddenly she's the one who does the belligerent air jump normals, and Gold Lewis has got to play defensively, using the Skyfish to wait it out. The Donzai in the air, the overhead, no block. He grabbed the uninstall. FD trying to find something here. Going to be key pressure again, most likely, and going to be installed very quickly here. Help, I'm stuck. It could be jealousy. Pops it. Yep. Nice backdash throw.
Oh my god, actually massive situation, especially with the drone. And now into the behemoths, love the BRC. Finally finds the low, forces the burst, and the unstance. Okay, back into jealousy now.
Looking for the whip punish, doesn't find it. Second hit, runs in for the trade combo, the Donzai, and this should be the easy peasy kill.
Oh, dude, around a piece. Things looking better than expected here. Rang sitting on a little bit more of a burst at this point. And again, playing it low and slow, spacing the behemoths extremely effectively.
Yeah, used the air movement to bait the 6B, and they got the grounded whip punish with behemoth. Their counter hit, it could have been bigger, but I think it's going to be a lot anyway. Very clean hit.
Everything's a lot for this guy.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do a bad combo, I think, with Gold Lewis. Air to air works. This is huge. And I think maybe even put the brakes on to try to block the burst, but couldn't in time. Tiger Pop needs space to pop here. And the OTG, it didn't reach. I think OTG would have hit instead, but yeah, the Skyfish. No room to really get going there.
That's one of the coolest changes about this character, and one of the things we see the most accessed about the new version of Gold Lewis is that new Skyfish being able to utilize as much of the security gauge as you'd like, up to 51 hits at maximum. You're able to time out so many situations, vamp so much meter from players. There's just so much utility.
Yeah, the security gauge used to do like 2 things, and now it does 12.
Yeah.
It does a lot now. It's a lot to think about. Pressure here. Oh, the overhead connects. And yeah, going to be an immediate wall break. 6H does not go out of jealousy or key grab or anything like that. So it still has it here. Nice whip on it.
Yeah, spacing, beautiful stuff. Plenty of meter for the follow-up as well. Gets from the jump loop. I like that. Unstance into the restance. Just everything and in between. Just wanted to show you the routing.
Yeah, really, really smart combo routing too. Rebuilt the jealousy gauge there by spending the extra bit. And this is a ton of damage because of it. Yep. It killed there. Really smart. Does the first hit of key grab, uninstalls, reinstalls, spends the super to get the extra damage because you need that extra jealousy gauge for it. So really, really smart stuff there from Tiger Pop. Love the routing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, 2P is right. This time it's going to be a side swap. No, in the front, and actually Tiger Pop got mixed too.
That's 2K for the pickup there. Drone behind it. Tough situation coming up. Help. Good blocks though. Managing to hold on, but look at the life total. No meter, but a great poke. Forces the burst.
Yeah, 5H there was going to be the command dash. Wow, what a 5K too. Yeah, doesn't want to install just yet because the gauge is so low, but now going to pop in and try to get in there. Overhead, very good knowledge to know you can go over the drone with it as well.
Yes.
But going to be out of meter very quickly here.
Yeah, but we're back to mid-screen. The reposition was so important in that situation. Gets the pickup once again, and now we have a chance. Stance is in the corner. Is he going to be able to get the break with the overdrive?
Yeah, use the door. You have a little bit of jealousy left here as they're kind of fuzzy. A bait on the YRC. That's the super PRC and the 6P. It's enough. Triple-double behemoth action.
Oh, the cryptid 6P into the triple up. Actually ridiculous. Does get the air. Wow, an anti-air from an awkward position. Deflect Shield does manage to connect, but we still have plenty of jealousy to be able to run this offense.
Oh, this is so scary too. OTG uninstall. 2H installs again, back into jealousy. It's going to be wall break here with the 6H.
I love saving the meter here too. I think that in this stand-up, especially because you have your 50 meter.
Runs in, gets the OTG 2H afterwards, and the deflect shield accounted for. Beautiful stuff. Tiger Pop sees the deflect shield, immediately gatlings into a long-range normal, and picks up the pressure afterwards.
Yeah, recognizing that you couldn't kill there, but you can still use the 50 meter for a better look after the wall break is genius stuff, and the type of optimizations that bring you to this world-class level.
And Rain doesn't look too phased, actually. Just kind of like, all right, all right. That's the thing. Sometimes, you know, with this character, when she gets going, she just kills you sometimes. It's just like the nature of the beast with how she is. Uh-oh. And immediate burst on defense does not want to see any of this jealousy. And this time accounts for her trying to slip past the drone with the command dash. Uninstall tap does. This is going to be all kinds of resources built. The scariest thing about her is when she gets to do this, wall break, full jealousy gauge.
Yeah, this is absolutely going to be a nightmare here. Doesn't even have a deflect shield to his name. Gets connected on the attempt at the jump forward. Things going to get messier and messier.
Goes low with the 2H. There's the overhead. Donzai about to build the super on the wall break, and that's going to do it for the round.
So spooky, man. Taking the kill. Settle down. Round in the favor of Tiger Pop.
Yeah, this character's animations is just Arxis farming, honestly. Oh, 5H whip on his round star. Her 5H is really good. Blocks the gold burst as well. This looks brutal for Rang. This looks so bad. No defensive resources. That's an easy whip punish because she's just so fast, right? She can just pull up for that. She's going to be uninstall, back in with the super to build that extra gauge on the wall here. And this spot looks miserable for Rang. Like, you got the guess here. Fuzzy blocks it correctly, all 3 hits. But again, she's so fast. It's so hard to deal with. Pulls up BRC, overhead low as the guess. Blocks the Fuzzy. How many overheads? 7 overheads you have to block correctly.
Oh, but somehow, light at the end of the tunnel, an opportunity for offense, and she's unstanced. Rang can't let this one go to waste. Back to neutral, gets the whip punish. Oh man, unfortunately the light at the tunnel, at the end of the tunnel is just a mirage. It gets a little bit too far out of reach, and Tiger Pop's gonna put another one down.
Yeah, that's just love. You can't beat love. Her in the key. That's just how it goes. Sometimes she gets going and really hard to stop. Especially, you know, even if you have a DP, like having to bait it, she just moves so fast that it's really hard. She constantly forces the issue in neutral, and you have to flail preemptively to try to deal with her, which we saw with the Behemoths, and then she just runs in and gets a whip on it.
Yeah, but I mean, perfectly said. There were 2 or 3 IBFDs in that 17 overhead sequence, and still not enough to buy room. But Drone able to get the win there.
Has to burst because of the jealousy gauge. If you and because of that, now going to be down a burst and down full jealousy gauge as well. And this spot's really hard for her to get out. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be bad news. Side swap.
Very smart. 2P continues to work miracles.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Chip's a big problem. Backdash is huge. Doesn't have any meter, though.
Okay, got to generate some amount of offense here. Getting that 50 meters is going to be big. 2P once again. Skyface. Empty the clip.
the last hit. Oh man, that was so many bullets. I'm surprised he made it all the way. Air blocks it. It's a lot of blocks on 5H install time. Trying to play defensive with those air options from Gold Lewis. Close slash block. Now you got to guess the mix. Uninstall. Look for the jump D. That's a lot of Jealousy Gauge built back up too. Every time she Rekka's what in the... Oh my, nice blocks. I'm feeling it's time for a low, I think. After seeing 9 overheads in a row, I think Tiger Pop probably knows it too.
Yeah. Okay. We're blocking the Behemoth. Defense holds up. Unfortunately, back out of the stance here. Does have 50 meters, so has a Wild Assault at the minimum.
Oh, that's big. Knockdown gets pressure here. And that's the air key grab as well. Install time. Gotta guess on this. Blocks the overhead correctly. Fade away low. Gonna be a wall break. Uninstall. Key grab on the wall to build back the resources.
Extremely smart routing. Once again, max security and max burst on the side of Rang.
Donzai!
What an anti-air! And it's smart from Rang to hold on to the situation. Around a piece and survival point for the big man.
Oh man, Tiger Pop finding all the right reads, although knockdown now, no burst available. Deflect shield with punish, forces a burst, and after these bullets, probably gonna be Jealousy time. Looking for it there, 6P lands. This is such a rough spot for Tiger Pop here. Deflect shield again, no burst gauge, but she's jealous.
Oh, okay, that's gonna be the punish. This is the opportunity. Party time starts now. Reversal is attempted. It is immediately cleaved.
Uninstall there at the last bit of Jealousy Gauge, and that time instead of fuzzing went low because obviously there's been so many blocks on it here. Jump D, 5K out of range because of the FD. Second hit of the Rekka, Jealousy available. Tap that's blocked and punished.
Oh, okay. Big Millia stuff. IBFD ends up working out, sets up the drone and tries to close the distance. Installs in response, but unfortunately you might not get to live to see the fruits of your labor.
Couldn't quite make it on time. The double Behemoth for the kill, and Tiger Pop tried to find an opportunity. That drone and just the coverage there made it very, very difficult to find a clean activation.
Oh, Rang, what a way to stay alive on that survival point multiple times. Has had to be able to claw into it 2-2. And now the thought comes up, do we think about the character switch? Honestly, I'd stick with the Abba. I really like it.
Yeah, I think this deep into a set, switching is pretty hard. You're so warm on this character already, right? And everything's been working out for you, so. Oh, dashing 6P. Gotta be jealous and gotta make it work fast. This is really, really big for Rang. Now, she's gonna be out of Jealousy Gauge. Yeah, exactly. No more Jealousy Gauge. Down a burst. This round, it looks unwinnable almost. Like, the spot is so bad and the positioning for resources is so bad here.
Yeah, definitely a grim one. Unfortunately here, a couple Behemoths are enough to top it off. A perfect in a hurry. Rang says, get me out of this set. Trying to close this out with just one more victory. Another dash 6P though, unfortunately doesn't find the mark.
Oh, install time. Now this is really scary for Rang. Oh, defensive jump D. And the deflect shield. He has to run and try to get out because of the extra timing on that. Beautiful 2S as well. And now the second hit, Rekka uninstall. She loses the gauge. Didn't have time. 0 jealousy meter.
Oh,
just her and a key.
Yeah. Oh, using Paracelsus to the great effect, though, is able to get the answer.
What a 6P, knowing the second key grab was coming.
Oh, plenty of meter, though. PRC into the Behemoth. Time to block. Nice defense.
Wow, jump K on the other side. Although chance 5H. This is big. 2S. Knockdown. All the jealousy in the world goes for a regular grab, and that's going to be the kill on the wall. Final game, final round between these two.
Oh, and you can see... Oh, down to the wire, round start. This time it's defensive. It's been dash 6P twice in a row. Unfortunately here, the defensive choice puts it to the corner even faster. Tiger Pop is incredible right now.
Key grab. Wow, he gave up so much space, and now Tiger Pop has a big chance here. All the resources from this positive bonus as well. Donzai air blocked. He's going to pull up and mix on the other side. Blocks the burst. And there's so much meter here on the other side of it. Uses the uninstall and doesn't get the reinstall here. But the Wild Assault, she's got to still chase. RC key grab for that. 2K this time. 5H. She's jealous. Oh no! Stuck in the corner now. Super PRC makes the whip happen, and Tiger Pop clutches out the set 3-2 just like that. That is a big ass key.
Ultimate bravery in the moment. I love the commitment there. There was the potential for Rang to try and send a second Behemoth. Obviously, he had plenty of security gauge for it, but I love that Tiger Pop, not a moment of hesitation in those moments. And that's kind of how you have to play against Gold Lewis. And as you highlighted, especially in this matchup that's extremely feast or famine.
Yeah, she's just that way, right? That's the thing about this character is, you know, it's like the first round of that last game, you knew it was over like 20 seconds before it was over or something, right? Because she's just out of resources, out of burst. She has to fight so long. Her resources don't generate by themselves. You have to make contact happen. So it's just so brutal. Like, if she gets going, it's despicable. But if she doesn't get going, it's like, how does this character play the game, right? You just look at her like, what is she going to do out there? So she really is that way. And so like scrapping and staying alive and not getting like mental go boom in situations like that is very important for this character.
That's the ultimate way to describe it for sure.
Yeah.
But like you said, I mean, there are even matches where you see characters are just like, I'm just going to time her out. I got a little bit of a lead, got like 25% health. I'm out of here, honestly.
Unless she goes over to you and makes something happen. She's not getting engaged, so you're just like, I could just chill over here, lame her out, just wait it out. So that's the kind of stuff that happens as we see here. This is the match that I was like most interested in this group too, because obviously there's two Goldless players in this group. They're both up there. The real question is, does Gobo lock in the mirror or not, right? Like he has some other characters he could think about as well if he wants to. I think he's gonna play the mirror. That's my guess. Just because he's a goofy guy and he's like, this will be fun. Like I just think that's the kind of player he is, you know.
I agree. And also, I mean, just got to witness Rang in the matchup, and Rang looked pretty comfortable for the most part. Definitely has a good knowledge of it for sure. So has already, luckily got to watch a full set of his potential alternate right before he goes up to the stage.
That's true. And Rang did get to watch Gobo, but because he was about to play Tiger Paw, probably not thinking about it as much as Gobo, who got to sit there and kind of ponder the orb, if you will, about the whole matchup the whole time. So
that's one of the scariest things about this round robin scenario. But honestly, one of the most exciting is in the situation Rang having to be on the hot seat 2 sets in a row.
Bro, they're mashing 2H.
It's never an easy one.
They're just mashing 2H on the stage. What is happening up here? This character is so sick, by the way.
He's really cool.
He's like one of the coolest characters. I know he's an evildoer. Yes. I know he's good, but he's like one of the coolest character designs in any fighting game to me. The way the Behemoth works is so cool.
When I was watching his trailer and they just kept saying, but I was like, no.
Dude, what is happening?
Shot they made this.
He's so cool. What a character.
Oh, man. We'll see. It's looking like that is going to be the decision. It might just be a good old-fashioned shakedown here for the two cryptids and the two big men.
We got ourselves a dainty dance between these two fine gentlemen. A single yee. Oh. That's what's happening up on stage, I think.
Off in the distance. I love it for sure.
Yeah, this is going to be a good match. I mean, listen, this is what I expected. When I said this group was full of some evildoers, some explosive characters, this is what we're going to see here. Goldless mirror match is about as explosive as it gets.
We'll see. Very excited again. Huge shout out to everybody watching at home, as well as everybody here in the building. Arc World Tour has been an incredible showing already. Group C continues to roll, and we have locked it in, the Gold Lewis Mirror.
The big man on campus. Oh man, it's cool to see him. Gold W's in the chat, of course. Gold Lewis Mirror. This character, you know, not the best on defense either. So whoever's swinging that coffin, gonna have a big advantage, obviously. And it's gonna be about who can backdash the Behemoth, or of course, find throws or challenges in between them if there's a gap that you leave. So
yeah, always we find the close slash and get the optimization here in the corner. That's always one of the most unique things about Guilty Gear is this game historically, characters are never very good at dealing with their own brand of nonsense. It's always been the case.
Yeah, there's a lot of characters especially that are very good at doing their thing and then very bad at stopping it. You know, and this character is that way as he rips a 360 PRC and the air throw. Wow, what a call out there from Rang. Burst on deck. Yeah, he had to. I think it was a kind of a weird spot. Wow, Wild Assault pulls up for the throw, holding FD, probably stand blocking, looking for a fuzzy, and it's a little miss, but we take it.
Yeah, that's definitely another interesting portion of this matchup as well. It's the interaction between White Wild Assault and that drone, something that's going to come up quite a bit here as we spend these resources. A little back and forth, though. A daring dance between the two. Gets to jump over, but can't clear the distance.
Size 44 jeans, man. It's hard to pull up over that. Behemoth pressure in the corner here. It's so hard to deal with this. Spaced out Behemoths like that, very, very difficult. Like the BRC, fast right into the immediate pressure and caught the backdash, gets the tail end of that pickup, chooses to go for 2S and a drone for a little bit more pressure and to try to close out this round. That's going to be a wall splat. Not quite the kill, but a very good spot here from Rang.
Oh, and right away, both of them take to the skies. Great deflect shield, but unfortunately loses out straight away. What a call out there as we close the distance and punch straight through the drone. Another important piece of information about the matchup is that drone is not quite active as he's releasing it, so it's pretty easy for a lot of characters to be able to swing straight over.
Yeah, well, Goldless's far slash is also humongous. It's huge range, right? He has a massive far slash to challenge. And he's got Behemoths that he can swing and like stuff to challenge at that long range. Immediate rematch from Gobo. He was laughing after like the first round and laughing after the set. Like I think he's here for a good time, so I don't know if we'll see a character switch.
Fight and goes full screen, triple Behemoth. Unfortunately doesn't work out. Gold burst in response though.
Sky fishes, nicely done. Gets the knockdown on that, so drone not a factor here. 2P pressure, trying to find some kind of whiff. I like that overhead, sneaks it in. Oh. And he does not flinch. And the backdash gets put. If you backdash in the corner, that's the threat, right? You can threaten with 4-2-6 Behemoth like that.
Oh, 6P juggles into the drone, gives us a better opportunity. A side swap on the Behemoth connecting. Has some meter, just sets up the drone.
Wow, he just empty jump mitted him. Just empty jump 2-6-8 Behemoth and got the counter hit.
It's just that easy.
I guess so. That's the mix sometimes. Wow, what a stuff. Dashing 2K 2D into the 6-8-4 for the hard knockdown.
Yeah, I mean, 2K Roundstar has been a very popular amongst Gold Lewis's, whether it's the LCQ or here in the groups.
Yeah, his 2K is outrageously good. And not only that, but you know, the reward off it is so good because of the Behemoths. Behemoths are hard knockdowns and safe enders when they're spaced out like that. And you can cancel with security, so man, this is a bad spot for Gobo. No super wall break, but positive bonus and a huge life lead here for Rang.
A meter differential might be the deciding factor in the end here. It doesn't have a Wild Assault, has to play evasive. Unfortunately, still has to block, but the YRC timing is crucial.
He knows he's pulling up for the jump base, so he just keeps jumping back. Gobo going back to the well over and over and over here. Wild Assault. Oh, 5K staggers into the jump D this time. Now on defense, and Rang has YRC, but hasn't been able to find a spot to do it just yet. And the wall break, Behemoth, not enough.
Oh no. 50 meter for both. BRC forward.
Wow.
Just flies on over.
Oh my, the drone. It's the OTG. Oh, it's enough. Oh my, he just barely makes it.
He thought maybe he was going to be able to keep him stuck to the ground and maybe chip him out before the drone came. It was looming at death. Unbelievable situation comes up, but in the end, Rang still manages to get the better.
Yeah, this is so important for Gobo here, obviously. Down from the first set that we saw with Razo earlier as well, so needs this win for this group to be a good chance for him as well. So got to get 3 games on the board here.
Wow. A good start. Close slash gets the juggle, optimize the routing here, and it's going to go straight into the overdrive for the hard knockdown.
Yeah, that Kara 268 gets you a little closer, and generally which Behemoth you use to splat on the wall gives you more or less time to go for the 1080s. Wow, what a 5P challenge, knowing that jump is coming. I think Gobo, a lot of his pressure is based around jump H pressure and like resetting with things like that. And some hard call-outs here from Rang on that. I like it.
Oh, great timing on the deflect shield, but we use that White Wild Assault to try and negate. Very good situation coming up. Nice backdash, though, recognizing the spacing.
Overhead this time, and calling out the fuzzy jump timing as well. Still plus on this. And the 2P challenge. Side swap, drone first, and baits a throw there. Love that choice on the combo routing from Gobo. Just immediately sees the hit, goes for that Behemoth, the 8-4-2 to get the side swap after.
Round start has definitely been very interesting so far. A little tame coming out from Rang there. Gobo trying to push the agenda just a bit. Instead, now, he's going to be stuck at that strike throw.
Wow. Nice blocks there. Low into the overhead Behemoth as well. Close slash dash pressure. This is so plus on the 268. Fuzzy or not is the question, and there's a jump H Fuzzy for your troubles. And the drone for the pressure here. Wall slumping is Happy Chaos. What's going on over here? The mix.
Yeah, I mean, perfect decision making there. Your opponent already has maximum burst, so why not reset the situation?
Yeah, that's the penalty, obviously, for wall slumping is the burst gauge. But if they have full burst and you only need 1, why not 2P challenge into the close slash side swap? Very nicely done. The 5K whiffs, but still the positioning. Love the counter hit confirm right there, by the way. Not going into something sloppy like the other Behemoths, but lost the drone there, sadly.
Okay.
Oh god. Yeah, it had to burst there. It was going to be wall splat, and then he could go for setup or something afterwards. So Gobo on his last legs here, tickling with the minigun, but still so far away. He's flying.
Oh no, the forbidden air dash gets the White Wild Assault, gets the cancel, and the Skyfish is more than enough. Lets the full thing ring out, and Rang is able to take the rebound set. Good stuff.
Yeah, I like the minigun for the Guts Crush there. He's a big man, so chewing through that life bar like that makes a lot of sense. And very well played. Rang obviously just lost a very close set. To get a 3-0 here, not only basically keeps him alive and it keeps his game differential quite a bit higher, but potentially eliminates Gobo from the tournament. That's a 3-2 loss from him and then an 0-3 loss for him, which really will matter for the game differential later.
Absolutely. A lot of math to be done for sure. Definitely excited to get a look at that in just a bit. But for now, be a little bit of a mental reset as we get our players off the stage and get 2 new competitors to bring their stuff to the table. These matches have been ridiculous, and as you said, this has been the heaviest hitter of groups. It has been so cool to get to see the Gold Lewises battling it out, the character diversity coming through. Group C has been kind of it's been great for us, but kind of a nightmare, I'd say, for the for the players.
Yeah, very explosive, very like swinging, I would say, characters. This one in Group A, I think, are kind of like that, of course. But if you're enjoying all the action, let us know who your favorite player is so far. If you haven't clicked that link in the chat, of course, go and do so to tell us who your PlayStation player of the day is going to be in the chat room after watching all this. Could be from this group, could be from another game, could be from wherever you like. So, of course, let us know. Make your vote count down there as we set up on the stage for our next match. Should be, if I'm not mistaken, Razo versus Tiger Pop, who both are probably feeling pretty good about the group so far. Obviously, both put a W on the board, and they're going to be going up here to see who's going to go up 2-0 in our group, which is a very nice spot to sit.
Oh, definitely. And another chance to potentially have a bit of a character mix-up here. I'm expecting Happy Chaos from Tiger Pop's side, but Yaba maybe can come through. And then on the side of Razo, maybe going to lean back into the Slayer here. We still haven't seen the Vampire quite yet, but that was one of the picks I was expecting the most to see, because during the season, it felt like a lot of the points were farmed with the man who loves his wife.
That guy was pretty belligerent for a while there. And Razo, to be fair, also played the character post-belligerence as well, and you know, he's still a little belligerent, to be fair. We do have an updated look at the standings if you all want to take a look with us to get an idea about this so far. So Rang 1-1 obviously got the W just now against Gobo, whose game differential is going to be pretty tough down there. Razo and Tiger Pop both 3-2 in their sets, 1-1 or 1-0 each, and trying to get that 2-0 spot in the group. It could be pretty crunchy too, especially if this goes down to like 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 in the middle of this group somewhere. If Gobo wins the last set and then forces us onto some kind of like, you know, head-to-head situation, it's definitely possible.
Definitely agreed. But this is, I mean, seeing it shape up, this is looking like the crux of this group. A big win differential in this set could be the deciding factor. If you can get potentially a 3-0 in this one, you might just be able to lock up your chance, whether it's winners or losers, to be able to escape from what is. I feel like when we talk about group stages in fighting games, a lot of times we coin the term group of death. And when I look across all of these, it's not easy for anyone. There's no free rides. The game is so wide open right now. It has been ridiculous to watch these players just try to swim to the top, man.
Yeah, especially because there is only 4 players per group.
Yes.
Every group becomes extra scrappy because of that. And stuff like we just saw, right, where like Nitro had a good chance to make it out of the group. And then obviously Zondo, who is out already, he had lost to, beats Nitro. And then that really just shakes everything up for that. So like if you're a Daru, you're sitting there cheering for him, right? Because obviously if he gets a W, it could turn things around. So there's a lot of things happening in that regard. And every person's games have an impact on each group's standing. So it's going to be a button check between these two. And then we'll get into it.
Absolutely. But as we said, the chance to stay undefeated in the group stage would be massive for either of these players. And you don't want to get, like you said, tied up in that 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 nonsense in the mid-range here. So, a lot to say. It looks like, I mean, right now, button checking on Abba, not too much to take from that. But, you know, I like to, maybe we're dropping some Easter eggs.
Yeah, that's going to be the question. It could be a lot of things here. We could have Slayer, we could have Leo, we could have an Abba Mirror, right? We could have Happy Chaos. There's a lot of situations here. This game's also been out long enough now that having multiple characters is pretty common, I think, for a lot of the players as well. So.
No, I think that a lot of people definitely, especially when we got to the point where a lot of the DLCs started to get settled, it got a lot easier to be able to pick these up, but it is going to be the Leo. We're going to stick it out on this guy.
Okay, so Leo versus Abba. Again, same kind of problems we talked about with this character earlier, where she gets put on defense against a character like Goldless. Same kind of idea here with Leo. The difference is having a reversal makes her have to respect you more, which means her jealousy gauge tends to be lower when she does get to initiate.
Definitely agreed. There we go. Match getting started. Right away, trying to go into that guard point stance often, definitely like that. Using the Wild Assault to be able to get that corner carry and a burst. Doesn't want to give away the positive bonus.
Yeah, and also the chance to pop that jealousy in the first part here. This is a big hit. Immediately going to be out of install here. And then gets the knockdown back into it. Oh, doesn't get the 5K, but that's a pickup into the key grab, or that either takes the knockdown instead to get the pressure in the corner. Overhead, uninstall, key grab on the wall for lots of juicy gauge here.
And has 50 meters, so we might just open the door. No, instead! What an answer! Tries to stop. I think that Razo was trying to escape in case that super came through.
And that's the scary thing about this character as well. Door Super is really, really, really scary. Especially, we talked about the Goldlewis laser earlier that we saw. Same kind of idea as that. Something that can just stop you, put you in blocks, then force 50-50s afterwards, win the neutral for you. For 50 bar, pretty good. Mix-up chance here, goes back turn, dashing S. Doesn't see a lazy backdash there from Tiger Pop. I like that defense.
2D found the mark. It's a connection. And intentionally resets it there. Wants to keep the wall health high, trying to take as much damage as possible before the wall break here. But we are going to get one more stand-up here from Tiger Pop, potentially.
Yeah. I was going to say, her situation here looks so good. Like, it's pretty hard for Tiger Pop to make it happen there.
Yeah.
And didn't expect to see, like, deflect shield or spending on the burst when the round was so tough to win.
Yeah, you hate to say doomed, but things get messy in a hurry. Burst is available now as we go through the wall break here. Positive bonus, building things up for Razo.
Jump D anti-aired, and there's going to be a burst situation here, whether it's popped or not. 2S looking to bait it. Tiger Pop doesn't spend it just yet. It still has that jealousy gauge, empty jump, and has to burst and has to pop, and now has to make something happen. The air throw, though, shutting that down. Yeah. Wow, what a timing on the close flash there to get the wall splat and get the game.
Yeah, PRC had plenty of time to be able to react. That's one of the things. I feel like a lot of times in matchups, Leo's Fireball is more of an anti-zoning Fireball than it is a zoning tool itself. But in this matchup, honestly and truly, we can use it pretty effectively, especially when your opponent doesn't have meter to cancel those committal jumps over.
Yeah, and when this character is in the air trying to do stuff and jump at you like that, there's a lot, it's a lower jump arc, so the Fireball is a little bit more effective. Forces kind of like double jumps or other options in the air to try to get over it, and then you can anti-air more successfully.
Headbanger's ball, good FDs to buy some room, but unfortunately it doesn't buy you quite enough. Pressure still in the corner here.
Oh, 5H whiff, and now Chance Razo doesn't find the whip punish, but at least takes the space and looks for the air throw and a burst. Trying to keep this round alive, but it's going to be very difficult here. Knockdown, Donzai for the juggle. Went out of gauge. The trade, the 2P whiff. Mix-ups off of this and tries the anti-air. It's a no-go.
Yeah, what a tough situation with the Leo coming down from the top rope. Things working out okay. Gets the punish, secures the knockdown here. Razo doing such a good job of staying up tempo and setting the pace again and again. The overhead connects. We're able to send it through one more time. Potential for a run through here. Tiger Pop running out of time here.
Yeah, the big problem is, wow, what an interrupt though. Oh, and the 2H immediately gets clipped by that. Oh, back, but this is huge. Mix time blocks the gold burst. 5H hits airborne. Time to be jealous. This is huge. Juggle on this with the Donzai as well. Can uninstall here at the wall. Repop the super to get back. Lots of resources here. And in jealousy. And the fuzzies. A whiff jump P. Goes low instead. That's the juggle and should be the easy peasy kill here. Man, it was looking so rough for Tiger Pop there. And suddenly the round just flips around.
Yeah, everything coming together here. Damn near max resources for both players coming into this one now. Goes for the transformation, gets the trade, and immediately foot on the gas. Both of them trading again and again, but finally Tiger Pop gets the offense.
Runs out of gauge there, and the key grab. Not very much to work with here, by the way. Gold burst. Got to be an uninstall, I imagine, from Tiger Pop pretty quickly here, and yeah, runs out of gauge. Not much to do with it, and back throw hurts here. Positioning is very scary now. Looking for the run through, and Razo instead just dashes in and takes offense.
Rage from the Berserker Barrage, loving the idea here, and of course it moves you so far east to west. Man, just get the wall break here.
Oh, I love the combo routing around the burst, the 2S. Wait, pick up, 2K, 6K. Really smart to get that RC to bait the burst. Just clever from kind of start to finish there from Razo to get the pickup and block that.
Oh, and we're back to character select, and it looks like we are going to get the switch up here. It's going to be straight to Happy Chaos. So definitely the character that was originally most known for Tiger Pop. Obviously, they are very capable on both, but maybe this little change of look in the later stages can work out. But like you said, it's very hard to switch characters in these types of situations, especially when they're so different.
Yeah, the characters are so different. And the big thing that we've seen a lot of, too, is how patient Razo's been at round start, especially against Abo, where if you get hit round start, she's about to start doing some nasty stuff.
Yeah.
She's been very patient about waiting at round start, letting the opponent whiff, and then finding clean answers afterwards.
2Ks, looks for the overhead. Stuck on defense. Great just block, but throws out of the corner, unfortunately.
Oh, and that jump D suction. Pulling you in for the combo, going to be a nasty one, and Razo with a burst.
Oh, gets caught with the leg out, tries to go for the throw. This time the back throw for the positional win.
Oh, S on the backdash there on the jump in. Very nicely done from Tiger Pop.
Okay, I mean, maximum resources coming up. You could potentially just go for the curse or go for the mix-up. Curse is already applied, so we just take aim, and of course, the tap dust finds the mark. The best mix-up in the game.
Yeah, you know these Happy Chaos players. Run up, rip the tap dust, gunshots afterwards. And that jump 2K is very belligerent. Wow. 6S into the roll. Ooh, fuzzy jump on Wake Up gets out of the missed time. Set up from Tiger Pop.
Overhead dealt with pretty well here. Dealing with the pillar as well. Unfortunately, something has to come from this. We have to turn it into offense, but no. It's going to be the 2-hit knockdown. Look at the damage!
There's still wrist gauge up there, too. It was just one hit, super, wall break, wrist gauge. Oh,
my God.
Man. Runs all the way up on that. Going to be a wall break here. Curse plus the super.
Yeah, big opportunity. Scary situation, though, with Razo. Plenty of resources. Go straight for the roll through.
Concentrate super to get that resource back, and this means the gun is very scary here. Curse not on, though. Oh, jump 2K whip. Had the hit, didn't believe. The gunshot missed. The 2S missed. The far slash, and that's going to be a clean pick of Tiger Pop. Game on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, being able to get out of that first game, obviously step 1 out of the way. It was a little squirrely in the beginnings of round 1, but everything came completely together, and Tiger Pop is looking very good. I'm liking the switch.
Yeah, a little bit more comfortable, I think, controlling on the offensive side, especially. You know, the difference is like when ABBA needs to get going, you got to pull up on Leo Whitefang, which is a scary fact. But when you have Curse on with Happy Chaos, you know, you can pull out the gun and then like kind of clean things up across the screen. It's a little bit more safe.
2K's just blocked right away, pulls the gun, gets the backdash, and forces the burst. Doesn't want to have to deal with the pressure and wins the positional war. But unfortunately, the win doesn't net too much here. It's a pretty easy one from Tiger Pop back to full screen.
Oh, about to be out of resources. Very nice management, not shooting that last shot. Wild Assault reloads the bullets as well. Gun flip for the pressure. Next shot will be out of concentration as we see here. Tiger Pop no more. That's why Razo challenges there. Not as scary because the resources are just not there.
Of course. Playing with close slash taps the dust. Once again, the mind control working in the corner. Full reload and a wall break. 50 meters still available.
Oh, whip on that and gets the clip anyway into the corner. Bang, that's the round.
Tiger Pop in a hurry when it comes to this comeback here. Did a great job. Wild Assault actually does connect though. The corner push is amazing. It's going to be not quite a hard knockdown, but still a positive bonus in the stand-up here. You love to see it. But Razo is the 2D finds the mark.
Yeah, and huge damage on this. This is a timing counter hit. Big starter. Tiger Pop got a guess here. BRC for the mix. Empty. It goes for a low there. Oh, finds it. Wow, that was nice. 2S and then knows the dash-ins coming. Goes for the 2K afterwards. The jump committed to the air. Yeah, unfortunate. And obviously not going to be a burst there because the round is looking a little unwinnable.
But with it around a piece, survival point. Tiger Pop's been doing a great job of setting the tempo here, but all of a sudden on the ropes once again. 2D finds the mark and we go for the Wild Assault, but a mistimed mix-up, mistimed combo, unfortunately, puts Razo back on the offense.
Yeah, a little sad that 6S whip for Tiger Pop here, and now a huge opportunity. Only one bullet as well. Backdash BRC, whip on the far slash.
That could do it.
One guess here. FD's out. Burst available. There's the gold burst. And the flash kick. One guess away. Cross up block correctly. Counter hit. And just like that, Razo 2-0 in the group. The headset saved. Caught the headset too. Wait, that was clean. That was as clean as the gameplay right there. And Tiger Pop, like my Spider-Man players, switching maybe a little too late.
No, dude.
You know, maybe could have seen that earlier. But nicely played there from Razo. I can't lie.
No, it can be definitely scary, and especially switching into it against a player who plays in North America. And North America obviously has a plethora of players who are extremely successful on Happy Chaos. So a matchup that we are that Razo clearly ready for. I think the thing that I wasn't ready for is that Razo is looking so good on the Leo a lot of the time when I was kind of looking into things and I was kind of brainstorming when it came to how she was going to apply things. I was thinking about the Slayer, I was thinking about the ABBA, but returning to the roots, this was the original character she was so successful on.
Yeah, and then suddenly makes this group feel a little scrappy, Red, because now 2-0 on this. She's got one more match, and then Tiger Pop 1-1, and then this set coming up here against Gobo, who's 0-2 in the group, not likely to be making it out now, right? But now suddenly it's like, all right, Gobo's 0-2. Can he get the W here and then suddenly make this a dream killer for Tiger Pop, who started off with the 1-0 lead in this group, right? So these kinds of things happen very quickly in this, where we're looking at the favorite of that last, or the winner of that last match being the favorite to make it out of the group and winner side, and now suddenly it's like, uh-oh, what's going to happen? So.
Yeah, and another tough situation. Have to go for the back-to-back here. Tiger Pop, the decisions to potentially come. And it feels like we've been asking the same question over and over again with every set. You think it's going to be Abbott versus Gold Lewis?
That's okay. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I got to look at the game differential too, because that might really be a factor here for Tiger Pop as well. Even if he wins, the game differential could be like a big deal in how this group shakes out as well. So we'll have to see. Tiger Pop is 4-5. Rang is 5-3 in game differential right now, which is pretty big factor, of course. And even Raza versus Rang, that match could end up mattering for if Rang wins, then could be first seed out of the group as well, right? So that's a big factor.
Yeah, but a button check before we get started here. Players just getting themselves settled in. A lot of math to be done, a lot of scores to be settled here, but it's all in good fun.
Why is he button checking with a book, bro?
What if he played it?
He's out there, Asuka, just cubing. If I was fighting an Asuka player in a tournament and they started reloading and doing, I'd be like, your button's good? I would not let them warm up their hand. I'd be like, no, I'm like, your button's good? All right, cool, let's go.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to watch you cycle through 5 test cases, like front to back, shoot everything, reload your mana. No, we're playing the game. Your hands can't get that warm.
Oh, man. But
I'm an evil doer. I'm trying to play the game. So
I respect that. Listen. That's the way you got to go.
Pro tip out there. If you fight an Asuka player and they start going through every test case, just, get them out of there.
Oh, man. But that could end up being the choice. There is a serious consideration. Obviously, this is a character that Gobo has earned a decent amount of points throughout the season on. Oh, we might play the book.
Reading Rainbow time? He's hovering. I don't believe in anything until it's locked in. Okay.
The cubes are upon us.
Okay. Time for Cubert Little. We'll have to see what kind of offense he's going to be running here with this character. Obviously, has been stronger in other versions of the game. I mean, both these characters, right, have been stronger in other versions of the game, but Asuka is definitely a character he has a lot of experience on, and still a pretty scary one.
Yeah, and I mean, 2 of the characters with the most resources to have to manage as far as kind of knowing what's what. But I love that, just using the raw gunshots the second the reticle's on to be able to interrupt any of those attempts with the cubes.
Wow, beautiful 6 speeds, reloads the guns right there as well, gets the resources back. And yeah, the problem with this matchup, right, is generally, if the curse is on you especially, the minute up, like, the reticle hits you, you can't throw cubes anymore, right? Like, because you're just going to be able to do that and then force the interaction instead, so maybe pretty tough. DP card gets him out of there, reloads, swaps test cases, but he's only got 1 spell right now, so a little rough for Gobo trying to find resources. Big Red's gone too, only 1 cube, that's big. He can reload, get some new stuff in here. He has that overhead as well, which gets fuzzy blocked by Tiger Pop with the fuzzy jump.
Oh, stuck in the corner now. Continuing to do such a good job. Try to hit him with the rules, but unfortunately doesn't get the connection. But the 2D and full mana once again.
Wow, nice block on the overhead right there. And the cube made it before the bullet. Magic better than the gun. He's got a teleport cube as well, which is very, very scary. And I think that's what he was looking for. What a 2S find from Tiger Pop.
Yeah, if that 2S doesn't connect, like you said, with cube wall and a teleport in the pocket, that was going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, instant teleport cross-up mix-up going to be pretty tough. And again, that gun, man, it's hit scan. It just immediately targets you, and it's so hard to find opportunities to do all the stuff that Asuka wants to do. He wants to swap test cases, he wants to reload, he wants to put new cards in his deck, right? And he can't really play anything when there's a gun.
Yeah, extremely high APM that unfortunately you don't get to access here. Full reload and keeps the corner. Definitely the correct decision, especially with your opponent down around and still not a full burst. Keep the slump going.
Oh, and he does it again here. Such a rough spot for Gobo. Has no mana, no spells either. Goes low on the fuzzy, and now he's a dweeb with no mana, so he just falls over. No life, just sticks him in a locker. That's what happens.
I was going to say, goes from a super powerful magical nerd to just the normal nerd, unfortunately. 1-0. Looking very, very good is Tiger Pop. Looking extremely controlled in the matchup, recognizing the cards very well. Fortunately, has to spend the burst in that moment, but gets the curse applied. As you said, this is one of the most key aspects.
Wow, what a backdash. And blocks the overhead correctly as well. Wow, 5K into the curse immediately. A little too fast on the bullet there. actually canceled before the steady aim shot made it there. 6P again. Very good to recognize the cubes, know how to hit them, know how to interact with them, and now it's time. Gravity.
This game is so goofy.
Oh, the mix and the cross-up teleport as well. Oh, man.
I mean, that's an Oscar round, right? Sometimes we get the mana rolling, we get that mana regeneration, we get the auto card fill, and you're gone.
Yeah, if you summon Exodia, it turns out it's pretty good.
Easy obliterate there. The 2D does end up finding the mark here.
Oh, he has a teleport mix here as well, which is always very scary. Reloads it, gets another teleport, gets another teleport. Kind of a bricked hand, honestly not what he's looking for. You need some stuff to throw is the problem, right? You need cubes to like generate stuff on top of it. So drawing teleport and a teleport and a teleport, not what you're looking for.
There's X though. Break the wall, gets rid of the mana. This is massive. Go in a horrible position now. This round might go astray, but a great deflect shield to fight back into it.
Oh, and the gunshot banging a little too early. Oh, can he just shoot?
Yeah.
Just we get him with the VATS.
Yeah, I love the idea with the Dark Magic attack, but unfortunately can't quite find the mark. Things go a bit astray. Does get the push through the cube, though. Great answer.
Oh, and I like that he didn't break the wall right there because he needed to reload resources and he didn't have super for a hard knockdown. I think the other problem, too, for Gobo so far is, like, even when he does get going, it's so, like, temporary, right? Like, yeah. Oh, and the taps does, spending all the meter. Yeah.
Yeah, refocus.
No mana.
Only 2 bullets left in the chamber, but that's okay. As we said, the resource is completely drained on the other side. Burst does come through, but still, what can you do?
Had to hit tap dust, fast RC, 2D for the mix. Just like so few options. Like you don't have a lot of control in mid screen. Like normally when you're cubing it up, most characters are struggling to deal with it, but it's just the opposite. Happy Chaos, you know, you just 5H or steady aim shot, force him into block stun. Cubes are no longer a factor, and we see the rematch here.
Yeah, and like you do have okay buttons, like 2D's not bad, but like you're not fighting Happy Chaos normals in situations like that.
Yeah. Oh, that was tough. Immediate roll mix up. Jump 2K, double jump 2K whiff on the other side. Again, and the bounce on that. Why Arxis?
Throwing 2S as well. Curse is applied. Rolls on in, uses it aggressive, not even a mix-up as an approach.
Another one, and that is that little knee to the chest there. Tiger Pop, potential 3-0 here.
Looking down the barrel of a tough one for sure. Oh no, and just stomps on his head one more time. Things going from bad to worse here. Curse is applied as we break the wall once again.
Yeah, so brutal. Here, he had to run all the way in there. He knows the curse is on him. If he holds space from full screen, it's just going to be gunshot into all kinds of bad times there. And super right away to get the wall break from downtown.
Oh no, and this could do it. Another tough guess coming up. We do have burst, so we have opportunities. YRC is dealt with, but it's in the air, luckily.
He gets a gold burst, actually. Maybe a chance, but yeah, that is brutal. And the mana going to be out. Last bit here, super. I think he runs out of mana, and then he might die to the super after. Oh, it's the Heartbreaker. 3-0, and a huge win, right, for game differential here for Tiger Pop as well. I think that very likely makes him out of the group with how good his game differential is going to be on a 3-0.
Agreed.
It really comes down to this Rang versus Razo says our last set in this group. Obviously, if Razo wins 3-0, she's just out in winners. Doesn't have to worry about any kind of tiebreaker scenario.
Yep.
But if she loses, then we have a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 3-way split. It's going to come down to game differential between these three about who's going to be the first seed or not.
Oh, and that's honestly the most exciting part, seeing how these groups shake down in the end. Oh my God, it has been a absolute bloodbath between the three groups, and we still have Group D, which is, again, more Happy Chaos players and more madness to come. This has just been so stressful, bro.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that character, he's not the menace he used to be. He's just like a good character now. I think for a lot of matchups, he can definitely get run over, but you see swapping back and forth. I think having dual mains like that, being able to play Abba, being able to play Happy Chaos helps for situations like that, where you can pick something that I think is a little bit more formidable against what your opponent's trying to select.
Absolutely, and if it's whether you're voting based on gameplay or the pop-offs or everything in between, you can vote for your PlayStation Player of the Day. on the link below. Check it out in the chat. Definitely make sure you check it out. It's so good to be able to, you know, highlight the players that are able to do their thing, whether it's today for Guilty Gear Strive or a little bit earlier for Grand Blue. Everyone is available for the voting, so definitely make sure you, you know, stop in.
Yeah, and tomorrow, same schedule we've had for the LCQs, and then the last couple of days. Obviously, today there was no Uni, but it'll be Uni into Grand Blue into Strive for tomorrow, and that's the plan of attack. And if you missed any of the Grand Blue action earlier, definitely recommend checking it out. Game is super fun to watch, really cool stuff. And then the Uni LCQ on Friday, which was super fun to watch. I didn't have anything Friday, so I just stayed home and watched the LCQs back to back to back, and they were awesome, of course. Recommend checking them out if you haven't already taken a look. And we have this group. This is the last match in this group. One more group to go. We'll be done for the day, and then tomorrow we'll be back with our 3 games back to back as we see the game differential here. Tiger Pop's game differential is very good. There is a possibility for this to go down to 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 in this group, and we'll have to see how it comes down after that, of course. Raz only needs 1 game to be ahead here, which is like a pretty big factor, but if she loses like 3-1 and she's 7-6, that is a worse game differential, right? So that could be a factor as well. And then Rang, if it's like 3, yeah, I mean, if Rang gets a W here, game differential looks very good, right? So it's going to be 8, which will be ahead. So it really depends. If it's like 3-2, I think that sets Tiger Pop out potentially. So that's another factor about, yeah.
Because, I mean, even if it does come down to a tie between Rang and Tiger Pop does have the head-to-head. Right. So there's, you know, there's so much gymnastics to be done there, but we still do have 1 more game to go.
If Rang wins 3-2, they both have 8 wins, and that puts them both ahead of Tiger Pop.
Okay.
So that is the possibility for Tiger Pop to not make it out.
That's.
But if Razo wins in any way, Tiger Pop's good to go. And if Rang wins, but it's not 3-2, I'd have to look at the math again, but I think it might be okay. So that's kind of where things are in that. Which is pretty wild to think of. I mean, this is the problem. When you have 4 people in a group, it's so small, and then like the game differential matters so much. So,
we'll find out. It's going to be the layaway fun one more time. This matchup has plagued us. It has been Gold Lewis Central in Group C, and we're going to see it one more time. Can Razo get out undefeated, or is Rang going to be able to keep their fate in their own hands? Time will tell, and right now it's looking pretty decent for the big man here, but unfortunately a backdash puts us cornered very early.
Yeah, and you know, I'm sure a lot of the prep for this matchup was Razo, or for this group was this matchup, right? Because Razo knew there was going to be 2 Gold Lewis players in here, and the other thing to worry about was ABBA, right? Because there's 2 ABBA players also in the group, so I'm sure she was prepped on this character for both of those 2 matchups, and it looks like it so far.
This is close. Trying to go to 2S. Great backdash. I love the burst from momentum. BRC going to make this messy.
Wow, what an IB into the super instant block 360.
Okay, that's clean. Hard knockdown, max security. What are you going to do with it?
Jump S. And I love the super jump to get out of that for Razo. Couldn't get a pickup, but still has control into the corner here. Has meter, does not spend anything there. Instead, it's the super PRC, 1 guess away. And in the front, going to be the side swap for the combo as well. Round 1 to Rang.
I do want to note, though, that Razo is already doing a great job of sniping these backdashes. As we saw in the earlier set, she was so good against it against the previous Gold Lewis and showing it off once again. But a 2S checked into the Behemoth. That's 50% of your... Put it in the bag.
Yeah. Put the health in the bag. Oh, man. And the wall break on this into the super. I think we'll play 720, right? Oh, got the break.
Okay.
Chip is a big problem here, too, for Razo as well. And now there's meter for Gold Lewis, which is really important. Yeah, fadeaway jump D, very difficult for characters like Leo to deal with. I think basically every character to deal with fadeaway jump D. It's like such a huge hitbox on the screen, and it's very safe for him to commit to.
Especially when the onus is on you to approach in a moment like that. Leo can potentially brute force it, but unfortunately, finally, it's time.
The Vampire?
Okay. I mean, I was expecting to see the Slayer way more today, but Leo obviously going into the matchups very, very well, might finally get to see the Slayer. And as you said, it's a great fit of a character for Razo, and I think that she plays it about as effectively as you could.
Yeah, and like the problem, again, Gold Lewis on defense, not the best, but neither is Slayer, right? Like, you know, they made his backdash a bit better, but generally the thing about him is that he has to try to be slippery, but making it out of Gold Lewis pressure very difficult. So the whole goal is like you want control in mid-range with Slayer's great normals and Mappa and stuff like that. And then when you put Gold Lewis on his back, you make him die. Like you knock him down and you just start mixing him, right? You have to do that, otherwise it's going to look like this. And yeah, backdash The hand of justice.
For sure. Another thing that's definitely important about this matchup too is that Slayer's movement is kind of on rails. So if you are able to represent a lot of good stop signs on the screen, being able to use the drone, being able to use the Behemoth, JD, you're able to stop a lot of these different approaches here. But a gold burst and max meter now for Rang, and a huge life differential, you're gone.
Yeah, and that jump into the dash immediately to try to make it over, but didn't want to go for anything too committal there. Wow, what a close slash round start. Maybe even wanted the far slash, and then there was a dash in from Razo. Backdash gets smoked. This is going to be a wall splat on the next Behemoth, and instead takes the knockdown. I like that choice. It's death.
It's a game-winning decision there, Rang. Wow, what a 2 rounds.
Yeah. That was bad. That did not go well. And that's one of those Gold Lewis games where you're like, bruh.
Well, that's just going to happen sometimes, right? Sometimes you're going to get close last round start and you're like, oops, 2-touch.
Yeah, and I like the decision-making. Rang into the combo with 486 Behemoth, knockdown, running for the pressure instead of taking the wall break as well. Didn't even want to risk 268 because it might have like scooped up and then put Slayer into the wall at the last second, so pretty smart, I think.
Back to the Leo potentially, I think could
That's
be
the
a
question.
good decision, but you know, there's a decent spread of characters here.
Yeah, and with Razo, if Razo loses here 3-0, it does mean that Tiger Pop and Rang are making it out of this group. So this is still pretty important despite the 2-0. That is a lot of hair. It is pretty important. That was sick. How do you get that much hair up there?
That's powerful stuff.
Yeah. Back on the Leo, it looks like.
Okay. I definitely respect the choice for sure. As you said, matchup-wise, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're going to keep it locked in. So this is what we're going to live and die by. Can Razo make the comeback? All we need, I do believe, as you said, I think we just need a game on the board.
Yeah. The scary thing is, though, well, if she loses 3-1, I think she's 7-6, which means that Tiger Pop's differential is actually better.
Oh, no.
So you got to get 2 now. Oh, and I say that as this round start looks brutal.
This is not a great start. Gets the jump back, JD. I love the retreat. And gets the 2P, the people's elbow.
I think you got to hold the burst for the next round most likely anyway here, too. Razo back into the drone. What a block, though, and then backdash gets clipped. OTG, and this is looking like the big man on campus.
Third perfect for Rang across these games. White Wild Assault the round start, too. We're trying to take some liberties.
I like that dash throw attack from Razo, but it's well read by Rang. Oh, dashes in, close slash, has the timing. And takes the wall break on this as well, which I think is good. Replenishes that resource. Gives you some super gauge to work with here pretty quickly.
Cross up definitely clean, finds the low, and is able to extend.
Oh, a nice block to cancel on that. Going to be no burst from Rang here since this round is pretty far gone. And finally some signs of life here from Razo after that Slayer game. Nice. Wow, what a dash 5P round start. Good to catch the startup of the jump from Gold Lewis. A lot of times that's what he'll be doing on round start and stuff. So
Drone closing the distance behind as well. Good use of the shield to be able to get away. Ends up finding the close slash.
yeah, that mobility and back turn, so scary now. One of the things about this character you have to respect. And jump the in. Oh, backdash almost got chased down there. Double scoop on the 248. Nothing home. And the double Behemoth again.
Oh, 2 for 2. And ends up getting the throw in the run through.
Wow, what a block. Cross up IBFD block. Right through. And no one's home again. Razo was ready for it and gets the combo off of this. Not quite on super, but just built it.
Oh, and that overdrive could be massive. Could be a tournament-saving situation for Razo on the hard knockdown here.
That's huge. Front throw. Mix time now. Behemoth trade. Oh my God. Wristed on the flash kick. The tap dust puts a game on the board.
Flash kick, tap dust to be able to seal it. Razo is absurdly locked in. That is just the greatest sequence you can have to be able to answer. Oh, and Rang, sip of water, try to recenter. Straight back into the breach. No time to rest. Game 4.
Yeah, and him getting two wins here, pretty important as well.
Yeah.
Got to get those on the board. Needs to win this set. Then he got knocked down. Oh, patience, but a little too far. Wow, what a 5P. Knowing the Behemoth wasn't going to come out there. Really good check on that high jump D from Razo. Stance cancel grab.
Ooh, okay. Way to keep it on the same side. Definitely smart. Nice block on the overhead pillar. Makes it a little awkward, but we find the Behemoth in neutral. Burst, just keep momentum, keep that position.
Yeah, offensive burst I think makes a lot of sense here. And the bait on the throw. Very nicely done here. Super breaks the wall. Should be the kill. All right, Razo 1 round away here. Very important. Just getting 2 games here is huge for her. That's what she needs to stay in this bracket.
Oh, 5P crucial. Finds the 2K afterwards. Way to hold the charge. Goes for the cross up. Back to the same side. Little blender action ends up finding the work.
And now a couple of guesses away. BRC forward. Close slash pressure, catches the backdash, looking for the burst, doesn't find it just yet. Rang holding on to it. And the gold burst instead. Back turn cancel, 3 in a row, 4 in a row.
Still ends up finding the headbutt though. Nice block on the cross up there. FD, how long can it save you for? Not for long.
Oh my, cross up Behemoth into the corner. Look at the damage on this. OTG into the drone hits. Not quite super on the wall break, so it's not enough. Razzle with 1 guess left. Chips the problem and the low Behemoth.
Oh, finding the mark, but it's not done yet. No time to come up for air. Around a piece. Full burst for Razo. 2K into the Behemoth for the knockdown. Nice flash kick.
Just says, I don't think this is a safe jump. I'm not down. Just going to commit, and that's a wall break off of that so high up. Huge hit now. Positive bonus. It's going to build 50 immediate here, which is we're going to see a send on something into RC pretty quick, I imagine. Just like that. Wow, what an IB! Oh my, but a flash kick. Razo was ready for it. Gold burst again.
Oh, the back and forth has been ridiculous. Oh, finds the finding the overhead there. That falling JP is massive. Gets the low again.
Not enough to kill. 1 guess away. Ooh, and there's so much meter for Gold Lewis here. Oh, that's huge. PRC's maybe looking for the burst. Got the far slash instead of close slash. Takes the drone setup instead. 5P, no burst from Razo. The burst and no bait from Rang. And so much meter for Razo here to try to make something happen.
Oh, this is huge. The drone actually expires. Gets there with the Behemoth.
Oh my God, the block correctly backed up for Razo. That's the kill on the wall. And 2 games means even on a loss here, Razo should be making it out of the group.
Oh, but Rang, your destiny's in your hands. You've got to do this back to character select for a little bit of a breather here, just a slowdown.
Yeah, and now if you're Tiger Pop, you need Razo to win the set.
You're
because
out there.
if Razo wins, Tiger Pop is out in losers, Razo's in winners. If Rang wins the set, Tiger Pop is out, and these 2 are going to make it out of the group.
Oh, and that's... You couldn't ask for a better situation here for Rang. Your destiny in your own hands, and a matchup that you've shown that you've been proficient in. Down to the wire. I wouldn't have it any other way. Game 5 to decide who sees tomorrow.
Early string of offensive wild assault, something we haven't seen a lot from Leo so far, because burst in this matchup, that was jump D. It happens. Sometimes you get jump deflect when you go for jump D. It happens. We can't all be perfect. Oh no. Oh, clash cancel from both of them on the FD. Overhead Behemoth, the fuzzy! And that's a wall break. That hurts so much.
I mean, that fuzzy has had like a damn near 100% hit rate. The bionic elbow 2P into the Behemoth, set point for Rang.
Oh God. Wow, again, same thing Razo's tried there a few times. 268 a little far on the Behemoth, and then whiffs a little bit on the 6-4. Oh.
Just barely caught.
Caught the backdash, didn't get the pickup though again. Wow, all of these close flashes just hitting their mark, and take the wall, reset instead. Mix in the middle of the screen, gets a back throw.
Of course, it's drone. BRC backwards just to buy some room, but unfortunate nothing. 5P finds the mark. Headbanger's ball again with the close slash, taps the dust, and it's gonna close the round. Final game, final round.
Huge opportunity now. Razo even has burst too, which is so big here. Dashing in, 5P knocking on the door, backdashes from Rang. And Rang's been leading on that backdash a lot, which Razo's been calling out over and over.
Yeah, she's been so good across multiple sets in those situations here. 60% of your life left. Rang! But unfortunately, it's going down faster and faster. Burst is still available, and it's spending the gold burst.
Man, the gold burst success ratio so far from Rang. Wow, air dashes in and immediate block. Oh my! Okay, chance now. Rang's got to make it happen. The fuzzy again. It's hit air. Wow, that backdash saved Rang's life, but loses the corner on top of it. That's a punish. Didn't believe in it.
Yeah, no Behemoth there is massive. IBFD buys some room. Unfortunately, gets connected on once again. Damage starting to add up here, but doesn't kill.
Oh my God, burst available. 2P to keep it safe. Whiff on that. Burst again, the drone. Oh my. Challenge time from Razo. Dashes in for the throw. Has to burst. And she's going to build 50 first. Unless she gets negative penalty from the backdashes. Oh my god, 50-meter available, no anti-air, the dust, and Rang gets the job done just like that, meaning a 3-2 victory, sending Tiger Pop out of the bracket.
The JD, you saw it come out and it was fully committed. What a showing there. Incredible from Rang. As we said, your destiny in your own hands and able to close on it. No greater feeling and no greater way to be able to escape the shark-infested waters of Group C.
Yes, unless I did my math wrong, I believe that's how things shake out. We're going to get the official mathematician. Listen, I'm up here with an abacus.
Oh, yeah.
They're back there with their TI-83s figuring everything out, so we'll get the official count afterwards and then how it looks. But impressive stuff either way. Both, we mentioned earlier the situation with 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 in the group, and it comes down to game differential between all of them, and then it comes down to head-to-head after that, which is pretty easy in a group of 4 people for this to happen. If someone goes 0-3 and the rest just beat each other in a triangle, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 is like a pretty common scenario somehow in this kind of a group. So.
No, especially with how volatile the matchups can be, especially, again, considering this group, one of the most volatile groups that we've had today. It has been a there's been some violence for sure, but it's been well worth it. Guilty Gear Strive is continuing to cook. AWT continues to deliver. This has been a great showing so far from all of these players, man.
Yeah, and only one group to go as they do the math back there. Group D going to be a good one. A lot of the strongest players from Asia in that group, actually. A lot of them ended up out there, which this group we mentioned had a player from Japan, a player from South America, a player from the UK, and a player from the US. Pretty spread out amongst all the regions, although not the case for the next group we're going to have after this.
No, definitely agreed. And there's some interesting lore between the reasons things were picked as well. We do have an LCQ qualifier making it into that group later. So, some lore you'll get from that one for sure. But as we said, we're just waiting on the official call when it comes to Group C here, as as you said, our bracketologists back there are handling business.
Oh yeah, they're cooking back there. They literally just said almost done, which I believe. I think the math on that is correct, although I could be wrong. I could have carried the wrong 1 and the 2 and everything like that, so we'll have to find out. But it's also being updated live on Liquipedia. That's where I was looking, which is pretty nice. Good resource. If you saw me, I was looking down at my phone to like catch the map on Liquipedia. That's basically what was happening for me. I was like carrying the ones and doing all that. But yeah, that's kind of how these things go, if I'm not mistaken. I think 8 games apiece for Rang and Razo. And then the game differential between them two will come down. And then I don't think the head-to-head should be a factor because of the 7 wins on Tiger Pop's side.
I think that you're right, but again, we'll find it out as we go. But like you said, huge shouts to Incross and the gang. Liquipedia, huge resource. We are super blessed to have people updating that.
Yeah, very useful place to find information about all of that. And very useful for every website following along tours and stuff too. If you want to see where like all the players qualified from. Not only does it say it in all the graphics here and stuff like that, which is really useful and on the Arc World Tour website, but you can find it on Liquipedia as well. Both of those resources, I would just recommend opening another tab and just like having all of them on there. Very useful to see where all the players qualified and how they did and stuff like that.
Definitely agreed. But as we said, don't go anywhere. We're still getting our ducks in a row here, but Group D is still to come, as well as, again, tomorrow, as we've said, our finals. At Uni in the morning, everyone starting in winners is going to be absolutely ridiculous. And as we've said, production has told me, triple checked, here is our result, and it looks like Rang and Tiger Pop.
Should be Rang and Razo, right? 8 and 5, 8 and 6, if I'm not mistaken. Unless the arithmetic says, wait a minute, the game differential 7-5.
57.
Does 8 not beat 7? Am I just a simple caveman? Is that how that works? I guess the game differential math they're saying is higher.
Oh, so it looks like that is the way the cookie crumbles.
Rang in first, though, which is wild.
Yeah, absolutely. We thought we were like, wow, by the skin of his teeth. But no, looking like he might be out in winner. So Rang and Tiger Pop in the moment are able to survive and get through to the final stage, that final top 8 bracket. Incredible showing again from Group C. Wow.
I see. So it's game differential percentage and not exact game count, which also really matters because Tiger Pop got a 3-0 on Gobo.
Yes.
So not losing a single game there, not being 7-6 instead, really did matter for this group if that's the case. So there you go. Now you know. Makes sense to me. I gotta get a calculator again to do the math next time. I thought 8 was greater than 7, but I'm a fool.
Hey, listen.
And that's, you know, what happens sometimes.
We'll be here counting those on our hands, trying to figure it out for ourselves. But with that, that is going to be the end of Group C. But as we said, plenty more Guilty Gear to go. 4 more competitors to be cut down to 2 to finalize our top 8 bracket. The ARC World Tour Finals will continue in just a minute.
May the sky stay forever blue. We're done talking, Beelzebub. It's time for a reckoning. Belial, while you can still use that scheming tongue, any last words? On your toes! They won't let tragedy repeat itself! I'm not here for them. I'm here because I have a job to do. And a score to settle! I'll defend my vow at any cost! Paradise Lost! Are you watching, Lucifer?
Simple, but you always gotta press me when you run up in my face. I'm at the corner at the party feeling different. You sit near me pushing buttons, always thinking that you break. Spinning at me every single second that you kick. I've been trying to block you, it gets fuzzy with the stage rap. Patch it up, I bet you call me easier than needy, and then get greedy, run up, and it's just an L, man. You're so vanilla, it's like I wanted 3 out of 5. Skill issue and I'm throwing a strike. Danger, you feel anxious, I feel broken. You should thank me, glad I'm not who you remember. I ain't dead, so let me fly away. I know I'm supposed to be. Feel that lightning hit me twice. I'll let you fall in love for free. You can't lock me down again. Call me basic, call me cheap. They said danger, I was anxious. Now I just believe.
PlayStation tournaments are available for Guilty Gear Strive. Signing up is simple. Just head on over to the Guilty Gear Strive Game Hub on your PlayStation 5 and scroll through the upcoming tournaments carousel. You can also sign up directly in-game by clicking the PlayStation Tournaments button or by pressing triangle on the main menu. Tournaments are available all throughout the day, so it's really easy to find one that fits your schedule. Winning tournaments earns you special prizes like unique collectible PSN avatars that change every week. Keep an eye out for special events that offer greater rewards or qualifying spots for events like the ARC World Tour or even EVO. The MSI Claw handheld is a portable Windows PC powered by Intel. Take your game library with you on the go without having to worry about compatibility. Check out the Claw and MSI for all your PC hardware needs.
shit's blazing, still my heart is blazing. If the words kill me, I don't need a new one under you. Soon you will know, we already know the smell of the game.
Welcome back to the ARC World Tour Finals presented by PlayStation Tournaments. We are back with that Guilty Gear Strive. This time it's going to be Group D and myself, Ringe, along with Sajam for the ride to close out and figure out who's going to be our last remaining participants in top 8.
Yes, we'll have to see based on that. We just learned that game percentage is the first tiebreaker rule, and then the head-to-head is the thing to worry about afterwards. I always call it the first tiebreaker rule because, like, being 3-0 or 2-1 or whatever is like the first one, but like, does that really count?
No.
Like, I don't think that really counts as
yeah.
anything. So, and also the other thing I was gonna say about this the whole day, I have to say, I've been wanting to punch the bear. He's just so soft, and like Roger he's so tempting. Like every time I see him, I want one of these just so I could like body slam it, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like when you see something like that, I'm just so tempted every single time.
He'd
But
be-
of course, we got our group here.
He'd be a real good like online ranked companion, you know?
Yeah.
When you're feeling like taking it out on the stick or something like that, you just take it out on a very comfortable Roger. But of course, this is the group standings, and you can see all the different players that made it out through today. Of course, Jonathan Tene and Slash in Group A, Chuara and Daru Ino in Group B, Ring and Tiger Pop in Group C, and of course now we must determine who makes it out of Tatuma, Sanakon, Poka, and Red Ditto.
Yeah, some real gamers here. We were talking earlier about how the groups had, the last group we had 4 players from 4 different regions. This one a lot more Asia focused than our LCQ qualifier, right? So going to be interesting to see that, of course. I think the other 3 are probably a little bit more familiar with each other in their game plan. And then there's Red Ditto, 3rd place at EVO this year. I think a player who a lot of people know is an absolute beast and very, very, very good at the game, although hasn't been able to travel that much because he's a college student.
Working college, man.
And that's just how it goes. In fact, I had a Discord tournaments for Chipotle codes, and he entered literally every single one so he could eat. And he won, not a joke, $500 in codes.
Oh my goodness.
So he's got like, that's a lot. I mean, he might have eaten through all of it now, but like he won a lot of free food. So
That's what I'm talking about. He took care of at least a semester. He
Yeah.
probably could have stretched it more if he wanted to.
Oh, definitely. But let's take a look at our very first competitor ready on the stage.
Tatuma, the aggression when it comes to the soul bag guy, that is his signature trademark. Quite different from Jonathan Tene, right, who wants to sit back with punish you a little bit more. Tatuma's looking to get in your face quickly and to bring the offense to you, of course. And he's going to have a hell of a time doing it, trying to get in on his opponent. Let's take a look at Sanakon. Sanakon qualifying out of EVO Japan. You saw this man has been putting in work for quite some time now as well, and it's going to be an explosive match to say the least.
I like the sweater. I like the look of everything here. Yeah, and there's 2 Japanese players in this group, 1 player from Korea, 1 player from North America. So nice little spread here. And this should be the matchup we expect. Soul versus Happy Chaos. Really kind of the agency in this matchup is a lot on like Soul to initiate and make stuff happen. And play around the really great normals and like control that Happy Chaos has, right? He has Far Slash and 2S and 2K and just regular gunshot and steady aim to control space, and Soul on the other side. And Dash and 2K is very, very good in this matchup because under a lot of the stuff Soul wants to do. And it's on Soul to try to make something happen there. What a clash.
And just a sidebar, I appreciate Sanakon playing the best Happy Chaos color.
I like this color too, the golden gun.
Oh, yeah,
The man with
always.
the golden gun.
Always, bro. It fits his character archetype so well. And then the cross-up already letting Tatuma know you got to protect your neck. And we wake up with a DP like we talked about. Tatuma's going to be much more aggressive than the other soul in this tournament, John. The 10A ready to get in your face, willing to DP and all that.
Oh yeah, and definitely a weird interaction at the start of that too. He took space and took advantage and just got the situation off of it. 2D gunshot, BRC forward, looking to bait a DP, doesn't find it. Playing so passive on the offense because the fear of the reversal is just such a big threat. Mix up, reset with a roll, breaks it with the super easy piece. I love the tumble on the far slash into this. Doesn't break the wall, but the one gunshot on the floor. He just needs one, the full screen burst, the hero burst, the curse.
Oh my goodness, he's trying. He's FD for his life to protect from Chip, but the wild assault does it.
Oh my, the heroic burst if I've ever seen one. Full screen bursting on the gunshot.
That was definitely straight out of Ultra Academy.
It's going to be a knockdown here. Mix stays in the front, runs in, finds the gun flip. Wall is broken here. This time with the super, unlike last time.
That Ex Machina real quick, reload the bullets. Still good on the focus as well, but my goodness, the Tatuma beats him in the middle with a Volcanic Viper. Bandit Bringer after. YRC to relieve some of this pressure, please.
Ready with the DP on the cross-up on the roll. Takes the VV for the hard knockdown here into the corner for the Mix. Backdash on Wake Up, not scouted, and now because of that chance to take all the way to the other corner, gonna be a mix-up here. Jump S in the front, the YRC not baited.
Yeah, it looked like he was about to bait it for a second there, but did manage to clip him, allowing Tatuma this big opportunity here. He's going to take him to the wall, but leave him in the corner to try to finish this off before a wall break.
Yeah, and OTG misses!
Oh, what?
And that's going to be a super. It kept the combo, very simple 6S into that unfortunate OTG drop there. And the combo drop as well right before that, unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know if the combo drop was like if he was worried that the wall break damage wouldn't have killed, so he tried to keep the corner, but the OTG undeniable, right? Like, I don't know what happened.
Unfortunate, yeah.
And now Sonicon again, Wild Assault to force the issue here. Great tech throw from Tatuma though.
Wow.
Instant block on the Bandit Bringer. That means it's a punish. He just took the jab into a back throw though.
Yeah, not too bad. Just took the reset on the positioning and then Wild thrown for his trouble. Now Wild Assault pressure. YRC's to deny it. Doesn't go for the immediate roll, you know, expecting some kind of challenge there. Looney Tunes looking mix-up.
Yeah, exactly. Whipping something on the way up, then following with the cross-up button. And Sonicon managed to get out of it. And another DP on Wake Up though.
With Jump K, the classic. Every time I see it, it makes me laugh. Wild throw again, but loses the positioning in the corner. Trade combo.
Oh, thank you, sir. Take that all day, every day. And of course, opens him up with 2D after. Catching him, maybe trying to stay in IB, trying to stay in FD, get some space.
Nice. The mix on that, so tough to see. Jump D, suction afterwards makes the combo easy peasy and the burst.
We do not like the suction on that normal whatsoever.
Yeah.
And we're going to apply some pressure to go to headbutt. Got the headband on for a reason. I don't care about your halo.
And 2K finds his mark, takes the knockdown, gets the resources. Oh, unfortunate. Wall to wall on this, takes the mix up instead. No YRC just yet, and oh wow, 2D.
2D as a response. That took some cojones from Tatuma, but man, putting him on the table here. Trying to backdash with the clone, prevented him from going anywhere. Oh my goodness, now you still in Cappy Chaos' world, tries to bait something out. Didn't give it to him and missed the gunshot. We got a big shot for Tatuma now.
Point blank shot is a no-go 6S, committed on it, and the OTG gets the mark this time.
That was nice, that was nice. Quick RC low right there. As soon as he took to the sky, it's very visually hard to just react to and kind of train yourself to go a different direction. So love that from Tatuma, tying up the set already.
Yeah, instant mix, very, very difficult to spot.
Oh my God.
Second hit, commits, blocks the burst. That was a rowdy burst. We are big committed on that one. And he eats the punish to the wall. It's going to be a wall break on top of it.
To me, that felt like Sonicon had really strong intel, right? Like the fact that he was ready to just immediately jump cancel that in such an aggressive spot from Tatuma. And man knows he's playing against an animal.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I'm sure that exact sequence against Soul players in Tower has happened many, many times in this guy's life.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I like the concentrate super too. He was down on resources and just supposed to immediately pop it.
Yeah, let's get all the backdash. Fortunate timing right there. Gets clipped by the beginning of the BRC, which means it's a free punch.
Yeah, just a rough spot to be in. Obviously no burst because the round's pretty much lost at that point. Got to save it for the next one.
The belt buckle punish.
Wow, 2K going under. That's one of those things. It's difficult for Soul to deal with low profile 2Ks and stuff like that. That's a punish. Does not burst that time though. We'll win a back throw.
Indeed, because of that, now Tatuma has turned the tides a little bit. While Assault staying close, nullifying all the FDs, even throwing when he sees the shield come out.
YRC, but he does lose the corner, and that's why he takes the wild throw to get it back.
Very smart recognition right there, using the side switch of the wild throw. Now we got OTG, and we're going to get the throw again here. My man is just trying to bully him down.
2S buffer, so good. Doesn't get the kill, but the little walk back toe tap with the 2K. Round a piece here. This pivotal third game.
Absolutely, we're going to see O goes up. Made it past him. We even saw the FD trying to prevent that.
Doesn't go for any roll just yet. Just strings them up, finds the low. 2K gun flip, keeps the combo nice and short, actually.
I love him going low right there, whether it's to kind of thwart somebody trying to use an OS throw against the roll, or in general just trying to get more space. That's a drop. Indeed it is.
Gonna be a punish here. Vortex. Gonna try to make it wall to wall here with the jump D. HVV wall splat.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good, I gotta say. Tatuma now is gonna have the positive bonus. Still got a lot of momentum to build, but the second hit of the revolver does clip Gabby Chaos.
And he waits for the burst. Oh my god, he is deader than dead. Just a two-piece, easy does it.
Beautiful stuff right there, Tatuma. What a turnaround. You give this man an inch and he takes a mile, as the cliche goes.
Yeah, just so brutal. That turnaround so quickly. Finds the positive bonus, finds the hit and the bait afterwards, and everything falls apart so quickly in this matchup sometimes.
Yeah, most def. You can hit him towards the end of that jump S right there. And again, Sanakon doesn't want to face that consequence first out.
What a block and a punish, and there's the burst. Sees the steady aim, immediately goes for it.
Just trying to headbutt him.
Wake up close slash again. We saw Jonathan Tene doing the same thing earlier.
Yeah, they like it. A close slash. They know players are going to be trying to bait out DPs via walking back now, right? You can't throw them anymore, so opens the door for stuff like that. So now we continue to apply the pressure in the corner.
Oh, he had to flee there because that jump H whiffed and he didn't want to commit to anything else, but that gets a lot of space to Sanakon in here. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, and unfortunately, Success is absorbed by the clone. And then the long distance roll through. Again, Sanakon is so good at pinpointing those distances where he can roll through from a very far distance away.
Yeah, doesn't get the wall break. He's actually down on concentration here. This is going to be hard. He's got like 1 or 2 bullets here, although it's building back now.
And he said, oh, but Tatuma finds the hit. Just as Sanakon gets comfortable with his resources, drops it, but picks it back up for the headbutt and round victory.
Yeah, kind of a weird combo situation in the corner. I think he just wanted like 5K success to keep it simple. Didn't quite combo, but picked it up very nicely as we see the wall breaker early here. Jumps. Oh my. Uh-oh.
Tuma's got a chance now. Let's go Wanasol, press the gas, but man, what a press back from Sanakon, and now it's my corner.
Yeah, and breaks it with success instead. His resources are really low here. No bullets.
Oh, man.
Yeah, okay, this is going to be a reload. In the middle of the combo, and the super fills you all the way up.
Ex Machina once again, fully loaded clips on the other side. You know how it is. Positive bonus as well, just eats the jump S, but nonetheless gonna put the clone up, and the concentration, the curse, everything. This is full Happy Chaos right now.
Oh, and he whiffs. No bullet. Oh
no.
Oh my god, the scariest 2P. If that gets counter hit close S, it's burst or not, and then it guess for the round.
And that was so scary right there. Sanakon low on resources. That was definitely open. And Tatuma finally finds a throw on the roll. Burst up, working out.
Yeah, it looked like he blocked for a second and then saw that there was nothing happening and then swung right into the gold burst.
And unfortunately.
Wow, immediate challenge on that as well. Counter hit, 5H, big damage, and drop the combo.
Indeed, could have been big damage, but I hear ends up going low after the quick RC once again. Caught him, it looked like backdashing towards the end of it. Tatuma able to close out the set, 3-1 over Sanakon.
Close one there. And it's definitely always like that in this matchup too, where like Soul is really, it's just the onus is on him to force, and it just felt like he couldn't quite slow him down in the way he wanted to in mid-range with Happy Chaos there, which is sort of the nature of kind of what you expect, I think, in this matchup, to be honest.
100%, man. Yeah, definitely. And Tatuma really making that aggression work for him, not getting too overzealous about it, right? Really picking his spots carefully. That's what you got to do when a character can put up a wall like Happy Chaos can. Incredible stuff. Off to a very nice start. Of course, the 3-1. The game win percentage definitely going to be in the favor of Tatuma. Looking good, man, going forward to start Group D.
Yeah, very solid stuff from him. Good soul player, very aggro, down to pull up, down to be a little scrappy, which is always the scariest kind. And that sets us up for our next player, which is going to be a good one, of course. And your favorite player, you got to let us know at home with the PlayStation vote. Of course, vote for your favorite player, the PlayStation vote that you can see in the chat. There's a link down there that you can grab and tell us who you've been watching all weekend and a big fan of from any of our games and see who's sick. Thanks to them, Sony and PlayStation, of course, working with us here on the Arc World Tour Finals, as well as all of you at home for not only watching, but getting your vote in as well.
Yes, precisely. There's been so many dope players today, and we still haven't met two of them, right? We still got two to introduce here in Group D. Let's take a look at Poca. Oh man, checking himself out on the big screen. He's like, oh, it's over. It's like, hey, it's me again.
He was looking at himself on there. The crowd excited, of course, for Poca.
That's awesome, man. Definitely loving the vibes already here. And he's going to be going up against our LCQ winner, Red Ditto. You know, we all get our Reds confused from time to time. It's fine. Red Ditto in the building, ready to show out and show up against Poca. Obviously looking incredible in the LCQ, and he's looking to carry that momentum here into the group stage and hopefully top 8.
Chipotle's strongest warrior, of course, battling up there. See how he does. And this is a very young man match, actually, right? I mean, true. College age on the right there, and Poca's like 16, 17 years old, I think, if I remember correctly. Very, very young. A few years ago, we watched that EVO Japan finals, and we were like, who's this like 13 or 14-year-old kid with a happy cat? Like, who is this? And then now, all the way over here in the U.S., up against Red Ditto. So they're doing a little bit of button checking, but very, very strong players here, and I think very talented young players with a bright future, definitely, in whatever they choose to focus on, honestly.
Yeah, 100%, right? You're going to tell just the way they go about the game and the way they've learned Guilty Gear Strive that they understand how to get good. And understanding how to get good really carries over through whatever venture you take in life. So definitely looking forward to seeing these two battle out for many years to come. But of course, we got to start right now. It's going to be Group D match number 2. Red Ditto going up against Poca. Let's see who gets off to a hot start for their group.
The Leo Whitefang.
Ooh. For Poca, of course, we were expecting the Happy Chaos. Our man has given us a remix.
Yeah, and this is the land of Leo. There's been so many people playing this character since the start of the game, and I think really represented here in the US Lock. Got the rock all the way to the wall. Super wall break immediately, gets the swords back and the pressure, and Red Ditto very clinical. This kind of offense is very difficult to deal with as well. Tap dust on that. Gonna be a wall break here with the sword at the tail end of this. Not enough to kill, but the control and meter and life situation so brutal here for Poca.
Oh,
and
man,
that fadeaway.
Beautiful right there, just combo and the kicks back to back. And that was a great point to bring up, Jam, right? Like, North America has had, I think, inarguably the strongest Leo play throughout Strive's lifespan. So going up against somebody from United States with Leo, it's a questionable choice.
Yeah, and Ram, too. There's a lot of Ram players here, right? As well. These two characters are very popular here. And immediate drop in the dose. Gonna be wall break on this.
Oh my goodness, bringing it all the way up. The combo counter. Almost going off the screen.
Doesn't find the whip punish. 5K sword toss coming out and gets mixed on top of it. Game 1, the perfect for Red Ditto here.
Nah, that gave me whiplash on that one, brother.
He just put the X up like, my bad, my fault. I should not have done that to you. He's like, my fault.
Let's go back.
I'm going back to character select to hit you with the, you know what? My mistake.
I should have recognized your gangster when it comes to this matchup. My bad.
Yeah, this guy's pretty good, it turns out. Happy Chaos immediately the swap here for Poco.
100%. Like, it was barely, I think Red Ditto took one hit in the 2 rounds. So definitely expect to see a closer match here. Of course, Red Ditto, I mean, he's been on a tear, man. One of the most calculated players, one of the ones that does their homework the most and the smartest.
Yeah, and this spot right here, full cranked risk. It's such a bad spot. Sword's about to come back. Rock in the meantime baits the burst.
Oh my.
It's just so clinical, right? That's the problem. This is just so normal and at home that Ditto is so ready for it. And this character, every single week fighting online, posting the same gif of that one guy when he's top 8 of TNS. Like Red Ditto's been here a million times fighting Jack and all these other Happy Chaos players. So.
Yeah, man, it's not going to be much that Red Ditto is going to get caught off guard by at this point. And you could see exactly him showing that's a testament to his practice.
Yeah, and the 6H afterwards, too. Very nice pickup after that Wild Assault confirmed earlier. Finally, a hit for Poca. Feels like the first time we've seen him play the game.
100% getting an offensive sequence, getting a wall break, maybe some positive bonus behind this will do him some good, but he just runs into a sword. And now we're already at the corner. 100% Tetra going to use 50 on that on the YRC, and then the BRC setup. Well done.
Yeah, finds the hit there, and no block on the burst there. I thought he actually went for it, but it was an air dash in the middle of the air. Sword toss pressure now. Deflect shield doesn't get him too far away, unfortunately, for Poca, and all that just to get hit at the very end. He's like, okay, sword toss gone, sword toss gone. Now it's finally time for me to game, and then, of course, gets clipped and opened up 2-0 very quickly here for Red Ditto.
Yeah, for real. Speed running this set. Red Ditto bringing the crowd alive as well. California boy after all.
SoCal's finest. 3rd place at Evolution this year, so a lot of people very familiar with the gameplay.
Yes, indeed. And now he's picking up right where he left off in this game 3. Already the positivity, the vibes are on his side.
On a backdash. Didn't get him quite out, but I like the decision making that we saw right there.
Agreed. Now again, just looking at FD, backdash, find his space, tried the flip out, but Poca scouted it well.
Burst on the table, tried to bait it right there. I like the idea, and then there's the timing that works out correct for Red Ditto. BRC back, 6P on time, but didn't believe in it because it was a regular hit.
Yeah, I'm still glad Poca, I mean, with the wherewithal to even push the 6P out after that first whiff, making sure to cover his bases. That was extremely well done. And now the Ex Machina, let the shots ring out.
Yeah, a lot of burst built on that super, but you have to spend it there to get the kill, so it's totally worth it.
Absolutely. Now Red Ditto, as you mentioned though, over that threshold for the Wild Assault and Deflect Shield. See if he uses either one, or we're just going to build back to the burst right now. He's got cornered, locked down, and the backdash clipped.
That is a brutal starter, too. Huge damage on this. Burst available at the end of this, but man, that hurts.
Yeah, that's real bad.
Poca, nice adjustments here. Winning rounds start making more offense happen. This is scary, though. Where's the burst timing here on Poca? And into the corner on the 6H is brutal for Red Ditto. Caught, stand teching. That's the kill. Poca staying alive.
That was so sick from Poca right there, right? Because you know, like, when you burst your opponent into the corner on a situation like that, you know they want the corner back, right? So I love the dash up into the back dash, baiting out the back throw attempt from Red Ditto. Beautiful.
Wow, the 6P spacing on that, too, knowing that jump S is going to come in at that spacing. And again, early burst from Poca, not baited this time, Red Ditto. The Rock!
The Rock, bro, you got to respect it. Highest paid actor in Hollywood.
That's true. He's the same guy. Every movie. That's
guy.
Ram, every patch, the same character. And I wonder if Poca just missed something there, IBFD or whatever the attempt was, just gets hit mid on Wake Up.
Yeah, definitely one of those situations, right, where such a tight timing that you'll see players just get hit sometimes out of it.
Oh, runs forward to get out of the way of the sword toss, but well scouted by Red Ditto, and 2K hitting its mark. Gonna build super very soon here. Built it at the last second with the run forward.
Literally the forward momentum building into the Mortomato. Red Ditto here continuing to smother Poca. Try not to let him play in this set.
Nice block. Important to stay alive there. Wild Assault to get the pressure. The Rock was the last opportunity to extend, and now the sword is back. Red Ditto running and finding the hit. 3-1 just like that. Oh, paper beats Rock.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Double paper on the Rock.
That was sick. What an adjustment.
What an adjustment. Even out of the match, Red Ditto with the adjustments.
Yeah, legitimately.
Oh my God, he tried to smother the Rock and then he hit him with the reverse.
That is smooth adaptation from Red Ditto in and out of game. Taking it 3-1. Very, very nice.
Forbidden techniques I've never seen before.
Definitely harnessing some dark arts. That's what you gotta do when you're a Ramlethal player, though. You're very familiar with that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Those are the only methods he knows, the dark arts. So Poca going to be staying up on the stage there. Usually, you know, we have our first 2 matches. Somebody's going to be staying up there because the other players have all played each other, so there's going to be a swap. So Poca up there, going to be playing against someone who's nice and hot off of his set against the other Happy Chaos player in the group, which means, you know, very familiar with the matchup, got to watch that, feeling comfortable. I think pretty tough hot seat to be in for Poca.
100%. Now Tatuma going to be looking to start his group 2-0. Like you said, Poca's got to really come back, try to adjust his game plan pretty heavily, right? Dealing with the Ramlethal, dealing with Red Ditto, who seemingly had every answer at every angle. Now you got to deal with Tatuma, who is ready to get in your face in an instant, right? So bouncing back after a loss like that, getting your composure. Tatuma's the type of player that you're not going to have time to really sit back and try to collect yourself in-game. You got to do it now between the sets.
Yeah, now, too, it's like so important to wrestle back some control in this because going down 0-2 means the group is going to be over for you, most likely, right?
Pretty
Unless
much.
some wild stuff happens. So Tatuma, and again, 2-0 in the group is not out yet. That's the other problem either.
No.
You know, we saw earlier Razzle went up 2-0 and then had that game win percentage situation at the very end where it came all the way down. So this is very, very scary. You're not out just because you're 2-0, right?
100%. Even Jonathan Teddy in Group A, right? Like, if he doesn't win that last match, like, there could have been some math and the way it played out where he wouldn't have made it out either. So definitely it's all about getting those W's. Obviously, you can't rest on your laurels of a 2-0. Gotta make sure you go for the entirety of the sweep. That's exactly what Tatuma is aiming for here to continue that streak. Try to get up to 2-0. And of course, Poca fighting to keep his life alive. That Sajam said, going down 0-2, it spells nigh the end when it comes to making it out of the group.
Oh, you won't catch me letting Happy Chaos players warm up Kara gun flips. I'm just saying. Tatuma up there, you're too nice. If I saw Kara gun flip 6 times in a row, I'd be like, listen there, buddy boy, those hands are staying cold. Nicer than me, that's for sure.
I like that. Making sure the tech when it comes to the button checks is also on point.
That, you know, that's what I was saying earlier. If an Asuka player starts doing Kara, you know, cubes and reloading and mana, I'm pausing and saying, are your buttons good?
Yeah, you're good? You ready? Let's get started. No hand warmers here.
That's all I'll say. If you're a tournament player out there and you're trying to win, something to consider.
That's a good piece of advice. I like that. So we're going to see here that it, you know, didn't take your advice on this one. Let Poca warm up quite a bit. We'll see how clean the execution looks. Of course, on the other hand, Tatuma, not really concerned about that usually, it feels like, right? Just try to get his opponent's face. He's like, it's all good. You can practice all those offensive capabilities, but you ain't going to get to play when you're coming up against me.
But yeah, I think the advantage in a few of these groups, this came up earlier as well, where there's 2 of the same character in the group. A lot more of your prep time can be focused on one particular matchup, which is, I think, quite advantageous, right? Like being able to go into this saying, I'm going to play Soul versus Happy Chaos twice, right? That means that your prep is really effective here into this matchup because, you know, if you get those 2 wins, then a lot of the prep can be spent on that, and I think it's very, very valuable to consider for this. Whereas if you're Poca, you have to, you know, prep for 3 different characters in the group, right? Which is a little bit more kind of difficult to spread yourself around and try to deal with all that kind of stuff. So
yeah, the efficiency in terms of the time and energy spent, right, is just going to be exponential when it comes to facing multiple characters of the same kind, or of the exact same one, I should say. Now Tatuma, oh my goodness, what a start to that. And another great timing on the burst, but it doesn't matter. Tatuma just waking up with the S.
And then he gets to run across the entire stage with the mix-up there after the Fafnir knockdown. And he just runs across the whole thing.
And sounding exactly like that.
Oh, wow, it low profile the 2K.
Still landed on that. That was so strange.
Wall break immediately. And Tatuma hands on his head immediately. He's like, like I messed that all up.
He's got to compose himself, right? Have that short-term competitive memory. Oh my goodness, that insta-block kept him on the same side.
Yeah, it was like a delivery right to your doorstep, just fell on top of you.
Shit. Drone dropping it off.
Yeah, in depth to the DoorDash delivery. Oh my, double dust.
Oh my god, the forbidden stuff right there. And locks him out of the burst as soon as he gets wall splat. Gets smoked.
Yeah, and a pretty long round there too in the first round. After like some immediate offense worked out for Tatuma, it didn't really turn into anything too gigantic.
And now you're cursed up, and the lock-on is there. Aim assist all day, every day.
Oh, and he was so patient on it too until the last second there. I love that we're seeing Poca, and the same kind of thing we saw earlier. Like walk up, wait, or backdash, looking for DP, and being patient around it multiple times in a row, putting out that respect. Clones out. Wow, what a 5K pickup there as well. Air-to-air jump P this time. Look at this make-believe combo.
Legitimately, right? Just picking it up off the bullets and making do with what it is, and then reacting. No YRCs for you, fam. Shuts it down.
Yeah, nice. Pretty brutal on that. And just the control on the offensive sequencing. You know, there's situations where the approach just gets stuffed back to back to back by multiple options that are all strong, smart responses. Just really clean gameplay in that first set there from Poca.
And people can be so tricky when they take to the skies, right? Whether it's like a delayed air dash, an RC to slow you down, a double jump, in the Soul's case, you get Bandit Bringer.
Yeah.
So I really love the fact that Poca is just meeting him in the air, right? He's like, I will just take the air to air. I know it's not a big damage combo, but it sets me up to win the round long term. So I'm loving the game planning here. Oh my, thrown out of the Wild Assault.
That's unfortunate.
That hurts a lot. It's a Tuma using his own Wild Assault. Gets the splat and gets the Titans. Right.
Yeah, and a ton of damage on this, plus mix-up afterwards. Doesn't have the safe jump and blocks and punishes. Easy peasy kill on this.
Yeah, that's all he needed for the round to be in the books. Of course, Poca, no hero bursting here. Gonna solidify his spot for the second round.
Wow. And full charge steady aim in the face, no curse on deck. Throws it again.
He's waiting for it. You can see what he's scouting now. He's willing to just take and be disciplined about everything else. Nice Bandit Bringer punish.
Yeah, IB gets the punish afterwards, reloads the bullets, takes the curse for the wall break. Wow, what a headbutt.
On the Bandit Revolver, and then baits out the DP expertly. Locks him out of the burst as well with the wall splat. The Ex Machina is going to put him on life support.
Yeah, chip's a problem. One roll into a cross of gunshot's a problem. There's not a lot of easy ways to get back into this round. Oh, bang, bang. Just puts the brakes on, 3 shots, reloads, and the tap. Oh my, tap does get thrown. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
Immediate burst here. He's got to make his way back in, but he had to reload the bullets. Bandit Bringer RC down, and he DP'd midair. Oh my goodness, gets the 2 actually do this. He hits it. Dust is blocked and gets the 2K after. Poca somehow survives.
But he loses the burst, which is such a big factor here. If Soul gets a hit early, it could be fireworks, and such a problem because of that. Oh, I think he tried to throw tech and he got dust on defense there.
100%.
Wow, no shot, that's the confirmed.
Went right into the Volcanic Viper. Amazing stuff from Tatuma, and that's what this grants, right? That Volcanic Viper routing now. Such a big reward off these whip punishes.
Yeah, VV, or having the ability to do Vortex and having the ability, wow, the delay on that too. To do Fafnir on combos like that is so important for Soul.
And again, now cursed up. Oh, he's trying to break his ankles with it. This has been so good from Tatuma though. Finally gets opened up.
And no burst into the last second because of the Wild Assault whip on the 6S. Clones in the way, both of them going for the air throw. Finds the counter hit. Huge damage on this. Raw VV to beat the wall splat, not enough.
Man, he still has no bullets though, Poca. Fighting with an empty clip. He uses the Wild Assault and catches the Tatuma. We've seen him throw it consistently. Might have been too far on that one.
Oh, he's gonna reload shot. Curses on 3 bullets and he missed. Oh, the /slash miss and an opportunity. He squeezes by right after.
My goodness, literally threading the needle with the Bandit Revolver. Oh man, nail biting set so far as we are tied up early.
Oh, and that was going to be wall splat on that. Did not want to see the end of that. There was no RC to bait it either, so free burst.
Yeah, definitely didn't want to give his opponent the positive bonus. Nice just adjustment for Tatuma here, blocking the roll.
Yeah, wall break, a potential option here. Didn't have to go for it, but... And no concentration there for the super as well, so...
Makes sense. Ooh, wild throw. You got 100% tension on Poca's side, and wow, what a call out!
Dash block throw, knowing there was going to be some kind of stagger there.
That was huge. Toss ends up counter-hitting Tatuma again. Maybe looking for a throw from that distance.
Nice, and the Wild Assault for the confirm. Takes the throw afterwards. Not enough to kill. One guess for the round. Nicely blocked. The mix afterwards too. No bullets available, but finds the 2K 2D.
A little stagger pressure up, resetting it after the 2P. Finds the rhythm to poke out Tatuma in the end.
Wow, what a fadeaway jump P.
Bro, his air combat has been A1. See again, putting the curse on him. Oh, Manages to get out of the backdash, getting clipped by the 6S. The activity.
Oh. He saw that hit, but he hit confirmed a little too late on the special cancel there.
This time the Volcanic Viper being wrung out. Brandon Bringer on the ground does still get thrown after Poka. Oh, that IB ends up pushing him back to the original side, but still makes the most of it. Tries to bait out a burst, doesn't give it to him. Tatuma instead using the Wild Assault here. He's trying to use that burst gauge offensively. He has pushed the risk gauge so high, but he can't find the combo to cash out. Poka going up 2-1.
Yeah, now it's getting a little dicey. Those IBs, risk gauge getting cranked. One close slash could have been curtain, so it got very, very scary there for a second. This is a big one here, too, because, I mean, if he wins this, suddenly this group is real scrappy. It's going to be 1-1, 1-1, 1-0, 0-1, and if Red Ditto lost the next set, everybody could be 1-0 or 1-1 in it, so, you know, somebody is going to be doing some arithmetic.
100%. We can get into the mud real early if Poka manages to take down Tatuma here. The picture will be a little bit clearer if Tatuma is able to bring these games back, but of course, it's only going to be 3-2 at most if he does do that. Poka has a chance to get that game win percentage pretty high right now if he gets the 3-1.
He still has the water in his mouth.
Oh, word?
He took a sip, and he just now has the water. Now the water's gone. He was holding that. Water cooling?
A technique I have not seen before.
Literally water breathing technique. Grabbing the sword.
Man, it's a master of all the elements. Oh, nice right there. Bringing out the 6B as he saw the long distance, the Air 5, the Air 10, I should say, from Heavy Chaos.
Oh, man, that's a wall break early. No hard knockdown, though, means Happy Chaos has space.
Oh. Magic Clip with a 5K, catches the startup. I wasn't sure if that was Bringer or Revolver. Either way, managed to shut it down. Great block in the dust regardless.
Oh, it was too far, and he's out of there, slipping away. One bullet.
I wonder if he stand FD block that better Revolver, but it doesn't matter. Throws him. The dust attempt. The Tuma. Hard down.
Oh, man, and that curse. There's the throw again. Wow, nice mix on that as well. Hard knockdown chance for a mix-up again. Catches him airborne. This hurts.
That backdash getting deleted. Oh my, yeah. Tatuma ties up the set in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, that was a ton of damage on that. That's the thing about Soul and like any character who's like that. If it's like SH wall splat super, it's gonna just destroy your life bar, right? That's the scary thing about that. Like 2 hits wall slump into that is just brutal to eat, so.
Man, oh man, 2-2. Wow,
the
pre-game 5 handshake, I love it.
Still has the water, by the way. Water breathing technique.
Refilled, brother, reloaded.
Water cooling going on as we speak.
And now, gonna see in the corner already. Poka, oh, steady aimed in his face. Tatuma here cursed up once again. Means the lock on is instant, but not as instant as the 6H. Able to get some breathing room because of it, using that Wild Assault. Trying to push him to the other side. The risk gauge, you in the wrong neighborhood, fam.
Oh, God, this is so much damage. Still has risk. Oh, my God, he dies.
That's what happens, bro. You wearing blue and your risk gauge is in the red zone? It's not a good look.
Oh, so much damage on that. 2K, jump to get wall bounce or ground bounce there. And now a chance for the wall break, takes the mix instead.
He's actually managing to find the dust this time. Wall slum not kept, instead wants the positive bonus.
Yeah, single reload on that, so 1 bullet, no bullets left, and there's the reload.
Indeed, off that knockdown, get the 4 bullets up, great block. Trying to deflect shield, but Poka plays perfectly around it. Gonna be able to punish it all the way to the wall, and we're going through it one more time via the Ex Machina.
Yeah, pretty rough spot there. Already committed to another option, solid deflect shield. Easy 2S, steady aim whip punish. Curses out. Anything will do it. Bang, the headshot there.
Oh my goodness. Violent. As we get to our last round between these two, Tatuma and Poka. Tatuma looking for a 2-0. Poka looking to make everybody 1-1.
Oh, whip punish on the 6S and the side swap on top of it. Immediate burst.
Indeed, and cursed up again here. Tatuma, I mean, he's got, I was going to say, doesn't have many resources to fight it out. Going to be tough to defend in this scenario.
Oh, and a trade on that. Good for Poka here. Trying to hold space, doesn't find it. Tatuma gonna pull up. Resources available. And a deflect shield. Oh, jump K. A little far. What a 6P.
Yes, indeed. After the NOS, the Nitrous get out. Ooh, the wild throw into the PRC, keeping the corner. Volcanic Viper, the wall break doesn't do him in just yet. No
Pixel
bullets.
Looking for the FD. Curse is on though, and Chip will do it. Gonna have to block it out. IBFD to get a little bit of space. He has to hold FD and a back throw. Chip is the problem. Wake up, Far Slash does it. 2-0 Tatuma in the group.
And again, right, not being able to beat DPs with throw causes people to do that now. You have to sit there and wait for the DP, block it out with the FD because Chip also would have killed, created that moment of hesitation, which Tatuma took full advantage of. The Far S came out and sealed the set, giving him a 2-0 start to Group D.
Yeah, and that back-to-back for Poca is a rough one to have to play on the set, obviously, right? So just back-to-back games like that, 0-2 for him in the group, which puts him in a very tough spot, unless there's some kind of 3-0, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 scenario, something like that.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. The next two are going to be up on the stage. Another Happy Chaos gamer for Red Ditto to have to deal with here.
Indeed, indeed. We saw Red Ditto able to take down his opponent, Poca, beforehand, but now he's going to have to deal with Sonicon. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. Ditto already, the crowd coming alive, as we talked about. SoCal Zone, definitely been electric here tonight when he's playing.
Yeah, especially when NorCal was making so much noise earlier with Tene. Obviously, I think SoCal was like, all right, we got to fight for our boy in Group D as well. And I'm sure the thing is about watching Poca earlier, Sonicon probably was like, I have to play this person next, and this is looking like he knows the matchup. So, you know, you might have to do a little bit of studying, a little bit of studious ways. The thing is there's so much footage of Red Ditto versus Happy Chaos in general, right? Because of all that strong Happy Chaos players here. There's probably like 15 to 20 Tampa Never Sleep sets between Jack and Red Ditto that you can find within the last like year alone. So
100%, of course. And also want to remind the folks at home, you can vote right now for the PlayStation Player of the Day. You can see the link at the bottom of your screen right now. We had some very amazing sets, not only in Guilty Gear Strive, but Granblue Fantasy Versus as well. So I'm very excited to see who actually wins today after, of course, Blue Sky Guy BSG took it home yesterday. There's been some amazing performances, including Jonathan Tene with a 3-0, and 2 of those W's coming at 3-game comebacks after being down 0-2. He's probably my favorite right now, but I'm biased, of course. So we'll see who gets it by the end of the day as we whittle down on Group D.
Yeah, exactly. And we have a little update here on the situation. So very, very strong showing so far for Tatuma, obviously. 2-0 in the group. Very big. And Poca, pretty rough spot to be 0-2 in the group right now, right? But could be the same place. Sonicon, obviously, 0-1 in that set. Going to be fighting against Red Ditto next. And Red Ditto's only win was against the other Happy Chaos player in the group. So gave him a little bit of data, perhaps, on what to do in this matchup.
Yeah, perhaps. It's going to be up to Sonicon to really figure out the holes in the Red Ditto game plan. As we mentioned, Red Ditto just grinds so much, has so much matchup experience against the characters in this group. Even Tatuma, right? Even though the Jonathan Tene style of Soul is maybe a little bit of a hindrance, actually, when coming up against Tatuma style. But nonetheless, right, like, Red Ditto picked this group for a reason. He did win the LCQ, which meant he got to pick between Group A and Group D. And you can see he picked Group D and has been confident about his matchups. And, I mean, with one game only in the books, he looked very dominant in that one set.
Yeah, I'm sure that this group, like Happy Chaoses and Souls, are a lot more comfortable probably for like the kind of player that he is and who he fights against all the time. So
yeah, exactly.
Sword toss, push to the corner early. Rekka, third Rekka interrupted there. Early hit into the corner. Love the challenge, and then now the positioning here. Wow, throw tech immediately. PRC baited by the air movement from Red Ditto.
Clean, block the pull, and then immediately press it on the ground as well. Ditto knows when to take his turn. And then, beats the clone, swings after. Rock also brings him close to the guard crush. Oh my goodness, the suffocation begins.
Mix time, and that air dash back, same mix-up we saw earlier. No meter on the wall break, but positive bonus means that Red Ditto going to be building 50 pretty fast here, which is why we see the BRC instead from Sonicon try to take advantage. 5P gets beaten out there. And 5K check doesn't work out. Rekka, sword toss, mix time, empty jump low, and the tap explosion on the other side.
Man, yeah, the Ingle sword toss is setting up the mix-up. It's just been so potent from Red Ditto. This man is a setup fiend after all, so once they gave her more abilities to do so, he's been making the most of it.
Far slash check into the corner early, sword toss, and now you got to deal with it. Doesn't go for the burst, which is trying to be baited by Red Ditto the entire time they're playing around it, and that's an instant pop on the wall, which means burst is going to be hard to find value out of here for Sonicon.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, definitely looking rough for the man. Wake up backdash, BRC catches him low, waiting for the burst. Sonicon delayed it enough to catch Red Ditto.
It's going to be a wall break here. Ditto not bursting, very disciplined.
Yeah, 100%. He's going to try to fight it out here without bursting too early. Of course, he just needs one more round on Sonicon, so best believe he's going to look for it regardless. Gets the gold burst off. That means the positive bonuses in tow. Going to make the most out of this meter build.
And the sword toss there, running out of meter, running out of space to move. Although there was FD gauge available, but it looked like he just didn't believe he needed it just yet.
Yes, indeed. And that was a big chunk of chip that occurred at the end. Red Ditto off to a hot start.
On a round start, immediate dash, 2K, 2D curse, 5H whip punished by the gun.
Yes, indeed. Sonicon, a real great beginning to this round. Considering he's already gotten the burst from Red Ditto. Also managed to find a whip punish, but the rock brings him close.
A little too far for that 2D there. And 5H, huge starter there. Both swords down, looking like the intro on this stage when they showed the trailer.
Literally.
Fade away jump S, sword toss available again, and so is the other one. What a block!
For real, Sonicon. Showing off the defense right now, trying to bait something out too, so disciplined. And then the micro dash out, incredible stuff. What a turnaround.
Takes the resources, takes the throw. And another one. No meter to defend either. That's gonna do it.
Like that, really catching on to the fact that Red Ditto was also gonna be disciplined. Ready to down, back it out. Sonicon made him pay for that dearly. Now we got the curse on again and laying the shots out. Stayed in front on the roll. Only to set up the cross up.
Oh, a little late on that too, no mix, and now huge opportunity here for Red Ditto. Gonna be a wall break, and the super's available.
Mortabato for the advantage on the other side. Once again, stringing him up here. Has built to the tension himself. Are we gonna see a setup? Not quite yet.
Yeah, just waiting there, far slash, punishes the landing frames, easy pickup. And now this round looking very tough.
Yeah, just as his first positive bonus ended, just refreshed it. Wow. Dancing on his dome right there, but not enough for the kill until the interruption on the dust. Red Ditto striking back.
Yeah, that mix-up was pretty dastardly, I can't lie. No combo off of it, but I don't know how you expect someone to block that. Jump H round start.
Yeah, Red Ditto, he saved it to where it might have killed at the end, right? Sonicon was very low health. So I don't blame him for going for it in that instance. I like it a lot.
Trying to backdash and challenge a little to a disadvantage, so Sonicon gets advantage here. Knockdown, stagger 2K, pressure BRC available, gets the back throw, and now the sword's back and the rock too. You have to survive a lot here as Happy Chaos 6P on defense, and that's gonna do it, barring a drop. Red Ditto 2-0.
And is dancing on his opponents right now. These Happy Chaoses, this is what he does. 9 to 5, check in, check out. Red Ditto looking clean.
Already check round start.
That's what I'm saying. He's not scared of him whatsoever. And we already in the red risk gauge as well. You are going to explode. Oh my goodness, the dust is there. No counter hit necessary.
Yeah, and had 50 because of all that extended pressure as well, so pretty brutal. Jump H high on block, but very difficult to challenge that. Oh, big pickup.
Nice timing on the shot right there. Right as he got underneath Ram, kind of goading the opponent into pressing a button, only to find a bullet for that trouble.
Yeah, Sonicon's been doing a good job of finding. Honestly, like, the defense has been very impressive despite him being down 2 games. He's survived a lot of this ram pressure. It's just very difficult to make your way out because there's so many interactions before you're free.
Yeah, 100%. Like, he has survived a whole lot of situations that others wouldn't. He's going to be able to take advantage of this and win the round via the Ex Machina, another beautiful conversion.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if he can keep up this momentum here. As soon as you make it out of one sword toss, then the other, then the rock, then the next thing, and then there's 50, and wow, that's all in the fuzzy. Just jump K, instant overhead hits.
Great stuff from Red Ditto right there, recognizing he blocked the guard crush sword standing. We'll take that all day, every day, and then cuts him off after the stage transition. It is not your turn. Red Ditto on set point.
Brutal round, honestly. Like, 2 interactions go wrong. After you block there, strings them up. Oh, and Wild Assault barely missed. Stuff on the gunshot. And unfortunately, yeah, I was just going to say, far slash hit, but he didn't throw a sword yet when the burst happened, so he still had both swords available, which meant that he was so locked and loaded in that interaction. Meter advantage and positive bonus now. Rock not escaped. Double jump a threat, 2H attempt, rock again. Man's hitting him with the avalanche. And the mix-up on the other side seals the deal. Red Ditto 2-0 in the group.
Insane play from Red Ditto, honestly. 3-0 over Sonicon. I believe it was 3-1 previously over Poca. That is a big game win percentage lead as well. What a showing from Ditto.
Yeah, an empty water bottle into the bag. Love that. Gonna need some more water for sure.
Man, that's like he's in Japan.
Take
a trash with you.
Find a trash can in 4 years.
Yeah.
Still walking around Japan looking for a trash can.
Oh, man. But, yeah, super impressive stuff from Red Ditto. And looks like he is going to stay on here. Oh, man, as the big dogs are going to step up to the plate next. It's going to be Red Ditto versus Tatuma. Yes, indeed, man. But just in general, before we get on to that point, that was such an impressive showing against both Happy Chaoses. Man, it's just, you could tell that he's so familiar with that matchup that he's just calling out like rhythm timings.
Yeah.
Like we saw multiple Far S's just beating the immediate setup for the gun at the end. Like this man knows it like the back of his hand.
Yeah, and the big thing now, too, is the winner of this is out of the group in winners. So, like, straight up, right? Because you'd be 3-0. So, both of them 2-0 on this, which means winner of this is going to be in top 8 winners side for tomorrow, which is a big deal, obviously, right? This is the big one between them two. And kind of, I think I expected the biggest challenge maybe for Ditto as well, because the thing about Happy Chaos is he's so comfortable in the matchup, right? He's played it so many times, and I think Ram, although there's good Rams everywhere, like this is going to be a hard one to deal with. And now Soul, who's very scary, right? This character's scrappy and can pull up on you. So we'll have to see if Red Ditto is as prepared for this as he is for the Happy Chaos matchup.
Yeah, 100%, right? Like Red Ditto's rhythms and being able to call out when the opponent's going to press buttons, so strong against Happy Chaos. He's going to need that tenfold up against Soul. And Tatuma's going to have different ways and different looks to throw at him, right? A whole lot of different looks, whether it be the dash of buttons. He's got the 6S, which has a long range. He's got the Bandit Revolver. He's got the Night Raid Vortex to go under some of the long normals of Ram. So yeah, this is definitely something that you're going to have to deal with a lot more of in comparison to Happy Chaos.
Yeah, we see button checks here. They're getting ready. Looks like everybody's good. Backdash BRCing and testing everything and moving and grooving.
Yeah, from what I understand, Jonathan Tenney, that is, even offered Red Ditto, you want to get some games in before this, and him and Tatuma played so differently that Ditto declined the request. He was like, it'll actually hurt more than help in this scenario, just considering the aggression that Tatuma usually comes to the table with.
Yeah, exactly. And I saw some interesting signs in the chat, or in the crowd out there, of course. People
the IRL chat.
Demanding the goods. I understand. I'm right there with you.
Okay.
As we see Red Ditto here. And I think the crowd's pretty excited for Ditto, of course. Obviously, the event in LA. So a lot of SoCal gamers out here rooting for their boy in Group D to make it out in winner's side. And the loser of this is not guaranteed to be out of the group either, I think, at this point, actually. Our other two players are 0-2, maybe, perhaps? Is that right? Let me take a look.
So
I think that's right. And if so, that means that this should be the winner-loser. Yeah, this is the determining factor. So this is the group determining factor. No matter what, winner of this is out in winner. Losers of this is out in losers. So this is the deciding factor of this group, whether you're going to be in top 8 winners or losers tomorrow.
It is time to lock in then, shall we? Tatuma on the Soul, Red Ditto on the Ramlethal. Let's get it popping here. Already that counter hit starts and the windshield wiper sends him to the corner. Hard knockdown.
Yeah, just holding space after Red Ditto not going for too much. And having a DP here is nice, but the problem is the second it gets baited, you see what's going on here. Even if you have a DP, it's very difficult to deal with Ram's pressure, honestly. The sword toss pressure, the rock pressure, difficult to stop it. Guard crush and throws and fuzzies and mix to deal with. You know, still quite difficult to stop this character from doing what she wants to do.
Yeah, and Tatuma finally finds the DP. Yeah, he's going to keep letting him fly right now just because Red Ditto has been so on point, smothering him in the corner, and is still not going to stop, already on the board.
Yeah, and this character really does that. Especially, Red Ditto is so, like clean about how he runs everything. There's, like, very few opportunities for you to do stuff to counter it. Yeah, it's stuff like that. Stand blocking it, getting the fuzzy after. You know, he has so much control and knowledge in these scenarios, and he's played so many games that he's just so comfortable.
Like, everything looks calculated, everything looks nothing's freestyle, right? Like, he knows everything like the back of his hand when it comes to the timing, the angles, the Mortabato wake up, relieving some pressure, but what an air throw on the instant air dash attempt.
Yeah, a little too overzealous on that. And we'll see if there's even a burst attempt here. That's going to be safe to burst. Jump K hits the wall, not enough to kill. Still, one hit either way on this round.
Yeah, 100% here. Red Ditto, I know, still playing as confident as ever, especially now that he's got some space back. Oh, that beats him with a 2S. What a button choice.
Burst about to be available. He immediately spends it. And Wild Assault there for the pressure of the YRC. One guess on the round, and he's right. Game 1 for Red Ditto.
What a read from Ditto right there. Jumping the throw, as you said. He came down to one guess. He was extremely correct. This boy Ditto is nasty, man.
And the neutral jump, too, knowing it was going to be a throw or a command grab, and then he was going to get the punish on it afterwards.
That's one of the other things about Ditto, right? Like, in addition to nothing feeling freestyled, like, he never panics, it feels like. Even the defensive choices are always optimal, and they are well-reasoned.
Ooh, second hit, Rekka doesn't let the third hit go. Dash under, and yeah, burst keeps you not only out of the combo, but keeps the corner positioning here, which I think is pretty important.
Wadasan again here, just relieving some of that instant. Oh my goodness.
Makes it over with the punish here, 5K. Oh, that is a brutal counter hit to E. Clean hit Fafner, wall break with this.
Yeah, it's a Tuma. Cashing out big off that clean hit Fafner. Red Ditto, whole lot of attention on the side. He's gonna let them about to ring out. It's one of the supers that is extremely difficult to safe jump.
Push to the corner here. And that's the scary thing about the Bringer. 6H for the kill. No combo needed.
Yeah, 100% right there. Tatsuma covering his bases just in case the hero burst came out. Using the OTG for the kill.
Ooh, and that's going to be a burst for sure for Red Ditto. And jumping clean over the Gunflame. I like the 2H pickup afterwards. Sword to the corner here. And takes the wall break as well.
Positive bonus on his side. That's how he approaches. Wow, the better revolver just forcing the issue.
Wow, what a dash and throw on that. And then safe jump attempt. Does not scout the backdash.
He gets called out of it. And the Mortabato into the BRC. Whoa, my goodness.
Bursted it.
Indeed.
Not enough to kill. What a scramble right there. And I feel like Soul in the scramble is so much better than Ram here, right? So that's going to be a big factor. Pulls in. No DP on that. Jumps H whiff. IBs and sword toss into the corner. The cross up.
The cross up and landed. He built the super, but maybe he wasn't confident was going to kill. Baits out the DP. Gets it to the Mortabato Red Ditto.
Man, staying alive there. And that aggression in those scrambles is something that Tatuma is going to be so good for. Gets hit airborne 6H. Wall break early. Positive bonus means Rem is so scary for all those mix off the PRC swords and stuff that we've seen so far. What a 6P. Beautifully spaced on that. Knowing the jump S is coming and getting a counter hit. Burst available and an immediate Tyrant Rave to prevent it.
Very nice indeed. Being aware of his opponent's resources. 100 tension. Yeah, that's why we see it coming out real quick. RC doesn't flinch in the face of Ram and actually gets the throw.
And a burst immediately. I wonder if he was even trying to gold burst on Wake Up there. No combo on this, but offense for Ditto here. Second sword toss. Tap dust on that. He's forced off the burst. He's got meter to send it. It's just what does he send it with? The run-in throw. Red Ditto 2-0.
Red Ditto's, his movement too is so precise and so just overwhelming. You see, I love the dash of 5K, just in case from that distance. Tatuma's reactions out of this world, tries to press something. That sets up the dash throw. This man is calculated beyond belief.
Yeah.
Even there, oh my goodness, outspacing the reversal 2K.
I was even expecting something from Tatuma, right? Like looking for some kind of offense and forced off the burst. Swinging that far slash finds him this time on that third one. Wow, what a bit of coverage there. The drop opportunity. Unfortunate there for Tatuma, but the super not quite enough to kill.
Ditto here. Oh my goodness, again, just tapping his dome. Tatuma, I don't know if he was expecting him to bait out a DP, but nonetheless, Ditto on set point.
2S whiff 5K afterwards. And that's the thing, when he starts whiffing and just taking space on you and taking the rock to take another opportunity, and whiffing the 5K, the sword toss hits you, it just feels like there's so much that you just can't take advantage of.
Indeed, and already the wall breaks, so much life. It's an expense.
Makes time, goes low, nicely blocked. Second sword toss, mix again, delayed overhead, burst available. And there it is, last chance here for Tatuma. Gets hit, the tap dust. Gonna clean it up on the wall here. Not enough.
Just barely alive. Tatuma gotta dig down deep, but it's not gonna happen. Red Ditto closes out Group D undefeated and takes his spot in winner's side top 8.
Winner's side of the bracket, just like that after back-to-back-to-back performances for SoCal. Little bow on the stage, and that guy's in winner's side with the most dominant performance we've seen so far.
Yeah, 100%. What's that game win percentage? This dude win like 9-1, I think?
I think he did go 9-1 in the group, if I'm not mistaken.
Only dropped one game to Poca. We'll get the definitive version of that later, of course. But yeah, that is an impressive showing. As you said, that was really the match that determined who made it out in winners and who made it out in losers. As Tatuma falls only to 2-1, and our other players sitting at 0-2 currently. One's going to be 0-3, and the other is going to be 1-2. So Tatuma will make it out in losers, and Red Ditto secures that winner's side berth.
He's marching to the nearest Chipotle as we speak.
Yeah,
I promise.
He had the bag. I seen it.
He's got the one from Evo.
Yeah.
He loves that thing.
The Chipotle Prince. I like it a lot. My man, Red Ditto, looking good. I mean, if you're in his way, the way he is playing, scary, brother. Scary for anybody in that top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, and he has to fight. If I'm not mistaken, if the bracket looks how I expect, he has to fight Rang on the Gold Lewis tomorrow, which is going to be a real scrappy match, if I have to say so myself. But if you've been watching all this action, let us know who your favorite player is by, of course, doing our player vote of the day. We'll be doing this each day of the ARC World Tour Finals, which is, of course, presented by PlayStation Tournaments. Thanks to Sony, of course, for that. And thanks to all of you for getting your vote in and letting us know who your favorite player is across all the groups and all the matches we've had, both in Grand Blue and obviously in Strive today. Yesterday, we had all 3 games for the LCQs. Tomorrow, all 3 games is Uni, which is top 8 all the way through, and then top 8 winners and losers, of course, for Grand Blue and Strive.
Precisely, and here are the Group D standings as we've talked about them. Red Ditto, 309-1 game win percentage of 90%. What a dominant performance that is, you said, most convincing performance throughout all of the groups today. From our LCQ winner, by the way. Incredible, incredible stuff. Definitely making his name for Player of the Day from PlayStation. And Tatuma obviously going to be ending at 2-1. We'll also make it out in losers as both of our players that are about to grace the stage, looking for their first victory, but always looking to go out in a good note.
Yeah, of course. These two no longer in contention, but obviously going to finish it anyway. Dizzy time?
Ooh, oh, Queen Dizzy?
We get to see Dizzy here on the stage. It's going to be a good match between these two. I like that we get to see a bit of Dizzy. Obviously, not a character we see a ton in tournaments, but pretty fun character to watch. And a masterclass in animation, I can't lie. The last two DLC in particular for this game, Arcs is really just were like, let us cook. Let us do some wild stuff.
Yeah, it's like, you know, this game launched as one of the most beautiful games of all time, one of the most well-animated games of all time, and somehow, some way, they've continued to improve upon the animations, especially with Queen Dizzy and, of course,
Abba.
Thank you.
Slayer.
Those
3 characters in particular.
Yeah, I was thinking of Abba, but yeah, Slayer also completely ridiculous.
Oh, and we get to see a trailer tomorrow. Dude. Yeah.
For the boy Venom, obviously one of the favorites of all time when it comes to the Guilty Gear franchise.
Yeah, and it's at the start of top 8 tomorrow, in case you guys are all curious. So that's when the announcement's going to be. Fish is out. We're going to get some approach behind it. Wild Assault, charge 6H. Fish again for the pressure on the YRC to get out of there.
I love this Stinger. YRC right back to maintain the pressure in the corner here. The wrist gauge, bro, is getting cranked slowly but surely.
Yeah, 5H spaced out into the sword. Afterwards, Justice.
My goodness, the exclamation
Wings.
point, brother. Indeed, and that's why it's the automatic counter hit. Sets up the Fish again. Oh, my goodness, just took it to the face.
And there's the burst to deny it, of course. 6H whip, probably supposed to be a sword.
Yeah, honestly. Sonic N just, finally finds the shot that he was looking for. He's just putting up a wall of bullets for Poker to get through.
Mix time. Oh, double jump doesn't get the mix up on that, although gets the knockdown anyway. BRC time. Fish is out. Tap dust on that, does not get a combo. The 6H charge, again, the Fish dashes in, gets back thrown for your trouble.
Somehow, some way, Poker found their way out of it, as most Guilty Gear players do with mashing throw.
We love that.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what version of Guilty Gear you're playing, classic. Wow, huge starter on this. The freeze at the end takes the knockdown and takes the wall break. Huge damage starter.
Damn, son. He already erasing half of Happy Chaos' health pool. And again, preventing the air escape as well. Oh, keep the charges coming.
Wow, this all on the 5H, charge 6H. Oh my god, tap dust Fish, mix up the sword for the kill.
After such a hard-fought first round, Boca able to find hits early and really rode that momentum all the way through.
Yeah, she does a lot of damage with the right starters, too. I mean, she really deletes you.
That's what we saw. Now Sonic N looking to make sure that performance doesn't happen again. He spit his burst early this round, but he has found the momentum off of it.
Tighten up the offense a little bit there to not let the escape from Poca go. Knockdown here, Fish for the setup, air dash over to the other side. Stagger pressure on the close flashes, 5H. Charge 6H again. Counter hit is huge here, by the way. You might be dead.
Oh my, there ain't nothing might about it, Say-Jam. Just completely erased from existence. Queen Dizzy and Poca in there for game 1.
Yeah, and you know, I wonder if this is the plan from the start, question mark. Like, I wonder if he's going to play this no matter what instead of Namir in this matchup. I guess we'll never know.
True. And now and again, I mean, it's looking good, right? Obviously knows Happy Chaos extremely well, and he's been able to smother Sonic Khan. We get the corner of, oh no, baited out the super, very nice.
I like that a lot. Just a lot of patience. We saw Wake Up Super attempt, I think, in the first game as well, at the end of one of the first rounds. So.
We get old, 51 to 6K, but nothing afterwards. BRC, tried to get out, but still gets back thrown.
Oh, tried to activate the wings, the burst to get out of there. And the burst gets blocked and punished perfectly there. Sonicon ready for it.
Indeed. Poca settling down a little bit. Fortunately for him, using that burst of the end right here, it means he's probably not going to build it in round 2. But Abby Chaos does build the opponent a decent amount of burst, depending on the combo.
Yeah, I mean, lots of hits with, like, not very much damage on it, so it's definitely possible, although not with Load, it's looking like so far.
Yeah.
Dash back jump D. Oh, and the low hit on top of it. If he can make it to the wall here, it should be enough to get the break and the kill. Just like that with the jump D. Nicely tied up here, one apiece.
Yes, indeed. Sonicon adjusting in kind, tying up the set. So we get right back into it, of course. Ooh, long distance, caught him trying on his round start gambit in the ice, pulling out the floor.
And the fish is coming too, you gotta be respectful of it. And looks for the H pillar, does not find it as well.
Full screen burst from Poca. He wants to maintain this corner advantage that he earned himself. Oh, the charges. Look at the crank on the wrist gauge time and time again.
Yeah, disrespecting that, knowing that, all right, you're not going to mash? Cool, I'll take the 6H's. Wow, just there's the mash.
Exactly, Sonicon. It's taking him a couple of games to risk doing it right. Oh, backdash after getting up from the wall slump.
Nice, using that fish there to sneak in the throw. Wings this time activated, and 5H for the freeze. Gonna be the kill here with the super as well.
Woo. Great stuff from Poca. Just like that, once again, taking the lead in the set.
Oh, a little too far on the 2S there. And jump S as well. Wow, I'm surprised that hit.
And for real, the ground bounce aspect of it, we get a full combo now. But the Cole just immediately dumps it, tried the big swing after.
Yeah, the H sword just got low profile there by the 2K. Oh, I like that fast RC into the fish jump D to try to slow things down there, maybe catch the other angle. Oh, only one bullet, and that's the one you need. Gets the reload.
Yeah, very well done. Tries to hit the ice again. Sonicon, yeah, more willing to press now.
Wow, no way. And that should be the kill here on the wall. Doesn't quite make it, and then the tap does for the reset.
Yeah, the cross-up kick already active. It was tough to see.